Harry Potter, New World. Synopsis. It is enough just to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Whether a series of accidents, or a coincidence, but now I have to be reborn in a completely different world. A forced entity that controls the flows of souls in one of the branches of the worlds, contrary to its desire and dislikes for anomalies, is obliged to give out powers and bonuses. These are the rules. What will life be like for someone who was not destined to survive? 1. Chapter 1. I didn't understand what was happening, but I am in a very unsightly state right now. An acute pain that makes me feel paralyzed is spreading everywhere in my body. I try to calmly recollect what happened before. There was an explosion, yes, something fell from the sky, smashing through the damn abandoned building I was in. A series of bombs were launched, and they landed very close to me. Something on my back feels wet, probably some blood. I slowly raised my head with a lot of difficulty. It feels like my innards are burning, perhaps because they are falling out through the laceration in my chest. Oh, now I feel my conscience slowly slipping away. What a shame. Why should I die now when I am least expecting it? Just when my life started to go uphill. It feels as if the devil himself came here to toy with my life. As my consciousness was slowly dying, I caught some movement nearby. Something warm, salty, with a taste of iron, began to pour on my face and lips. Blood. I tried to concentrate and at least open my eyes, but there was no strength left in my body. Leave him. Someone said in a faint-sounding voice as if he was a bit distant from me, don't waste your energy. This is my own business, do not interfere. Another voice calmly replied. A little closer, but just as faint and distant sounding. Listen, you are not God, you can't save everyone. At least this one. A sharp pain, several orders of magnitude more potent than the previous one, twisted my body, causing convulsions and spasms all at the same time. The sheer intensity of the pain made me feel that I should have lost consciousness or died altogether. But no, I'm still alive. It is useless. You will die like that. Through the pain, I heard voices that drifted farther and farther away. Together with the pain. You idiot. If you die so stupidly, I'll take a shit on your grave. No. I won't even bury you. You're right. There were notes of guilt in the second voice. With this phrase, the last anchor seemed to let me go, the pain went away, and my consciousness finally sank into darkness. Oh, for God's sake! The old grandfather, who was in front of me, was indignant. Looking around, I realized that I was standing in the middle of some sort of high-end office. There were white walls with a white table and white chairs. The iron filing cabinets that stretched on and on as if they go to infinity were also white. Sorry. Forgiven, the old man screamed angrily, closing the folder with papers and throwing it behind. Contrary to my expectations, the folder did not just fly and hit the wall but smoothly glided into an open cabinet drawer in the distance. This place is a connector between all the worlds. Not some park. What are you talking about, sir? Sir? What a surprise. The old man threw up his hands. For once to be respected. As I should be. The old man leaned against the table, holding out his hand in front of him and wagging his finger at me. I'm so tired of you all. I have lived here for millions of years, working, and you people have been drawn here like shit to flies. Flies to shit. Do not interrupt. The old man screamed while slapped his palm on the table. If I say that it's shit to flies, then it is shit to flies. The old man thought for a moment but quickly regained his displeased look. In short, S. Ah, I already said that. Anyway, in short. You are dead, you have not lost your memory, your soul has not been cleaned, and I hate you for that. You spoil my whole work. And statistics. Can you imagine? Moreover, I also have to give you something. Where is the universe heading? Sigh. Don't to me here. So what have we got here? The old man moved his hand over the table, and a small folder of documents appeared in front of him. He flipped through it with incredible speed and closed it. Well, they have finally finished developing there. The old man whistled delightedly. Who? Hey? Never mind. What should I slip you? Brains? Brains? You must have your own. Oh, let me implant this guy's blood in you. Blood? I don't need you to inject any blood from any guy. My own is enough. Oh, don't worry, it's figurative. Yes. I will inject the positive parts, remove the negative part. Beyond perfect. A multi-layered sphere appeared on the table in front of the old man in the form of a projection with so many layers of complex lines it made my head a bit dizzy. If you look closely, it consisted of many tiny symbols. They glowed, each with their own color, but something was red, that something looked like it didn't fit in. With such speed that his hand movements became blurred, the old man began to make changes around the sphere. The red something gradually became more and more naturally blended into the general multicolored structure, thereby constantly assuming a more natural color. After some time, the old man finished his witchcraft, causing the sphere to disappear. They bothered me with their appearance on the whole branch of worlds thing. But the old man pointed an edifying finger at the ceiling. If you people can't stop appearing here, then I will personally throw you to some random world. He opened the folder, waved his hand, which showed a round seal, and with quick movements, he put a series of symbols on the sheets. Everything disappeared with the last symbol: the table, the walls, the office, and I was once again plunged into darkness. 2. Chapter 2. I woke up in bed. I had no doubts that this was a toddler's cradle. There were even railings here, or whatever the thing by the side of the bed for toddlers is called. My head was spinning. It was like waking up with a horrible hangover, but it went away pretty quickly. At least to some extent. My mind was in a mess. Random scraps of someone else's memory were flowing into my brain. However, I was able to isolate the most important things. Just a few phrases and images made me quickly understand that I was reborn and where. We all know this tale. There will be no squib in this family. Don't you dare touch my son. Exile by the ritual, and you, Narcissa, know your place. Not a drop of Malfoy blood will remain in this dirty squib. There were more conversations happening between them, but the argument was the same with no change in the result. I now understand why I do not remember anything. An infant's long-term memory leaves much to be desired. It is almost impossible to remember something at this age. Because of this, it seems like my life began now and not long ago. I remembered these phrases because I was emotionally hurt, and I was outraged. The adult consciousness I had now made it possible for me to understand English correctly. Still, I did not completely remember what was happening around me. Continuously forgetting what was happening half an hour or an hour ago is an unpleasant sensation. Lucius is a real asshole. I do not like to swear, but ordinary words cannot even begin to describe how I feel about him. Narcissa turned out to be a stunning blonde, and those couple of memories with her were perfect. She looked at me with tenderness and motherly love. There is also my brother Draco. Narcissa wanted to name me according to the traditions of her family. Still, the dispute on this topic with Lucius did not have time to end. I don't know what it was, but somehow, they thought I was a squib. Well, that makes everything clear. I vaguely remember being thrown at the door of the first house of ordinary people that we came across. They found me only in the morning. Makes me feel as if I am some sort of alternate Harry Potter. Well, anyway, this is where I live now. Maximilian Knight, which is spelled as Knight. At least that's what it says on the envelopes with receipts for payment, which were sorted out by the people who sheltered me. Yesterday, it seemed. Nursed and sorted out. Well, I was peeping. And now what can I do? So, I'm a squib, that is kind of disheartening. I do not believe that the wizards that the Malfoy couple can afford will make mistakes in diagnostics. Well, or how did they define it all there? So, I had better not meddle in the magical world and make my way here. It's a shame, but that old man said something. And how can you find out so early exactly? It is also not clear. So, we will just grow, remember the old, learn the new. Life was measured and fast. The adult mind tends to perceive time somewhat differently. For a child, time flows slowly only because his everyday is full of new discoveries, impressions, and memories. I did not see anything new, nothing surprising. Everything has already been done before. It has already become a routine. In the first years of living with the Knights couple, the nicest people I have ever seen, I still waited and hoped. Waited for some underage magic. But nothing changed. I tried meditation and whatever I could think of. But in the end, I only fell asleep a bit later than usual. The Knights couple. Sarah and John. Bland names, if I have to be honest, but I could not boast of having an exclusive name in the past, and you know what, I lived very well until I died. They have children of their own, but they have already grown up and successfully built their careers out in the city. I think that's one of the reasons why the Knights did not mind raising another child at all. John, an ordinary-looking guy, a lawyer at some firm, quite successful. Average height, ordinary face, light brown hair, brown eyes, a typical John. He earns a lot and spends everything, mainly on the house, his wife, and me. Sarah is a young-looking slim woman even though she is in her 40s, a brunette with brown eyes. At first glance, her appearance is not above average, but the way she holds herself, the way she smiles, laughs, moves. In general, makes people like her and have a good impression of her. Time slowly passes, and now I am 9 years old. I am an all-A student in a decent school, I devote myself to athletics. Well, to whatever extent is it possible at this age. I go to a kendo club, which was very hard to find in the local community. I play the violin and piano. I remember very well how I regretted these missed opportunities in my past life. I didn't want it. It's hard. I don't like it, I don't need it at all. And the adults said that I would regret it, but I was a child, then a teenager, youthful maximalism in all its glory. Now I'll catch up. And then I will regret something else. We lived in a small but spacious private house in the suburbs of London. There is everything you need: a large shopping centre, parks, schools, private kindergartens. In general, nothing new for me. I once lived in England for 6 years. I had tried to go to Cambridge or Oxford, but I had no money. I was smart. I had the intelligence required to excel in science, the desire to learn more, and there were irrepressible ambitions and a hole in my pocket. Right, I was somewhat socially unadapted. It was the reluctance of the brain to work in a social direction that let me down. To put it simply, in my past life, I wasted a lot of time. I smelled the aromas of the bottom, stayed in the middle class, and was quite rich for a while, but instantly fucked everything up. I thought that I would always have time to earn more. I regretted that thought later. The life of the Knights is quite good, and I learned a lot of new things. The truth is that the things I learned were mainly understanding how real English gentlemen should hold themselves and behave. The Knights were not very picky and did not demand me to always act like a real Englishman. Still, it was necessary to know everything and be able to do them. I am happy in a past life, my self-development was always lacking. The sudden squeal of tires jerked me out of my thoughts. A truck was rushing towards me with astonishing speed. Then from within my body, a sharp feeling, as if electricity hit, was running through me, an instant rush of adrenaline. It seemed that even time has slowed down. The right transmigrator must have several things: superpower, a killer truck, a personal antagonist, and a lifelong goal in any order. It was these thoughts that rushed through my head. An irresistible desire to wave my hand, as if driving away from an annoying fly, forced me to make this wave. Red liquid burst out of the ground and, in the form of 3 stripes, stretched out after the hand's movement, forming a kind of hemisphere in front of me. Simultaneously, the truck at full speed crashed into it as if it was a concrete wall. I saw how the truck's front was deformed, the headlights burst out, glass fragments flew, how it clamped down on the fat driver, flattening him. I saw how the streams of blood squeezed out of him, pouring into the red streaks in front of me. Suddenly my speed of perception returned to normal. I was deafened by the sound of the impact and the grinding of the truck's frame, light clouds of dust. I stood in the middle of a hemisphere of twisted metal. Gasoline smell, smoke, and oil were everywhere. There was no trace of the red, bloody barrier. I need to get out of here. It was a rather dark and empty alley, so I just ran around the corner of the house, twisted a little more, and walked steadily on. My heart was beating like crazy. Blood was pounding in my temples. I walked down the street and stared blankly at my hands. So suddenly, a man died today because of me. But if I hadn't defended myself, I would have been dead myself. The beginning of a new, incredible journey finished sorting my own thoughts. This is indeed so, and the sudden realization softened the rolling flurry of emotions. I need to go home. Chapter 3. After all, I'm somewhat of a wizard. After that incident with the truck, I began to actively dig into myself. The first thing that came to mind was to awaken the sensations which allowed me to create the blood shield. Without blood, but from the blood. Paradox. Now it was summer, so I went for a walk in the morning with a clear conscience, came for lunch, left again. The Knights were not surprised. They even whispered in the kitchen that maybe I'd finally found some friends. However, I was just hanging out in an overgrown part of the park that was nearby. Although this area was well hidden from the people, well, there were never any gatherings of gangs, drug addicts, drunks, or young people. The reason for this is simple: the police station across the street. Well, the suburb I live in is pretty calm anyway. Here I just sat on a bench in the middle of the bushes and tried to awaken that magic, or whatever it was. It is difficult to describe as I do not really understand what that was. Still, after that case, I have always felt something new in myself, but I did not understand how to get through to it. It was only on the 5th day that I finally managed to connect with it. Like on the 4 days before, I just sat and focused on the strange feeling, picking up mental images, commands, something to get through. I'm not sure if the right key had come up or if someone took pity on me, finally allowing me to access it. There were no special effects, thunder, lightning, flashes of light, or even heat in the chest. Just on my outstretched palm, from out of nowhere, a tiny red ball appeared, which grew to the size of a tennis ball very quickly. Crimson red. The color of blood. And the material of the ball, the liquid, spoke for themselves. Well, I'm not just some lord of tomato juice in the end. Although I shouldn't deny it right away. I started experimenting with the ball hovering over the palm of my hand. Trying to change its shape, size. It turned out frankly very bad. It required an intense concentration, and it pleased me that the ball appeared out of nowhere and not pumped out from within my body. I finished my unsuccessful experiments only when I felt exhausted. It was necessary to stop concentrating on the ball, as it just disappeared after that. I got up, did some stretches, the body seems ready for battle, but I felt fatigue. In my brain? Interesting. All summer, I continued my experiments, immersing myself in a new discovery about myself. Blood manipulation I tested for taste. So here we are. Manipulations every day were more comfortable and easier for me. The ball gradually grew in size based on my will. Of course, not without difficulty, I learned to turn it into needles, blades, different geometric shapes. Yes, I do not have a rich imagination, but to implement some thoughts, based on the fact that it is blood, I was frankly afraid. To interfere in the circulatory system in your body while having no knowledge, experience, or control is equivalent to suicide. While I could use it on someone else, I'm not that cruel. I'm not that black-hearted. At least not until I have the knowledge and the power and control to return everything to the way it was. The knowing that I possess magic didn't give me any rest either, but no matter how much I focused on making it something else, it turned out only as blood. In addition to blood's magic, I noticed another interesting point. I became a little more resilient and stronger. I started to engage in physical training more rigorously, to make an athletic body. But if my standard physical characteristics continue to increase, then training the body to grow and develop as I want will become somewhat problematic. Autumn came, I had to go to school, and the amount of free time I had for training dropped dramatically. I still continued to go to the kendo and study music, diligently learning. Yes, I had to learn. I have the knowledge, but repetition is the mother of learning. I am not a genius, after all. Therefore, I approached with all diligence I could muster, albeit mostly the simplest things, but sometimes indulging in more complex material in the school library and at home. In the kendo classes, I found out that I had accelerated regeneration. Although it would be more correct to say that it was detected afterward, rare abrasions and frequent bruises healed much faster. But there was a negative side. If earlier I would give it my best and be slightly above average, now I am faster and stronger than my peers, and training no longer brings the same results. The same is true for athletics. There is no progress. Closer to the new year, old habit for Christmas, something incredible happened. A standard underage magic event took place, not a bloodbath. I was sent to clean the roof of the garage after a recent snowfall. It was necessary to install a couple of Christmas decorations. That's where I slipped, standing on the edge. I wouldn't have anything to do. There's a snowdrift down there, there's land under it. But that's not what I was thinking about at the time of the fall. And oh, it was a miracle. I suddenly hovered over the ground. I started to get up. There was still a small hurricane underneath me, throwing snowflakes. It's like I had a jet exhaust in one place. There was a strangely warm feeling in my chest until I landed. Slowly and carefully. I stood and looked at my feet with a silly smile on my face. Long live new possibilities! I cried out, unable to hold back, with my fist to the sky. Max! Have you cleared the snow? The voice of my adoptive father sounded from around the corner of the house. No. New opportunities. I'm a wizard, not just a lord of tomato juice. Chapter 4. It was challenging to master the new magical possibilities. It's about as hard as it is if they weren't there. Month. It took a month to make a torn piece of notebook hover over the table. I've already lost faith in myself, to be honest. I thought it was another hemamancy screwdriver, but no. That was magic. Then it became much easier. The first conscious success was significant. But even more important was faith. Without faith in what is desired, it is almost impossible to get it. But with confidence. I've done a lot of things, but on a tiny scale. I set fire, levitated, created water, controlled it, turned matches into needles on the bare will, created small balls of light not larger than a firefly. I had as much fun as I could. The relationship with the foster parents was smooth. They were glad that the child was growing independent and purposeful, developing versatility. It seems they did not notice any strangeness. But, on the other hand, I do this not for a fight, but to make up for what I would like to do then, in a past life. As time went on, I persevered and waited for my 11th birthday, counting on a letter from Hogwarts. I don't even know what I'm going to do or if I should do anything when it comes. I'm a Malfoy, after all. Wait. According to Lucius, and if he did the ritual, I'm not a Malfoy, but then there's Black. What's on the calendar? 4th of June. I'm 11 tomorrow. Black, yes. That's bad. I once read all sorts of fanfiction in a previous life. I hope there is no lineage magic. It's a lot of trouble because if there will be lineage magic. Thanks to the ritual of Lucius, I'm pure blood Black. Based on this, if the events here are as in the original story, only Sirius is alive, who is unlikely to be in his own mind by his release time. And even if he will, his description in the story clearly speaks of the reluctance to inherit lineage. Then I remain. Guy, pure black. Wizard. And that means a massive bunch of problems. Next question, whether to get caught the eye Malfoys? For a long time, I did not remember my origin in the hostile act of Lucius. Also, know your place, Narcissa still makes me want to be extremely cruel to this man. Narcissa remained a beautiful blonde with a sweet and gentle smile in my memories, holding me in her arms. Sentimentality, yes, I know, but I can't do it any other way. But what if she loves him that way? Who knows? I stand in front of the mirror and grin at my reflection, short, thick, straight hair, the same blonde as Narcissa's. Blue eyes, a smooth face without the slightest flaw, even too perfect, some kind of girlish, and there is no longer a childish roundness. God, I'm the man's copy of Narcissa. And these little sharp, predatory features. But in me, only the blind does not recognize her. Strangely, I haven't noticed much before. I have a high height for my age and an incredible physique. Well, no wonder. I worked hard after all. I was learning control over hemomancy. Thank God I learned how to disable the passive amplification of the body, so I called it. This way, I trained as before, but I had to continually focus on my weakening. An absurd situation, but even with the amplification turned on, the effect from it increased proportionally. In a great mood, I went for a walk. Evening, good weather, why not? Walking around the suburbs in a dormitory format is boring, but the air here is noticeably cleaner than in London. You can walk in the park, buy ice cream, look at people. It seems like I'm getting old. Well, that is, where have you seen this? A young boy with a critical look walks around the city, enjoying the silence, peace, birds in the park. Nonsense. I like this. In a past life, I smoked hard, which killed my subtle sense of smell entirely. Now, there are so many smells as then, long ago in childhood, in a past life. I remember the scent of blooming lilacs, apple trees, the smell of rain, ozone, wet asphalt. Subtle notes from a stinky Christmas tree in a passing car. And now I'm just glad to have the fullness of sensations. But then I did not even understand how much I had lost, having acquired chronic bronchitis instead of addiction. 5. Chapter 5. I went back for the second lap to the park not far from home. Almost no people left around, only at the entrance, I noticed a young couple hugging, leaving this place. Sudden chest pain almost made me twist, but I overcame it and immediately rushed to the side, not taking apart the road. It hurt so much that my eyes were cloudy, everything was blurring, but it was from speed. I'm faster than a human being. Much faster. I can't stop. There was a lot of heat, but the slower I moved, the worse I got. So I was doing the only thing that could relieve the pain and the heat, moving. The raging pulse beat the ears, stunned. I don't know where I ended up, but there were bushes and trees around and not a single familiar and inherent light source to the city. The pain twisted me completely. I think I was screaming, sticking my fingers into the ground. Fuck. The old man's voice from the white cabinet rang out. Why you bring only problems? Drag everything with you, break the space of the entrusted area. After these words in me, as if something had burst, exploded, releasing pain into the whole body and further, beyond its limits. My eyes opened, and I was literally put on my knees. Hurricane from bloody ribbons around shredded the ground, bushes, trees, smashing everything into dust and slivers. I felt my hair stand on end. At the edge of my eye, I saw a tiny dot of light rushing from the sky to me, approaching very quickly. I blinked, and it had already grown to the size of a basketball and hovered in front of me at arm's length. Through pain, I tried to understand what it was. Fool! The old man's voice rang out again. Take it with your hands. Keeping the portals between worlds here is not my job. Why are you helping then? Grumpy old man. Because this crap will still creep through, but it will tear space. The answer was unexpected, but I did not dare to argue with this old man, wherever he was now. Overcoming the pain in my body, I stretched out my hand to the luminous sphere and wanted to take it, but my hand sank into it as if there was nothing there. Suddenly the sphere began to change. Transparent crystals appeared from the air, slowly folding into some form. This did not last long, and soon in my hands was a rather fanciful bastard sword with a carved black hilt and guard and a black blade. The handle and guard were decorated with gold floral motifs. As soon as the sword finally materialized in my hands, the pain passed, and the bloody hurricane subsided, absorbed in the blade. The sword immediately grew on the hands of a bloody film, instantly disappearing in the body. That's it. Don't even dream that I'll help a second time. Fuck. Only problems. The old man's voice in my head seemed to be moving away. What the hell was that? I asked aloud when the forces began to come back to me, and the feeling of phantom pain began to disappear. The answer came from where I did not expect information from my own head. That was a spiritual weapon. That's all. Nothing else is clear. Such a flash of magic, or whatever it was, could not go unnoticed, and I had no doubt about it. There was a series of claps next to me, people were bustling, but I felt terrible. Hands up, everyone! Shouted some guy. Auras are working. Quiet, a woman hissed at him. Don't you see, the child had uncontrollable underage magic. I wish I had such underage magic in childhood. They were talking about something else. The woman waved her magic wand in front of me, checked my health, it seems. What to do next? I would like to go home, I said. Oh, the boy is strong. The man grinned. No matter how I tried to see who was talking, the floating vision in darkness did not relate to this. We have no right, the woman said with displeasure. Silly rules. With that, she thrust a small bottle into my hands. Drink. It will help. In a couple of minutes, you will come to your senses and go home. Well, at least not a single living soul is nearby. Otherwise, I would have to call Obliviators again. What to do with the boy? I'll find out now. What is your name? Max Knight. I can't see, but it looks like the woman nodded and stepped aside. After a couple of seconds, the eyes were touched by a light flash and she left. And a minute later, she reappeared. Nothing, the woman said. He'll find out tomorrow. Haven't you had a drink yet? I'm feeling better. My health really improved pretty quickly, and I was even able to get up, swaying a little. I gave the bottle back. I don't think it's a good idea to drink something out of the hands of a stranger. Ha! Constant vigilance. The man smiled, and I was finally able to see him. Not a man, but a young guy, 25 years old. Ordinary appearance and in the red robe. Don't start, the girl rolled her eyes. Also, nothing unusual and the age is about the same. And you, young man? Max. Max. You'll find out tomorrow without us. Can you get home? Yes, I said. Even if I wanted to ask questions, I wouldn't have the strength to do so. The auras waved and disappeared into the apparitions it seems to be so called. And I leisurely walked home. 6. Chapter 6. Birthday morning came quickly and suddenly. It would seem yesterday I just closed my eyes in bed, blinked, and now it's time to get up. As always, I did my exercises, washed my face, and went down to breakfast. He had just greeted the Knights when the doorbell rang. And who is impatient to visit our home early in the morning? The foster father was indignant, getting up from the table and going to open the door. A minute later, he entered the dining room, accompanied by a lady in her early 50s. Tall and stately, in a black dress and green robe, she looked at Sarah and me with a stern look. Good morning. I am Minerva McGonagall. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, and I am authorized to convey to Mr. Maximilian Knight an invitation to study at the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she said in a dry voice, taking a yellowish envelope from the sleeve of her robe and handing it to me. Hello, nice to meet you, we greeted, and I took the letter. Have a seat. Father hesitated. Just a professor, McGonagall said and sat down at the proposed seat. I, in turn, opened the envelope and found there a letter on yellow parchment, the most common invitation to study at Hogwarts and a list of necessary things. I see you're not particularly surprised, McGonagall said, and it was only now that I noticed that the Knights weren't really surprised. That would explain some of the weirdness that was happening to Max, John said calmly, and Sarah just nodded. I see. What is required from me, and where to buy all this? McGonagall told me that accompanying me for shopping was her second purpose of visiting us. I was sent to pack. At the same time, the Knights discussed financial matters with the professor. I got dressed in my black business suit. Knights are somewhat conservative, so having at least a few suits in your wardrobe is a must. I also put on a black shirt. I just want it, and that's it. I went downstairs wholly ready to travel, and McGonagall was already waiting for me on the doorstep. The father handed over a small bundle of money for exchange and ordered to buy the highest quality, functional, and necessary. Take my hand, Mr. Knight, McGonagall told me, and I followed the directions. Get ready. It's pretty frustrating the first time. It was as if I was twisted into minced meat and pulled forward by the navel. One moment, and I'm already standing on the sidewalk in London, holding the professor's hand. I was nauseous, but compared to yesterday's adventure, this is just annoying trouble. The professor praised my restraint and headed for the door of the nearest establishment, the sign of which read, The Leaky Cauldron. I followed her and found myself in a gloomy Gothic tavern with a not very pleasant contingent. People here looked like they were homeless. Just a little bit. We silently walked through the Leaky Cauldron hall and out into the backyard of the establishment. The professor took her wand out of her sleeve and touched it to the bricks in the wall. They instantly began to disperse to the sides, opening the passage. Welcome to Diagon Alley, the professor said without unnecessary emotions and led me forward. Diagon Alley was really diagonal. Numerous old English-style houses and shops looked oblique. People in all sorts of clothes walked everywhere. Sometimes, there were really unique characters that looked more like regular clients of the local mental hospital. Every now and then, owls flew overhead with letters or parcels in their paws, teenagers in robes scurried about. The adults were actively bargaining at the counters. In general, the place is impressive, contrasting when compared with the ordinary world. The professor and I first went to Gringotts, a local bank. On the way, she briefly explained to me the local currency system. It was a majestic three-story building. Inside, it looked more gloomy and darker. Throughout the hall, high racks stretched in 2 rows, behind which small goblins in tailcoats were engaged in important matters imitating work. We went to one of these racks, and I turned to the goblin. "Good day, sir. I would like to exchange pounds for galleons. Will you provide a similar service?" "Of course," the goblin replied hoarsely, and I handed him a packet of pounds. The goblin quickly counted them and began pulling out stacks of gold galleons. For 1 galleon, he sold me a simple coin purse with an invisible extension. In the end, I got 96 galleons and some change at my disposal. Further purchases were completely uninteresting. We bought a school chest. I took a simple backpack with an invisible extension, into which I later put books for the first year, scales, a telescope, and so on. Potion-making ingredients were bought in a kit and shipped to Hogwarts on their own. Delivery. The chest, by the way, was reduced by the professor and handed to me with instructions to lay it out on the floor at home. The spell will last exactly 4 hours. The purchase of robes and dragon gloves went through a routine. In Madame Malkin's store, 2 more guys were buying robes, but they were older. I was put on a stool, measured with enchanted instruments. About the desired fabric, I said that it would be nice if the material is non-marking, wear-resistant, and does not look like a bag of potatoes. Madame Malkin nodded and muttered something about the middle price range. 20 minutes later, I became the owner of a set of 3 everyday robes, a winter raincoat, dragon hide gloves, and other little things. Also, I had to take a school uniform in dark grey. We went to buy a wand, of course, to Ollivander's shop, whose family, according to the peeling gilded inscription above the entrance, began doing this even before our era. Once in a slightly dusty, poorly lit room, I began to examine the shelves behind the counter, on which lay many small boxes. "Hello!" Ollivander said suddenly. He emerged like a devil from a snuff box from some dark corner. "Oh, Mr. Knight." "Max Knight," I interrupted him, for he definitely recognized me. "Yeah, let's write it down," he played along, coming closer. "As far as I understand, you came here for your first magic wand." "Undoubtedly." "Great." The wonderful grey-haired old man threw up his hands. "Which hand do you prefer to use?" "Right, sir." After my words, different meters and rulers flew up to me through the air. They measured everything along and across and even the circumference of the head. After that, the master brought out a dozen boxes and began to suggest that I try to take one wand after another. The 8th came up. Dark in color. As soon as I took it in my hands, a bright bundle of multicolored sparks fell from the tip of the magic wand. Perfectly. Amazing. Ollivander took my wand and started packing it back into the box, and even put the sheath inside for it. Flexible, biting, 12.5 inches. Acacia and dragon heartstring. Loyal and powerful, very powerful, and most importantly suitable for any magic, but prefers something new and extraordinary, like its owner's thinking. "I am sure you have a great future, Mr. Knight." "Certainly, sir," I nodded gratefully to Ollivander, paying according to the price list. At this, our purchases ended, and the professor apparat with me to the doorstep. She handed over a train ticket, said goodbye, and disappeared in one direction she was guided by. It turned out somehow chaotic. 7. Chapter 7. Upon my return, the knights were waiting for me, whom during all this time I could not fully perceive as a father and mother. Yes, they are excellent relatives, and I perfectly understand that a family is not a list of who gave birth to whom. However, the understanding that I was not born into this family does not allow them to be treated entirely as relatives. Even though for them, as they say, I will tear. They did not pressure me with overprotection, but they were not categorical in their decisions either. They always took into account my interests, but they did not hesitate to give advice and strong recommendations. I got a lot of new things, at least take the same etiquette. This does not mean that I was an uncouth pig in a past life. No, but I did not have an understanding and knowledge of specific various rules. And now even the posture is good. Here, however, Sensei should also be given credit. In general, I recall the canon Hermione. Could I just take and erase from the life of these people all those years that they devoted to me? Eliminate their joys at my success and disappointments at rare failures? Cross out pride in education, warmth, and tenderness, the joy of the first step of such a small and charming me? No. Definitely not. For the sake of your peace of mind, that relatives are safe? Never. Find a way to keep them safe but not erase the memory. Well, something I digress. For almost a month, I have now worked hard on the magic books. The impressions are ambiguous. On the one hand, it is new and exciting. Still, on the other hand, the presentation of the material is merely awful. I have never seen such a concentration of material about nothing. Abstract thoughts and arguments, no material base, justification. Unless potion making still somehow resembled something scientific. Then, only due to the table of compatibility of ingredients with numerical coefficients, otherwise a recipe book. Perhaps the older courses books will be closer to the educational literature, but for now just nothing. Maybe I should pay attention to some scientific works in the Hogwarts library. However, the general trend in the first-year textbooks is alarming. I didn't practice with the wand because there's something like watching the magic of Muggleborns. The statute of secrecy, etc. Therefore, I just analyzed the movements with a regular stick. I didn't memorize it, I just took it apart, and at the same time, did various exercises for flexibility of the hand. I developed them very well due to the violin and piano. Well, I think so. On Potter's birthday, I went to Diagon Alley in the morning. First by bus to Charing Cross, then to the Leaky Cauldron on their own. I didn't put on my robe, so I went in a suit and a black shirt. The bartender didn't even ask me where I was going and why. Having touched the necessary bricks with a stick, I got to the street I needed. At this time, there were a lot of people here, more than on my first visit. I walked to Café Fortescue, a pleasant milky-colored establishment. I sat down at the far table so that I could see the whole street through the large windows and ordered tea. Earlier I thought, out of my stupidity, that there was nothing to order except ice cream. I was wrong, I admit. A full-fledged café, although it is known precisely for the ice cream high quality, tasty and varied. I waited for Hagrid and Potter. What for? It is on this day that I know for sure that I can meet Narcissa. Not the smartest move, but I damn want to see her. When Hagrid appeared in Diagon Alley, hairy, shaggy, in a brown coat, towering dangerously above the crowd of ordinary people, I paid for the tea and moved to Ollivander's shop. If I remember the essence of Malfoy and Potter's conversation in Madame Malkin's shop correctly, Narcissa went to choose his wand. Stupid, as for me, because without Draco himself, this trick is almost impossible. Unless they already know what approximate parameters, wood, and core the stick should have. Maneuvering through the crowd of people, I finally got to the place I needed and, opening the door of Ollivander's shop, stepped inside. Nothing has changed since my last visit. The same dim light from the lamps under the ceiling picked up from the gloomy darkness, the same light dustiness, the same counter, and the shelves rose behind it. At the counter stood a rather tall, stately slender woman with a simple but pleasant-looking hairstyle of very light hair, like mine. She stood with her back to me and talked about something with Ollivander. The master noticed me and smiled affably, nodded invitingly. "Good day, master," I nodded and went to the counter. "Oh, good day. What are you for, Mr. Knight?" On my last name, he somehow sarcastically grinned. Of course. It may be that his hazy gaze of pale blue eyes can mislead someone. Still, the old man was definitely not blind, both literally and figuratively. "I would like to ask you what you recommend for the care of my wand specifically. Forgive me, but I don't believe in universal remedies." "And you are doing the right thing, young man." Ollivander shook his forefinger instructively. "Now, I'll find something specifically for your wand. Mrs. Malfoy." "It's okay," I heard a familiar voice full of detachment. "I still have something to decide on." It was only now that I noticed there were open boxes of wands on the counter in front of her. Ollivander went away, and I began to shamelessly consider Narcissa. She has grown old. Too much. Wrinkles near the eyes and on the forehead, pits appeared near the mouth, small folds. The skin is not the same. And the look is kind of empty, extinguished, or something. Well, a sorceress in the world of magic cannot look like that in her. And how much? 35? 36? Around this range. It's incredible how quickly time flies, isn't it? I said neutrally, drawing the woman's attention to myself. You're right. As soon as Narcissa looked at me, almost hidden surprise and misunderstanding appeared in her eyes. Not every time you look at a stranger and see in his face almost your reflection, except that he is much younger. Knight. Last name of my adoptive parents. Mr. Knight. Narcissa returned the mask of detachment to her face. A dramatic pause was brewing. It seems that only yesterday you become a happy parent, and now it's time to collect your child to Hogwarts. Amazing. Excuse me, do we know each other? It's strange. Does she even have no suspicions about our similarities? I would even say an absurd resemblance. Well, she couldn't forget. Although. I looked at her, trying to give my face a slight concern. What do you think, Mrs. Malfoy? What in the wizarding world can make a happy mother forget about the very existence of her child? Perhaps it is worth turning to an independent legilimate? And no, oddly enough, but we do not know each other. What a magical world! Full of miracles. I wonder what would have happened to me if my hypothetical wife had a legilimate friend and potions master? Curious, isn't it? This phrase finally put Narcissa into a state of incomprehension. But she answered. That would be a pretty reasonable thing to do. And the situation from the outside? Really intriguing. The doorbell rang behind me, and I turned to look at the new visitors, an average-height man in a black suit and robe. Straight, almost white hair fell just below the shoulders, an arrogant face, a contemptuous gaze, lazy mannerisms. A rare accessory in these places caught the eye, a black cane with a silver snake-shaped top. Next to him stood a small, stunted boy with the same practically white hair slicked back. He tried to copy the elder's demeanor, but it turned out frankly funny, so I could not help but smile. My brother is a weakling. My father is a prude. My mother has grown old prematurely, having lost that irrepressible life shine of blue eyes. It's kinda sad. Lucius clearly recognized me, and the slight contempt gave way to bewilderment and recognition. So he immediately guessed, and Narcissa? Oh, what a disgusting world. And I brought a remedy here. Sudden Ollivander defused the situation. I don't even know what allowed me not to twitch when he appeared literally a step away from me. To care for your wand. Oh, master. Thank you very much. How much do I owe you? I took in my hands a small, simple wooden box with the initials Geo. A trifle, the master dismissed with a smile. 12 sickles. I quickly took out 1 galleon and handed it to the master. Ollivander immediately fished out 5 sickles from somewhere for a change. I looked again at the faces of those present. Narcissa was thoughtful, but it was hard to see it, a mask of indifference and almost the same extinct look. Nearly. Lucius was in an even more surprising state. The petty Draco looked from everyone in the hall, trying to find a clue for further action. If I were you, I would have looked more closely at my feet, Mr. Malfoy, I said with a slight grin. Otherwise, you risk trampling your own lost face. Fortunately, you are not in my place. Lucius quickly regained his composure. Do you even know who you are talking to? Small Draco flared up, whose face slightly went red spots. However, his outburst of emotion was abruptly crushed by Lucius's cane's handle that suddenly fell on his shoulder. Son. Sorry, father, the guy obeyed, taking a step back. I just grinned and headed for the exit from the shop. Have a good day. I nodded goodbye to everyone, and with a clear conscience, but with a heavy burden on my soul, I went home. I do not want to build my assumptions about everything around me, and I will not. It's just that all this is somehow sad. 8. Chapter 8. I looked around the thickets of the park and did not find anyone around. Overcoming my doubts, I summoned the sword. A thin stream of blood enveloped the hand, flowing down extremely quickly and forming the shape of a blade. As soon as it formed, the sword finally appeared in my hand. A series of experiments had already been planned, and everything was prepared, so I proceeded to the first task. Twisted the sword in his hands. Lightweight, almost weightless, but by some instinct, I understood that his weight is quite consistent with the size. I swung and hit a thick piece of wood, like a knife through butter. There are now 2 bars. I took the second block in my hand and already lowered it onto the sword's blade. The block was now cutting a little harder, like cheese. The resistance of the material was already felt. The next in line was the rod from the armature. The adoptive father has been keeping them for 6 years since the wall strengthening between the house and the garage. I stuck a small rod into the ground, swung, and cut it off almost as easily. Then I took the stump and repeated the bar's maneuver, lowered it onto the blade. The steel bar was cut even tighter but still absurdly easy. At this point, I wanted to remove the sword, and it, obeying my will, again spread blood over my hand, immediately disappearing. I conducted similar experiments for 2 weeks and learned one thing. This sword is part of me. I came to this conclusion quite by accident and unexpectedly. There were no prerequisites. Just once, for the sake of the experiment, I completely stuck it into the asphalt and asked the question, "What are you?" As such, I did not receive an answer, but I realized that this is an inseparable part of me, my soul, body, whatever. A kind of manifestation of my essence into the real world through hemomancy and other magical manipulations that I do not understand. As I understand it, the sword, hemomancy, and soul cannot be considered separately. It's all strange. I didn't experiment with it anymore, I just didn't know what tests to set up. In mid-August, I had an interesting conversation with the Knights. In connection with the letter, new books, which I also bought on Diagon Alley in the junk shop, with all these events I forgot a little about an important thing: ordinary education. I do not want to plunge headlong into the magical world and only make plans in it. It was about this, or rather, about ordinary education, that the knights remembered. You always need a backup plan. And a backup plan to a backup plan. Etc. I understand. John and I talked in the dining room over tea and delicious cinnamon rolls. And what do you think, Max? John asked, putting his cup aside. It would be nice to somehow continue studying. And after Hogwarts, if everything is bad in the wizarding world, it will be possible to go to some university or college if I go out like a fool. Ha! Fool! Of course. John chuckled. But I'm glad that you still remembered this. I took the liberty of transferring you completely to external studies. Not a problem. I snapped the knuckles on my left hand, a strange habit that came back from a past life. That is great. Your textbook on mathematical analysis is covered in dust. However, before, you used to solve a task every day or two. I really thought that you completely lost your head with this magic. On that and decided. I was ordered to purchase a means of communication, an owl. The trip after an owl turned out to be chaotic, fast because we had decided it closer to evening and wanted to finish all the preparations already today. Everything was done in a hurry. I went to the Leaky Cauldron alone, although John gave me a lift. I'm very interested, but I don't want to see with my own eyes. I do not want to regret in my old age that I do not own magic. The choice and purchase were also pretty simple. I looked around a large number of cages with various owls and eagle owls. The birds didn't care about everything, but one unpretentious owl, whose species I do not understand at all. She drew attention to me and took it along with the cage and a large package of owl cookies. This is a treat. And on an ongoing basis, they eat everything. At first, the owl was not eager to obey the knights, but it always clung to me and strove to grab my finger. I had to talk to her about her professional suitability, and the owl, it seems, began to behave normally with the knights. Good. 9. Chapter 9. On the morning of September 1st, we collected everything we needed, all sorts of underwear, socks, toothbrushes, towels, and other things we needed but not indicated in the list. I immediately put on my school uniform, and John and I, putting my stuff from the chest into the trunk, went to the station. The owl will live at home. Basically, the knights will have to write to send me assignments from a regular school. They decided to initiate everyday correspondence. The knights figured that I could forget to write letters home, immersed in the study of the new and incredible. At King's Cross Station, we packed our belongings into the cart, said goodbye, and I drove to the transition to platform 9 3/4. For some reason that I don't understand, Professor McGonagall did not tell me how to get there. Well, from the tale of Harry Potter, I know that you need to go through the wall between the 9th and 10th platforms. Having rolled the cart to the supposed transition point, I poked my finger against the wall. There was no obstacle. In general, a strange sensation that causes cognitive dissonance. You see an obstacle, but you cannot find it. Every now and then, ordinary people scurried around, but as if something was taking their eyes away from this place. Without any overclocking, I passed through this strange barrier, and the world around me began to play with different colors. It really is. From the side of the ordinary world, the station is extremely grey and gloomy. Well, the station does not mean a wealth of colors. Everything is bright here, even the red bricks of the wall. If ordinary people dressed conservatively, gloomily, because they were in a hurry on business, work, etc., then the style is free. The colors are at the discretion of the magician. Diversity. There were ordinary, familiar clothes, there were combinations of them, there were long dresses to the floor, robes. And there were Weasleys. If we consider the boho style as the concept of what you find, then put on, then this red-haired family is an ardent admirer of this style. I did not focus my attention on them and quickly rolled the cart to one of the scarlet carriages. I always liked steam locomotives in some way, and now I tried not to look in his direction. In order not to accidentally pester someone with questions. I also tried not to pay attention to the students and their parents. A curly-haired girl stood at the carriage entrance I needed, and lifting the trunk clearly caused her difficulties. Why isn't there a freight car? It would be logical. But wizards can shrink things, levitate them, put them in different bags with invisible expansion. They seem to lack the very concept of freight transport as unnecessary. Can I help you? I asked the girl, stopping my cart next to her. She almost jumped, turning abruptly, looking at me in surprise. I bet it's Hermione. It looks like that actress, but there are some subtle differences. It's hard to say, I don't remember very well. What was her name there? Oh, it doesn't matter. Yes, that would be great, she nodded, returning her face to a little more importance. You might even think that she is doing me a favor. Nicely. Then wait for a second. I unloaded my trunk from the cart, threw the strap of my backpack over my shoulder, and put the cart next to several more empty ones. I took the girl's trunk by the handles and cheerfully dragged it into the carriage, went out, and did the same with mine. The girl followed. The good news is that the chests can be rolled with one side on the surface, at least they thought of that. Thank you very much, the girl nodded as we walked down the corridor in search of an empty compartment. No problem, the compartment was found almost at the end of the car. We settled quickly, shoving the chests under the seats, and sat down opposite each other. I'm Hermione Granger, the girl introduced herself. Maximilian Knight. Just Max. Very nice. Mutually. Hermione looked out the window. After a couple of seconds of silence, and she spoke. Quite quickly and a little delighted. It's just incredible. The girl turned to me. Max, did you know that you are a wizard? I didn't and was terribly surprised when I received a letter from Hogwarts. That is pleasantly surprised, of course. My parents are completely ordinary people, and the fact that I am a witch is simply incredible. She took a breath. Looks expectantly. Is this an interview? A funny girl. I wonder how I would react if I were younger in mind? Well, my parents are wizards, but I grew up in a family of ordinary people for reasons beyond my control. In theory, I should not have the ability to magic, but now, I'm going to Hogwarts. And I would not like to talk about it. Okay. You know, I learned all the textbooks in the first year. Do you think this is enough to be the best at school? I do not know. I think practice is very important. But even without knowledge, it will be incomplete. But knowledge without practice is just words from books. It seems to me that success cannot be all about one thing. Perhaps. Hermione thought about it, and the train had already started. We pulled out the books and decided to read while smiling at each other. Well, that Hermione would choose to read, I had no doubt. After half an hour, the girl decided to continue the conversation. She closed the book, holding her finger on the desired page. Max, what house do you think you will go to? I really hope I get to Gryffindor. This is the best house. Dumbledore himself studied there. And Merlin himself studied in Slytherin, I chuckled. Hermione was about to open her mouth to be indignant but suddenly changed her mind. I'll tell you a secret, continued the conversation. An ancient artifact will distribute us. It might offer a choice if you fit multiple houses, but that's just a guess. What are you going to Hogwarts for? Study, of course. Which house is best suited for learning? Ravenclaw. I also considered it as an option. There is even a small library in the living room. However, I do not know what exactly is stored there. At the word library, Hermione's eyes literally lit up with curiosity. If she had the opportunity, she would already be there. She's funny. They say that Gryffindor is too noisy and hectic, I continued my thoughts. At the Hufflepuff, hard work is welcomed. There is a friendly team that never climbs anywhere and does not stand out. Therefore, they are considered worthless dullards for nothing. Stupidity, as for me. And Slytherin? Everywhere it is written that this is the house of dark magicians and even you know who studied there. Voldemort, or what? Well, yes, he studied. And Merlin studied there. You know, I live in a fairly quiet and decent suburb, but I'm not blind, and more than once saw dark-skinned people pushing drugs, participating in gangs, robbing. There are probably even killers among them even though these are moments of a past life, but here everything is so the same. But what does this mean? Hermione didn't answer, and I immediately continued. Are all black people bad? Without exception. But what about, well, let's say, Charlie Parker? Art Tatum? The most luxurious jazz musicians of the early and mid-20th century. Bad too. But the books say. People write books. People can be wrong. People can be brainwashed. People can be taken under control, memory can be erased, or false memories can be implanted. Skillful propaganda of the ideas of nationalism led to the prosperity of Nazism and the Second World War. Do you think that Italians and Germans throughout history did nothing but cultivate these ideas? They cared for and cherished, but there was no leader, and then bam! And away we go. Or what? Of course not. However, the books are approved by the Ministry of Magic, and there can be no lies in them. One brainwashed man wrote a book, another published the same book, the third passed through censorship, the fourth certified. Why not? And then there are bribes, blackmail, whatever. Well, this is too much. Hermione was offended either by my words or by the idea. Why not? Have you heard this expression, history is written by the winners? The girl nodded and continued the quote. Therefore, it does not mention the losers. Arthur Drexler. Exactly. This is an entirely viable concept because who will refute the words written by this very winner? If it is unprofitable for people to know something, this will not be mentioned in modern publications. But in the old ones it can be the same, but vice versa. I prefer to collect information, ponder, compare with observations, and only then draw conclusions. Although I myself sometimes sin with blind faith in what is written. 10. Chapter 10. So I talked with Hermione about all sorts of little things. It turned out that she has a phenomenal memory for text and pictures, and, I think, this is where her problem lies. When I asked for the sake of interest a couple of transfiguration theories from the book, she immediately quoted them to me, and even more she recited a couple of paragraphs by heart. But when I asked to summarize the thoughts from the text and draw conclusions in a nutshell, it caused severe difficulties for Hermione. She even almost flared up, saying, "Why is it incomprehensible? People with absolute memory may well have these problems, and they go away with age and experience. Since they do not have to strain their brains to extract information, to simplify it for better memorization and assimilation, they are poorly able to work with the memorized material." Immediately I remembered, and completely, I used it, threw it aside. The same problem is with those who regularly use a computer in their work. They look for any information on the internet, use it on the spot, and that's it. You don't need to learn, remember, simplify, analyze. And the brain works along the path of least resistance. There is no need to do it, so I will not waste energy on it. We were almost the only ones who stood at the carriage exit even before the train began to stop. Therefore, they avoided the crush, although the students began to crowd into the corridors rather quickly. The train stopped, the doors opened, and we all gathered in a united crowd onto the dimly lit platform of Hogsmeade. The older students went to their side, shouting a couple of times to the first years to wait for their escort. We waited. The Hogsmeade platform itself was small. A platform, a couple of old English stone houses, a few lamp posts. The village itself began a little further. Its lights were clearly visible in the thickening darkness of an autumn evening. First years. All to me. The low bass rang out, and we all had the dubious honor of seeing Hagrid. Still the same shaggy bearded and all in the same brown shabby cloak, I saw him back on Diagon Alley. Oh. Hi Harry. How are you? Contrary to my thoughts, no one paid attention to Harry. If he had said, "Hi Potter," then yes, they would have. "Who is this?" Hermione asked, looking dumbfounded at the half-giant. "This is Hagrid. Works as a groundskeeper at Hogwarts." "How do you know?" The girl turned sharply to me. Watching, listening, thinking. Hagrid took us down a dark path somewhere down and, after a while, brought us to the pier by the lake. We sat 4 people in the boat and set off on a short voyage to Hogwarts. By the way, we saw the castle on the shore, but it did not make a special impression on me for some reason. Big, beautiful, the moon that came out in time from behind the clouds added beauty to this view. I am a child of urbanization and megalopolises. Here is a picture from the Fifth Element when you look down in a flying car. There are many thousands of such machines scurrying along multi-level air corridors. The foundations of super skyscrapers are lost somewhere below, yes. It's powerful. And this is just the castle. After the ride across the lake, disembarkation naturally followed, but already on a stone pier almost at the base of an almost sheer cliff, on the top of which Hogwarts stands. Hagrid led us up the stairs until we were in the courtyard of the castle, right in front of the door at which the half-giant knocked loudly. McGonagall opened the door, and the half-giant turned us over to her. We walked along the dark corridors of the castle. Our footsteps on the stone-laid floor echoed with a booming noise along the spacious and high corridors, the light of torches that sometimes could not disperse the darkness under the ceiling. The professor took us to a small room, in which, after our arrival, there was not much room left. McGonagall read out a pre-prepared speech that we have to go through the distribution ceremony. We will get into one of the 4 houses, live together, become a family, peace, friendship, gum, points. She left, leaving us alone with our worries, but promised to return. Immediately there was a noise from many voices. Many decided to immediately discuss their thoughts with the first person who came to hand and share their impressions. But soon, even more impressions were added because suddenly ghosts floated out of the walls. I was ready for this. Indeed, this was the only thing that didn't allow me to throw something of blood out of surprise at them. Although it would not have helped. But I felt a response from the sword. He definitely has his own mind, even if he basically wanted to spit on what was happening. McGonagall returned and, having dispersed the ghosts, led us back. Passing large double doors in what is perhaps the largest corridor, she stopped opposite them and pushed weightlessly with one hand, easily opening them. The hubbub of many voices fell on us, which almost immediately died down as soon as the professor took us into the hall. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was truly impressive. Well, not the hall itself, but an enchanted ceiling and many flying candles above the tables. At the 4 tables that stood along the hall, students of different ages were sitting, and at the last, 5th, which stood across at the very end, were the teachers, led by Dumbledore himself. This ceiling is so enchanted by the founders themselves. I read about it in the history of Hogwarts. Hermione is so Hermione. The professor took us to the teacher's table, brought a stool with an old shabby brown hat, and stepped aside. The hat began to move, its folds folded into a semblance of a face, and she began to sing. My ears almost blew from it. Singing off-key. After a colossal hat fiasco in the vocal area, McGonagall began calling in the incoming children on the list. It was necessary to go out, sit on a stool and endure a couple of moments finding a dusty artifact on my head. The students came out one by one, so here Hermione came out. She was clearly talking about something with the hat, long and hard. 11, Chapter 11. Gryffindor. McGonagall took off the hat from her, and Hermione went to her new table. Thoughtful, seemingly joyful, but apparently not. I did not particularly look for the rest, only noticing some interesting children about whom I do not know anything at all. Take Greengrass, for example. A doll girl, absurdly perfect in appearance and with great boredom on her face. About her, in the story of Potter, we know only that she exists, and this is already a lot, given the number of children and teenagers around, which I have not even heard, read, or seen. Knight, Maximilian. Hearing my name, I walked over to the stool, turned around, and sat down. McGonagall immediately dropped the hat on my head. Curious. And where should I send you? Definitely not Slytherin, I said inwardly, turning to the hat. Why not? In Slytherin, you can achieve greatness. Too many problems. Do not like difficulties. Everything should be in moderation. Well, you do not attach due importance to friendship, as well as you do not possess due brightness and unusual personality, and therefore. Gryffindor. The hat screamed to the whole room, and McGonagall immediately took it off me. I went to an empty seat at the table to thunderous applause from the students of my new house. The students of my house were happy, congratulated, someone clapped on the shoulder. Too noisy, but I think I can handle it. I am happy that we got to the same house. Hermione, sitting next to me, addressed me. Me too, nodded in response, and we began to look at further distribution. Malfoy, of course, got on Slytherin, and instantly, the hat did not even touch his head. When Potter was summoned, everyone immediately fell silent, but every now and then, questions came from everywhere. Potter. The same Harry Potter? And the boy did not at all look like a celebrity in terms of his physical condition. A small, shy child, not accustomed to neatness, black hair sticking out in different directions, a dashing and silly look. And, of course, bicycle glasses and a scar on his forehead, barely covered with a bang. And, of course, he was sent to our house. It was then that the students around literally exploded with delight in all its manifestations. It was even hard for me to sit still. When all the students were assigned, Dumbledore decided to keep his word. He congratulated everyone on their admission and said the very 4 words, the meaning of which has escaped the understanding of the fans of the universe for many years. Now they will torment me too because I did not see much sense, but the slight tension that hovered around the hall was gone as if there was nothing. When Dumbledore sat back down in his throne-like chair, various dishes appeared on the tables in an instant, for all tastes. Fried, and boiled, and stew. Chops, sausages, baked chicken, pork ribs. Or maybe not pork. Baked boiled potatoes, salads, in general, here you could really find everything both for a hearty dinner and for a light snack. One of the many Weasleys, Ron, immediately began to eat as if he had come from a hungry land. Not so picky, of course, but I was still glad I didn't sit too close to him. This is perhaps the only thing that annoyed me. And so, I sat quietly, ate, watched the people around. Someone shared stories related to their origins. A chubby, humble boy, who I thought was Neville, told the story of his first magical release. On that fine, joyful day for the whole family, Neville's uncle wanted to once again provoke a magical release from the boy. For this, he hung him upside down through the window, holding one of them. Uncle got distracted and released Neville. If he really was a squib, then this would be the last day of his, not the best life, but like a rubber ball, he jumped down the street. A nightmare, frankly. Basically, no one asked me about anything. The feast ended with all the food and plates disappearing and Dumbledore getting up from his chair to start another speech. He told about the Forbidden Corridor, the list of forbidden things, that the Forbidden Forest is forbidden. Then, with a slight movement of his magic wand, he created the illusion of words, the Hogwarts anthem, and everyone sang it, each in his own way. Although not all, some just opened their mouths. After this speech, the prefects of the houses took us to the drawing rooms. Our prefect, Percy Weasley, looked grave and proud and peering at everyone condescending. The living room path ran along corridors, stairs, along the most real square shaft of the central tower, where staircases sometimes changing their direction could lead you to almost any floor of the castle, including the dungeons. I would call this place a transport hub. It is this association that comes to mind. There was also an incredible number of living portraits and tapestries of all sizes. They were hung out with a kind of mosaic and, in many places, covered the walls with a continuous layer, despite the difference in size from each other. On the way, we met Peeves, a local poltergeist. We didn't manage to avoid the dubious pleasure and not get to know him. Neither Percy's threats to deal with him personally or to call the Bloody Baron had an effect. This ghostly bully almost beat someone with crutches. We need to find a couple of spells against this follower of chaos. Already in the living room itself, the exit to which was hiding the fat lady's portrait, Percy read us his speech about the house, how cool we are, what a fantastic house, how great Dumbledore, and in general. I happily ignored it. Then we were taken to the bedrooms, the boys to one wing, the girls to the other. Ron, Harry, Neville, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan were brought into the room with me. We quickly dispersed to the beds and, to be honest, I don't really like the idea of a shared life. Although this is not even a hostel, a barracks. There are little space, a personal bed, and a chest, that's all. Well, okay, I'll think of something over time. While getting ready for bed and changing clothes, we shared some impressions of Hogwarts. Before going to bed, I went to the shower room shared by the men's wing. I have developed the habit of taking a shower in the morning and evening. I will need to follow this schedule. When I returned to the room, everyone had already seen what is being said, the 10th dream. And I have to go sleep too. 12, Chapter 12. When there is something to do, time flies by, a proverb. For the first few days, I settled into the castle, putting Hermione on my tail. The girl initially showed resistance but gave up on the argument that it is necessary to know precisely the place where you plan to live for another 7 years. Therefore, she fought with her desire to sit in the library. We walked around the castle most of our free time, drawing up an approximate plan in our head without considering various secret corridors and other things we did not know them. Percy Weasley quite often left the first years on their own, rather than escorting them to the offices, as he should. Therefore, the guys were often late for the first classes, but we were not, because we already knew where to go. The classes themselves were nothing special. McGonagall was strict and immediately proved herself to be the guardian of rules and discipline. She gave a lot of theory and magic formulas for memorizing and only then moved on to practice. For the almost complete transformation of a mage into a needle in the first lesson, Hermione received points because, although imperfect, she is the first to achieve a result. After a couple of minutes, I performed a complete transformation using willpower and detailing the visual transformation process, but I got half the score. The charms lesson with Professor Flitwick was interesting. The professor himself, a short man in a black tailcoat and green robe, turned out to be quite cheerful and optimistic, often brightening up a boring theory with stories from life. It does not matter fictional or not. In the classroom, we learned different movements, their components, wrote down the magic theory, which never revealed its essence or work mechanism. But we recorded and taught. During potions making, Professor Snape was serious and formidable, bombarded Potter with questions, did not talk about safety. Preparing ingredients and brewing a potion was more like preparing food, but there were some nuances. Suppose you carefully monitor the cauldron's situation and the reaction to stirring. In that case, we can conclude that everything is individual for each wizard. If Hermione needs to stir it 2 times clockwise to bring the potion to a specific state, then for me a little less, a 10th turn. It is interesting. And yes, Neville blew up the cauldron, but there were no casualties besides him. The professor sent the whimpering guy to the hospital wing and took points from Potter. Why? Because he could. I understand that. Fuck them and the intrigue around the guy I need to learn. And I studied. Herbology is a magic garden with all that it implies. In addition to gardening, this lesson can help you gain knowledge about specific properties of plants that are not described in books on potions in the section on compatibility and properties of ingredients. Astronomy is astronomy. Everything is in the title of the lesson. Celestial bodies and their movements in the sky are studied. The history of magic is the monotonous muttering of the ghost of Professor Beans. Everything he tells is literally written in the textbook, and a constant topic of lectures is the Goblin Uprisings. A subject like defense against the dark arts was no less farce than history. Especially when you consider Quirrell a stutter, always stinking of garlic and a slight cadaveric smell that for some reason no one can smell. He, like Beans, decided that quoting the textbook was a great idea. Here I disagree, but what can I do? Even the first lesson of flying on brooms did not interest me, mainly because we didn't have a chance to fly. Neville still fell off his broomstick. Malfoy provoked Potter, and the latter eventually became a seeker on the house Quidditch team. But this is a big secret that, perhaps, everyone knows about. Hermione and I don't get involved in anything at all. At first, the girl was shocked that no one wants to study. Everyone is just having fun and looking for adventure and trouble. I, if you dig a little deeper, by and large, do not care. Still, her irrepressible energy, aimed at bringing order to the house's chaos, causes an adverse reaction. So I decided to talk to her about this. We sat in the far corner of the library, finishing our transfiguration homework. Listen, Hermione. Yes. The girl put the last point in the parchment and set the writing materials aside, looked at me. Do you have to always correct and help everyone in everything when they don't ask? Of course. After all, if the guys are doing something wrong, you definitely need to tell and show how it should be. She nodded significantly. Don't you notice that nobody likes it? The girl frowned at me defiantly. What do you mean? Don't be offended, but you are considered an incredible nerd and boring. Really? And where does she get so much confidence in my words? Yet. If somebody asked for help, then it's okay. Otherwise, you only put yourself in a bad light. But the house is losing points, and this is unacceptable. Hermione spoke softly but with such emotion as if she was about to scream. I, as always in such cases, involuntarily smiled. And why do we need these points, competitions, cups, and so on? It won't even be noted in the personal file, I found out. This is senseless competition and enmity of houses out of the blue. And do not be eager to answer that way at every lesson. Well, I mean, just raise your hand calmly if you want to. Half of the teachers don't ask you because they already understood that Granger knows everything. But they also need to work with other guys to see how they can formulate their thoughts. Can I have your essay? The girl began to think over my words and pushed the essay in my direction, and I plunged into reading this opus, which is at least 3 times more than mine. A bunch of quotes and just a couple of lines of her own conclusions. It's sad. I returned the parchment to Hermione. Hermione. Tell me why you again quoted everything from the textbooks and that couple of books we took the other day. But there is so much you can write. And it doesn't make sense at all. Teachers hardly want to see clippings from books because understanding the subject is much more critical. We've already talked about this. From that day on, we started studying thoroughly. Hermione struggled to formulate her own thoughts and conclusions on paper. I severely rejected her quotes. The girl sulked, puffed, but regularly overcame life's difficulties. Having thought about it, I came up with an exercise for her. Describe your thoughts about a paragraph of text without quoting or using terminology. Use only the information in front of her, only simple everyday words. But I, to some extent, got it from her. It turned into a kind of organizer that always reminded me of the most different tasks we face for the day. What cannot be taken away from her is her incredible ability to rationalize available time. At the same time, she is quite capable of taking into account the interests and needs of another person. But idleness is not for her. And not for me. Perhaps that is why there was no conflict of interest? 13, Chapter 13. Earlier, in my past life, I didn't think very well of Hermione. You can easily catch a hypertrophied mania in books and films to follow the rules to instill your vision of correctness and correct behavior in everyone. But no. Here she gladly enters into a reasoned argument. If the position of her opponent is supported by facts, Hermione considers it and may even agree. She loves and respects the rules, but she has her gradation of these rules in order of importance. Hermione will follow them until there is a real reason to break them, but not for the sake of doing bullshit. In the books, she was very indignant and kept saying that she needed to study, do her homework, and prepare for lessons. As I found out, the reason for this was not that she was such a nerd, but the total idleness of her canon friends Ron and Harry. It turned out that my memory is also perfect, and I just ignored it before. But it's okay. My day was not much different from weekdays outside Hogwarts. Exercise, shower, breakfast, homework, lunch, homework, dinner, a little homework, physical preparation, homework, or sitting in the library, sleep. I even remember nothing special, in fact, the only difference from my usual daily routine the mere fact that all of this at Hogwarts. In early October, we found a loophole in the rule about the prohibition of witchcraft in the corridors. You just need to do it in the classroom. The misunderstanding comes from the misinterpretation of the rules. It seems that magic can only be done in the classroom. And the prefect does not consider this issue. At the same time, it does not matter whether it is an active classroom or a long-abandoned one. In connection with this fact, we immediately found ourselves in one such class on the 4th floor and started to practice magic. This was the first real difference between our approaches and interests. I immediately rushed to mastering various spells with a combat bias, information on which we dug with great difficulty in the library's wilds. Reducto, Bombarda, Conf Ringo, Expulso. I just want to blow up and destroy. On the other hand, Hermione made a bias towards all sorts of magical interests, which most of all can be called miracles. It will create a blue fire that does not burn, then it will begin to transfigure something, while her eyes literally shone with happiness. Well, yes, you surprise anyone with explosions, but changing the shape and other properties of an object is, yes, it's powerful. Hermione wanted to try everything, check everything, and I memorized the same spells to automaticity. At the end of October, I decided to work on a new enchantment conditionally harmless. A simple thought brought me to this. Suddenly, a fight, an attack from around the corner in the corridors of the castle, and what should I do? Blow up school children? Or set them on fire? What has been learned will undoubtedly help in a severe collision, but not in a school showdown. For this reason, I decided to diversify my arsenal. Expelliarmus, Avert Statum, Stupefy, Silencio. Several things have emerged regarding spells. It is entirely incomprehensible why a gesture and a verbal formula are needed. Spells cannot be obtained without them, but the question is different: how does it work at all? It is enough to know the gesture and the spell's verbal formula to produce the desired effect, which you may not even know about. In the Transfiguration, you can also remember the general or specific formula for the case. How? Apart from this, I began to notice something else. The more often I use a spell, the easier it becomes. If you had to concentrate strongly on completing the task at hand in the first place, now you just have to wish. At the same time, if earlier an error in the execution of a gesture led to a breakdown of the spell, exactly the same error does not affect in any way at the moment. Still, it allows you to perform a spell in a much more free gesture and posture. There is a guess that over time the motion will disappear as unnecessary, as well as the verbal formula. I shared these thoughts with Hermione during a break from my evening workout. Perhaps, in the course of training, we somehow record these spells in ourselves. Hermione gave out the theory when she got tired of training. And anyway, how can you jump around the classroom so much without even sweating? In her voice, there was a distinct reproach and slight envy. I'll think about the recording. I jump because I have been doing various physical exercises from early childhood. I have been doing kendo for several years, and, in general, movement is life. PFFF, the girl smiled, turning away. What? It is much easier to dodge a spell and immediately attack than to take it first on Protego, which, by the way, we both fail. Boys. All you need to do is fight. Hermione, I sat down next to the girl at the desk. We now live in a magical world. Here, everyone from the age of 11 is armed and very dangerous. Hermione looked at me with incomprehension. Wand. Magic wand. It's not just a hammer for hammering in nails, a microscope for research, and a flashlight. This is a pistol, an automatic rifle, a grenade launcher, and in the hands of a potent wizard a nuclear missile. Judging by the somewhat shocked face, she did not consider the wand in this way, even seeing my practice of conditionally combat spells. People are people, I continued. And it doesn't matter, ordinary people or wizards, people have always been good at inventing means of killing or subjugating their own kind. But this is wrong. Wrong, I nodded. But this is the nature of the majority of people. Did you know that the use of confundus is not only not prohibited but also permitted? And the absolute legality of Amortentia and other love potions? This is far from the entire list of spells and potions that allow, albeit for a short time, to subdue the mind. How many spells can cripple or kill? There is a myriad of them. Of course, you can slay with a pencil if you have the desire, but the fact that there are in the public domain 1,001 ways to finish off your neighbor should lead to some thoughts. But what about the law? The ministry must keep track of such things. DMLE, Orers. Hermione once again loses faith in humanity in a dialogue with me. It's a pity, but it's better this way. Well, yes, they are. What's next? They catch criminals, but to become a criminal, you have to commit a crime. Do you understand? No? Well, someone will kill you, and then what? Perhaps he will be caught, punished, very mild, but you will already be dead. What good is his punishment to you? But is it possible that even murder is punished here gently? A guaranteed trip to Azkaban is given only for the use of unforgivable spells and rituals with human sacrifice. Everything else according to the situation and depending on who is the victim and who is the accused. What do you mean? Hermione, magical England is a tiny closed society. Magic families, surnames lived here for many hundreds of years, built relationships with each other, and so on. New surnames appear, make their way upward, acquire a particular reputation over many generations. To some extent, there is a caste system here, but not the same as in India. There you cannot go from class to class. Here you can. Everyone knows each other, everyone is familiar, everyone owes each other several times, and many pure-blood relatives in general to one degree or another. Even new pure-blood surnames and a pure-blood child have only wizards in his pedigree for at least 3 generations. In the ministry, the situation is no better. Everyone is looking for benefits, promoting their acquaintances, relatives, or promising wizards in terms of connections. Now, who are we? You are a Muggle-born. For the local society a stranger, a new person who has no ties, no money, no one behind. I am documented as Muggle-born, but in fact, I am pure blood. But only if this moment comes up, and it comes up, family, who by mistake disowned me, will somehow make amends for this issue. But how? The easiest way is to kill because I am the living personification of the head of the family's error. I'll be a weakling, kill this disgrace. I'll be strong, kill this reminder of error and failure. If you or I am killed by a pure blood wizard, he will most likely get off with a large fine. If we slay such a wizard, we will go to Azkaban. You say such horrors. I don't even believe. Hermione lowered her head dejectedly. That's why I study offensive spells. I want to be able to protect myself. To become a potent wizard so that they would even be afraid to look at me crookedly. While we study at Hogwarts, we are under the patronage of Dumbledore. He is, of course, a politician, and I don't believe him a dime, but there is also a plus: no one will openly go against him. No one will openly attack us either because this will untie the director's hands. Whatever one may say, he is the most potent wizard on the islands and possibly in Europe. They may well build intrigues against him, but we are safe, too small bird from this side. Therefore, I want to take advantage of these 7 years to the fullest to leave Hogwarts not as a fool but as a wizard whose opinion will be reckoned with. And I recommend it to you. The magical world is a beautiful fairy tale, but according to the plots of the Brothers Grimm. After this conversation, Hermione, albeit somewhat reluctantly, added physical exercise to her schedule and began to work off attack spells. Before that, she thoroughly went through the library on the part of the legislation and was able to be convinced of my words, but I was not sure of them. It was just a theory based on the knowledge of the canon. Good to know. 14, Chapter 14. October 31st, Halloween. The morning of that day began with the smell of pumpkin. After completing my standard morning warm-up routine and taking a shower, I went down to the Great Hall for breakfast. And then there was a pumpkin. It's not a holiday yet, but a pumpkin is already everywhere. I can't say that I don't love her, no. I am as indifferent to her as to oatmeal. But was it possible to organize a regular breakfast too? In the charm class, Professor Flitwick finally decided that we had sufficiently learned the different basic movements with the wand and that we could finally get down to the practical part. And remember, he said from his pulpit, standing on an impromptu stand from Lockhart's books, it is very important to pronounce the words correctly. Let's repeat this wonderful gesture. Easy, sharp, and whistling. The professor demonstrated the gesture for Wingardium Leviosa and we all repeated it several times. Perfectly. He said with a smile. Now, let's get down to practice. Does everyone have feathers on their tables? Yes. A discordant chorus of voices rang out. Then let's get started. Correct and not very verbal formulas began to be heard from all sides. The guys tried to do the gestures as best they could, and some just sat and looked at this theater of absurdity. As if from a firecracker, the sharp sound of a light explosion forced me to look towards its source. Next to Harry sat Seamus Finnegan with a smoky face, and only the ashes of the feather remained on his desk. In the meantime, Ron was getting more and more enthusiastic. The waves of his wand became wider and wider, and his voice became louder. Now he is like a windmill waving his hand and, with a frenzied face, looks at the feather as an enemy of the people. Another movement and he almost knocked out Potter's eye. It's good that the boy is wearing armor. Hey Ron, take it easy. Sorry, buddy, the redhead calmed down. I looked at Hermione and waited for her to speak out about this, but she just shook her head dejectedly, rolled up her sleeves, and concentrated. A moment's concentration and the girl began to wave her wand, saying, Wingardium Leviosa. The pen immediately began to lift off the table, flying upward, obeying the movement of Hermione's wand. Oh! Miss Granger! A beautifully executed charms. 10 points to Gryffindor. Joyful Flitwick actively applauded. At the end of the lesson, Ron even said something impartial about the girl, but now not that she is a nerd, but that she knows and does not help. Hermione was offended and wanted to run away, but I walked alongside her and grabbed her hand. Do not pay attention. There will always be such dissatisfied people. He will never admit that it is his fault that he lacks the necessary skills. It's easier to blame others. Of course, came a youthful voice from the side, lazily drawing out the words. It's the Weasley, after all. Draco Malfoy personally honored us with a line. True, he was in no hurry to continue the dialogue and immediately left our society in the company of Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy, surprisingly, in this one word, I managed to lay out my whole attitude towards him and Lucius. Hermione looked at me with interest but didn't ask me anything. The whole day went on as usual. I sat next to Hermione at the gala dinner and was very little but glad of the current situation. She will not meet with the troll. Although this meeting could show. Yes, it would not show anything. Even in canon, Hermione did not understand that the world of magic is not a beautiful fairy tale. Maybe she understood because she became friends with the hero and his friend Ron. Oh, who would tell me what the characters in that tale were thinking? In the middle of the feast, the doors suddenly opened, and a very amusing professor ran into the hall. Quirrell, out of breath, with his turban slightly knocked to one side, ran as if from fire, looked around, held the hem of his robe with one hand, and tried to straighten the turban with the other. Troll! He shouted. Troll in the dungeons. His words had a better effect than silencio, creating absolute silence at the tables of the houses. Quirrell almost ran to the teacher's desk, who were already getting up. Here at Quirrell, the battery has run out, and he stopped, with difficulty moving his legs. Didn't you know? He looked around with an unseeing glance. I was in a hurry to inform you. After that, Quirrell collapsed to the floor unconscious. Several seconds of deathly silence were blown up by the many-voiced screams and panic of the students. This did not last long. Silence! Dumbledore's voice resounded throughout the hall, abruptly interrupting the panic and commotion of the students. Prefects, take the students to the common rooms. The professors and I will deal with the problem. Of course, I think this indication is far from the most reasonable, but it does not matter. According to the bestiaries, it is relatively easy to deal with a troll. Even one fifth-year student will cope with the good luck, ingenuity, and timely detection of danger. Percy led us to the common room, and all the way, the students of all ages looked around nervously, now and then clutching wands in their hands. It is not surprising that the Death Eaters easily overwhelmed the magical community. Everyone here is afraid of their own shadow, let alone a terrible dark magician. In the common room, the feast continued, so to speak. As soon as the students were safe, the fun atmosphere immediately returned, and the people recoiled a little from the shock. Someone bragging that he could have done it easily, although a moment ago, he almost had to change his pants. Someone was just glad that everything turned out okay, while someone noticed that Harry and Ron were not in the common room. But as soon as all began to worry, McGonagall appeared in the aisle to the common room, almost dragging two downcast idiots by the ears. What the hell? It turned out that these two alternatively gifted ones flooded to look at the troll, and he almost killed them. Perfectly. I wonder what happens if I, purely hypothetically, kill Potter? How will Avada affect the Horcrux? 15, Chapter 15. It's incredible how a difference in one event can have a profound effect on further events. Hermione's absence from Harry and Ron's company was not doing very well for their academic performance. Nobody else joined them, everyone had already broken up to their companies, except for Neville. But he was already fine because he regularly hung out in greenhouses with Madame Sprout and was engaged in plants. And many treated the boy well, although there was no direct friendship. Neville's best friends are plants. I wonder what happens if I give him a cannabis sapling? Hermione and I systematically skipped Quidditch matches, receiving McGonagall's reprimands, but we knew how to bribe her. We just demonstrated our achievements in the field of transfiguration. We said that this was all thanks to hard work and training, but if we go to matches, when will we learn? McGonagall was moved by our desire for knowledge, and sometimes it seemed to me that a little more, and she would say something about me, but no. She didn't say anything. But she definitely recognized my absurd resemblance to Narcissa. And the rest of the professors are unlikely to suffer from blindness, but nothing good or bad happens to me. Like Draco, by the way, he does not show any negativity towards me, as well as positive I do not exist for him. He is completely immersed in a conflict with the hero and the sixth Weasley. In early December, I received a package from my relatives. We usually only correspond. I wrote about my successes. The Knights wrote about events in the outside world and even sent me regular newspapers. This time a package of tasks came from an ordinary school. What is it? Hermione asked at breakfast when she saw a bulky task bag dropped to me by an owl. I was even afraid that he would knock me to death. Death would be absurd. Oh, this, Hermione, assignments from school. From school. The astonishment on her face defied verbal description. But why? That is, an ordinary school. Well, yes, I shrugged, putting the package in my backpack with an invisible extension. I use it instead of a school bag, convenient. It's not hard to carry things, and the capacity is large. But... Why? Well, what you mean, why? I was feign surprise. What if I can't work out with magic? After Hogwarts, I will calmly go to college or even university and build a normal life in the Muggle world. If it doesn't work out here. This is genius. And how did I not think about it myself? Hermione quickly got up from the table and, throwing the strap of her bag over her shoulder, was about to leave the large hall. I urgently need to write a letter to my parents. Hermione left and Harry, sitting next to me, looked at me in surprise. What? There should always be a backup plan. Nothing, Potter hesitated. I just didn't even think that someone might want to return to the ordinary world because there is magic right here. Who said that I want? Potter and a few of the listening kids looked up in confusion. There is such a word, it is necessary. So that's it. As I said, in case of my total failure as a magician, I prepare myself escape routes. I don't seem to be a fool, so I think I can handle such a load. Why are you all so obsessed with this studying? Ron was indignant. Not to even go to Quidditch or play gobstones. Or chess, at worst. I don't have time for this. Life is too short to waste time. But where is the hurry? Ron was surprised. You are pure blood. You'll not understand. Hey! Our family treats Muggleborns quite well. Ron snapped. Now everyone at our table has listened to the conversation. I don't argue. It's just that pure bloods are at the helm of the wizarding world. Even despite the fact how your family is called in their circles, you have more prospects than Muggleborns, even if you will do nothing during the whole time of learning. You're wrong, Max, one of the guys from the senior year spoke up. Both the legislation now encourages Muggleborns and the ministry. Console yourself with illusions, gentlemen. As if some pure blood in the 10th or 20th generation will give way to you under the sun. Oh well. You can find out all the information on these issues, and I will go to study. With these words, I went to class. I still need to solve school assignments and send them back. For Christmas, Hermione and I decided to stay. More precisely, I already knew that I would stay. Still, Hermione decided that it is possible to rest in the summer, which is perhaps not worth it. I insisted that Hermione write a large congratulatory letter to her parents and send gifts in the form of magic sweets. Sugarless. I did the same myself, and the Weasley twins were the sweets supplier for a really modest sickle fee. I sent the school assignments with the school owl, and Hermione sent hers. According to her, her parents managed in record time to organize her external training and send tasks, and the stubborn girl solved them all in 2 days. Also, she finally got involved in physical exercise. Especially for this, I transfigured various sports equipment. Her parents also sent her a bunch of books on gymnastics and athletics. The only thing that disappointed me a little at Hogwarts was the inability to train with hemomancy and my spiritual weapons. I don't really believe there is even one place in this castle that can be hidden from the all-seeing eye of Dumbledore. Therefore, it is better not to shine such skills, just in case. Christmas itself passed unusually quietly in the empty castle. Hermione gave me a voluminous reference book on medical potions. And I remembered that I was interested in this topic. But I remember how Hermione watched as I performed the transfigured Shina Kendo kata. So I asked my parents to get one book Hagakure. I have this book, but somehow I don't want to shine it in front of the knights, they won't understand. Even I don't understand a lot, and the more I'm trying to understand it the less I understand. Although a narrow-minded and straightforward person will consider Hagakure an unnecessarily cruel composition of a medieval samurai warrior. I reread it every year, and every year I see something new in it. And yes, the book is not related to kata, but I'm wondering what happens if you give it to Hermione. The Christmas holidays were held under the motto "Take a break from school, study the gift." It was quite funny to watch how Hermione sometimes wrote something out of the book, crossed it out, rewrote. It seems that she adjusted the ancient warrior's wisdom to the local reality, taking into account the magic. I thought, why am I only communicating with Hermione? After thinking about this question, I came to simple conclusions. I'm just comfortable with her. She is smart enough to understand my periodic statements. She, like me, came here to study. Constant house sloppiness and carelessness do not interest me, as well as her. As a result, neither she nor I have anyone to communicate with. Everything suits me. 16, Chapter 16. With the beginning of the new half-year, time flew faster than before. The monotony and productivity of our everyday life were off the charts. Hermione walked pensively, often missing what was being said around her. Sometimes she wrote something down in the black-bound notebook sent by Owl Mail. I even got paranoid, and I examined it more closely. Just a notebook. Her training began to bear fruit, and the girl did not fall from fatigue after half an hour of practicing spells together with movement, and her arms did not hang down like a whip. I hardly got tired, but only if I stopped controlling the passive amplification from hemomancy. I found some interesting recipes in the Handbook of Medical Potions. It was a potion complex that is used to accelerate the recovery of the musculoskeletal system. There is a tonic effect, acceleration of muscle growth, strengthening bones, and so on. It would seem great potion, why doesn't everyone drink in liters? It turned out there are several problems. The course of potions can be drunk once every 6 months, not more often. For the course to really work, significant damage to the body is needed. As I understood from the description, the body itself indicates what needs to be corrected. If there is nothing to correct or heal, then the course of potions is wasted. Over this problem, we racked our brains in mid-February and found the answer in a simple confundus. Hermione came up with the idea, remembering stories about experiments with hypnosis. In these experiments, a person believed that a hot ember was brought to the skin, but a piece of ice was brought in reality. The man screamed in pain, and the skin swelled and blistered as if from a burn. Well, without charring and burning, of course. We sat opposite each other in our abandoned auditorium. So, Are you suggesting that I put Confundus on you while saying that I am placing coal on your hand? Exactly, Hermione nodded. And attach what? Ice. Do you think it will work? In theory, yes. But practically, now we will find out. Come on already. We practiced Confundus for about 3 days, and again theoretically, each of us could impose it on another person. I took out my wand and pointed it at Hermione. Conf. Close your eyes. Red hot coal will now be applied to your hand. I duplicated with words the mental message that was put into the spell, just in case. Hermione closed her eyes, and I conjured a glass of water. Glaciphores. Ice immediately formed in the glass. I shook it out on the table and, taking it in my hands, put it on Hermione's finger. Ouch! She shouted sharply and, bringing her finger to her face, began to examine it. Well. Wait a section. We just waited for a couple of seconds, and in the meantime, a small area on the finger turned red and began to blister. Working. Smiled the girl but then frowned. However, now it hurts. We quickly ran to the hospital wing to see Madame Pomfrey, an elderly dryish medi-witch. She gave burn ointment and ushered us away. Now, all we need is a potion, thought Hermione, blowing on her finger. So we need to order the ingredients. How? Let's find out. The Weasley twins indulge in potions after school. Maybe someone else can perform our order, but at least this couple is known. We found them only in the evening in the common room. Gentlemen, I approached the group of twins and their black classmate with dreadlocks. They were sitting at a table in the back of the common room chatting about something merrily. Oh, Mr. Knight, the twins said in unison. What do we owe a visit from a brilliant person? Continued the first of them. I need some ingredients for the potions. No problems, the second nodded. Half a galleon for mediation and a must-have list. Payment on delivery and remember. Nothing forbidden, finished first for the second. I agree. Now I will make a list. Okay. Both twins answered with a smile. On a sheet of an ordinary notebook, I made a list in a few minutes using a standard pen. I returned to the guys, carrying 9 more shekels. Here. How long should I wait? I handed the list and money. The twins looked at each other. Let's send it now. The first asked the second. Let's go. The second nodded, and both looked at me. Tomorrow. After dinner, they again answered in unison and briskly ran from the common room to their own. I informed Hermione of the order's success, and she went to prepare the cauldrons and tools. Potions are brewed quite quickly, only half a day, although the recipe is rather complicated. If the ingredients arrive tomorrow, you can have time to cook everything and pour it into portions before the next potions lesson. I can't wait for tomorrow. The twins delivered the ingredients on time, I paid, and Hermione and I managed to prepare the potions quickly enough. All in the same abandoned classroom. Then we tormented ourselves with physical training until the evening until our hands began to rise with difficulty. It was then that we imposed Confundus on each other with the formulation, each cell of the musculoskeletal system requires regeneration. Drink the potions. It was awful. An incredibly intense pain gripped my body, even though we had not planned it. Through pain and gritted teeth, we struggled to get to the potions and drank them. I'm afraid that if it weren't for Confundus, we wouldn't have gotten to the bottles. It was only after the last potion was drunk that the pain subsided, but the effect was undoubtedly achieved. Now comes the fun part. It was awful. Hermione croaked, struggling to sit down at her desk. I followed her example, and it was not easier for me. I agree. We were silent for a while. But now, for a whole month, we will have super powerful regeneration of bones and muscles, which means we can train much more. Yet, none of us expressed much joy. The next day I felt perfect, and judging by Hermione's eager eyes, so was she. In the wake of a good mood, we decided to spend this month entirely on training. Only begging Madame Pomfrey for strengthening potions, like, winter, cold, we don't want to get sick. We got them every time. The first thing we noticed was an increased appetite. And on the very first day of our frantic training, we ate for 2 almost more than the first year of our house. I had to start looking for a kitchen, and it's good that I remembered its approximate location. Not far from the Hufflepuff common room, there is a large still life painting where you have to tickle a pear. In the kitchen, there was a whole horde of house elves, small grey-skinned humanoids. Thin, with huge pitiful eyes, disproportionate heads, and caricatured faces. I want to kill them out of mercy. They were so delighted with us that I began to worry about my integrity. They would take me away for souvenirs and rejoice at their piece of young wizards. We were immediately fed, watered, invited to come in at any time. Let me guess, I said to a thoughtful Hermione as we walked back to practice in our room. Do you think that house elf slave labor is used at Hogwarts? How did you guess? She wondered. Well, that's typical for you. Before you jump to conclusions, you need to know as much as possible about these creatures. Don't forget this is a world of magic. Logical, correct rules and norms from the ordinary world may simply not work here. I know, Hermione nodded. But I heard that house elves are not paid, they have no days off and vacations. Don't eat fairy pollen then. Why should I eat fairy pollen? Finally confused Hermione. Well, how is it why? All Bowtruckles eat fairy pollen. But I'm not a Bowtruckle. Hey! Do you understand now? The girl wanted to be indignant but thought for a moment. You want to say that they are not people, and therefore our values are alien. You need to find out everything. Perhaps in their category of values, they have even more than they need since they are so eager to work. This needs to be carefully considered. 17, Chapter 17. Time again flew at a gallop. We trained, ate at Hogwarts, studied magic. When, after a month, the effects of the potions ended, Hermione suddenly remembered about the upcoming exams. She began to repeat the material she had covered with manic persistence. I repeated everything in a week, and I was in a rush to keep up with her. Not that I needed it, but she also shows unprecedented tenacity, catching up with me in the practical field of magic. I'm in the lead here. So we help each other. I am a practitioner, she is a theoretician. Each in our path we excelled at each other, and therefore we had to help each other regularly. Very convenient, I must say. At Hogwarts itself, everything was quiet and smooth. Malfoy pestered Harry and Ron. The older guys just poured shit on each other in their own way. Often there were clashes in which no one involved the younger, an unspoken rule. Children up to the third year have their own sandbox and their own paddles. The rest have their own. Nobody paid any attention to Hermione and me. Neither ours nor the Slytherins. Sometimes I had the feeling that every year, there was such a Malfoy and Weasley, who over time were the catalyst for the hostility of the whole course among themselves. Well, in general, no other reason simply existed. Absolutely. We rarely crossed paths even in class, and outside of them almost never. The only exception is the Great Hall. And so time went on, until the time for exams came. For Gryffindor, the past month and a half have been unfortunate. Harry and Ron managed to lose more than 200 points in a week, getting involved in the story with the Hagrid's dragon and pursuing Professor Snape. That's who has nothing to do. I honestly don't understand at all how Harry could defeat Voldemort. There is crazy luck. Absurdity, power of love, and this is magic, Harry. But I don't give a damn about this Potter. The students shuddered before the exams with terrible force. The 5th and 7th year students had the most challenging time. Do they have O.W.L.S and N.E.W.T.S or whatever? Didn't bother to find out. But the first years were also worried. The first exams, how not to worry. I remember in a past life that I was also worried when I was faced with such a thing as exams at school. Phew, the teachers scared us then. I can't remember without laughing. However, the devil is not so terrible as he is painted, and I was once again convinced of this. The exams went on all week, one at a time every day, but they went off without a hitch. Hermione and I knew for sure that we got the highest marks in all subjects, without exception. Even Snape, twisting his face a little for appearance, will put his O. In fairness, it should be noted that he could take points for anything, but he always evaluated potions without bias, a kind of professionalism of a master potion maker. And how could we cook something badly if we used his recipe and followed it exactly, monitoring the potion state? It is enough to be attentive, not too stupid, and not resemble the flock of sheep that the professor usually teaches. For once, Hermione and I got out into the street and sat on the shore of the lake, having arranged a small kind of picnic. Typical Muggle jeans and t-shirts, fine summer day, warmth, cool breeze, a basket of sandwiches assembled by the house elves. The final exam had just passed. Everything is fine. What do you think to do on vacation? Asked Hermione, examining now and then the tentacles of a giant squid peering out above the water, throwing stones dropped by the Weasley twins back at them. I do not know for sure. I will need to do assignments from an ordinary school, visit Sensei. Perhaps I will ask my relatives to go to France. France? Hermione looked at me with undisguised curiosity. Why not? It also has its own wizarding school, which means its own magical quarters, and other interesting things. I don't know much about it, but it didn't make it less interesting. Malfoy walked by in the company of his faithful companions Crabbe and Goyle. He slightly grimaced when he saw us, but without saying a word, he walked on. I decided to ignore him. I decided so long ago and still adhere to this position. Looks like Lucius didn't initiate him into his failure. Or, on the contrary, did he? Malfoy's behavior can be attributed to both, but I don't know the truth. Without the use of force, of course. You know, while we have a little time, we still need to finish off Protego, Hermione drawled thoughtfully, squinting at the floating clouds. You know, yes. I quickly collected the rest of the provisions in a basket, and we went to the castle. I met Ron and Harry along the way. They looked agitated, hungry, and confused. Hold on, guys, handed them the basket. There are a couple of sandwiches. Oh, cool. The redhead was delighted, taking the basket. Thank you. Let's go have a bite, buddy. Heroic deeds are not done on an empty stomach. Potter nodded gratefully, and he was literally towed away by Ron. They're so lazy, I smiled. Like everyone else, Hermione stated indifferently. 18, Chapter 18. There were visitors in our abandoned classroom, Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater Ravenclaw Prefect, average appearance. The girl almost sat on Percy's lap, and they were talking very nicely. Our appearance was noticed immediately, and Penelope literally jumped from her usual place, blushing a little. Percy kept up with her complexion. Hermione was not at all embarrassed by this picture. She just smiled out of the corner of her lips. Hello, naughty. I waved my hand. A thought popped into my head. We have not seen anything if you show how to put Protego correctly. What? Percy tried to find the words, but his girlfriend quickly came to her senses. Deal. Penelope nodded. Percy looked at her, sighed, and agreed. What is your problem? Asked our prefect, and in his voice, there was slight hopelessness. We have no idea, I decided to conduct the conversation. Gestures and verbal formulas are correct, but not a single shield charm works. Show me. Penelope sat down on the table, and Percy stood next to her. Hermione and I took out our wands and took turns trying several versions of Protego. Normal, Duo, REFL Ecto Modification, Totalis. None of them even started. I know. Penelope, pleased with herself, jumped off the table. You didn't study from textbooks, did you? No, I shook my head. There is no such thing in the textbooks for our course. There is not much that is useful in terms of applied magic. We collected information in the library. Exactly, held out Penelope. And there is material for already more or less accustomed to magic students. In the textbook for the third year, where shield enchantments are considered, there is a hint to them. It needs a mandatory visual image. In the textbook, for this purpose, magic photos are attached, and the teacher clearly demonstrates. Let me show you, and you will have the desired image. We agreed, of course. Penelope took out her wand. Protego, she waved her wand, and for a few seconds, the almost transparent wall of shield charm appeared in front of her. Its center was opposite the tip of the wand. The spell does not last long. It is fast. Also, you need to clearly imagine in which direction the shield will be turned. I see, we nodded and immediately decided to try. Protego. At the same time, Hermione and I waved our wands, and the shield wall appeared in front of us for a few seconds. We conjured it several times, changing direction, experimenting, and only after a couple of minutes we finished. Well done. Percy praised us. I, as the prefect, am proud of such first years. Not like some. Hermione liked the praise, even though she tried not to show it. Okay. Great, Penelope nodded. You also tried to study other shield charms? And you know gestures and formulas? I noticed that you have worked them out very well. Let's move on to Duo then. We nodded and watched closely. Protego Duo, Penelope waved her wand once again. In front of her wand, two walls of protective charm appeared colorless and bluish. The girl slightly twisted her wand in her hands, and the walls began to move to each other as if covering Penelope from different sides. After a few seconds, they disappeared. Just like that, she nodded to herself. Quite a complicated enchantment. The colorless wall protects against conceptual spells, and the bluish wall protects against physical incarnations. Oh, do you know what that means? Of course, we knew. Energy aimed at changing the state of the object of influence. It can be various, freezing, explosive, incendiary, and other spells that do not carry a material component. Physical just carrying a material component, attacking with multiple objects. Some ice spears, jets of fire, embodied physical objects. In general, a bluish shield protects against physical impact. So we nodded, saying, we know. Now it's our turn to try. It was possible to create the shields the first time, but their separate movement only from the third. I had to clearly form a mental image of their movement. Simultaneously. It's like doing different things with your hands, it takes more practice. You guys are quite talented. Penelope was a little surprised but immediately moved on to the next spell. Protego REFL Ecto, a round translucent film appeared in front of her wand, but this time it was even and somewhat like glass. She held on until Penelope broke the spell. This shield enchantment reflects conceptual spells. It is worth remembering that they do not reflect in the opposite direction, do not reflect at the enemy. The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection, Hermione said and received a surprising nod from Ravenclaw Prefect. Exactly. Try it. We tried. On the third attempt, it was possible to put a more or less normal shield charm. It looks not very good, stated Penelope. But don't despair. More practice, and it will be great. You are doing amazingly well already. Many people have to make 24 attempts for a charm of this level, and this is in senior years. Let's go further. The girl made a much more difficult pass with her wand, and this time she was surrounded by a grey transparent sphere, like a soap bubble. She trembled a little and disappeared after a few seconds. It doesn't work well for me, notes of sadness were heard in her voice. Wanna try? But if it does not work out, do not despair. This is one of the most difficult shield charms to hold. We tried 5 times and managed to create a quivering sphere. Percy pulled out a piece of parchment, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it lightly at my shield. It blocked the blow but immediately disappeared. The same fate befell Hermione. Not bad. Not bad, he nodded. My first Totalis let me down, and with the same piece of paper, I got exactly in the forehead. Ha ha ha. Penelope laughed, patting the embarrassed Weasley on the shoulder, and I remember your face then. Hermione and I thanked the seniors and went to the library. I don't want to look for a new class, and ours will probably not be free soon. 19, Chapter 19. The next day was memorable for Harry and Ron being in the hospital wing. Nobody knows what happened, but I have a guess. They either failed on the test strip, or they did manage. Few options, right? The fact that they went in search of adventure, as soon as everyone went to bed, I knew we live in the same room, whatever one may say. Well, to hell with them, at the festive feast in honor of the end of the school year, we will find out everything. Those couple of days before the feast, Hermione and I did a lot of magic to nausea. Muggleborns are not allowed to do magic on vacation, and as I have learned, there are several reasons. The likelihood of a violation of the statute of secrecy and the absence of an adult wizard to prevent mistakes or the sad consequences of improper magic. That is, in fact, you can use magic, but only where there are adult wizards and not in the Muggle world. Therefore, we conjured until we lost our pulse. On the day of the feast, when Harry and Ron were discharged from the hospital wing, the entire house learned of their adventures. They passed the streak, although the devil's snare caused them problems, as well as the puzzle with poison, wine, and potion. In secret to the whole world, Ron told that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the Forbidden Corridor, and now it is destroyed. We came to the feast in a somewhat depressed state. Firstly, we were simply tired, and secondly, the house's general mood was conveyed to us a loss on points. Total loss. Last place. Before the feast began, Dumbledore announced the results, confirming our last place. But he wouldn't have been Dumbledore if he hadn't done a feint with his ears. However, we did not take into account the recent events, he continued weightily, standing in front of the silent hall. To Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best chess game in Hogwarts history, I award 80 points to the Gryffindor house. Percy was happy, the house was happy, the others were perplexed. Hermione sat there, like me, but she didn't say anything. To Mr. Harry Potter, Dumbledore continued, and the hall was completely silent. I seemed to hear Snape's brow twitch. I award 90 points to the Gryffindor house for unprecedented courage and iron restraint. A few seconds of deathly silence and the hall literally exploded with the joy of the Gryffindors, the Slytherins' anger, and a mixture of these emotions from the rest of the houses. So. The director spoke again, but no one really listened to him. First place is taken by Gryffindor. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the numerous banners throughout the room changed color from green to scarlet. The Slytherin crest changed to that of Gryffindor. With an expressionless face, Hermione was trying to get up and leave because it was all entirely against the rules. I'm sure she perfectly understood that now our house in general and Potter, in particular, would be disliked, and that's putting it mildly. Still, I held her back by the hand, pulling her back into place. This is how hatred, anger, and envy are born, I said quietly to her while students were going crazy around. This is disgusting, she grimaced. What? Don't you like that we have won? Said Ron, who suddenly drew attention to us, and with him Harry and many nearby. Instead of Hermione, who seemed to have decided that there was no point in explaining anything, I spoke up. You received points for leaving the living room after lights out, walking along the corridors of the castle, sneaking into the Forbidden Corridor, burning a valuable magical plant, breaking 2 school brooms, smashing a valuable artifact of the last few hundred years, and dooming Flamel to death. How lovely! Death and destruction is a Gryffindor's worthy deed. You know nothing. Ron flushed, indignant, and many others were outraged. I'm not saying you did the wrong thing, I shrugged. But really, none of this happened, and you did not break a bunch of rules? I don't care, to be honest. You survived, and thank Merlin. That's it. Ron lifted his nose proudly, and Hermione looked at me reproachfully. The students continued their congratulations. Food and drinks appeared on the tables. This is all terribly unfair, and I have conflicting feelings, Hermione told me quietly. We seem to have won, but such disgusting sediment on my soul. I understand. Why did you support them? Did I? I said what I thought but did not develop the conflict. Anyway, no one will understand anything. Let's eat, the road is long. You're right. After the feast, everyone went to collect their things. We were given warnings about the prohibition to conjure during the holidays, the results of exams in which Hermione and I shared the place of the best student for two. We got to the train again by boats, accompanied by the same Hagrid. Hermione and I quickly occupied an empty compartment and locked the door with Colloportus. I decided to sleep, and Hermione pulled out some massive book and sat down to read. I did not notice how I fell asleep but woke up already literally in London. Get up. I opened my eyes and saw Hermione shaking my shoulder. What? The brain did not work immediately, but almost instantly. Have we already arrived? Yes. There was no need to change, so we quickly got to the platform, found the luggage carts, and drove off to the Muggle side of the station. In the parking lot, John was already waiting for me in his BMW 5. Hermione seemed to have noticed her parents and pulled me to meet them. Mom, Dad. The girl immediately threw herself into their arms, and the joyful parents could not help but reciprocate. John seemed to have noticed a bustle nearby. He got out of the car and walked towards us, welcoming me with his hand. When we all gathered in one company, Hermione hurried to introduce us. Mom, Dad, get acquainted. This is Maximilian Knight, my classmate and friend. Max, this is my mom and dad Jean and Paul Granger. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Mr. This is my father, John Knight, I introduced the approaching father. It's good that we are not in a secular society. Otherwise, we can go on like this all day long. Her parents started the same small talk. Be sure to write to me, Hermione said in a rather important tone, as, in fact, always. And don't forget about the schedule of the day. Of course, Fluffy, I hugged the girl and patted her randomly curly hair. Hey! What? You have not paid attention all year, but now I am a Fluffy. She was genuinely indignant. It's a Knight's move, Hermione. Knight's move. With a smirk, I went after my father, who had time to say goodbye to the Granger couple. The adults smiled mysteriously. I am plagued with vague doubts that they have already imagined something weird. Chapter 20. Home sweet home. How much in this phrase? I do not mean the structure itself, but the fact of being out of school. I again took up training with hemomancy, without fear of total control, as in Hogwarts. Although I can't do anything particularly global. The creation of a bloody sphere shield is similar to Protego Totalis, but the protection level is unknown. It is hugely problematic to verify it. In general, regarding hemomancy, I am tormented by vague doubts that until the end of Hogwarts, it will not remain at the best level of development. A few summer training will not give the proper growth in the volume of manipulations and their quality. After graduation, it will already be possible to come to grips with this training, but for now, this is only a small trump card in the sleeve, like a sword. By the way, there is also a lot of unclear about the sword. Since he is a part of me, I feel that he is far from just a piercing cutting tool for doing good, but no matter how much I tried to listen to my feelings, I could not understand anything new. Having thought about it, I decided that it was not worth going back to Kendo in terms of attending classes. For 2 weeks, I was engaged only in hemomancy, regular training, and other things. Besides, I had to go shopping with the Knights. I grew out of clothes. The magic one, it turns out, can adjust itself within small limits. Still, even they became short, and I noticed this only upon arrival. The usual tracksuit was rather loose, so I did not notice any notable changes, but they, it turns out, are there. And how did I fit into jeans? Mystery. In mid-July, the Knights delighted me with the fact that they heeded my request and decided to go to France. We let our owl go to get food on its own because we won't take it with us. The training camp was held in record time, as were the preparation of documents and tickets purchase. On the 15th of July, we decided. On the 17th, we had already set foot on the land of the least resistance in Paris. At customs, a man in civilian clothes approached us and, presenting documents confirming that he was an Auror, asked to follow him. He led us into a separate spacious room with an examination table, armchairs, and a couple of some kind of ficuses in pots in the corners. Please, give me your wand and magical items for inspection, he said almost without an accent. I removed the wand holster from my forearm, took out the wand itself, and laid it on the table. John opened the suitcase and put my backpack on the table. Aurora took a tiny, incomprehensible cube from his pocket and, placing it on the table, waved his wand over it. The cube grew into some kind of ivory-colored artifact board. Aurore put my wand on the board and made a couple of his passes. Permit me to check the backpack, monsieur. He asked, looking at me. The question is clear on such backpacks, you can find a variety of protective charms. You should always ask the owner for permission or just crack them if the owner will protest. Yes, yes, of course, I nodded, and the Aurore, opening my backpack, held a magic wand over it. No prohibited goods were found, he declared, now holding my wand over the board. Acacia, Dragon Heart Vein, 12.5 inches. What is the purpose of your visit to France, monsieur? Knight. Maximilian Knight. These are my father and mother, John and Sarah Knight. Tourism. My parents have already been in France, but not in Paris, and I'm curious about the local magic quarter and everything else. Aurore nodded, made a couple more passes over the board, and a small card like a driver's license appeared out of nowhere. Aurore handed it to me and took a colored brochure out of his pocket. Here, Monsieur Knight, are your documents for a temporary stay in magical France. Check out the brochure for all the information you need to know about neighborhoods and places to visit. Then the Aurore returned my wand and backpack and only then smiled slightly. Welcome to France. I hope you will take only good impressions with you. Of course, monsieur. We stayed in a fairly decent hotel near the Place de la Bastille. The choice fell on these neighborhoods due to the close location of everything interesting, including the magic quarter. For several days, the Knights and I walked around Paris, visiting various and even exciting places. The most, as it seemed to me, funny the differences. Differences from what was in a past life. Different cars, different fashion, different signs. I was in Paris in a past life, walked the streets, listened to street musicians, visited all sorts of places. The difference is enormous, and it lies in people. You don't see it, you don't notice, but now people are more open, smile, communicate, look around with interest. In my time, everyone was immersed in smartphones and gadgets, not noticing anything. It seemed that even walking next to each other, people corresponded with each other and did not talk. We were able to make our way to the Louvre, walk around the Sorbonne, look at Versailles and visit Notre Dame. Impressive cathedral, really. It creates an indescribable impression of heaviness, massiveness. The Magic Quarter was different from the one in London. On the one hand, the differences are colossal, but on the other, none. The entrance to it was hidden behind an invisible door in a luscious pink candy store. As soon as you pass through these doors, you find yourself on a stone-paved smooth straight street with other roads intersections. The houses around are neat, level, lined up close to each other, and have different floors. But most of all, the differences in style are the medieval half-timbered houses. This style is the first that comes to mind when talking about medieval France, Germany, and other European countries. White walls with wooden beams and crossed struts, small windows, sharp, high roofs. Pretty sweet. Just like on Diagon Alley, you could see here owls flying overhead with letters and parcels, various flying airplanes, origami-like birds, and lanterns floating in the air. But there is also an important difference: the style of clothing of local wizards. He is more Muggle, but there are some subtle differences. Mantles are common here but not as loose. These could be capes, some design solutions at the junction with other clothes, dresses, greatcoats, coats, jackets, etc. They did not shy away from clothes of different cultures, looking for some new fashion trends. For example, I saw several young wizards in the likeness of Chinese kipao, still at the same time in pants or without cuts. After all, although France in general and Paris, in particular, are in some way trendsetters, it is not customary to bare your legs too much. In general, the magical quarter of Paris made a much more pleasant impression, light, airy, but this is all, as they say, to each his own. Someone quite likes London gloom and heaviness. My biggest problem is my insufficient knowledge of the language. I know French mediocre, I can introduce myself and ask for directions, but a constructive dialogue is beyond my abilities. It would seem, what is the problem? English is an international language. But it seems that they forgot to tell the French wizards about it. I even decided to correct this injustice. Well, I mean, learn the language. To do this, I bought a fairly large number of books in a regular bookstore, and in another store a bunch of videotapes with films, because you will also need to hear the language. The next morning I informed the Knights that I had gone to the Magic Alley and left the house. There is no need to buy anything else, and I spent so much money, and I also need to buy for Hogwarts. The only thing that interested me more or less was magic literature, but I did not rush with it. The language is still unknown to me, and taking books at random is stupid. Therefore, I just walked, sat in a magic cafe, looked at people. I was about to go home and even left the magic quarter when suddenly I felt some kind of faint push from behind and began to fall into darkness. 21, Chapter 21. Mr. Knight. The speaker's voice came to me like through a thick layer of water, quietly, muffled. Eyesight did not return to normal immediately, but the blonde silhouette became clearer and clearer with every second. Someone other than the blonde was standing nearby. Mr. Knight. After blinking a couple of times, I was finally able to focus my vision and finally recover. Finally, you are with us, Mr. Knight. This time, the phrase sounded clear, and I recognized Lucius haughtily pulling the word. I must say that he does it infinitely better than the pathetic parody like Draco. A suspicious-looking man was standing next to him. Hunched over, stooped, with warts on his face. This second man created the most fabulous image of some wizard from the swamps. Listening to my feelings, I noticed that I was lying on some kind of flat cold surface in a rather dark and gloomy room with uneven stone walls and a pair of dim magic lamps. I'll not say that I'm glad to see you, my voice was hoarse, and I clearly needed to wet my throat. But it looks like these gentlemen are not going to comply with this simple request. It's mutual, Mr. Knight. Lucius literally spat out the last words, although there was a suspiciously pleased light in his eyes. You probably want to say something. Certainly, Mr. Knight, Lucius smiled wryly. Let me be frank with you, Mr. Knight. Lucius leaned over slightly and moved over. Oh, so he sits on a chair. You can't even imagine how disgusting even the fact of your existence is to me. Lucius uttered the words slowly, and especially slowly those that expressed his attitude. I would have been happy to get rid of you much sooner, but until recently, I thought there would be no need for that. And what was my surprise that you turned out to be a wizard. Although my son and I consider you only a squib with a wand, and I think we are not far from the truth. Isn't it? Finish it already, the second man began to grunt in a hoarse voice. Your pathological craving for soulful conversations in the style of a world villain will bring you to your grave one day. Lucius looked at the second old man indifferently. Yes, after he spoke, I realized that he was far from young. You're right, my old friend. I'm expecting something new from you. Lucius stood up, leaning on his cane, and, without looking in my direction, said, Goodbye, Mr. Knight. Lucius left the room. The old man and I looked at each other for about 10 minutes. Well, nothing personal, boy, the old man croaked in a hoarse voice, and I realized that it was time to run. Although I realized this a long time ago, there are some nuances. For example, I cannot use magic and hemomancy. I felt it clearly. Looks like my displeasure showed on my face. Hee. The old man walked around. If you are chained, you will not be able to use magic. We don't want unexpected situations, do we? The old man walked around, scattered some herbs and powders, and muttered something quietly under his breath. The only thing I can do is summon the sword. But my hands are shackled in such a position that I cannot really use them. So what should I do? He made a few more circles, and on one of the circles below me, something dimly glowed red. Well. The old man went somewhere out of sight and a minute later returned, weakly rattling chains. Heavy, ha! The old man puffed, dragging in his hands a huge thick book, tied and chained. It was the chains that rang. He held the book vertically above my chest, at a distance of 30 centimeters. Another piece of knowledge. How wonderful! How lovely! The old man muttered to himself. Also, I should share with the peacock. But the peacock brought a sacrifice. The old man's eyes were clouded. He removed his hands from the book, but it remained in the air, and the chains were filled with a red light. The old man walked around me on the other side, to the right, and stood almost close. This is a chance. The old man took out a dagger and, without preamble, brought it to my chest. I immediately materialized the sword in my hand, directing it so that the blade pierced the old man when it appeared. I felt a light weight in my hand, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw the stunned face of the old man. He stared into nowhere, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth with a hoarse exhalation. Moving my gaze below, I realized that the blade pierced both the heart and the lungs at the same time. The old man began to fall, but what a bastard! His dagger was incredibly sharp, no worse than my sword. A sharp, severe pain almost made me scream. Blood gushed from my chest. Oh shit! He ripped my chest. 22, Chapter 22. A strange grey room. It is similar to the one I have just been in but much larger, higher. Ah! No oh! A familiar hoarse voice yelled, and I turned to look at him. There was a large black figure, as if woven from fog, with red eyes, a long tongue sticking out of its mouth with huge white teeth. This figure with black tentacles pulled the old man's ghostly silhouette to itself, preventing all attempts to resist. Guesses, one after another, ran wildly in my head, but only one finally took shape. Sacrifice to a demon or soul in a book for knowledge. Sounds logical? The unknown creature has practically drawn the old man to itself. But I'm from Gryffindor, after all. I materialized a sword in my hand with one movement and jerked towards the monster with astonishing speed. Here I moved even faster than in reality. Much faster. A brief moment, and I'm already starting to shred the creature. Arg! It growled but continued to bite off pieces from the old man. Without blood. Without anything, the old man's ghost lost a transparent piece with every bite but continued to kick and yell. On the back of the creature, where I stubbornly inflicted an innumerable number of blows, another mouth and eyes appeared. Target. That's even better. With a couple of stabbing blows, I gouged out his eyes, and now the other mouth screamed. Just in case, I tried to summon magic or hemomancy, but it turned out to be useless. It worked. I knew that for sure, but it didn't make sense here. Punch. Punch again, tentacle block, cut off the beast's tentacle. Block, hit, hit. All attention was focused on hitting, and hitting again. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the cut-off black parts fade away, disappear, and the creature's silhouette decreases but retains proportions. At one point, the creature fell, and its silhouette instead of black became red and more material. Wait. The creature croaked. PFFF, sure. Today I will be Ron Weasley, and I don't understand the words. A couple more blows, and with the last of them, the silhouette emitted a painful cry and began to dissipate in space. The red mist, upon which the creature had dispersed, began to be drawn into the blade. It was as if the scream of a creature was heard high in the mountains, and the red fog even had hands that desperately clung to the void, but it was still dragged away. Finally. What was it? There is no shortness of breath and no normal body sensation. Only now I realized that my hands are translucent, like the rest of me. It's a shame. Emotions are smooth and calm. No panic. Nice. I don't know how much time I spent here, but it was the most boring period of my life. There are no desires or needs. Nothing to do. Boredom. Oh, I found you. Came the voice of the familiar old man. That's right, with a capital letter. I take the offender, well done. Hey, you said that I will not see you again. But you don't see me. Why are there only idiots around? After these words, sounding like from everywhere, my sword reappeared in my hand, completely without my will. A tiny red ball burst out of it and disappeared with a squeal. Old man. Silence. Hey. Silence again. Fuck you then, old man. What should I do now? I continued to walk around the room, examining the walls, ceiling, floor. The room is empty. Absolutely. At one point, I decided to look a little better at these walls. Something felt wrong about them. I looked closely and was incredibly surprised. There were small words, symbols, and diagrams on every brick. They were so small that it was almost impossible to notice them even on close inspection. I don't know how long I stared at all this, trying to figure out the symbols and language, but at some moment, a feeling of irritation ripened in my soul. Light, weightless, but in the complete absence of everything else, it was very bright. I materialized a sword and pierced a brick with it. And why didn't I think of this before? The brick began to dissolve and be absorbed by the sword. As soon as it disappeared, something seemed to click in my head, but I did not notice any changes in consciousness. I dug into myself for at least a subjective day, but I didn't found anything. Then I decided that I could try to absorb all the bricks. Why not? It will hardly be worse. Time passed, I absorbed the bricks with a sword at great speed, but behind the bricks, there were other bricks, behind them more and more. Afraid that after I dig through the wall all this will collapse and disappear, or what is the mechanics in this dimension, I began to absorb the bricks in layers. First one, then another, and so on. As before, I did not feel any changes but continued to work. It is not always possible to feel something right away. Once I got to the bottom of what I think is the last layer. Thin rays of soft light erupted between the bricks. Having pierced one brick in this layer, I absorbed it, and a soft yellow light poured out of the hole that formed in the wall, filling everything around with an intolerable radiance every moment. A bright flash and the world literally turned upside down. Recovering after such a sharp flash, I could not help but notice that once again, I lay on the cold flat surface, still chained. My chest is covered with blood, and on top of all, this is dusted with a hefty portion of black and grey ash. It was impossible not to feel the difference between a living body and that spiritual shell. I literally felt the pulse with my whole body, and this was the most vivid sensation. The second brightest is the desire to go to the toilet. After materializing the sword in my hand, I tried for several minutes to cut off my shackles with the blade without cutting off my arm or leg. After a while, I succeeded, and after a couple of minutes of neatly cutting the strange, tight-fitting chains on my arms and legs, I was free. It turns out that I was lying on the most ordinary table. Iron table. Nearby lay the corpse of an old man. Blood was still leaking from under it, which was very strange. Feels like I stayed there for at least a month, which is quite weird, but okay. That's even better. Unable to restrain my natural urges, I did my dastardly deed in the corner of the room and headed for the exit. There is nothing to do anyway. The only door opened onto a narrow spiral stone staircase upward. Carefully and quietly climbing it, I stopped in front of the next door and listened silence. Having pushed the door open, I found myself in a rather simple house, in the setting more like a hunting one. Everything is made of wood, tables, chairs, bed. There were only 3 rooms here. An improvised kitchen with unknown devices. Surely something magical. Living room with fireplace, a large rug, a couple of comfortable homemade sofas, armchairs, and a table. I went out, apparently in the master's bedroom. Closer analysis revealed that this house was not used as a home. There was not a single sign of life here, no products, no tools, supplies, or anything else. There was a small layer of dust everywhere, and only a couple of paths were trodden on the floor, but it was almost imperceptible. After checking everything for some interesting things and finding nothing, I climbed into the last unchecked place, a chest in the master's room. It turned out to be almost empty. Some kind of pile of papers, judging by the printed text statements and invoices. Some stones, a box, a purse with nearly 200 galleons, and most importantly, my scabbard with a wand. And why didn't he throw them away? Resale? Maybe. After bringing myself in relative order, I left the house and fell into some stupor. I was standing almost in the middle of the park. Turning around, I saw neither the house nor the door. I even waved my hand but only stumbled upon an empty space. Walking around the neighborhood, and this time without losing my guard, I discovered that this is not just a park, it's damn Buttes Chaumont. This is how wizards do their dark deeds under the very noses of ordinary people. I went to the hotel on foot. That was an exciting trip. 23, Chapter 23. From the very first night after the incident with the ritual, I started having dreams. Nightmarish, sometimes disgusting. Many characters from the most diverse imaginable and unthinkable races fought, used magic, participated in rituals, and everything would be fine. Still, the consequences of this magic were terrible: torture, murder, painful death. They made different monsters from the victims, set them on defenseless villages. This stream of cruelty did not stop for a second, and only in rare moments was replaced by more pleasant and safe spells and rituals aimed at creation and healing. Every night, I woke up several times in a cold sweat. These dreams were not forgotten, they seemed to be carved in stone in my memory, and even if I wanted to forget them, it was all in vain. This is very unpleasant. On a couple of occasions, I checked in with Hermione through an owl. The knights named the owl Pirate. She always covered one eye, bristled feathers on her head, and instead of hooting, gave out ho 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 while walked pretty fast on the table, throwing her gaze to the sides with one eye. Hermione sent whole manuscripts about how enjoyable her holidays were, her trip to France, what she saw, what she heard. In general, she should write books. I also briefly told about Paris, about the Magic Quarter. How visually close it is to an ordinary city, and that the differences are visible only in shops, establishments, or magical park areas. I haven't said anything about my adventure yet. Physical training saved me from constant, almost every second stay in nightmares. These thoughts sucked me in, and even the nights became a little worried. I was also wondering what to do with Lucius. It is highly undesirable to touch him until Voldemort is revived. Or should it be prevented entirely from reviving? But how? It is unknown if his snake is a Horcrux at this time. I have no way to destroy them. Carrying them with you is completely unacceptable because of their effect on the psyche. If we assume that Dumbledore is a good grandfather and could not feel such an artifact at Hogwarts, then I can hide it. They will not be found. But on the other hand, what if Dumbledore is bad? Most likely, he is neither bad nor good. He is just a person with his own goals and interests, for which he is ready to go to great lengths, like many other people. He is no different from them. But my thoughts took me somewhere else. What to do with Lucius? He will know very quickly that I am alive and will probably try to somehow influence or try again. And why did I not please him? Irritating. I can try to eliminate him, but where will Voldemort live then? In general, there is still too much unclear. We will solve problems as they come. Towards the middle of August, Hermione wrote, and we agreed to meet at the Leaky Cauldron to go shopping. But, before that, I had to buy clothes again due to constant training, abundant nutrition, and, possibly, hemomancy. I began to grow rather quickly. Not phenomenal, but the clothes are getting too small. I even had to take a little for growth. I came to the famous place in black trousers, shoes, and a thin black turtleneck. I was in such a mood that everything except black was irritating. I always went on trips to the magic quarters without the knights at their own request, so this time I went into the establishment alone. There were not so many people here, I would even say empty. At one of the tables sat Hermione. She was also in almost all black except for a dark blue blouse. She had already thrown on her robes and looked around expectantly. Her parents were sitting next to her and drinking juice. Wasted no time, I walked over and greeted. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Hermione. Last time I didn't really look at them, but now I decided to take a closer look at this married couple. Hermione's mom seemed pretty young, in her early 30s, although I have no idea how old she really was. With unruly hair, the girl definitely went into her, as well as some facial features. Hermione's face passed from her father's straight and very slightly upturned nose. Like the eyebrows, they are also paternal. Max! Hermione shouted joyfully and, instantly jumping up from her seat, tried to squeeze the insides out of me with her crushing embraces. But she attacked the wrong one. But the tighter you hug Hermione, the happier she is. And I'm half a head taller than her. Maybe even a little more. Well, Fluffy, I'm glad to see you too. Oh, you. Hermione wanted to pull away, but I still held her, so she glared up at me and banged her fist a couple of times in the chest. Ahem, the girl's father coughed into his fist. You'll have time to talk, young people. Now, maybe you're already go shopping. Mrs. Granger just smiled. One moment I let go of Hermione and, throwing off my backpack, pulled out my robe. I shook it off with a light movement. Oh. It's quite unusual, said Hermione. Yet. I took it in Paris. Slightly different design, not so baggy. Look. Hermione turned to her parents. And I said that there can be many interesting things in the Magic Quarter. Calm down, daughter, Mrs. Granger replied with a smile. This is not your last trip to France. On that note, Hermione's parents rose from the table. Well, Mr. Knight, her father said officially, with a serious expression on his face but a frivolous look. I hope I can trust you, our Hermione, on this shopping trip. Certainly, Mr. Granger. Dad, but you wanted to go and look. We actually wanted to see you off, Mr. Granger scratched his head. We're worried about you after all. Yet, Hermione folded her arms across her chest. So it's okay to let me go alone with the boy. Max doesn't seem like an unreliable person, Mrs. Granger said convincingly, so much so that I believed in myself. How does it work for women? I will never understand. Here, I agree, Hermione nodded significantly. Well, then, I'll show you everything another time. On that and decided. Hermione and I headed to Diagon Alley and her parents to walk around London. We agreed to meet at the Leaky Cauldron in 3 hours. 24, Chapter 24. Smiley face, 12 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 37 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Diagon Alley was crowded, as always, but Flourish and Blotts stood out in particular. There was just an incredible crowd of women of all ages. Just don't tell me, Hermione, that you chose this particular day for this, I could not help but grimace at the sight of the crowd. Max. This is the great writer of Magical England. It would be sacrilege not to attend such an exclusive press conference. Moreover, his books are recommended as textbooks. Which is definitely strange. That's it. Let's go through the rest of the stores first. And I need to go to the bank, change money. Me too. And so we did. First, we went to Gringotts and exchanged some pounds for galleons at the first free counter. I still had a little bit after my trip to France, plus the loot from that house, so I'm not in distress, but I try to split the cash into 2 parts, half in pounds, half in galleons. I dragged Hermione into the store for bags, chests and other junk with the invisible expansion charm. Why, Max? The girl asked when we entered the store. You have a backpack. And you do not want some. I want. But I'll do it myself. Someday. But the use of such a spell is prohibited. For the sake of safety and greater control of the wizards to the ministry. A very bold statement, the salesman chuckled, not distracted from some work behind his counter. He held his wand like a writing pen and was drawing something very carefully on a large piece of leather. I think so myself. The salesman glanced at us. You can't even imagine how expensive a license is. But more to the point. He straightened up and tucked his wand back into the sheath at his belt. How can I help you? My self-confident friend, apparently, does not need anything. Maybe later. Hermione nodded in agreement and lightly poked me in the side with her fist. And I need a bag with an invisible extension. I may have to put large objects in it with a contraindication to decrease. Consider this, please. Okay, wait for a second. The seller, lost in thought, came out from behind the counter and walked somewhere deep into the store. I would have said that myself, Hermione whispered softly. And you said so. For several minutes of waiting, we walked around the store, looking at certain goods. After all, not only useful things were here, but also beautiful ones. Here from behind the shop windows came a seller with the most ordinary black cloth bag. Not the most aesthetic thing, but it meets your requirements. The seller demonstratively untied the ties on the neck and opened it as much as possible. Indeed, a huge thing. Small in appearance, but the neck is really huge, and when opened, the bag looks more like a bowl, in which nothing is visible. Perfectly. I take it. After paying for the bag, folding it tightly, and putting it in my pocket, I took Hermione through the rest of the shops and, first of all, the ingredients for the potions. Then we ran into Madame Malkin's store. There were many people today, and right now, 3 Malkin assistants were working with clients. Hello, young people from the entrance to the workshop, where they are engaged in sewing. A satisfied Madame Malkin came into the trading floor. She was still small in stature, just as plump, but the mantle and the costume's general tones moved to gentle turquoise and sea waves. Hello, we greeted at the same time, which caused the affection of Madame. Are you here for the sets of clothes to Hogwarts? Then Madame noticed my robe. Oh, beautiful French model. Excellent choice, young man. Come in, now we will organize a free place for taking measurements. We followed Madame, maneuvering between mannequins and display cabinets with pieces of fabric. When we reached the large mirrors with a stool, we finally stopped. Let's start with the young lady. And you, young man, can sit down and familiarize yourself with the catalogue for now. There was indeed a comfortable sofa nearby, and behind the stool was a fitting room. I sat down on the sofa and began leafing through the magazine. At the same time, various meters and rulers fluttered around Hermione on the stool. Back to Lockhart's work, I said, turning the page of a men's fashion magazine. Doesn't it seem strange to you that fiction was recommended as textbooks? Perhaps they just didn't find anything better. Well, it's unlikely. There are many textbooks, and almost every year, there are some interesting editions from different authors. It is textbooks, which is important. Perhaps the Ministry thought that books authored by a wizard with the Order of Merlin of the 3rd degree are better. And what does the Ministry have to do with it? I raised a blank look at Hermione. How is that? After all, it is there that the standards for teaching aids are established. Yet. But Dada has been given at the mercy of visiting professors for many years. It is the professors who determine which textbooks will be used to teach children. At least that's what they say. So the new professor decided that these books would be better, Hermione shrugged. So this professor is highly incompetent. Fiction is mostly embellished with lies or even completely misinterprets facts. This is done to please the reader. Such a genre. What kind of professor will teach children such an important subject as Dada, using such literature? Remember our problem with Protego. Of course. And how would we learn the spell if we learned it from such books? You can still spice up history lessons with fiction, but not practical exercises. Then an absurd fantasy appeared in my head, in which the process of making a potion was artistically painted. And Snape, burning such a book with fiend fire. I couldn't help but smile. What's so funny? Hermione asked, sitting down beside me. Taking measurements is over. I've imagined how Snape would have felt about potion fiction. Hermione smiled. By the way. She was suddenly so struck by her recollection that she shocked herself. Professor Flitwick stands on Lockhart's books in class. Ha! I didn't even notice. Surely a master like Flitwick would not publicly show such disrespect for worthy books. I still recommend buying normal textbooks. But we still need to take a couple of Lockhart's books. And get an autograph. What? They can then be resold. Autographs are always valuable. Enterprising furry, I could not resist and smiled. Oh, you. Hermione flared a little. Here, you see. She pointed the finger at the fact that her hair is pretty neatly styled. Strands in the front are tied back into a ponytail, thereby pinning loose hair. And in front, a pretty cute bang, looking a little to the side. Not a fluffy. Summed up Hermione what I should have seen. Okay, not a fluffy. Maximilian Knight. You are unbearable. She, in the most offended manner, folded her arms over her chest and stared ahead. But the corners of her lips were striving to spread into a smile. 25, Chapter 25. Smiley face, 12 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 37 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Your set of standard school uniform, Madame Malkin came in with several packages. Will you try it on? No, Hermione shook her head. I completely trust your skill. Pleased to hear. Now it's your turn, young man. I stood on a stool, and the measuring instruments began to dance around me. Listen, Hermione broke the moment's silence when Madame Malkin left. There is something in your words. Let's buy normal textbooks. But what professor recommended such textbooks? Maybe Lockhart himself. The writer will be a professor. At first, Hermione was delighted but then thought. But if he recommended his books, then he may turn out to be a bad teacher. Even with the Order of Merlin. Maybe. Not everyone dares to take this position. Too many professors left it, somewhat rumpled or even dead. Yes, you are right. Surely he decided to advertise himself as well as his books. Then we talked about all sorts of little things until Madame Malkin brought my set of clothes. We paid at the exit, and I put the purchases in my backpack. The next item was a shop with consumables such as pens, ink, parchments, and other little things. Next is the bookstore, but the crowd has not diminished, and it looks like the situation has even worsened. To my surprise, I noticed a red-haired family hurrying from the bank in our direction. And of course, Harry Potter was with them. Still the same shabby, but in an expensive robe. The absurdity of the highest measure. But communicating with the Weasleys, he will never understand that something is wrong with his form. Everything on Redheads is always shabby. He is with them just like a native. Hermione and I struggled our way through the crowd of women. Lockhart himself stood in the middle of the store, unfolding books, straightening his portraits, smiling with all 32 teeth, straightening his blonde curls. And his mantle, a pungent lemon color, made my eyes bleed, as did his milky frock coat rich in embroidery. In general, he caused double impressions. On the one hand a gallant handsome man, a kind of hussar, his chest is bulging, his mustache is not enough. On the other hand, it is overkill with self-praise. It is in every detail. Hermione, from the look on her face, had similar thoughts. We quietly made our way to the second floor and just walked around, chose books, made our own list of textbooks. Mr. Knight, a familiar voice said from behind. Hermione and I turned around and saw Narcissa. All the same cold detachment with a slight interest in the eyes. Hermione looked at her with some suspicion, at me, at her again, and made some conclusions. Mrs. Malfoy, I replied with a slight smile, bowing my head slightly in greeting. Hermione hastened to do the same. She also gave me a look that literally required a detailed story. She is attentive, although here, you have to be blind to not notice anything. A surprising number of people find this wizard worthy of attention, Narcissa said, glancing down at the crowd. I agree. For this reason, we are selecting textbooks on from not recommended. Even so? Very wise of you. I can recommend textbooks for the 67th year edited by Rowley. The best available at the moment. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. I can show you where they are if you want. You are very kind. Narcissa walked through the rows of wardrobes, and we followed closely behind her. On these shelves, Narcissa said. Besides this, there is still a lot of interesting and useful literature. For those who can find it. Thank you. We started examining the books. Narcissa didn't go anywhere and also looked after something for herself. Going back to our conversation long ago, Mr. Knight. What would you do in that hypothetical situation when a Legilimate potion master comes to visit not only for a personal conversation over a glass of Ogden? Tough question, Mrs. Malfoy. Depends on the purpose of the visit, reasons, and motives. If you can sincerely thank for something, then for something else cruciate to madness, cut off the head, impaling it on a stake at the entrance to the house of your ancestors. Very wide range, she said thoughtfully. So the actions of this wizard can extend over an extensive range. On the one hand, it can help to survive something, and on the other hand, it can take something important. Potions and legilimency are a terrible mixture. Legilimency? Hermione asked quietly. The science of penetrating someone else's consciousness, reading it and changing it, I answered shortly. The further, the more terrible the fairy tale, summed up Hermione under the sad smile of Narcissa, who turned to us. You can protect yourself from this, but books on occlumency are not well tolerated. Narcissa vaguely swept her hand around the room. Bright light. Some exclamations, panic, indignation began to be heard from below. Narcissa's face immediately changed, regaining her coldness and aloofness. I'm forced to leave you. Have a good day, Mr. Knight. Narcissa gave Hermione a blank look, turned around, and walked away. We were silent for about a minute, putting the books we needed in piles to take them to the counter. You are very similar. Well, sooner or later, I would have told you anyway. Narcissa is my biological mother. Don't ask how it happened. I only know a couple of facts and no details. Okay, Hermione nodded. You and Draco are completely different, Hermione shook her head thoughtfully. Well, he's Malfoy, I shrugged. And a ritual was performed over me, which did not leave a drop of this lineage blood in me. It seems to me that biologically I can be considered the twin of Narcissa. And a son at the same time. Some kind of magic, Hermione said with a smile. Exactly. Magic. So what do you think about it? Well, know all this. Let's just say I do not regret and do not suffer about this, but I need to find out the details. Just to know how to treat whom. Not all circumstances of life are subject to us. On this note, we went down. There the photo session and the signing of Lockhart continued. Still, in the crowd, every now and then, someone whispered about how Malfoy and the Weasleys' elders managed to fight. We pushed our way through the crowd and put the books on the counter. We quickly settled but were immediately intercepted by Lockhart. Look at these wonderful young wizards that have decided to purchase my complete collected works. With a dazzling smile, he spoke while pushing a stack of books in our direction. With exclusive materials and personal autograph. Lockhart winked. Surprisingly, after a recent peaceful conversation, Hermione was in no rush to buy them. But we paid for them too. An indecent price for books. 6 galleons for fiction. Burn with fiend fire. If my dreams are to be believed, then I know how to summon it. We are not Potter, no one took pictures of us, and we could safely leave the store. The books were safely transferred to my backpack. What do you think, Max, what Mrs. Malfoy meant by bright light? We were already on our way to the exit from Diagon Alley. What do you think? Hermione frowned slightly. Does defense against legilimency belong to the dark arts? Maybe. And it is possible that they are studied inseparably from each other, and legilimency is definitely considered dark. However, not everything is so sad as with the unforgivable. The Ministry has full-time legiliments. In general, many people indulge in it, no matter how bad it may sound. And it is not always safe for others. And for the wizard himself. But books on occlumency really need to be searched. But where? I haven't seen anything like this in stores, said Hermione. Well, in Nocturne Alley. Max. It's not safe there, the girl was weakly indignant. It seems that our friendship still affected her vision of correctness and safety. But what can we do? It is necessary. This is no longer a hypothetical school showdown, and it's too early for us to go into the lion's mouth. We can't make Protego right away. High quality. And it's pretty dangerous there. A person unfamiliar with the girl might think that she was scolding me. Still, in fact, I know that this is her way of conducting an ideological dispute. Hermione looked at me with a smile. You didn't think that I would let you go alone on such a dangerous and irresponsible journey. So I shouldn't tell her about it. Because I'm going there today. So, we will go to Nocturne Alley together only after we learn to fight decently. Or maybe I should contact Flitwick. It seems to me that he can encourage the desire to protect yourself and your loved ones. Exactly. And you know. Hermione became somehow more serious. I can see that something happened to you. Something is bothering you a lot. You can always share and tell. Together we will definitely come up with something. It was impossible not to smile at this girl. As soon as help is needed, you will be the first to know about it. 26, Chapter 26. Smiley face, 12 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 39 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. On that note, we left Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron and entered the regular part of town. There I already saw the Granger's car parked nearby, and we headed towards it. Well, how was your shopping? Asked Hermione's mom when her father started to move. Quite good. Hermione began to talk about what we saw, what we bought, and so on while I was in the back seat unloading the girls' purchases from my backpack. At my request, I was dropped off at the bus stop. Should I go to Nocturne Alley? Maybe not worth it. Does life teach me nothing? Perhaps I will learn a lesson from my trip to Paris and will not look for trouble for myself? Judging by the fact that my legs carried me in the direction of the Leaky Cauldron, I'm still a bit of a fool. I'm in Gryffindor, after all. But the possibility of finding a book on occlumency outweighs the theoretical danger. I got back to the cauldron quickly, and, having thrown on my robe right on the way to the backyard, I waited with some adrenaline anticipation for the opening of the passage. Too long, a full 5 seconds. The anticipation of danger pulled out my memory of those many dreams where something magical was constantly happening. Maneuvering between people with a quick step, I pulled the hood over my head and, with some familiar movement, held my wand over my face. How many times have I dreamed of these movements taken out of context? Everything else was ripped out, though. As a quiet shadow, I slipped to the alley entrance and walked towards the only store I knew of Borgin and Burke's. Nocturne Alley indeed was a dark and unpleasant place, dirty. Unkempt stone walls, rubbish everywhere, even the sky seemed darker here, always somehow cloudy. Hee, boy, came a hoarse voice from the side. Easy prey with money. I was attacked by a phenomenally criminal-looking type. A dirty bum in rags. Ugly face, greasy hair. He pointed in my direction with his wand, and this scene stirred up a whole heap of memories from my dreams. As if this was not the first time, I sharply pointed my wand at him and instantly made a bunch of gestures. Kumilaris, I said quietly, and an almost invisible transparent clod escaped from the wand. With a disgusting crunch, he crashed into the man and scattered in spiral vortices. The broken figure of a crime flew away into the darkness of the alley, spinning in the direction of these spirals. My heart skipped a couple of beats, but gathering my will into a fist, I moved on, looking at the rare people around or looking out of the alleys. Not everyone here was frankly bad looking. You could meet quite adequately dressed people, but gloomy. Snape would feel pretty comfortable here. I was overcome with the thought that in dreams after this spell did not survive. The psychological effect was clearly weak because there was no blood, no contemplation of death. But the fact itself. However, I didn't care much. Death is not the end, and I am proof of that. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my reflection in the rare clean windows, just a black figure, under whose hood nothing is visible at all. After a dozen minutes of walking, I found the shop I needed. Against the background of Nocturne Alley, it doesn't look gloomy or dangerous. A dark green sign above the entrance, a pleasant warm yellow light inside, artifact showcases, flasks with all sorts of gloomy things, a real mountain of exciting things. A decent-looking man with curly hair and sideburns stood at the counter. "What do you want?" he asked. "I'm looking for books on occlumency." "In that case, I have something to offer you," the man winked conspiratorially and disappeared behind the counter. Just a few minutes later, he slowly emerged from under the counter, holding a simple book in his hands. Well, yes, if he jumped out like Ollivander, he might have received a couple of curses from the local visitors. Here. Good, understandable. But I must warn so that there were no complaints later. The book is prohibited because there is also about legilimency. Not every wizard can reach heights in these sciences, so do not blame me for failures. I understand, I replied briefly. The seller, it seems, realized that I was not in the mood for dialogue and simply named the price. Not very big, but by no means modest, as for a book. Nearly 20 galleons. After paying and taking the purchase, I nodded curtly and left the shop. Controlling the space and tracking movements around, I left Nocturne Alley. After walking a couple of meters, I moved my wand in front of my face and took off the hood. The book is there. But I'll also ask Flitwick. And I will go here again, but with Hermione, and not soon. 27, Chapter 27. Smiley face, 12 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 39 already. Underscore 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 underscore. 2 weeks before the start of the new school year passed unnoticed. I was suffering from nightmares and tried to forget them with physical training. Sometimes I immersed myself in old textbooks on Dada and other books. Occlumency turned out to be quite exciting but horribly boring, monotonous, and complicated science. It takes extraordinary intelligence, endurance, and self-control to master this discipline. The same for legilimency. I haven't touched the latter yet, and there are several reasons for this. There are no experimental subjects, nowhere to practice. The mechanism by which the supervision of improper use of magic is carried out is still unknown. Most likely, it's some kind of area enchantment. It is too problematic to register every magic wand, but to put a spell on the area in which the Muggle-born lives is possible. It will be necessary to find out the details. How many times do I tell myself this? Regarding occlumency. There is absolutely nothing here connected with some kind of shields and so on. It is just control over your own consciousness and subconsciousness, the ability to structure your memories, knowledge, sensations, emotions. Control is the key to success. The mind is not an open book. It cannot be simply read by opening it to the desired page. Just as the legiliment must interpret what he saw in someone else's mind, the occlument needs to show what he wants to divert the agile mind of legiliment aside from the important. For success in occlumency, you need to train memory, attentiveness, be able to look at yourself and your thoughts as if from the outside, with an open mind. If you suddenly start to remember something for no reason when talking with a person, he is digging in your head. There are many different exercises, meditations, and more to achieve the proper level of control. But perhaps the most important skill in occlumency is not thinking about the white monkey. Do not think about the obvious. Literally, deceive yourself. Reading this book made various magic tricks emerge from my nightmares. Among them, you could find several ways to close your consciousness, but all of them, to some extent, turned against me. Loss of empathic sensitivity to others, burning out my own emotions, loss of any of the feelings, in general, that is still a lobotomy. But quickly and efficiently. But I don't want to follow this path. It's better to work on yourself properly than to rush and remain mentally disabled. Therefore, I studied the book, performed various mental exercises, improved mindfulness, learned to hide my consciousness behind a mask. Mental homunculus, which, when needed, would jump out like a devil from the box, taking on the legilimate. And then I will slip the necessary memories, emotions, and sensations. The 1st of September, as always happens, came suddenly. Just waking up one day, I realized that it was time to collect things. The knights gave me a lift to the train station. Having said goodbye to them, I once again rolled the cart with only one chest. The pirate, like last year, will live with the knights and bring me assignments from the regular school. On platform 9 3/4, I immediately took out my wand and shrunk the chest into my pocket. Today I was in black again. Interestingly enough, dreams gradually fade away. Not in terms of quantity, but in terms of influence on me. Almost imperceptibly, but the rotten mood slowly fades into the background. On the train, I walked through the carriages and found Hermione in one of the compartments. "Hi," I waved my hand. "Hi," the girl smiled at me, looking up from the book. "Have you already read those textbooks that we bought?" I pulled out the smaller chest, returned it to its original size, shoved it under the seat, and sat down opposite Hermione. "Yeah. Good books. High quality. We will need to buy them for each year." "Of course," the girl nodded. "Good academic text. A minimum of assumptions, a maximum of facts. Capaciously and accurately." "Exactly. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to practice." Hermione smiled wistfully and went back to reading. I decided to follow her example and took out a book on enchantments. The train started, and we drove on in silence. Surprisingly, none of the students were particularly eager to get into our compartment. Students passed by, looked in, but not finding something important for themselves, left. This was repeated over and over again and even became somewhat annoying. We got some visitors once again. Neville and Seamus. "Hi guys," Neville nodded and asked, embarrassed, "have you seen Harry and Ron?" "Hi, Neville," I nodded, distracted from my book. "No, we haven't. At least me." Hermione shook her head. "Weird. Where could they go?" Neville said thoughtfully. "I bet they again found some adventures for themselves," smiled Seamus. "I remembered that this year we will have the Malfoy's house elf, the 7th Weasley under the influence of the Horcrux, Basilisk, Petrification and other crap. How to keep myself and Hermione safe? It's worth thinking about. I have a mirror, but this is not an option." Pictures of radical methods of solving the problem with the help of various spells and rituals with a fatal outcome for both the 7th and the Basilisk were spinning in my head. And why haven't I bothered with this question before? Damn. 28, Chapter 28. Smiley face, 13 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 41 already. Underscore 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 underscore. While I was thinking about the upcoming troubles, a suspicious blue silhouette flashed outside the window, completely incompatible with the views of Scotland's nature. Looking sharply to the side, I saw an entertaining picture. "Look, Hermione. Crazy duo in action." I nodded with a grin in the direction of an old flying car, sky blue. "What is there?" Hermione looked out the window without much enthusiasm and was speechless, frozen for a few seconds with her mouth parted. The faces of Ron and Harry, looking out the windows, were full of panic, mingled with joy. Hermione snapped her teeth. "Just, phenomenal irresponsibility." The girl was indignant. "I don't know what exactly made the guys use such a car instead of a Floo network, but the scandal will be notable." Hermione became interested in the new information and, waving her hand at her classmates, turned to me. "Floo network? Yeah. One way to move wizards. The most common fireplaces can be connected to this network and move between fireplaces with flying powder. There is a fireplace like this at King's Cross, the Leaky Cauldron, Sweet Kingdom and Boar's Head. The last two establishments are in Hogsmeade." "And how do you know everything?" "Just heard it somewhere," I shrugged. "People around tend to give out an incredible amount of useful information. The main thing is to hear it. Of course, there are many more fireplaces, but these are the ones that I know for sure. There is one more address, though. Ministry of Magic. Atrium. This is pretty useful information. It would be much more convenient to move around if the fireplace at home was connected to such a network." "Not worth it," I shook my head. "Such a fireplace is not only a point of entry but also an exit. Only a house elf or a wizard can close the fireplace from movement, and your parents are ordinary people. An intruder can get into them through the fireplace. Just find out the address of the fireplace." "I see. Then really not worth it. By the way, about the house elves." Hermione beamed. "In France, I visited such an interesting place as the public library. Magic, Of course. There I found a lot of information about the house elves. You know, you were right. They thumb their nose at salary and weekends. Give me some more details. I smiled and made myself comfortable. The girl perked up a little and enthusiastically began to share her findings. House elves are unable to generate magic and really absorb it from the world around them. At the same time, they feed on this very magic and without it weaken, wither, go crazy and die. There are several theories about their origins, but this is not so important. House elves to maintain their lives establish a connection with wizards, and in exchange for work, they receive magic. On the one hand, you might think that they are forced to work for food, but for house elves, magic is everything. And doing some work is in their blood. Even without a connection, they will try to serve, to do something for someone they cannot do otherwise. But at the same time, they are still very badly treated, Hermione summed up. It is not right. After all, they do a lot for wizards, and in the end, they only receive punishments. But, there are also pitfalls here. Hermione looked thoughtful. It seems that she has not yet understood how she should treat this information. What? House elves seek to punish themselves. The punishment diminishes their magic pool, and they start trying harder. So this is just their natural motivation mechanism. It turns out that by depriving the house elves of punishment, you seem to deprive them of the opportunity to motivate themselves. Then they will harm themselves, without outside interference, but at the same time, they will suffer. They are strange. You look at the question as a human, that's one. As a person from modern society with modern values? That's two. And they are just different. That's all. It's a pity. They look so miserable. Here, I agree. They really look heartbroken. Moreover, it does not depend on their happiness, they will always look like that. I think you can make at least one house elf happy if you tie it to you. Hermione was somewhat skeptical about the thought and shook her head. No, Max, I'm not yet ready to change my attitude to what is happening so drastically. Then let's leave this conversation. During almost a third of the trip, all students periodically had a unique opportunity to look at a strange blue car flying after the train. She appeared and disappeared again, and I would like to know what will be said about this at Hogwarts. Hermione and I had the privilege of seeing this sight 4 more times. In one of such turns of a flying Ford, Hermione almost choked on a breadcrumb from a sandwich too suddenly. A car appeared literally a couple of meters from the window. You will not change? Hermione asked as the train was approaching Hogsmeade. Nope, I waved my hand. I can be present at the feast in this anyway. I'll just put on my mantle. As you wish. She is already in uniform right from home, as I understand it. The Hogsmeade platform greeted us with the same darkness as the last time. Still, now we did not have to wait for Hagrid, and we simply went with most of the students to the carriages standing nearby. I saw the Thestrals. Large black creatures, more like skin-covered skeletons of horses. But they differed from ordinary horses with leather wings folded behind their backs and a likeness of a beak. Glancing at Hermione, I realized that she did not see them, and when would she manage to see and realize death? Climbing into the carriage, I helped Hermione to climb, sitting next to her. A couple of minutes later, Neville stuck his head through the doorway. May I join you? Come on, climb. The boy smiled modestly and climbed a little awkwardly inside. It's kind of cold this fall, he remarked distantly, sitting down opposite and looking out the window. The weather for this autumn, in general, promises to be stormy. Hermione nodded. In a couple of minutes, the carriages started to move. In 15 minutes, we were already disembarking at the gate of the castle. Students in discordant rows, breaking into companies, briskly walked to Hogwarts in anticipation of a feast. Hermione and I had eaten already, who's smarter, too. Still, I bet many stoically endured inconveniences, almost breaking into a run. But where is the hurry? The feast will not start until the end of the distribution. 29, Chapter 29. Smiley face, 13 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 43 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Upon arrival at the Great Hall, we hastened to take our seats. At our table, the guys were whispering and trying to find out where Harry and Ron had gone. Right here, at the big table, the most ridiculous rumors were born from the fusion of the train scene outside the windows and speculation of fantasy. But the conversation subsided as soon as McGonagall ushered in the frightened first years into the Great Hall. Well, not that scared, but they were panicked and worried for sure. We watched the distribution with mediocre interest, although we supported those entering our house with applause. From those who I more or less know from the tale of Potter, Colin Creevey and the 7th Weasley joined us. If the first one looked like that curly blonde guy from the movie, then the 7th Weasley was prettier. Although, everyone has their own idea of beauty. I just noted a not-so-square oval face. More proportional features and less thin lips. Why am I surprised? Here everything is somewhat different, and this very somewhat can vary from an imperceptible minimum to entirely different people. In addition to these two, I could not miss the familiar surnames. Lovegood, for example. Floating blonde with a shock of long curly hair. Or here's Astoria Greengrass. Almost the opposite of a sister. A brunette with a mischievous, lively look. She reacted happily to Slytherin. From the hat and cheerfully settled down next to her sister. Strange though, isn't she kind of even younger? Or not? Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. Of course, these were not all newcomers, but somehow it was not particularly interesting to me. After the distribution, Dumbledore introduced Lockhart, pompous to the pain in the eyes, and Snape left the room. The meal, with plenty of food, was remarkably calm in Ron's absence. I never even noticed before how this redhead managed to bring a piece of chaos to any event. Now the Gryffindor table was just a noisy place with a bunch of funny, careless, and frivolous people. Maybe they did not shine here with table etiquette, but everything was within limits of decency. After the feast, everyone hurried to the living rooms, and Hermione and I were no exception. We settled down on a sofa in a dark corner and just watched. The twins tried to provoke some of the younger ones into Gryffindor's stupidity and sign up for an experimental bunny role. Several groups of girls of different ages were discussing something and giggling, flipping through magazines, someone was playing chess, someone was eagerly exchanging impressions of the holidays. And everyone was looking forward to Harry and Ron's arrival. The fact that they flew to school in a car was known to many, but it turned out that they also crashed into a whomping willow, smashed the Ford, which left them by leaving in the forest. When Harry and Ron entered the living room, many rushed to express their admiration for this indeed Gryffindor act. This is some kind of madness. Hermione shook her head. Madness? It's Gryffindor. I answered with a pretentious look and immediately got a jab in the side. I hope it's not contagious. Hermione looked at me with a smile. You know, me too. The party about how Harry and Ron returned to school continued for quite some time, but Hermione decided to go to bed. I must go too. For 2 long weeks at Hogwarts, students spent time talking about Harry and Ron's fabulous appearance. Only in mid-September, the excitement subsided, but Malfoy was in no hurry to give up, every now and then trying to somehow hurt either Harry or Ron. Draco was especially good at the latter because Ron does not have such a quality of character as a restraint. The howler from Molly Weasley added fuel to the fire. No need to guess who it was intended for. So, Ron received his longed-for piece of fame in full. The Dada lessons were taught this year by the famous writer Gilderoy Lockhart. There were a lot of people looking forward to it, and I can't blame them. If you do not focus on some details, Lockhart is indeed a star who skillfully uses it. In the absence of serious competition in his industry, he is truly unique. He attracts glances, attention, literally forcing them to talk about himself. And if not for one of his flaws' excessive, simply boundless vanity, he would have had more respect for himself. But before our first Dada lesson, a new local photographer showed himself. Colin Creevey blinded everyone with a sudden flash by photographing Potter. Lockhart suddenly appeared from around the corner in an ivory suit and robe. He immediately took Potter and Creevey into circulation, took a couple of joint pictures, and hinted to Potter about his actions' correctness. Giving out autographed photos at this stage of your career is the height of prudence, Lockhart grinned. The time will come, and you, like me now, will need to have a pack of such photos ready. After his speech, Lockhart walked into the Dada office, allowing us to sit in our places. It amused me how some of the Slytherins still grimaced at what they saw Harry and Lockhart posing for the Creevey. We took our seats, and as I looked at Hermione, I saw hope in her eyes. Obviously, she hoped that Lockhart would still be a good teacher. Do not hope for the best to be less disappointed, not expecting from myself, I spoke quietly so that only Hermione could hear. Who said that? Me. Lockhart walked around the classroom, examined everyone with a smile, took a book from the first desk that came to hand. By the Path of the Trolls. Our new professor defiantly lifted the book and showed his portrait on the cover, completely copying the pose and smile. It's me, he said, winking immediately. As well as a portrait. Gilderoy Lockhart, Knight of the Order of Merlin of the 3rd degree, honorary member of the League of Defense Against the Dark Forces, and 5-time winner of the Magic Weekly Prize for the most charming smile. But let's not talk about it. Lockhart returned the book to its owner, Neville, and continued. Believe me, I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her. A couple of students smiled sourly while Hermione and I looked closely at the professor. A plan suddenly appeared in my head. Ingenious and insane. Although it is not insane at all, it will work. I leaned closer to Hermione, not taking my eyes off Lockhart, and whispered softly. Let him believe that we admire him. This is our pass to the forbidden section. Hermione thought for a couple of seconds and realized the prospects. Her eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The stranger might have thought that the girl suddenly fell in love with Lockhart. But I know she fell in love with the prospect of being in the forbidden section of the Hogwarts library. Meanwhile, Lockhart continued to talk. I see you all bought a complete set of my books. How wonderful it is. Let's start the lesson with a test, but don't be alarmed. I just want to check how carefully you read them and what you learned. Lockhart walked around the classroom, handing out the sheets with questions to everyone, returned to the teacher's table, and smiled dazzlingly. I'll give you half an hour. You can start. I immediately turned to Hermione. Don't misunderstand, but I didn't read them. From the point of view of the educational process, that was right. Hermione nodded. I remember them all. I will help. Thanks. Together we answered all sorts of absurd questions, the essence of which was completely reduced to a description of Lockhart, his interests, preferences, desires, and other personal things. At the end of the allotted time, we handed over the work, and Lockhart quickly examined the results. As a result, he lamented that few students are really familiar with his work and, in fact, are not his fans. However, he praised the drum roll, Hermione's, and my work and awarded us 10 points each. Oh, how many strange and reproachful looks from the students I noticed, with difficulty restraining a smile. 30, Chapter 30. Smiley face, 13 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 43 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The further lesson turned into a mess as soon as Lockhart released the freshly picked Cornish pixies from the cage. These little lilac besties made a real mess. They stole and threw Lockhart's wand out of the window, drove him under the table, and then kicked him out of the office altogether. Pixies tugged Neville by the ears, threw books at the guys, doused Malfoy with some nasty stuff, and these are just their most harmless pranks. Hermione and I took refuge under Protego Totalis, forming a typical dome for two. Surprisingly, the picture of total chaos and disorder only spurred our imagination, allowing us to build a pretty decent dome that does not lend itself to pixies, nor books, nor inkpots. It will be difficult for me to play admiration. Hermione watched Lockhart, hiding in her office, with a displeased look. With your memory, you really need to visit the section. I just can't remember everything alone. Just a few minutes later, Hermione got tired of this chaos. Hold the shield, please. I nodded and redoubled my focus on the spell. It was given to me with some difficulty. And why weren't these protective charms in those dreams? When I completely took control of the defense, Hermione freely pulled out her wand and gave a short and quick series of swings. Impedimenta spacis, the verbal formula ended with a wave outlining the space, and everything around seemed to be stuck in liquid jelly, people, objects, pixies. I let go of Protego and also waved my wand, pointing to the cage. Insmentis pixie. All the pixies were forced into the cage as if they were being sucked there, like into a funnel. Now I calmly walked over and locked the cage. The students in the class stopped squealing indignantly and stared at me. The silence was broken by Neville's fall from the chandelier where the pixies had thrown him. A wonderful lesson, I remarked with a smile, returning to my seat. It's really going to be difficult, Hermione sighed as we packed our things. 20 points to Gryffindor! Exclaimed Lockhart, leaning out of the doorway of his office, and proudly walked up to his desk. A beautiful enchantment demonstrated by Mr. Knight and Miss Granger. Just great! You have completed a real challenge. However, the students were extremely skeptical, but some of the girls breathed in admiration for Lockhart. I don't know what they admire there when they see such stars. I had some concerns about Snape. According to the canon, he was friends with Lucius, and at the moment, he could well be aware of Malfoy Sr.'s plans about me. But he absolutely did not show any emotions about me. He, as always, was pestered by the fact of Potter's existence on this sinful land, and he did not miss the opportunity to remind him and Ron of the full extent of their mental retardation. Surprisingly, instead of raising their knowledge to an acceptable level, the Golden Duo only spit on potions even more. At one time, in a past life, I studied at a music school. A very strict and mischievous piano teacher, the red-haired version of Snape, rarely spoke flatteringly about my skills. Oh, I was offended, yes, but not much. Much more, I tried to prove her wrong about me, so I tried to be the best. It is not for the sake of praise, but simply to learn to play better than others and better than her. At the final exam, I played so that the guys, teachers, and parents applauded, almost standing up. There was no longer that touchy 7-year-old that came to class but a 14-year-old teenager. Did I want to scream, ha? What do you say now? For the whole hall? A little bit. But I was more grateful for that rude but challenging approach. But with these two, such a thing will definitely not work. Lockhart's failure on the first lesson was a topic of the discussion, gradually supplanting Potter and Ron's antics. I bet that if it were not for Lockhart, they would have been procrastinating on this topic for another 2 months. As I learned, Lockhart failed not only in our class but also in other classes and quickly changed his teaching tactics. No more living magical creatures, now we have more theatrical scenes. It was Potter, who had the dubious honor of playing the role of some kind of monster that Lockhart heroically copes with, not forgetting to mention the color and style of the outfit, the wind-blowing lush blonde hair, and so on. Both had a theatrical talent, so it turned out, completely useless from the educational process's point of view, but very funny as an entertainment event. Hermione and I, with incredible tenacity, pretended to be loyal Lockhart fans, which made the professor incredibly happy and irritated the rest of the guys who liked and disliked him. And almost all the boys didn't like him because the girls liked him. In addition to the male part of Hogwarts student population, Lockhart managed to get tired of him of almost all teachers with his inappropriate advice and recommendations. The most interesting thing is that his advice was half efficient, as if he grabbed complex matters at the top and is now actively pushing his opinion and position to the masses. He strongly reminded me of a couple of my acquaintances from a past life. They knew a lot about cars, but only from rumors or text, never driving or repairing specific cars. They may have been able to impress some ignorant person with their versatile knowledge. Still, for those people who are directly familiar with the topic under discussion, this couple caused only irritation, laughter, or disdain. Lockhart is the same. 31, Chapter 31. Smiley face, 13 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 45 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. By the beginning of October, Hermione and I, in our opinion, had become familiar enough with Lockhart as fans. One day, after a Dada lesson, we approached him with a stack of similar sheets of paper. We faked various letters and postcards for about a week, attaching Lockhart's photos to them with an eternal glue charm. Professor Lockhart, Hermione said to him, blushing a little. Yes. Gilderoy took a break from his notes. Ah, Miss Granger and Mr. Knight. My loyal fans and diligent students. How can I help? You see, Professor. Max and I have collected various postcards and stuff here so you can sign them. For our classmates and guys from our house. They are very shy to contact you directly. Here. Hermione blushed a little more, but not from embarrassment, but from such blatant lies that came from her. How I understand her. At her age, I couldn't lie at all. Although later, I learned so much that even I believed in those lies. A doubtful achievement, but useful in life. Oh, of course. Of course, I will sign them. Lockhart smiled dazzlingly and accepted the stack of papers, with incredible speed, began to sign them in beautiful sweeping handwriting. When the first form for visiting the forbidden section was supposed to appear, I spoke. It's incredible, Professor, how many things you managed to accomplish. You probably worked without sparing yourself. Exactly. Lockhart looked at us with a wise glance and, despite not looking, signed the first form, putting it in a pile with already signed ones. Only long and hard work can lead you along the path of mastery. Of course, it was much easier for me with my talent. Lockhart immediately smiled and began signing on. Hermione spoke on the next form. Do you really want world peace? Oh yeah. Lockhart signed the form again without looking and put it aside. That would be great, wouldn't it? Magical creatures, muggles, wizards, all live in peace. How many lives could be saved, how many nasty spells could be forgotten and consigned into oblivion? For a moment, Lockhart broke into a dreamy smile but quickly came to his senses and winked at us. I hope you will put your energies into making this simple dream come true. Lockhart signed the remaining few fake cards with a smile and handed the stack back to us. It took him just a couple of minutes. Thank you very much, Professor. We simultaneously thanked and, taking all signed cards, went to the exit. Have a nice day. And you, do your best on the lessons. Already in the corridor, having turned the corner, we took a deep breath. It was close. Yeah, Hermione agreed. He is strange. Here, in the magic world, almost everybody is strange. On the same day, we went to the library and presented the forms to Madame Pants, the strict keeper of knowledge, books, tomes, and silence. She meticulously examined them, rubbed with her finger, waved her wand. She almost sniffed it, and only after these procedures led us to the forbidden section with disbelief. Despite its prohibition, during working hours, the large double doors that led there were wide open. You are allowed to visit the forbidden section at any time during business hours. Here, Madame Pants pointed to a thick simple book on a pedestal next to the entrance, you can read the instructions for books that require a specific approach. In case of non-compliance, your right to visit the section will be cancelled indefinitely, until renewal by the headmaster personally. I hope I don't need to repeat the need for careful treatment of books. Especially here. Madame Pants gave us a stern look and left us alone with the books. The forbidden section was a quite spacious room with cupboards along the walls and 2 rows of similar cupboards in the middle. Many books were chained to them. Some were on special pedestals with rigid clamps, and some were entirely under glass showcases. All of them looked much grimmer than ordinary books in the library, which made these manuscripts and publications meaningful, to some extent, even frightening. It's very exciting. Hermione was excited and happy at the same time, looking around with an enthusiastic gaze. We need to properly study the instructions. Someone else, perhaps, would have rushed headlong to study previously inaccessible knowledge, but common sense said, study the instructions. It's not here for nothing. This is what we did for 2 days, causing the approving glances of Madame Pants, who periodically visited here to check. In theory, the forbidden section can be accessed by a student mainly from the 6th year for various projects, mostly on Dada. This is because here are the directions of magic that are mainly considered dark. On the other hand, there is information on higher potions, higher light magic, etc. It seems that all the most difficult, forbidden, dark things are simply collected here, everything in one place. I wonder if the director is such a fighter against darkness, then why didn't he throw it all away? I remembered the senior students due to the complete desolation of the forbidden section. Apparently, there are also some kind of enchantments that only Madame Pants's voice lets through from the sounds, but only if she wants to say something to those inside. And always the same volume and somewhat soft, not sudden. This is incredibly prudent, given the fact that in the forbidden section, you have to work with dangerous, rare, or fragile books. Or all of this together. Having studied and memorized the instructions verbatim, we proceeded to the books. We decided to read them according to a simple scheme. I am from the entrance to the left, Hermione to the right. We meet on the other side of the hall and go to the shelves in the middle. Yes, a month will not be enough, but then we plan to just go to Lockhart and simply ask him to sign the passes. 32, Chapter 32. Smiley face, 13 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 45 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. As soon as I started reading books to remember them, I was surprised at how well I do it. However, unlike Hermione, who can memorize books without even concentrating on the process, I had to put such a task in front of my brain. The books themselves were quite interesting, and not only because of their content. Some already contained magic, and sometimes it was not at all harmless. For example, if you touch an old black leather-bound book with thick leather pages with your hand, you will have an obsessive desire to sprinkle it with blood. The instructions say that the book must be taken with special gloves. There were only 3 pairs of these gloves for the forbidden section, and they could lie anywhere. A person who has not read the instructions can lose several years of life, a litter of blood, getting a curse, and updating the book a little. Unpleasant, right? There are other, more dangerous examples. One small, thin book with a brown, cracked cover can put a person into a coma. If you do not put a special enchant on her, then a ghostly green spirit will appear from her and yell at you like a banshee. There is a book that can chop off a finger and thank the old man that this wound is not dark magic and the finger can be grown. Among other things, during each of our visits to the library, I sometimes felt someone's presence. There was no one near. At least my eyes can't see them. But with some kind of sixth sense, I was sure aware that we were being watched. Not all the time, but every day. Not that it was annoying, no. I can even assume that it's Dumbledore who sometimes visits under the spell of invisibility because you can't ignore the second-year students in the forbidden section. Ew. Hermione's voice interrupted my thoughts, full of disgust. I left the book on the table and went to my friend. What? Hermione looked at me like she saw something incredibly vile nearby. There are such disgusting curses. She grimaced. And she looked pale. This is what I told her. These books, Hermione looked around the forbidden section, have overly colorful descriptions. But in many books, along with curses, counter spells are also given. This is important. In general, we are here mainly because of them. You cannot fight something about which you know nothing. Well, theoretically, you can. By force, insolence, and total exterminatus. I grinned back. An interesting word, exterminatus. But in general, yes. However, I do not consider this to be a sufficient, professional approach. There is no art in it. All brawn, no brain, I chuckled. This is not about us, right? Not about us, Hermione nodded and, with a sad sigh, went back to reading. So we continued to memorize day after day. I didn't even want to try many things, although there were just forbidden spells, rituals, and potion recipes here. For example, the same polyjuice potion, it wasn't dark or anything like that. It was simply complex, and the slightest mistakes in its manufacture could lead to consequences of varying degrees of sadness. Among other things, you need to use strictly defined body parts of the person you need to turn into. It must be representative of your species and gender. It is very important. The use of other particles, for example, a person of the opposite sex, can lead to a variety of ugly changes in the body. At least that's what it says. The most unpleasant thing is that without proper treatment, these changes may not completely disappear, leaving something behind on a permanent basis. Some changes are banally incompatible with life. Of course, it is not beneficial to anyone if everyone they meet can be a different person. For this reason, the manufacture of the potion is allowed only by craftsmen and under strict accountability. Just as buyers are recorded in special registers. Likewise, many potentially dangerous rituals are prohibited. However, this does not mean that they are all dark. The reasons are similar to polyjuice potion. Their uncontrolled conduct by unprepared and unprofessional wizards is fraught with sad consequences for them and those around them. Only rituals with sacrifices of intelligent beings are under a total ban. Hermione told me all this sometimes after going to the forbidden section. She studied the legislation of magical England and for herself sorted the acquired knowledge into categories of allowance. At the same time she told me. That's how we spent a month. Once a day, we did physical training, sat in the library, all in the same abandoned classroom practicing spells and enchantments, but nothing from the forbidden section. It is better to apply half, if not 3/5 of that knowledge after the psyche is formed and settled, the wizard matures. Ideally, do not apply at all. I am not a warrior of the forces of the light, no. But I bet that it is possible to find or create more stable and safe spells, enchantments, rituals, and potions than those listed in these books. Yes, they are easy. Yes, they are powerful. For spells, complicated moves and calculations are not needed. You do not need a thorough knowledge of huge formulas and the ability to count, like a calculator. A couple of passes, the right emotional attitude, a couple of simple calculations in my head, and a couple of phrases, that's it. Why don't I like it? Curses require negative emotions, anger, hatred, a desire to harm, maim, make the enemy suffer, kill. These emotions are easy to evoke. I bet the more often you use them specifically and deliberately, the more often they will pop up accidentally, spontaneously. Their safe use requires incredible self-control, and even more so, they should not be used at a young age when the core of the personality is just forming. Later, perhaps. These are my theories and guesses. This is not in the books, but I prefer not to use all of this for now. Yes, my personality is already formed, but I do not know if the still growing and forming body will affect it. Will occlumency help? The risk is not justified. Hermione agreed with my conclusions, so we study according to the school curriculum, although we share the knowledge gained in the forbidden section. 33, Chapter 33. Smiley face, 14 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 47 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Time passed quickly and inevitably. Surprisingly, at Hogwarts, nothing interesting happens if you do not look for this interesting on purpose. Halloween has already arrived, October 31st. A holiday for everyone, grief for the hero. But nobody pays attention to it. I felt a little sorry for him because he was so fixated on the death of his parents. I can understand him. I buried my friends and remembered them for many, many years. Walking around the living room for breakfast, I just patted the boy on the shoulder. Be strong, mate. They say that death is not the end at all, but the beginning of a new journey. Harry looked at me with a kind of depressed look. Suddenly, Ron appeared out of nowhere. Come on, buddy, he pulled Harry along. It's a holiday. And be careful, or Knight and Granger will bite you. You will become a nerd, and I will lose a friend. I try not to take offense at Ron. He simply says what he thinks. He rarely says something out of spite or with a desire to offend. This is evident because sometimes he belatedly realizes that he offended, but pride does not allow apologizing. What about sincere and frank insults? They are aimed mainly at Slytherins. They all for him, by default, enemies, cunning scoundrels, and dark wizards. For breakfast in the Great Hall, there was pumpkin as the basis of everything. I am plagued by vague doubts that I will have to eat it on this day every fucking year. Anyway. Hi, Hermione sat down next to me and, with great appetite, began to gobble up the breakfast that appeared in front of her. Hello. Enjoy your meal. You too. Where have you been? Oh, yes, today I decided to figure it out early with jogging and exercise. We still need to go to Lockhart, don't you forget. Nope. Is it time to update? No, but soon. What are you going to update? Harry asked, sitting next to us. Oh, come on. What there at Lockhart can be updated? Ron pouted. He's a pompous peacock, worse than Malfoy. Also, the girls seem to be crazy. They look at him and sigh so much. I don't understand anything. Hermione couldn't help but smile at such a sincere statement, in fact, as I did. This is our little secret, Harry. I don't want to lie to you, so let me leave the question unanswered. Okay, he shrugged indifferently and went back to his meal. I focused on my thoughts, eating some pumpkin along the way. Halloween is the starting point for all the troubles of the year. The seventh Weasley does not stand out yet, she is full of health, but she scribbles something in the black diary with great enthusiasm. So the basilisk will still be. I haven't come up with a way to protect against it, except for the mirrors. From my dreams, of course, I know several options for killing him with rather powerful spells, but this is too, noticeably. Probably. A second-year student from an ordinary family shouldn't know this by definition, just as there is no such thing in the forbidden section. Well, or we haven't found it yet. There are also many rituals with the sacrifice of a magical living creature to obtain some special abilities, but the consequences are unpredictable. What if I become like Voldemort, pale, noseless, and bald? I don't need this, my body and appearance are more than satisfied with me, and the pursuit of strength for the sake of even more strength, regardless of the consequences, will not lead to good. The second question is, what to do with Malfoy Sr. There is no doubt that he will not leave me alone. However, it will not be easy for me to get him either. Plus, I haven't yet decided how Narcissa feels about him. It's not that important to me, but for some inexplicable reason, I don't want to grieve her with the death of her beloved husband, albeit a disgusting one. I'll kill him anyway, but first, I need to find out her attitude towards him. Judging by her hints in the store, she managed to tweak and twist something in herself. Either she restored the erased memories or something else. In any case, I have an idea how to stick Malfoy, but this can only be realized at the end of the year. For now, it is better to forget about it. Snape is not asleep, and my abilities in occlumency are unknown. Concerning occlumency, Flitwick denied us this request, but we came across a book on this topic in the forbidden section. I'm very glad that I don't have to slip the book to Hermione and lie about where I got it. After the book's appearance on occlumency in Hermione's life, it was with great difficulty that she was able to carve out 4 hours a week in her schedule to master it. Another day, Halloween, passed quite calmly. Study and training. Since I am not a very smart person, I again ordered the ingredients for a complex of potions to restore the musculoskeletal system from the twins. 6 months have already passed, and we can repeat the course. We will prepare the potion next week, as well as utilize it, but for now. The festive feast was quite cheerful and perky. Well, as always. A lot of pumpkin treats, instead of candles, pumpkins with carved scary faces floated above the tables. Some of the Muggleborns brought elements of the holiday into the general atmosphere, giving themselves a little otherworldly appearance. Everything was great. Such moments brought some kind of relaxation and emotional release to both me and Hermione. If it was psychologically easier for me due to my age, and physically, as I believe, due to hemomancy, and I could constantly study, practice, improve. Then, Hermione, despite her precocious adult disposition and a serious attitude to many things, remained a child, a little girl. Wait, why a little girl? She is 13 already. Oh, by the way. She talked a lot about herself and her parents but never talked about her birthday. We need to fix it. Although I didn't say either. Oh, how difficult it all is. In general, she needed an emotional release, unlike me. The house did an excellent job with this. Yes, I'm not kidding. Gryffindor helps us in our studies because it is a noisy and awkward house. It is not necessary to participate in all these pranks and outrages. It is enough to observe them from the side so that it becomes somehow easier on the soul. It was only now that I realized that we wouldn't have taken root on Ravenclaw. No matter how we strive for knowledge and skills, it seems that our mindset does not suit these guys. 34, Chapter 34. Smiley face, 14 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 49 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. After the holiday feast was over and Dumbledore's short congratulatory speech ended, all the houses headed out to go about their business. There was still a little time before curfew, so everyone would have something to do, but not Destiny. We were one of the first to walk and one of the first to stumble upon a section of the corridor flooded with water, where Harry and Ron stood in shock. Opposite them, on the wall above the torch, flaunted a magnificent bloody inscription, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The torch support was adorned with Filch's petrified cat, suspended by its tail. "Ha! Tremble, enemies of the air!" proudly declared Draco Malfoy, squeezing into the front ranks. "You're next, Mudbloods." He looked incredibly proud and excited at the same time. No wonder Harry ended up thinking on Malfoy when he investigated this, no doubt convoluted case. Hearing about the Mudblood, Hermione grimaced in the best traditions of Malfoy, but the girl's dislike was directed at him. "What's going on here?" A hoarse voice announced the appearance of Filch, our caretaker. He squeezed into the resulting void between the students and Harry with Ron. Then he noticed his cat. "What's with my cat?" "What?" he yelled, eyes bulging. Filch immediately looked at Harry. "It's you. You killed my cat." Filch stretched out his arms towards Harry like a zombie. "I'll kill you." "Calm down, Argus." Dumbledore joined our company, accompanied by several professors. Without losing his importance and dignity, he went to the cat hanging on the torch mount and carefully took it off. "Come with me, Argus. You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley." With an always beaming smile, Lockhart, in his light suit, approached the professors. "My office is the closest one, Headmaster, right up the stairs. Come to me." "Thank you, Lockhart," the headmaster nodded. The crowd of students parted, like the sea in front of Moses, and the headmaster, together with the professors and the Golden Duet, left the scene. No further spectacles were foreseen, and everyone began to disperse about their business. "And who needed to bewitch the poor cat?" Hermione asked reproachfully on the way to our training class. "I don't know. Many do not like Mrs. Norris because she is too zealous in her duties." "Exactly. Performs duties. Helps her master. Do you think she'll be okay? Do you like cats?" Hermione nodded. "I also. Most likely, everything will be all right. We need to investigate this incident. It goes beyond jokes and gags." "My own, you think the professors can't do it?" "PFFF." The girl smiled, entering our class and ignoring my appeal. If you take the words of Harry and Ron for the truth, the professors missed Voldemort under their noses. And, importantly, they didn't see him point blank for a whole year. Or, even worse, they knew and did nothing. Where is your faith in teachers? Historical chronicles of different countries force us to think that people are not ideal, and their actions often carry ulterior motives. Social adaptation through books is not her best option. Oh well. Hermione grabbed her wand sharply. Stupefy. An almost blue elongated clod of spell flew at me, but it's hard to take me by surprise. At least, if what's happening is in my field of vision. Protego, the transparent film of the shield turned out not good enough, having disintegrated from the spell. Once again, I regretted that wizards did not use such a primitive in my dreams. We grinned at each other. "It's time to warm up." We started our standard warm-up, throwing simple spells and putting shields in turns. After 10 minutes of this kind of badminton, we already began to move around the classroom. At first, we just walked, but after 5 minutes we started running. We threw off our robes, they interfere. The speed of casting spells increased, as well as their number, and now all the order went aside, and we turned into a kind of machine guns. One spell has not yet hit the shield or whistled at the temple, as the third was in progress. I launched a powerful Expelliarmus, and a blue beam whizzed by a centimeter from Hermione's head. She flushed all over, breathlessly and with a strange expression, put her hand to her chest. "Do you feel the adrenaline rushing through your veins?" I asked with a smile. "This is a very strange feeling." It was evident that her legs and arms were shaking slightly from the excess of adrenaline. "Move even more. Adrenaline needs to be put somewhere." "No shields." "Ictus." A small jellyfish clot quickly rushed towards Hermione, but she nimbly stepped to the side to let the clot pass by. He crashed into the desk as if someone kicked it weakly. "Oh, you." With a smile, the girl was indignant, immediately directing her wand at me. The most important thing in this is that for a long time, it was not necessary to point a wand at the enemy with an outstretched hand. Both of us could have been hip shooting, not yet in all positions, but already in much more free poses. "Ictus." A similar clot escaped from her wand, and Hermione immediately shifted the wand to the desk. "Damnum." A sharp movement of the wand and the desk flies at me. "Sassy girl." I think I smiled too. The attack was two-sided and did not give much room for maneuver. I had to bend like Neo, but to the side, letting Ictus under me and my desk above me. I immediately responded with a pair of throwing and paralyzing ones, falling and leaving behind desks in the roll. So we had fun until we fell exhausted. Hermione was starting to really fucking love dodging spells, and the smoother she did, the happier she was. She was completely delighted with those cases when she managed to combine several attacks and dodges in one complex movement. But no matter how delighted our simple fights were, she still liked to make miracles, enchant objects, transfigure a variety of things much more. I could not help but note that she is more talented than me in magic. Slightly, albeit not much, but better perceives all this magical. Let's try to combine your love of creation with the attack. We sat on the floor, leaning against the classroom wall. How? It amused me how pleased she looked. Standing up and stepping aside, I waved my wand and quickly cast a series of spells. Augmenti levis, Forma, Classiforce, Damnum. A large stream of water that emerged from the wand hung in the air and grew in size. The second spell gave it the shape of a sharp icicle, the third turned it into ice, and the fourth sent it flying at great speed. The icicle pierced the desk and shattered, leaving a decent-sized hole in its wake. It took me 3 seconds. Long, but interesting, Hermione thoughtfully looked at the result of my actions. I think that after a long working out of such a combination, it will be possible to reduce the time to 1.5 seconds. Hermione nodded to herself. And working out the verbal formula. Yes, good diction is needed, Hermione continued to argue. I agree. And further training will help you get to nonverbal witchcraft. Or, perhaps, there is simply a spell of such an icicle. Just one spell. By the way, can you do something nonverbal? Leviosa once in a while. It's hard. Words are very helpful in concentrating. Without them, it is difficult to cast a spell. They are like a reflex. So you think the same? Yes. Have you ever tried it without a wand? Yes, but these are not spells. More like loosely controlled bursts of magic. Can you show it? Hermione removed the wand she still held in her hands, held out her palm. She concentrated so hard that a small crease appeared between her eyebrows. For a couple of seconds, nothing happened, and then an amorphous blinking ball of lumos lit up in her palm. Not for long. It's hard. As I understand it, this is not an enchantment or a spell at all. Bear will produces a familiar effect. You will need to practice it later. I have an idea. Learn to feel exactly how the spell is being cast, feel it to the smallest detail, and recreate these sensations without a wand. Have you decided to become stronger than Dumbledore? Hermione grinned but quickly returned to a pensive state. I walked over to her and sat on the floor next to her, leaning against the wall. What are you thinking about? Oh, about Filch's cat. What exactly? Hermione looked at me and sat back, turning slightly in my direction. Look. While I was dealing with laws, precedents, and historical summaries last year, I came across an interesting fact. About 50 years ago, a certain heir opened the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. Then the Muggle-born girl died. In unofficial sources and the Yellow Press, heir also appears under a different name. Heir to Slytherin. Do you think this is one of the Slytherins? It's a difficult question. One would think on Malfoy, but did you notice how he reacted? He was pleased. And surprised. Yes. He did not expect to see something like that, but he has nothing against it, and, moreover, he supports it. And he knows that this heir doesn't like Muggle-borns. It would be logical that the heir was in Slytherin, but this is too obvious and simple. They are not stupid there, my own. Well, not all. On Slytherin, there are many offspring of more or less influential and wealthy families or striving for it. I mean that it's so stupid to substitute, right about the heir, bewitch the cat. Petty and more like an act of distraction. I also thought so, although I really want to act simply. Blame the Slytherins. As I said, a distraction. You can also think of the twins, but this is not their handwriting. They leave an indication of themselves. Like some killers from books. I nodded. I bet the heir, or at least the one who bewitched the cat, has nothing to do with Slytherin. I mean, to the house. I understood. We were silent for a couple of minutes. Hermione sighed, lifting herself off the floor. Another story where the butler turns out to be the killer. I could not resist and laughed. You think it's Filch? No. This is too much even for Hogwarts. Hermione laughed, and we went to the living room. Perhaps I should take a shower. 35, Chapter 35. Smiley face, 14 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 49 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. For several days, Hogwarts was literally bursting with talk and various kinds of rumors about the incident with Filch's cat. This was facilitated by both Filch, who constantly kept watch at the inscription, in vain trying to erase it, and some Slytherins. Poor Filch seemed to be hoping that the intruder would return to the scene of the crime, and the Slytherins seemed to feel the invisible support of someone powerful behind their backs. They provoked the guys from our house into fights, both magical and more traditional, Muggle. One such group was the Malfoy Company. He often appeared surrounded by Crabbe, Goyle, Nott, Zabinai, and, oddly enough, the younger Greengrass. The girl sympathized with Malfoy, although she hid it well. Parkinson tried to keep up with her but did not seem to want to march in the crowd. These few days, Hermione diligently spent the remaining time in the forbidden section. Still, she did not forget about the usual library, diligently looking for various facts. I watched people around. Ron constantly reassured Ginny, who was not herself because of this incident. She has the diary, that's for sure. Ron believes that the girl is extremely upset that the cat is petrified, and she does not like what is happening. I have a different guess. Ginny knows perfectly well who did it, and most importantly how. I honestly feel sorry for her, but, on the one hand, this is her mistake. On the other hand, if this whole performance is being held under the headmaster's strict guidance, then it is incredibly unreasonable to interfere in it. Under such thoughts, I was sitting on one of the windowsills in an empty corridor. Not far away, somewhere around the corner, there were the sounds of footsteps, the sound of books falling, and chuckles. "Look where you're going, Mudblood," Draco Malfoy's hostile tone could be recognized a mile away. I jumped briskly from the windowsill and turned the corner, an amazing picture. Hermione and Draco looked at each other with hostile eyes. Nearby are Crabbe and Goyle, the Black Zabinai, and the younger Greengrass. It was clear from the last two faces that they didn't understand anything, but out of solidarity, they would support. "Looking for trouble out of boredom, Malfoy?" I asked calmly as I walked up to Hermione. "Look who came!" he sarcastically drawled. "Mudblood rushes to help Mudblood." Draco grinned and glanced at his comrades. The boys supported him with cheerful smiles, but Astoria looked at me somewhat surprised. I wonder if Draco really doesn't see my resemblance to my mother, or is he faking it? I ignored them completely as I picked up Hermione's book. The wand is already resting in the sleeve and is ready to be in hand in a split second. I returned the book to the girl. "Come on, don't linger here. You can catch some kind of disease from the dampness of the dungeons." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Draco Boyle. He drew his wand and pointed it at me, but I can clearly see that there is no movement for the spells. No movement is not the level yet. But just in case, I'm ready to dodge, and Hermione is already holding the wand in a convenient position for her at belly level, standing half-turned to the opponents. I will need to give her an idea for a less threatening position, relaxed, misleading the enemy. "And what will you do?" I went almost close, and the tip of Malfoy's wand looked into my forehead upwards. "I'm surprised you know which side to take the wand." Crabbe and Goyle made a scary face, more befitting of a pooping monkey. "No, I'm serious. They need to take a master class from someone older. This is ridiculous." "You." Malfoy clearly does not possess sufficient self-control. Slugol. I touched his hand with a sharp movement, pressed on the metacarpal bone with my fingers, twisting the hand, and immediately intercepting the dropped stick. Malfoy cried out from the sharp pain and, pulling his hand, jumped back, with some resentment looking from his hand to his wand, which I deftly twirled between my fingers of the left hand. "Oh, no, I'm sorry," I jumped to conclusions. "You still don't know how to hold it." All this I said without any emotion on my face, which further infuriated Draco. "Although you can enrage him with anything." Crabbe and Goyle moved towards me, deciding to wrinkle my, no doubt, beautiful face. Impedimenta Spatsies, using Malfoy's wand, which turned out to be surprisingly obedient, I slowed down the guys so that for a moment, I felt like Quicksilver from Marvel, they moved so slowly. Well, sadly, the speed of perception of the world in such a state does not decrease. You can take it back when you wake up. Noticing Astoria's offended face out of the corner of my eye, I couldn't help but smile. "Well, children, sorry, young miss, the circumstances," I threw Malfoy's wand aside. "They still have to swim like that for about 10 minutes if someone does not disenchant or they themselves do not get rid of the spell. The latter is unlikely. I would have done it myself," Hermione rebuked me when we moved a little to the side. "I have no doubt, but my method is less painful. Let's go to our class." Quickly reaching the training class next to the living room, Hermione cleared the dust from the first desk she came across and sat on it. "I have unpleasant news. Is the inspector coming to us? I'm glad that you read Russian classics, but our affairs can really turn out to be incredibly bad." "I'm listening to." Hermione opened the book and quickly found the page she was looking for. It featured a basilisk. And a bunch of text about him. Having compared the facts, opinions, arguments, and my own thoughts, I came to the conclusion that a giant basilisk is crawling around the castle. I wondered how the girl could find such information so quickly. Even a week had not passed. Go on. So, Hermione pulled up a chair and sat down. If we take for the truth that the current heir and the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago is the heir of Slytherin, then this can be based on. The symbol of the house is a snake. This symbol was introduced by the founder himself, Salazar Slytherin. The history of Hogwarts states that he could speak to snakes in their language, Parseltongue. Assuming that he, as it is said in the books, was proud and vain, and in the books, there is no mention of any Slytherin's horror. What horror? The horror of Slytherin. This was the name of something that was hidden in the Chamber of Secrets and was released last time. So that's it. Okay, next. Mrs. Norris was petrified. I know, and in general, I told you that. Overheard in the living room. This is not so important. So I thought, how can I please my pride and vanity if I were Slytherin? Why not breed the world's most dangerous snake? Great option. And hide it from the rest, otherwise, they will kill it, and you can amuse your pride even during a conversation with this snake. The only thing that falls out of theory a little is petrification. Partial. Mrs. Norris is alive but still petrified. How does the basilisk bewitch the victims? Direct eye-to-eye gaze. And there was a puddle on the floor. Exactly. Hermione slapped her hand on the desk. She could see the basilisk in the reflection. Although there is no evidence of this, it may well be that an indirect look into the eyes of a basilisk does not kill but forces you to fall into such a state. This is problematic. This is a huge problem. What should we do? Basilisks have one weakness, the crowing of a rooster, but let me remind you, Max, someone killed Hagrid's roosters. All of them. Hagrid complained about this. Yes, our sitting in the living room and listening habit really helps us to learn an incredible amount of information without putting in any effort. Ours don't care about confidentiality at all. Hermione, I spoke seriously, we don't go one by one anymore, generally. Better not to walk at all. Not walking at all is not an option. But in a group pretty reasonable. Perhaps, the heir will not dare to attack several targets at once. Someone can leave and report on the situation. We stick to crowded places. And, just in case, we need mirrors. I have a couple. I have a lot of things. Great. We also need to report our guesses to the professors. Then Flitwick or Sprout. Why not Professor McGonagall? Hermione was surprised. I don't trust the headmaster, even if he is a great light wizard, but he did not cease to be a man with his own personal interests because of this. McGonagall is his loyal deputy. Oh, and I somehow did not notice the concern about my house on the part of our dean. This is very sad, by the way. When I watch and listen to how Professor Flitwick and Sprout care about their own students, even I become jealous. Let's go to the living room. I'll give you a mirror. 36, Chapter 36. Smiley face, 14 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 51 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The day before the first Quidditch match between the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams, Hermione and I approached Professor Lockhart. Of course, right after the Dada class. Professor. Ah. My loyal fans. Can I help you? Yes, Hermione nodded. We really need your help, nothing difficult. Lockhart smiled radiantly and waited for the continuation. You see, I would like to study the properties of some poisons. After reading Walking with the Ghouls, I was incredibly impressed with how cleverly you drained the poison out with a tea strainer. And so, I became very interested in slow-acting and other poisons. Ah, Walk with the Ghouls, yes, I remember, Lockhart smiled. Did you like it? Yes, I liked it very much. I was also impressed, I said with reverence in my voice. The thing is, continued Hermione, that books on such poisons are in the forbidden section, and there are really a lot of them. You don't have to continue. I understand you perfectly. I think this desire for knowledge should be encouraged among young minds. Do you already have forms? Of course. Hermione nodded happily and held out 2 forms, one for herself and one for me. Lockhart took them and, taking a large peacock feather from the table, wrote an intricate signature on the forms. It is my duty to help the best students and fans. Lockhart handed us the signed papers, and we, thanking the professor, quickly rushed to the library. We need to certify the forms. Another month of enhanced memorization awaits us. As before, Madame Pans carefully checked the forms and took us to the forbidden section. The librarian did not read the instructions because she was quite pleased with us, not a single mistake in working with books. I was not afraid of a basilisk attack on us, and there is one theory, albeit not confirmed, but a theory. If I remember the tale of Harry Potter correctly, then the basilisk victims were those who annoyed our hero in one way or another. I don't believe Ginny's words that she doesn't remember what she did under the diary's influence. But, even if this is the case and the girl was completely under the influence of the diary and really did not remember anything, then Riddle used the information from the 7th Weasley to frame Potter. Those events really looked like that. I'm not afraid of a basilisk attack on us since I don't have any contact with the guy, and Hermione doesn't hang around him, causing outbursts of jealousy of the redhead. Of course, I don't think we're completely safe. There is a possibility that the theory is wrong, or we may just encounter the basilisk by accident. For this reason, we decided to move mainly with someone else. The next day, at the end of the first week of November, a Quidditch match took place. Hermione and I decided not to leave the Gryffindor's living room at all. This time can be spent on homework or organizing what has already been memorized from the forbidden section. We decided not to go anywhere for a simple reason: almost all the students are on the Quidditch field. There is simply no one to move around the castle with. So we sat and studied. But, when we decided to understand a couple of curses theories from the forbidden section, we were faced with a factor of insufficient basic knowledge. Not that everything was completely incomprehensible, but an important rule of magic has long been learned: in order to safely use magic, you need to understand it perfectly. The more complex the spell, the more unintended consequences can arise from mistakes or lack of understanding of the process. But we did not despair. We need the knowledge of the forbidden section for the future. Anyway, we will not forget it, but we can figure out the details later when we tighten the base. The silence of the living room was interrupted by a crowd of students bursting in. They cheered, congratulated each other, and especially the Quidditch team. Only Potter wasn't among them. The fun flowed like a river, but no one even paid attention to us. Everyone had long been accustomed to putting on everything, so they did not climb. Not even Ron expressed his opinion about our lack of Gryffindor spirit and other things. And we sat and watched, periodically making notes for notes and discussing various spells. Closer to lights out, when everyone had already calmed down, the little ones began to disperse to the rooms, and the older guys pulled out Butterbeer the Weasley twins' contraband. Small Colin Creevey snatched a decent-sized branch of grapes and washed out of the living room. Younger Weasley hasn't come back yet, I whispered, leaning closer to Hermione. I noticed. There is no Potter yet, 2 from the 4th, 3 from the 6th, and 2 from the 7th years. Miona, do you think this is one of them? Mrs. Norris was disliked by almost everyone, so it's hard to say. I didn't think I would say this, but we need to wait for the development of events and only then build hypotheses. Hey, kids! The twins came up to us. Why are you not in bed? We're studying, we answered at the same time, looking at the twins that were standing on either side of the sofa. I can't help but notice. One began. That you are strange. Continued for him the second. And completely inexplicable. The Gryffindor phenomenon. And why is that? Hermione grinned, returning to the notes on the parchment. There is just a little left to do. You are the only and the first in the history of the house who has not lost a single point in a year. But this is good. I looked them in the eye. Certainly. They said synchronously, getting into some kind of self-righteous posture. But you are too boring, said the left one, and both turned sour at the same time. In any case, continued the second one, we have to hurry you and send you to the bedrooms. If for no apparent reason McGonagall appears, then you will be punished, as we do, for the fact that we are here having fun with you. We spoil the youth. We decompose growing geniuses. And other nonsense. But nonsense punishable. Your manner of speaking is giving me a headache, Hermione reproached them and put the final point in the essay. The twins chuckled and headed towards the rest of the company. Come on, finish there and go to your rooms. I didn't think they would show such concern. They are worried about themselves, Herm. About themselves. You see only bad things in people. I don't deny it. I don't like people. Hermione smiled at my words. You said it in such a tone, as if people are not tasty breakfast, but you have to eat. Where did you get such thoughts in your head? You didn't get sick. Hermione sighed wearily and rubbed her face with her palms. Is this all the forbidden section? Some nonsense comes to mind. Not really, she shook her head. I have already got used to sending disturbing knowledge to the far corners of memory. It just takes more time. As you know, but be careful, we are still children. If you have unpleasant dreams, then we will go to Madame Pomfrey for the potion Dreamless Sleep. No, no, no. No need to see Madame Pomfrey, Hermione feigned horror. Herm, I'm serious. Mental health is our everything. We have already found out that a clear and quick mind is the key to successful witchcraft. Hermione pouted but nodded. Okay. If I have such dreams, or even if I don't get enough sleep, then I'll go right away. We will go together. Do not forget that a snake can crawl around the castle, killing with a glance. Okay. Good night, Max. And you? We went to our rooms, and the next morning the whole Hogwarts learned that our little paparazzi, Colin Creevey, had fallen into a daze. Alive, scared, petrified. So far, everything is in relative order. Sounds cruel, but nonetheless. It's okay because the children are alive. In the evening, glancing in the mirror and making sure that I had not grown a beard with bells, I went to bed with a clear conscience. 37, Chapter 37. Smiley face, 14 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 51 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The next day, the ingredients came from the Weasleys. Yes, I ordered them, like last year, through the twins. Why not? Mediation costs a pittance, or rather a couple of shekels. On the same day, we brewed a complex of potions to restore the musculoskeletal system. We applied them according to the worked-out scheme with the help of Confundus. Another portion of strong pain, a nasty taste in the mouth from the potions, and we can again train as much as we wish. But only in the morning. Hermione and I forced our prefect, Percy Weasley, to accompany us to our classroom for self-study. The argument was simple: we are the best students of the house and the year, we bring many points. It will be bad if we are bewitched, and the school cup will not be seen. Percy was inspired, and now with his classmate escorts us to our secret room and then takes us back. It's not far to walk here, but you don't want to risk it. I don't think the guys will be able to help us in any way in the event of a basilisk attack, no. I just hope that the basilisk won't attack such a company, no matter whether it is controlled by the 7th Weasley or Riddle. But such an attack will destroy the legend the Weasley is pure blood, like his comrade, whose name I don't know. We had to slightly adjust the schedule. Now, immediately after the end of the last lesson, Hermione and I sat in our office without leaving and practicing spells, doing homework, and so on. Physical preparation took place early in the morning. Percy helped to sort out the food. He introduced me to Timmy, the house elf, who happily brought us all sorts of goodies into the office. Also, this little house elf shared gossip while amusing herself with her manner of constructing phrases, talking about herself in the third person, and in the most amusing manner portraying the characters from these rumors. With the help of the house elf, it was found that all house elves, without exception, are aware that the terrible horror is periodically moving around the castle. That's what they call it. She also said that with the appearance of the terrible horror, spiders began to run away from the castle. This was very good news for the house elf, but the joy was overshadowed by the reason for this migration. It all fits. Hermione nodded. Timmy brought us dinner, told the spider's story, and hurried off to do other important things, disappearing with a pop. What exactly? We sat at the same desk and looked with a certain doubt at a huge amount of different foods. Like last year, potions have increased our appetite, and the little house elves were happy to feed us. It seems to me that these little creatures cherish hope. The hope that we will burst from overeating, and they will snatch their piece of strong young wizards. What do you think? I'm just interested in your conclusions, I smiled at the girl. But I can share mine. In the wizarding world, it so happened that spiders are afraid of snakes. They are either trying to kill them, or they are running. In our case, the latter. They run because they sense a very strong snake. Now there is no longer any doubt that this is a basilisk. Exactly. And petrification instead of death, I suppose, is due to indirect gaze. Colin was petrified, holding the camera in his hands. According to Harry, he was looking through the viewfinder. But, this is strange. Hermione poked thoughtfully with a fork at the pieces of potatoes, indifferently bringing them to her mouth, chewing quickly. What exactly? Moaning Myrtle. Oh, you mean the ghost of that girl? Yes. It was she who died 50 years ago. In the toilet. Did you notice that she wears glasses? I haven't even seen her. It doesn't matter, she wears glasses. And she died. We will need to ask her. Let's not today. Of course. It's too late. And about the camera. You know, Colin has a camera with a mirror viewfinder, not a telescopic one. Here, too, the theory is quite pertinent. After this conversation, we just had dinner. After finishing her meal, Hermione called Timmy and asked her to clear the dishes. The house elf snapped her fingers and disappeared along with the dishes. I just thought. Most of the relatively harmless offensive spells and curses begin with a downward movement of the wand. I also noticed that sorcerers don't really react to the wand unless it's pointed at them. Let us suppose. What is the easiest way for you to conjure? Where to keep the wand? Ideally I need to see the direction of the wand and the target on the same line. Hermione took out her wand and held out her hand, pointing at the wall. And if closer to the face? Hermione glanced at me inquiringly but just nodded and flexed her elbow, bringing the wrist closer to her face. At the same time, she made different movements for trial. You know, the wrist moves even better. And the movements are somewhat more accurate. You can reduce their amplitude, speed up the casting of the spell. Great. Now turn the other side to the intended goal. No. Right shoulder back, left shoulder forward. Yes, just like that. I nodded contentedly. It's just that when I thought about how Hermione conjures, how she loves to dodge and merge everything into smooth bundles of movements, translating one into another. I remembered one of the most charismatic villains of cinema from my past world, Bellatrix Lestrange. Her manner to relaxed behave, holding her wand to her face and instantly launching an attack from this position. Plus, in this position, the arms are closer to the body, which allows you to move faster, dodge, and turn the body. And what I saw in others, arms outstretched to the side, tense postures, all this reduces mobility. And it can turn out to be silly, but a prank. Look. Try to move in a relaxed way, as you would on a walk, and hold the wand somehow. I got up and parroted Bella as I walked around the office. Hermione's hysterical laughter made it clear that it was so-so. Or, on the contrary, it is too good. Ha ha ha. Okay, stop. Ha ha. I also smiled and, as if embarrassed, scratched the back of my blonde head with my 5 fingers, looking at Hermione bursting into laughter. After a couple of minutes, she calmed down from what she saw and, wiping away a non-existent tear, decided to try. For almost an hour, she moved around the cabinet, tapping her chin with her wand, then on her cheekbone. First, she portrayed thoughtfulness, then joy, then sadness. Sometimes, she suddenly broke into some ornate curtsy, very dangerously waving her wand, like a musketeer a hat. During such tomfoolery, she did not forget to abruptly begin to conjure with a wand at the very face, instantly sending some kind of spell into the wall. It looked pretty effective. Wizards rarely expect an attack from a relaxed opponent. Well, except in cases when nothing but an attack can happen. And also, if the enemy expects an attack and prepares to defend himself, then such behavior will unnerve him and, possibly, provoke an attack. And here, the advantage may be on your side. And what about your style? Asked Hermione, and literally a second later, she laughed again, probably remembering my walk. No, not as you thought. I'm more comfortable from the body. I got up, took my wand in my hand, and, like a strict teacher, began to tap it on the palm of my other hand, raising it to the level of my stomach. It's easier for me to aim offhand. Even easier than keeping a wand in line of sight. I pointed my wand at Hermione with a whip and immediately began to move it downward, sending stupefy at her. Hermione abruptly but smoothly stepped back, letting the blue blob past her head, and immediately answered in the same way, almost at her very face, pointing her wand at me. In a couple of seconds, a short duel with the transfer of spells was organized. Well, what do you think? I asked the thoughtful girl when we stopped throwing chaos around the classroom. Not quite what you need. You need to work it out, find something of your own. But what you suggested is already close. Well. Look, I'll show you one more trick. I conjured Protego Totalis. A transparent sphere appeared around me. For now, I need to concentrate quite hard on it while using a wand. I channel magic through her. The sudden movement will easily cancel concentration. I put my left hand's fingers in the pistol and ran them over the wand. The power of the spell shifted from the wand to the fingers, but the shield floated and weakened a little. Wow! Admired Hermione when I freely moved the wand, twisted between my fingers, while the spell remained in place. Yeah, I smiled back. You just need to train a lot. The wand helps to channel magic, and without it, it hardly stretches out of the body. Yes, and it dissipates strongly. I clearly feel it. Immediately, I waved my wand and created a simple Lumos. The problem with Protego Totalis is that it creates a two-sided shield from under which you cannot attack. But this is nothing more than a trick without training, Hermione said and tried to repeat it. The shield disintegrated almost immediately. Preschool training and exercises with hemomancy clearly helped me. I agree. You can devote some time to this, but not much. It's already barely enough. 38, Chapter 38. Smiley face, 15 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 53 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. We trained every day. Hermione was looking for her own witchcraft style, and her, not pronounced adventurism, which was hidden behind the face of a strict and correct girl, could not but affect this style. It looked pretty mundane and commonplace. Hermione could communicate, smile, grimace a little while either tapping herself on the shoulder with a wand or as if thoughtfully, bringing it to her mouth or just holding it at belly level like me. It looks so natural that you stop paying attention to the wand. A short moment, and you are already flying into the wall and do not understand, how, where, why. Yes, a couple of times she caught me inattentive, and even my superhuman, I dare to hope, speed did not help me in any way. Time passed, days flew by, the sudden first snow had already fallen, one had only to go to bed. Just yesterday, the land around was gloomy and dull, the smooth surface of the Black Lake justified its name, turning into a gloomy reservoir. But then you woke up the next day, and everything around is covered with snow, as if after a snowfall. McGonagall collected applications from students wishing to stay at the castle for Christmas. There were more people willing to leave than last year, and our dean collected only a few applications from the entire house. Mine and Hermione were among them. Sometimes I was bursting with curiosity how was the Golden Duo doing in the absence of Hermione in their company, but after thinking it wisely, I decided that I didn't want to know anything and go to them too. The guys are running, fussing, asking someone, looking for something, quarreling with Malfoy, for which special thanks to them. After that incident, Draco didn't climb up to me but looked angrily and resentfully. Well, he doesn't bother us the better for him. After another week, as always, after the morning practice and shower, Hermione and I went down to the Great Hall for breakfast and found an entertaining announcement, around which the students crowded. Dueling Club. Oh, even the nerds are interested, said Ron, amid the chuckles of the others. This is a dueling club, Max. What are you going to do there? Throwing books at each other. Neither I nor Hermione reacted to this pass, and Harry pulled his friend aside. The guys around were discussing the idea of the club, making assumptions and guesses. Do you want to prove yourself? I asked Hermione over breakfast. I do not know. We'll see. But I can see what she wants in her eyes. Of course, the best student is great, but it would also be nice to show the skill. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we went to the Great Hall, accompanied by Percy. Our permanent guide was so imbued with our safety that he extremely insistently asked us to notify him if it was necessary to change location. Well, yes, we really bring a lot of points. The Great Hall looked very different and subtly the same. The illusion on the ceiling now showed only impenetrable darkness. Enchanted candles were burning under the ceiling. The dining tables were gone, and instead, there was a large dueling podium, and along the walls, there were platforms on which students could sit. And there was someone to be accommodated. It seemed that almost all of Hogwarts had gathered in the hall. The faces are tense and agitated in the hands of the magic wands. Everyone whispered with enthusiasm. We made our way through the crowd closer to the duel podium. How do you think? Hermione asked, reaching out slightly in my direction. Who will teach the classes? I sincerely hope that Professor Flitwick. He's a 5-time dueling champion. The probability is extremely small. Why? If he could, he would have taught students a long time ago. But he is the head of Ravenclaw and the choir curator. Is there a choir at Hogwarts? Hermione couldn't hold back her surprise. I'm shocked myself. But it would be GR. Ah, shit. Forget it. Hermione shook her head in the direction of the stairs to the podium, along which the unforgettable Lockhart climbed. As always, he looked obscenely good, although, in this beige jacket with rich embroidery, he clearly had a small belly. Hee hee. Come closer. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Perfectly. Said Lockhart, flashing a smile. Professor Dumbledore approved my proposal to create a dueling club at the school. By attending the club, you will learn to defend yourself if circumstances suddenly require. And my life experience tells me that such circumstances are not uncommon. Read about it in my books. I will be assisted by Professor Snape. With these words, Snape walked to the other side of the podium in a little bit unusual clothes. Although, in fact, he simply wasn't wearing a robe, so it seemed a kind of coat made of thin fabric was somewhat unusual. Or is it a very elongated semblance of a jacket? I don't know. He's a little good at dueling, Lockhart continued, ignoring the barely disguised hostility of both Snape and the Slytherins. I suppose they had a much better idea of the potions master's capabilities. Now, we will show you how duelists fight with magic wands. Oh, don't worry, my young friends, I will return the potions professor to you safe and sound. It would be great if they killed each other. Ron spoke up rather loudly. Loud enough for almost everyone to hear, despite the quiet noise of student conversations. The duelists parted to the sides, although not far. They already stood almost at the right distance. They turned to each other. Snape made a minimal bow, saluting his wand against his face. On the other hand, Lockhart grimaced and waved his arms, causing only a grin from Snape. Well, the potions master knows how to impress the audience. All the students are already burying Lockhart in their thoughts. Well, what's left of him? Deciding that it was enough to clown around, Lockhart got into a pose like a real swordsman with a sword. Snape behaved about the same, only much more laconic. That was the word that came to mind. Notice how the wands are held in this position, Lockhart explained to the quiet room. On the count of 3, spells are cast. There will be no deaths, of course. 1, 2, 3. The wands shot up, but I noticed that Lockhart was not even trying to conjure, but Snape. Expelliarmus. With an overly bright flash of a swift spell beam, Lockhart was thrown against the wall, and he slid down it, sprawling on the stage. The Slytherins, like many other guys, could not help laughing. Even Hermione shook her head dejectedly, covering her face with her hand. "He is alive," whispered one of the girls. "I hope not." Harry and Ron answered her at the same time. Finally, Lockhart lifted his head off the floor. He looked disheveled and suspiciously happy. "Great move," he said, getting up briskly and dusting off his clothes. "Professor Snape used the disarm spell, and, as you can see, I lost my weapon." "Thank you, Miss Brown. Without a wand, I feel like without hands." "Bravo, Professor Snape, bravo. Forgive me, it would be easy to unravel your plan and repel the blow. But it is very useful for students to see." Snape's face grew darker than the cloud, and Lockhart hastened to add. "This concludes the demonstration part. Let's go directly to the training session. I'm going to pair you up now. Professor Snape, would you please help me?" While the instructors were quick to point out who to stand up against, Hermione and I took positions against each other. "Classic stance," I said, and we both copied Snape's stance. Well, she really looked classic. "Slagulu Zerato," Hermione sent a greenish ray of a curse at me in a bored tone, from which I simply dodged. "Ooh!" I heard from behind, and when I turned around, I saw some Hufflepuff, without much enthusiasm spewing slugs from himself. "Oops. I'm sorry," I apologized. Next to him was one of the older students and, nodding in understanding, pointed his wand at the guy, saying, "Finita." The guy was released. "Don't be distracted, Max," Hermione reminded about herself, sending the Tarantallegra at me. I accepted this curse without any problems with Protego. Then, at a fairly fast pace, but in turn, we threw simple spells and curses at each other, reflecting them on the sides of Protego Reflecto. This brought its own share of chaos, and if the older guys managed somehow, then their peers, and even third-year students, certainly fell under them. They were flying away, laughing, or starting to dance. 39, Chapter 39. Smiley face, 15 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 55 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Stop. Stop now. Lockhart screamed louder and louder until Snape's crisp and clear voice rang out. Finite incantatum. Snape's voice stopped the general madness. The guys stopped their chaotic casting of spells. Tousled, shabby, distressed, or on the contrary, joyful, the students were in a very different state. Still, the appearance of the majority was far from befitting. Lockhart ran around, helping out due to his modest capabilities and trying to somehow eliminate the consequences of this chaos. Perhaps, it is better to start with a defense, a bright thought visited our teacher of Dada. "I invite 2 volunteers." Hermione immediately took a step forward. Adventurous, believe in herself? But Lockhart didn't see her. "Longbottom, Finch Fletchley, would you like to try?" "Bad idea, Professor Lockhart," Snape walked over. "Longbottom can do such a mess with the simplest spell that Finch Fletchley's remains will have to be carried to the hospital wing in a matchbox." "I would suggest Malfoy and Potter," Snape grinned. I looked at the indignant Hermione. The girl clearly decided something for herself, smiled, and went to Potter, deftly pushing him behind her back. "You two are constantly in conflict," she explained to Potter with a smile, going up the podium. "Miss Granger." Snape did not see all this fuss, but sooner or later, he had to turn around. "It seems that you are still Granger, not Potter, and I'm sure that I summoned Potter. Is it important? After all, we are here to study." With a smile, Hermione shrugged her shoulders, and the hall giggled knowingly. "This is Granger. Studies. Granger. Books. As you please, Miss Granger," Snape muttered, displeased but did not interfere. Draco was somehow confused by this situation, but he had already stepped onto the platform. He looked questioningly at Snape, at Lockhart, and at the others, mostly his own. It looks like the beat potty action was being prepared in advance. Hermione, it seems, decided to test herself. It's one thing to use your tricks and practice against a reliable teammate and another thing to use against an unpredictable opponent. Snape nodded to Malfoy and walked over to him, talking quietly. Lockhart went up to Hermione and also tried to say something but dropped his wand. Hermione waited all this time in a kind of relaxed position, resting her left hand on her side and tapping her shoulder with a wand in her right hand. At the same time, she looked at Malfoy and somehow slyly smiled. I mentally rolled with laughter. Why? I don't know, but it seemed pretty funny to me. I had no doubts about Hermione's safety. Finally, all preparations were over, Draco and Hermione parted to the sides. Malfoy, with a contemptuous face, saluted with his wand. Hermione did the same, but much more relaxed. 3. Lockhart began to count down, 2. Evert's datum! Shouted Malfoy ahead of time, sending a thin ray of spell at Hermione. But as she stood in a relaxed position, tapping her wand on the shoulder and smiling, she continued to stand, only slightly shifted to the side. A ray flew past. Oh, she smiled even wider. Didn't your hearing start to deteriorate early? Malfoy's face turned red. Rictum sempra. Slugulus eructo. Stupefy. Malfoy began rather slowly, uncertainly, and angrily cast simple spells on Hermione, but she didn't even put up a shield, just slightly shifted from the line of the spell's flight. Serpensortia. Malfoy shouted, but halfway through, Hermione seemed to have a clue of what was going to happen. We studied this spell. Quite complicated. Ictus. Abruptly, but still with the same smile and almost without changing posture, just pointing her wand at Malfoy, Hermione created a spell that looks like an air fist. A jellyfish-like clot with great speed went to Malfoy. The snake had just fallen from the tip of his wand when it was carried away by Ictus, sending it back to its creator. Well, Malfoy himself was blown away. In flight, with a convulsive, frightened movement of his hand, he threw away a snake that still did not understand anything, and it crashed onto the podium between Hermione and Malfoy. Oh my! Hermione rebuked the retreating Draco, whose face clearly showed fear. Spectacled Cobra in a training duel? Our Draco learned a complex spell. She spoke in a tone like she was talking to a little child. Snape's 2 eyebrows twitched, and that forced me to mentally roll with laughter even more. And at least Hermione was still relaxed and even to some extent haughtily tapped her wand on the shoulder. I think I let the genie out of the bottle. I wonder what will come of it. While I was thinking about the strange twists and turns of life, the snake regained consciousness. She was frightened by the crowd and, of course, got into a threatening pose, striving to bite anyone who dared to approach it. Only now did the disciples understand the danger of the situation. Those who stood closer recoiled from the snake in horror. Stand still, Granger, Snape said gravely. I will remove it now. And he really would have removed, but Lockhart took the lead. He was already shining like a polished galleon. No, excuse me, I'll do it. Alar Descender. A ray of spell went into the snake with a whistle but only threw it up and embittered it more. Here Potter could not help but stand out, although both Snape and Hermione were already ready to destroy the snake. The guy hissed, distracting the snake from considering Finch Fletchley for food. The snake reacted instantly to Potter's hiss and glanced at him. While everyone was in total confusion, even Hermione suddenly began to consider Potter as a curious specimen. Snape moved away from the surprise. Vipera Evanesca. A ray of the spell fell from the professor's wand and landed straight into the snake, which in convulsions began to quickly burn out like a wick, disappearing. The students came to life, whispered, looked at Potter with surprise and condemnation. Ron grabbed his friend by the sleeve of his robe and dragged him out of the large hall, while the students only parted, letting the guy pass by. Shall we continue? Said Lockhart enthusiastically, but after looking around the still a little shocked and depressed students, even his bright head was able to get the thought that now there was no time for duels. I think that's enough for today, Snape summed up succinctly. On this, everyone began to disperse. Hermione came down from the podium and walked over to me. Only now, I could see her slightly trembling fingers. Are you worried, or haven't you fought enough? Both. She answered, removing her wand. We need to talk, urgently. And I guess what? Percy intercepted us literally at the exit from the Great Hall, and together we reached our class. I'll be back for you in an hour. Soon we will go to bed, the prefect indicated his position, adjusted the cap on his head, and left. So. Hermione sat down at her desk and began to broadcast with an important look. Today, we learned a few important things. Malfoy knows several spells, and Serpensortia is the best of them. In his opinion. Yes, I stared at the girl with feigned adoration. Along the way, I took a notebook and a pen out of my bag and started making short notes. Clown, smiled Hermione but immediately turned serious. Potter Parcel mouths. Okay. No, seriously. I understand that, seriously. You don't think he's related to Slytherin, do you? The probability of this is so small that... I don't even know. Slytherin lived 1,000 years ago. It doesn't matter. In England, only one genus was related to him, the Gaunts. This is a well-known fact and is indicated in some old history books. Yes, I remember something like that. As far as I know, the Potters have never crossed paths with the Gaunts. But there is no exact information, and they do not write about this. Even if there is a drop of Slytherin kinship in Potter, it is absurdly small. Hermione's fingers were still twitching. No, she abruptly got up from the table, taking her wand in her hand. We need to train more. We spent about 30 minutes in a non-stop duel and only then asked Timmy to bring some juice. Christmas is coming soon. Exactly. I could hardly resist not hitting my forehead with my palm. I have to leave for Christmas. Then I'll go too. Almost everyone will disperse, and it will be extremely unsafe for one to stay here. You're right. Having spent the remaining time before lights out on homework, we did not notice how it was time to go into the living room. Percy came for us. And in the living room, no one congratulated Hermione with an amazing duel. Everybody was talking about Harry, about Parseltongue, about the likelihood that he is the heir. Well, a couple more people were looking at us when we took our place on the sofa in a dark corner. The next day, I quickly made a request to return home for Christmas, and literally in the middle of the day, the whole of Hogwarts was seized by an even greater panic than before. Justin Finch, Fletchley and nearly Headless Nick were attacked. For me, the time remaining before the holiday was spent in study and training, and for the rest in fear and looking back. All tickets for the Hogwarts Express were bought up, distributed, and otherwise obtained into the frightened students' hands. An escape was being prepared. 40, Chapter 40. Smiley face, 15 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 55 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The snow-covered platform of Hogsmeade was literally bursting with the number of students who wanted to leave Hogwarts for Christmas this year. This is logical and predictable. I rode in the compartment with Hermione. Lavender Brown and one of the Paddle sisters tried to join our company. I'm an asshole because I can't even remember the girl's name, but sometimes it seems to me that they change places according to their mood. They tried to talk to us somehow, fish out some rumors, information about where Hermione learned magic to such a level. But everything, even an attempt to make some social activities, came across an absolutely sincere lack of interest on the part of Hermione and my soft smile. We just listened to them. They didn't tell anything new anyway. It looks like the barter principle works here, your rumors for our rumors. In general, they left with nothing, and we continued reading books. Hermione went deep into 2 different bestiaries, and I found myself interested in numerology for the senior years. It is good that we agreed with Madame Pans to take away some books. They were in many copies. In a regular library. Now you need to look both ways, I began a conversation. I know. You showed yourself pretty brightly then, defeating Malfoy. I know. There was no need to show off so much. Well, at least you could try to pretend it's hard for you. What do you want to hear? She gave me a neutral look. That you promise to be careful. When I'm home on vacation. The girl smiled. Everywhere. You say that once a day since that time. And we go everywhere together. And I will continue to say it. Anything can be expected from proud and arrogant kids. Okay. I will be extremely careful. Hermione rolled her eyes towards the ceiling and returned to reading. Well, that's great. In London, the girl was already met by her parents, with whom I greeted and wished them happy holidays. John also appeared in his BMW, he joined in the congratulations, and we all departed in different directions. You didn't just come back on vacation, did you? John asked me as we drove away from the station. Yes. Take me here. From the back seat, I handed him a piece of paper with an address. If everything goes well, I will spend most of my vacation there. And if it's bad? He frowned, taking the sheet and looking at me in the rearview mirror. I don't know. I'll come home. What else could it be? Will you take your things with you? Just a bag. And we haven't celebrated Christmas for a long time. I'll come to the holiday anyway. At these words, John smiled happily, and I noticed that his grey hair began to show through. Yes, old age is not a joy. What's new at school? Oh, you have no idea. I briefly described the situation, talked about Lockhart, his books, slovenliness and unprofessionalism, greatly downplayed the basilisk's danger, and so on. In half an hour, we got to the right address. Well, if nothing comes of it, I'll be back home today. Anyway, send the pirate back in 3 hours. Okay. Be careful. I got out of the car, wrapped myself more comfortably in my winter coat, pulled up my scarf and hat, threw my bag over my shoulder, and began to look around. John had already driven away, and I was still looking at the identical windows with white frames and red brick walls. The 11th house is here, the 13th too, but the 12th is not visible. What should I do? Creaker. Nothing, I looked around. There are at minimum people, it's night, even the lights around are kind of gloomy. Worthless Creaker. I said louder. You haven't received a cruciatus for a long time. Silence. Suddenly for myself, I realized that I was losing patience, along with stupid hopes. What does a wizard need? A voice sounded nearby, but no one appeared. A creaky old voice. I need to go to the home of the oldest and noblest black family. What does the young wizard have to do with? Are you blind? I turned my head towards the sound. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Old Creaker will escort the young wizard into the house. Immediately after that, someone took my hand. The world turned upside down for a moment, and now I am already standing in a dark, gloomy corridor. No less gloomy, and dark wallpaper with monograms faded, covered with dust, and moved away from the walls in some places. The magical lamps on the walls near the ceiling were dim and covered with spider webs. On either side of me were shelves for shoes, hangers for clothes, and a little further away an oddly shaped umbrella stand. Whom did you bring there, you worthless little house elf? There was a sharp female shout from somewhere in the depths of the house. So this is what you are, the house on 12 Grimmauld Place. 41, Chapter 41. Smiley face, 15 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 57 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Creaker, an old hunched house elf with drooping ears and a nose hooked to the bottom, modestly but persistently pushed me forward along the corridor, complaining about the stupidity of wizards. But that didn't bother me. A strange, pleasant feeling almost imperceptibly spread all over my body. I slowly walked forward, running my fingertips along the slightly rough surface of the old wallpaper, leaving traces on a thin old layer of dust that had thoroughly stuck into the texture. It's funny, but before I have not experienced something like this. How to describe these sensations, it never occurred to me. There are simply no such words. As if you suddenly rushed down on a swing. This feeling was not so bright at all but exciting. I immediately remembered Narcissa. Why? It seems that I felt something like that when she nursed me. What a pity that I don't have memories of that time for even a couple of minutes. A striking lack of upbringing, the portrait of a stately brunette with hair gathered at the back of her head was feeling angry. Arrogant and irritable, it was she who brought me out of the meditative state. Oh, what an honor. The lady in the portrait continued to get excited. You deigned to draw attention to me, young man? Did the Malfoy family decide to give a damn about upbringing? What a disgrace! The lady in the portrait threw up her hands in clearly feigned horror. By the will of Lucius, I have nothing to do with the Malfoy family. The lady in the portrait literally choked on the prepared phrase. She stared at me with not aristocratic wide eyes in surprise. What nonsense, I beg your pardon, you say, young man. Despite the indignant tone of the question, I was in no hurry to answer. I was much more worried about that strange feeling. After listening to myself a little more, I finally found the most appropriate comparison: as if the house vibrates imperceptibly, and this vibration finds response and resonance in me. Young man? I asked a question. The tension that was carefully hidden from me, which I realized only now, finally broke through. It was only necessary to relax for a little and feel this strange sensation from home. The tension from the ritual and exile from the family, from the loss of a similar feeling in childhood. This eternal, incomprehensible magic, spells. Subconscious expectation of trouble, attack, death in the end. This damned Lucius, looming on the horizon, which is why I even study only combat, only out of the corner of my eye remembering and working out a little household and other enchantments. All this, as it turned out, had been accumulating for quite a long time, and there was no one to share with. And now, here is a portrait of a woman I don't know in a beautiful black dress, in such a familiar home. She with such ease started to ask such questions. It was as if the air was released from me, and I simply sat down on the chair that appeared behind my back, unbuttoned my coat, and loosened my scarf. I slowly began to tell my story in this world. Why? Because I simply don't know what to do. What to do? Even a simple solution to kill Lucius is extremely difficult to implement, and the consequences are unknown. Of course, I did not tell her some of the nuances that no one should know about, such nuances as the spirit weapon or hemomancy, rebirth, and more. After speaking out, I continued to sit on a chair opposite the portrait of a stately lady, and my soul was easy and calm. I spoke out. It helped me a lot and really became somewhat easier. And what do you want? What did you come here for? The lady asked. How should I address you? An amazingly timely question, she grinned but didn't swear. Walburga Black. Maximilian Knight. I will repeat the question. What do you want? I don't know, I breathed. Do you believe me? Not really, Walburga grimaced almost imperceptibly. If what you said is true, then you should have died before 11. Hey! I stared at the portrait with incomprehension. What do you mean? Burning the legacy is a far from light ritual. At that word, she grimaced even more. Nobody survived after this, especially the squibs. So maybe I wasn't a squib. Don't talk nonsense, young man. Walburga sternly shouted from the portrait, so much so that Kriaker, who had been expecting something all this time, jumped on the spot, looking reverently at the hostess. Even I, far from magical medicine, know several spells with which you can test a child. I strongly doubt the Malfoy medics wizards no less. And what about Malfoy himself? For you, young man, Lord Malfoy. She shouted. Such bad manners. Ha, Lord. He's just a piece of shit. I could not resist. Do not swear in front of me. Exclaimed Walburga, angrily flashing eyes from the portrait. And even be so, it's none of your business. As you may have guessed, young man, from that day on, Malfoy's problems are Malfoy's problems. I understood. So why did I have to die? Obviously. You forcibly lost half of your magic, half of your essence. This is a sentence. Such a ritual can only be performed with a child, dooming him to a terrible and painful death. Tisk. I involuntarily clenched my fist and snapped my knuckles a couple of times. But I survived. And this is strange. Perhaps something or someone influenced it. Kriaker. An old house elf literally flew up to the portrait in his shabby, dirty pillowcase. Kriaker is here, dear lady. Look at this young man and tell me what you feel. Kriaker turned to me and began to peer at me attentively. The silence lasted for at least a minute, and then he turned back to the portrait of Walburga. He's very similar to Mrs. Narcissa. I already knew that, but I bet Kriaker meant something else. How much? Answer me. The little house elf stumbled on the spot, bowing his head apologetically. Very similar. Only a little different. Just a little bit. Seeing the discontent on Walburga's face, Kriaker sank even more. Walburga looked at me. And you, young man, what do you feel in this house? It's hard to say, I thought. Something native, as then, in infancy. Amazing. Walburga threw up her hands. You're the wizard, after all, survived somehow, studying at Hogwarts. The witch depicted in the portrait fussed, walking along the canvas from edge to edge. She kept walking and walking, muttering something under her breath. So, what should I do? Hey! Walburga stopped on the portrait, looking at me. In a new way, or something. What do you want? So that the shadow of Malfoy does not loom over me, every now and then threatens to kill. So kill him, Walburga shrugged, lost in thought. I didn't even know what to say. I was expecting something more. Not so radical. Walburga abruptly stopped near the chair in her portrait, sat down, and simply lit a cigarette. And what then? You, a young man, grew up among Muggles. Yes. Oh, let the old lady guess, not a smile appeared on her face, but the grin of a predator sensing prey. You thought that when you came here, I, or someone else, would gladly open their arms to you, teach you. How do the Muggle-born say? I will teach ancestral magic, throw a couple of virgins on the altar, which is right behind the freezer. Something like that? Oh, yes, you still need to go to the little green ones, shed a couple of buckets of your blood, and learn a lot about yourself. Then hang on yourself a couple of titles, ancestral artifacts, rings, and other things, become a lord, and no one will touch you? How much muggle-blooded nonsense I've heard in my time. 42, Chapter 42. Smiley face, 15 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 57 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. I sat and listened to this speech with my mouth open. By the look on your face, you thought so. No, no. I shook my head. Well, or something similar. Walburga dragged on her cigarette a couple of times and, dropping the ashes, released non-aristocratic rings of smoke. Oh, how I love to break these crazy ideas about the world. Let's start in order. Sitting more comfortably in my chair, I prepared to listen carefully. This might be interesting. To begin with, I want to upset you. No one is waiting for you here. You were not named by your mother. In infancy, you were not dedicated to the family tapestry. For the house, despite the positive reaction from home, you simply do not exist. This can be fixed, but is it necessary? You have been named Maximilian Knight for at least 11 years now, and the name is not an empty phrase. It literally grows together with the soul and body, and even if you are clearly black by blood and magic, but after all, even the letter came from Hogwarts to what name? Knight. Exactly. It's not easy to change. This is a very complex process, back to lordships and stuff. The lord is just a status, a beautiful tablet. It won't make you stronger or smarter. But it will oblige to attend the meetings of the Wisengamot and participate in the rest of society. And most important to you, it won't give you any protection against Malfoy. What prevents one lord from killing another? Nothing. Further, there are no miraculous artifacts and other things. Moreover, the goblins have nothing but money and possibly a couple of dozen not so important trinkets. Who would trust them with something like that, given the history? The ring of the head does exist, but no one knows where it is. How so? How? The lousy blood traitor Sirius just threw it out somewhere. A piece of bald. For at least a minute, Walburga went broke, scolding Sirius. I raised my hand like an excellent student in the class. Walburga noticed this, grunted, and nodded her head, giving her permission to ask. So my name is not on the tapestry. Naming and initiation are not carried out in isolation from each other. According to you, it turns out that you were not given a name, which means that you are not on the Malfoy tapestry either. And even if you were there, Lucius probably would have removed you from it. Lady Walburga, but... in theory, if I get on the tapestry, would my name appear on the Malfoy tapestry? Still, Narcissa Nay Black and Lestrange and many other families. By the eyes of Walburga, I realized that I had said something stupid. And where are such foolish thoughts in the minds of Muggleborns came from? Make up all sorts of nonsense. There are no family tapestries associated with the tapestry of another house. Hopefully, there is no need to explain why. Looks like I need to. Walburga again paid a little attention to the smoldering but not decaying cigarette, and only then she spoke. First and foremost, a wizard is not a friend or brother to another wizard. We do not consider individual cases, only the general picture. We have very few material values, but what we have are true relics. The greatest value is information and knowledge. Each house is trying to get the benefits of another, and this is how it happened many hundreds of years ago. It is still relevant now. Imagine that on the tapestry of the once related houses, but now warring, there is information about children born, marriages, lines of inheritance, and so on. It is unacceptable. Our ancestors, who created tapestries, also understood this. They are not related to each other in any way, and the information itself does not appear on them. You said that the most important thing is knowledge and information. But what about the purity of blood? The purity of blood is generally out of the categories of importance. And it is not discussed. If it is not discussed, then it is not discussed. I will be able to think it over myself somehow. But still. Lady Walburga, what should I do? I already said, young man. Did you not listen to me? She asked, a little annoyed, casually placing the mouthpiece with a cigarette on a tray on the coffee table. You need to strike first. But what about Narcissa? She is no longer a little girl. She will somehow figure it out. They have a son, Draco Malfoy. He'll probably guess that I will kill his father. Another enemy. Kill him too then, but not before he gets an heir. Such an old house should not be interrupted because of the stupidity of one of its members. For several more hours, we talked with Walburga about various issues. As before, I don't want to become any lord and so on, which I did not fail to report. Walburga, on the other hand, operated on such concepts as the memory of ancestors and so on. It's just immoral so take and ruin hundreds of years of labor of many generations of wizards, ruin their heritage, influence, and much more. To ruin everything that they got by hard work, sweat, and blood. In the end, we came to the conclusion that I should try to find the black ring. Without it, all other controversies are meaningless. The house accepted me as one of the blacks, so I can come here, although I do not have access to many things simply because of the lack of a ring. Along the way, it became clear what role the house plays in everything. It turned out to be pretty simple. Many generations of blacks lived here, conjured, created their spells, hung various protections and other tricks. Over time, any such dwelling turns into a kind of artifact, in which all these spells, children's outbursts of magic, and other witchcraft merge into something single, monumental. Now, being able to compare, I can confidently say that there is something similar at Hogwarts, but much more impersonal, or something. This can be compared to different air when you come from the city to nature. Only if there really is different air, then in Hogwarts, it is something intangible. In the Black's house, this feeling is very tangible, even if it is extremely difficult to interpret this feeling. In general, I still couldn't draw any definite conclusions in relation to inheritance. On the other hand, it turned out that no such ancestral magic exists. There are the knowledge and experience of ancestors recorded in books, scrolls, and folios, there is a heritage artifacts and so on. And there is a long history of house, with its own set of internal rules and so on. I did not raise any other topics. Walburga told Kriaker to feed me and give me a room. Kriaker was unhappy with having to serve the strange relatives of the great lady. However, overall, he showed quite an obvious sanity. As well as the portrait of Walburga. It even seems to me that she prepared her inadequacy purely for one individual and his guest friends. 43, Chapter 43. Smiley face, 19 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 62 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. When I woke up, I stared in confusion at the unfamiliar ceiling. A few seconds and a picture of yesterday formed in my head. I'm in a house on Grimmauld. Throwing off the covers and sitting on the bed, I began to look around. A simple, uncomplicated light room. Large and comfortable single bed made of dark carved wood. A large wardrobe, bedside tables, a chest, a large work table to match the bed, a window covered with thick light curtains through which the rays of the dawn sun shone. Which means it's already 10 o'clock. I slept well. My bag lay on a chair by the table, apparently clean things neatly stacked on the nightstand. After changing my clothes, I was about to search for a bathroom, but Kriaker appeared with a pop. Guest of the house Black, without enthusiasm, the house elf indicated a nod of his head. Kriaker, I nodded back. Breakfast is ready. Where can I find a bathroom here? Follow me. Kriaker left the room, and I followed. Striking difference is the corridor was gloomy and dark, dusty, and in general, the atmosphere here was similar to an abandoned house. Kriaker walked me to one of the doors and pointed at it. There was a perfectly normal bathroom inside, the sink, albeit old-fashioned, not the best yellow lighting on the ceiling, a mirror with a locker above the sink. Further, one could see another door, the inner one. I bet this is where the bathtub is. Quite ordinary and familiar taps with valves protruded from the sink, turning which, I achieved a snort, but the water poured out, and it was clean enough for me. After washing and putting myself in decent look, I left the room and went downstairs. Going down 3 floors and finding myself in a corridor already familiar to me, I, not paying attention to the heads of house elves on the stakes near the stairs, went to the kitchen by smell. It's large, comfortable, and spacious, with bulky but beautiful dark furniture, a long and massive wooden table, and slightly pretentious wooden chairs all around. Opposite one of these chairs, Kriaker, without any respect, placed a plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, and bean stews. There was a lonely twisted bun on another plate, and right now, Kriaker was pouring a cup of coffee. Thanking the house elf, I had a quick bite. As soon as I put an empty cup of coffee on the saucer, Kriaker appeared. Mrs. Walburga wishes to speak with a strange guest of the House of Black. In response, I just nodded and headed into the corridor, where on the wall was a firmly glued portrait of Lady Black so that she could see everything that was happening around her. Good morning, Lady Walburga, I nodded and sat down in the chair opposite the portrait. Good, Maximilian, the witch nodded to me from the portrait, sitting on her chair and smoking a cigarette. What did you think about our conversation yesterday? I do not know. Why are you repeating, I don't know, I don't know. What a stupid piece of the Black's blood. This must be all Muggle upbringing. Obviously, she wants to provoke me, but for what? Too obvious provocation, Lady Walburga. She looked at me carefully and nodded. Cold-blooded and sensible, like a mother. Anything better than a stupid, hot-tempered blood traitor. Find the ring. Even if you do not want to become the head of the family, which makes me very sad, then at least find a ring. There is simply no one else to do it. You can stay in the house. Kriaker will give access to the tutorial section of the library. Tutorial? I asked in surprise. Did you think that you would immediately learn dark magic, as required by the traditions of the house? For the house, you are now just a stranger, albeit relative. Well, even if you were from birth in house, you will not see dark magic until you are 15 anyway. I've heard rumors that the Blacks are almost forcibly forced to learn dark magic from an early age. It is said that for this very reason Sirius. Don't remind me this vile traitor. Walburga flared up, jumping up from the painted chair. I do not want to hear the name of someone who, in the most difficult times, hypocritically and selfishly spat and turned away from the whole family, from ancestors and heritage. Trampled and thrown away like an old rag. He was supposed to be the next head. He was the heir. No one forced him to use dark magic, but he was obliged to know. Walburga calmed down for a few minutes, and only after regaining her peace of mind, sitting down on a chair and taking a couple of puffs, she spoke again. You probably noticed that all the ancient houses have rather speaking surnames. Some are in Old English, and you just can't understand them. Some have roots in other languages. But this is not important. A long time ago, when there was no statute of secrecy and wizards lived side by side with muggles. Life was not sugar. Wars, epidemics, uprisings, invasions of all sorts of barbarians. Muggles gnawed muggles' throats, wizards gnawed wizards. Some of the wizards served the crown, strengthening their positions, gaining power and influence, someone to petty feudal lords, and someone himself was this feudal lord. One fine day, several loyal friends and comrades who have gone through more than one or two magical battles decided to found their own house. Then it was just a group of strong combat wizards, and the concept of dark magic had a completely different framework. They were called Black Mare, after. Walburga chuckled, clearly remembering something. After the lake. As time went on, children were born in the house. Then, none of them were still related to each other, so they got married, finally creating the house. But they did not stop doing their usual thing, war. The people then were simple and stupid. Therefore they called the members of the house only according to the first part black. The reason for this was the absolute ruthlessness and cruelty to the enemies, and the means were not chosen. So people called them black. Since then, and it was, 1,200 or so years ago, house was called black, and the reputation was maintained in a simple way: ruthlessness to enemies and dark magic for all occasions. It turns out that dark magic has become dark simply under the influence of fears and opinions of people. Exactly. Fear, envy, hatred. Evil wizards are strong, evil wizards are terrible, evil wizards spare no one. Evil wizards must be beaten with sticks and burned at stake. And it doesn't matter that evil wizards have fought more than once or twice for their native lands and for dirty idiots. This is not easy to explain in a nutshell, but since then, the surname Black has become synonymous with dark magic, fear, death, and more. Many families turned their backs on us, betrayed us, declared war. The rootless did not understand and did not accept. Rare allies appeared from time to time, but much more traitors, who were afraid of public opinion. They were afraid to preserve their history, customs, and traditions. This is the origin of the house's traditions to know no less than ancestors, to improve in magic, dark, light, pink, it doesn't matter. Over time, this evolved into marriages with equally gifted families. Endowed with both knowledge, morality, and traditions. With those who value the past and their heritage. With those who are not afraid of condemnation or censure from the ignorant filthy garbage, of which the majority is around. In order to carry and increase the heritage through the centuries, not to lose and not dilute with fictional pseudo-morality and far-fetched principles. In order not to succumb to the pernicious influence of Muggles' ideas about some kind of light, love, and forgiveness. This is the purity of blood. This is the preservation and enhancement of heritage, without dividing it into allowed and forbidden. The purity of blood cannot be taken literally. This is much more than just a pedigree. Those who have no ancestors, did not hold ancient books in their hands, did not feel the magic of dozens of generations, their aspirations, hopes, pain, and disappointments, will never understand, appreciate, and accept this gift. There is no greater betrayal than to give a damn and throw away your kinship, family, all this. Even Muggles will not stoop to desecrating graves, although they have nothing close to such a kinship. Always pure, hey. Always pure. 44, Chapter 44. Smiley face, 19 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 64 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Large flakes of white snow fell slowly from the sky, swaying under the lantern's yellow light. I spent 2 days visiting Grimmauld, and now, on this pleasant winter evening, I'm going to go home Christmas, whatever one may say. Grimmauld Place is not particularly crowded. And now people can be seen mainly only in the windows of houses. In these windows, sometimes decorated with colored lights of garlands, happy and not very joyful people were seen. Someone was still decorating the home, somewhere a young couple was dancing in dim, soft light. And someone met a crowd of guests that a minute ago, with noise and laughter, disappeared into the entrance of an apartment building. I stopped and looked around, looking for John's car. It seems he hasn't arrived yet. Maybe that one, no, it's not even a BMW. By the way, speaking of BMW, perhaps I should get myself one car? No, I'll buy it later. One time I liked the 90s models, but by the time when in my past life I could afford to buy a car, a 90s car in good condition had become a myth, and bringing it into good condition was insane. With these thoughts, I decided to take a walk, but at this moment, the pirate flew up to me. Oh ho ho! He hooted in his strange manner and landed on his outstretched hand. Squinting one eye, this strange representative of owls stared at me with the second, and the feathers on his head, as always, were in a creative mess. With a sharp movement of his paw, he literally poked me in the face with a small message, which I immediately took. John wrote that he would be a little late. Their eldest son arrived and asked to pick him up from the airport. In his slovenliness, he seems to have forgotten his wallet. Taking a pen out of my bag, I scribbled on the back of a note that I would get there myself and handed the note to the pirate. He snorted in displeasure, shook off the snowflakes that had settled on him, and went flying. Funny birds. Grimmauld Square is not in the best area of London. Typical multi-story houses, not the most well-groomed, but also not neglected. They look pretty decent by Christmas, and only house number 12, which I can see now, looks somewhat abandoned. I went to more decent places closer to the centre, although, for Great Britain's capital, the concept of centre is rather loose. Every now and then, I met people wrapped in winter coats and jackets. Someone was in a hurry, so much so that the creak of snow under their feet did not stop for a second, and someone was walking regularly with friends or comrades. But I've always liked being alone. Pretty soon, I didn't notice how I ended up on the brightly lit streets, where the facades of houses and shopping centers shone brightly with New Year's decorations. There were even more people around, their clothes were brighter, and the mood was festive. Another hour or two, and many of these people will go home to celebrate Christmas with their families. I need to hurry too. Buses don't run anymore, there are only taxis. But I'll take a walk again. I walked and thought about what I had heard in the last 2 days at the house on Grimmauld. The information was helpful, but there were some issues with little controversy. Why did I have to die after Malfoy's rituals? Do many generations of wizards give something in the lineage, or not? It is unlikely that Walburga will lie about this, but she can just keep back some information. In general, this whole conversation should, in theory, awaken in me a certain pride and a sense of responsibility. Considering my age and the fact that I haven't seen real dark magic and don't know it, then, let's just say, if I were really 12, I would be proud that I am black, and to become black, even more, I would already headlong rush to look for the ring, preserve the legacy, and so on. This does not mean that I will not search, no. I will, but without fanaticism. I strongly doubt that the Black Library can provide me with anything more brutal than my knowledge from that damned French grimoire with a demon. On the other hand, it may contain knowledge that will fill the gap between the Hogwarts Library and my knowledge. And then, if we compare, it turns out that I know the structure of a nuclear reactor and can build it, but to move away from the scheme, make changes or improvements, no, I can't, because I don't even know mathematics. This is, of course, only a comparison, but quite accurate. In general, if everything is extremely simplified, then the task of the Lord is to improve the well-being of the house, expand the library, develop as a wizard, kill the unwanted and continue the family. In any case, I was going to do something like that, so there is nothing bad about it, and to be afraid of difficulties is somehow frivolous or something. On the other hand, my becoming a lord may be subject to various restrictions, which I really do not know anything about. On my next visit, it is worth discussing this in more detail with Lady Walburga. Waking up from my thoughts and looking around, I could not help but notice a rather drastic change in the atmosphere. Nothing magical. I just walked into some remote area myself and did not even notice. A straight street with narrow gateways between 4 5-story houses, there is no light in the windows, street lights work in one, and thick flakes of snow still falling from the sky covered everything around here, from benches to parked cars. Just in case, having checked the wand in the holster on the forearm, I threw the bag strap more comfortably and walked on. Suddenly a man in tattered and old clothes ran out of the doorway. Steam poured from his mouth. He looked around in a hurry and, noticing me, suddenly disappeared. Apparition? There was a clap behind my back, and immediately a wand was put to my neck, and the man's hand grabbed me by the lapel of my clothes. Looks like I relaxed too much. And why do I need a wand? Wizardry will be spotted. You will be a hostage, the man hissed, and 3 spells without a wand have already surfaced in my head. It is at such moments that you understand the full value of that strange grimoire, that magic is simply outrageous, although there is a sea of little things. I grabbed his hand, touching the skin, and focused on the desired image, mentally imagining a simple geometric figure of lines on my hand. Listen, the first word. What? The man wanted to continue, but... News. On the second word, I clearly imagined how magic ran through an imaginary geometric figure. It doesn't matter how you imagine magic, in this spell, you just need to consciously launch some stream along the lines, which is associated with magic. A sharp wave of heat and steam parted away from the man, enveloping us in a thick impenetrable fog. Even the snow melted under my feet. With my hand, I clearly felt the ice surface. Unscrewing from the grip and quickly turning around, I pushed the figure of this homeless-looking wizard with my hand. There was a frozen grimace of amazement on his face. So he fell, breaking into small fragments of the color of internal organs. 45, Chapter 45. Smiley face, 19 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 64 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Having looked at what was left of the man, I was about to leave, when suddenly, he is here. There was a shout from somewhere from the side of the alley, and Stupefy flew right after that. It was not a phrase that flashed through my head for a brief moment, but the image that the torso was the best target. I sat down abruptly, and above my head, 3 beams left swirls in a cloud of steam. Almost immediately after, a gust of wind blew away the cloud completely, and in the dim light of the rare street lamps, I saw 3 people. A lame, plump man in a coat and with a staff in his hand, and 2 younger ones, in robes with red elements. It seems like a girl and a guy. Gotcha! Exclaimed the guy but kept pointing his wand at me. Boobies! Loudly and sharply shouted a man in a coat, hitting the ground with his staff. From the staff, a translucent wave of magic rushed sharply and quickly towards me. I had to jump no less sharply to the side, literally 1.5 meters, behind the stone masonry of the railing of the small staircase of the entrance. The wave passed over me, crushing bricks a little and throwing up flakes of snow. Grab him first, and only then relax. The man barked, brushing aside all the guesses about his identity. I couldn't get in touch with this idiot at all, so I took off my already familiar passive hemomancy limiter. Immediately I felt a surge of strength and vivacity. You, from there, you there. Moody gave out valuable instructions. Oriented from memory, I jerked sharply in the opposite direction from the wizards. So hard that the air hit me in the face like a sledgehammer. He's leaving. There was a shout and several claps of apparitions. By running my hand over my face, I created impenetrable darkness in the place of the face. As then, in loot. Ahead of me, about 50 meters away, one of the wizards appeared and pointed his wand an unknown spell. A short step to the side, the spell will pass by. A little further away from the first, the girl in robe appeared and burst into a series of stopping spells. Stupefy, Reducto into the ground in front of me, one more Stupefy. I dodged it all. Reducto raised the asphalt crumb, but I just threw it aside with a semblance of telekinesis. It was not in vain that I trained even before Hogwarts. There was a meter left to a narrow lane, I ran and turned. Moody's figure in a dark alley is not what you want to see. He raised his staff very low with one hand and was already preparing to hit it on the asphalt. Without thinking, I directed the magic into my hands and clapped my hands. Waglift, I breathed out at the same time as the blow of Moody's staff. 2 waves, so similar to shock waves, met and parted to the sides, immediately knocking out clouds of brick chips from the house's walls. Moody created a dense and clear sphere of protego around him without any movement, protecting himself from the brick shrapnel. I ran up the wall by inertia. Strengthening from hemomancy does its job. Moody looked at me with obvious interest but did nothing more. Without stopping, I pushed forward as much as possible, flying over the dome of protection, and Moody again raised his staff. Waglift, I clapped my hands again, and once again, the 2 waves parted to the side. But Moody's spell was twice as strong as the last, so I was picked up and carried further down the alley. This did not bother me at all because the direction I needed was sustained. Slightly tumbling in the air, I raised my palm to the mouth as if I wanted to blow something off it, mentally forming on it one of the simple spells of misty haze from the grimoire. Fumjled, I breathed out a thick purple fog that instantly filled the alley. After that, I landed and ran with a jerk from a possible chase. I ran and listened, but there was no chase. Now it's definitely time to go home. Pull yourself together. In the dark alley, there was a loud cry of Moody, followed by a biting click of a slap. "Aaa," the cadet said in a painfully exhausted voice. "Attention!" snapped Moody. The cadet, who did not come to his senses, tried to stand up, but he was led, and he crashed into the snow. The cadet's gaze swam anywhere, with each eye in its own direction. "Turkey!" the cadet mumbled, dropping saliva from the mouth. Disgusting, Moody grimaced, and numerous scars on his old face completed the picture. "Tonks! Here!" Visibly staggering, now and then restoring balance with awkward waves of hands, a girl with pale purple hair approached Moody. Her gaze was slightly defocused and looked as if behind the old Auror. But at least she was on her feet. "Congratulations! You're defeated by the kid." "What did I say? Constant vigilance." "Yes, constant vigilance." The girl straightened up, starting to fall on her back. An absurd wave of her arms, one foot slipped, and now the girl had already fallen on her back, absurdly throwing her legs up to the sky. Merlin Almighty! Groaned Moody and left the alley. Limping and tapping with his staff, he approached the ice shards scattered along the street. Judging by their appearance, they were once not the most successful smugglers. Today, luck has completely turned away from him. The old Auror's artificial ice whirled wildly in its socket, and he himself only chuckled. Without any dark magic. Here is an outburst. There are a rather interesting magical structure in a haze, wandless. Impressive. Instructor Moody, sir, the staggering girl returned to her upright position and, approaching, stood at the side of the old wizard. Why don't you pursue the criminal? Open your eyes, Cadet Tonks. Here is our criminal. Moody swept his staff around the scattered pieces of ice of different sizes. The girl concentrated her attention with all her might and peered intently for several seconds. Not without difficulty, but in pieces of ice, it was possible to recognize parts of internal organs, clothes, pieces of limbs, bones. Moody looked with an undisguised smile at the cadet, who had literally turned green with awareness. The girl fussed, trying to check if she had stepped on something, but again slipped and fell. A completely insignificant piece of ice hit her hand, and then she simply vomited. Rookies, grinned Moody, looking around the neighborhood. Here and there, curious people appeared from the windows, although the street seemed completely deserted. Call the Obliviators, Cadet. Well, yes, sir. 46, Chapter 46. Smiley face, 19 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 66 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The magical part of King's Cross Station greeted me, as always, with a crowd of parents and children. But if before they all happily showed a variety of emotions, openly or hiding, accompanied their beloved children to school, now there was a noticeable heavy atmosphere here. Forced smiles, worried looks, and worried children were everywhere. After all, the children told their parents about what was happening at the school. Here and there were heard phrases from adults that it was a stupid joke, an unsuccessful prank, and so on. But did they themselves believe? Maybe. This is the world of magic. At one of the cars stood Hermione in a winter black coat and hat. She carefully examined the platform as if looking for someone, but as soon as she saw me, she immediately waved her hand and smiled. Hi, Max. As soon as I came up, the girl immediately hugged me. I answered symmetrically. Hi, Hermione. Shall we go to the compartment? Yes. I have already taken our place. She cheerfully pulled me into the carriage and then into the compartment. There she took off her coat and, as always, already in school uniform. It was quite warm in the compartment, so there was no need for outerwear. Then I took off my coat, placing it on a hanger at the entrance. A scarf with a hat went there too. My bag I just put on the seat next to me. Hermione took a seat opposite. How did you spend Christmas? Mediocre. Well, as always. We sat with relatives, ate, drank, went to a couple of places. The older brother came. I have never even seen him. He turned out to be an ordinary and good-natured guy. Lives and works in Germany. He plans to get married this year. Interesting. How did it happen that you didn't see him? I was adopted. The couple is no longer young. They have their own children. They have grown up and left for a long time, living their own lives. They write, call, but everyone is at work, in business. Ah, okay. Listen, Hermione looked apologetically. I didn't send you a present, you said that you don't love all this. But... She reached into her school bag rather briskly and pulled out a new book. The Basics of Artifacts. I found it very interesting, and there is very little information about it in the Hogwarts library. Here, if you believe the annotations, you'll find a lot of material indicating other works on this topic, on arithmancy, runes, and so on. All this is interconnected. Generally. Yes. You have no idea how hard it was to not read it without you. Let's explore together. Slightly blushing, she strictly expressed her opinion. Great plan, I couldn't help but smile. It's even better than a gift. The girl smiled and nodded, and I sat down next to her. Hermione pulled out her wand and transfigured a steel table with thin legs from a handkerchief. Simple and functional. After all, in a compartment, such benefits of civilization are not provided at all. What for? We are wizards. If we need something, we transfigure it. All the way, we drove in a calm atmosphere, reading a book. Reading thoughtfully, not trying to remember. This raised several questions about magic, but they will have to be dealt with in a personal conversation with the teachers. Flitwick and McGonagall were on the interrogation list. Got off the train, a ride in carriages, now a sleigh on a frozen lake, Hogwarts, a feast. With the return to Hogwarts, life is back on track. Training, study, food. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were interrogated by us and gave us the information we needed. We only needed to clarify one point: why? Quite long conversations can be boiled down to several things. Gesture, word, image, formula, control of currents of magic, visualization of output streams from the wand. Everything is important. The formula in spells, for example, from the section of transfiguration, is really necessary but not mandatory. You can conjure in absolutely different ways on images and with an incredible minimum of formulas or no imagination at all, but with a clear calculation and control of magic. Gestures and verbal formulas help to learn control, to develop imagination's colorful and varied charms and no less colorful, literally vivid descriptions in books. The rest is transfiguration, and then numerology, runes, and so on. As a result, any wizard, regardless of the predisposition of thinking, becomes in one way or another able to reproduce the widest range of magical effects. From this, by the way, various stories are taken about talent and charm, predispositions, and so on way of thinking. Hermione and I have never discussed such an approach. But now, the reason for Hermione's success in transfiguration has become clear. She is a walking calculator with perfect memory, just like McGonagall. From there, and mutual sympathy, even if it is expressed, extremely faded. On the other hand, I perform transfiguration, relying much more on imagination and visualization, clearly representing the process of transformation. In this regard, as McGonagall said, I'm more like Dumbledore. He is a master in the so-called free transfiguration, in which only 30% rests on formulas, and the rest is at the mercy of fantasy, imagination, and visualization. This also implies my superiority in enchantments and other abstract magic. We simply have not yet begun to study enchantments on the basis of formulas and calculations. Therefore, various simple household items, like simple conventional combat ones, work out better for me than Hermione's. She always had to strain for this. In general, both teachers were incredibly happy that two such successful students revealed their strengths and weaknesses, and therefore dictated to us a list of references in several feet. Individually for everyone. Strictly not to the detriment of the main curriculum. Needless to say, after this, we literally settled in the library. Surprisingly, after such a banal discovery, books on numerology, runes, and various charms ceased to occupy the shelf. Some weird heresy in my head, instantly moving to vital important. It all stopped being just interesting information. Now you just need to figure it out. Along the way, the idea came up to make my gain from hemomancy, and initial occlumency skills work to increase brain activity and improve brain function. How is this done? Just by solving mathematical equations. Since I don't have a talent for instant calculations, then this skill must be obtained by myself. In general, nothing in our routine has changed. Sometimes the girl's conscience woke up, and she wanted to go and report to the teachers about her discoveries to tell about the basilisk. But she herself brushed aside this idea. Why? Why? That was exactly the question I asked when we were sitting in the evening on the sofa in our inconspicuous corner of the house common room. Around, as always, the students were scurrying about, spreading violent activities. They played different games, recklessly, or maybe consciously, accepted the twins' treats, argued loudly, laughed. Where did the tense atmosphere that prevailed at the London train station go? Who knows? I've been thinking about it for a long time, Hermione replied, not taking her eyes off the little potions book. Headmaster Dumbledore may be a politician, as you say, but he is also a great wizard. Well, I do not believe that he is more stupid than the two of us and in 50 years has not solved this riddle. We returned to reading, listening to conversations along the way. It was funny and unpleasant to hear Dean and Seamus's quiet whispers that Harry really could be the heir. It was nice to see Ginny Weasley, who finally lost her paleness, and she perceptibly perked up. Perceptibly perked up. So she had already thrown away the diary, and the flood took place today all in the same toilet of Moaning Myrtle. Well, let them have fun. 47, Chapter 47. Smiley face, 19 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 66 already. Underscore 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 underscore. For several weeks, Harry walked with this diary as a great jewel and a secret, naively believing that no one notices how he furtively checks for its presence in his bag or how tiredly he looks at it, sitting at the table in our room, absorbed in his thoughts. But I see all this fuss, Hermione sees, although she does not show curiosity. Well, the guy has a diary, so what? Ginny also sees it. Or maybe she just, as always, stares in love at her hero at the first convenient opportunity. The main thing is that everything is going about as it should. Valentine's Day came suddenly. Its suddenness was in the wretched, Poisonous pink ornaments hung all over the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Okay, not miserable, quite high quality made, but... Have mercy, old man, they are so sugary pink that it hurts my eyes. Here, Lockhart miscalculated and, against these decorations' background, began to simply get lost in his no less sugary pink robes. It is necessary, by the way, to obtain from him a new admission to the forbidden section because Hermione and I got too carried away with new perspectives, starting to process what was already memorized, embedding information into the created concept of magic. Ugh, Ron spat loudly at breakfast. These nasty confetti are everywhere. Everyone around him grimaced in understanding because the breakfast was spoiled. I sat down at the table only after the last sparkle landed, so my breakfast appeared later, clean and tasty. While some were wasting their energy trying to cleanse the spoiled food, the unforgettable Lockhart stood up from the teacher's table and, as always, beaming with a smile, decided to keep his word. Happy Valentine's Day! Loudly, to the whole hall, he congratulated the students. To begin with, let me thank everyone, and there are 45 of them who sent me greeting cards for this day. I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you. But that is not all. Lockhart clapped his hands, and a procession of grim-looking dwarfs entered the hall. They looked like spell-enlarged and clothed garden gnomes. Perhaps they were, but the harp in their hands and the golden wings behind their backs turned these caricatured wrinkled creatures not at all into some kind of angels, but monstrous monsters, creatures of sick fantasy and nightmares. I present to you my dear Cupids, Valentine letter carriers. With a radiant smile, Lockhart pointed with his hand at this procession. Today, they will walk around the school and deliver valentines. The fun is just beginning. I am sure my colleagues will also want to contribute to our holiday. Lockhart stood half-turned to the teachers and began to kindly point his hand at those about whom he wanted to speak. As if nobody knows them here. Let's ask Professor Snape to show us how to make love potion. And Professor Flitwick, on this holiday of flaming hearts, could tell you something about the love charm. He knows about them, old prankster, more than any wizard. I was genuinely amused by the reaction of these teachers. Snape's gaze, perhaps, could kill as well as a basilisk, and poor Flitwick hid his face in his hands. Out of shame, I guess. Or maybe he didn't want to show the students a bloodthirsty grin. I bet he could do it, it's not for nothing that he is half a goblin, and Lockhart must have very high-quality enchanted clothes from the Jinxes since he is still alive. However, I wasn't destined to have fun for too long. I forgot that my appearance was stunning. Hey, you, Gaia Potty! Came a voice behind us when we almost came to the spells lesson. I was about to have some fun, but... Max Knight? Asked me, almost the same strange voice from somewhere below. While I, like a complete fool, stared at this winged miracle with a harp in his hands, the same as this weirdo grabbed Potter tightly. Harry fought desperately to the chuckle of those around him, but the resistance was useless. A musical message to you, Gaia Potty, personally. A musical message to you, Max Knight, personally, both messengers said in unison. Harry's bag, which the small monster grabbed, could not withstand the load, tore, things spilled out of it everywhere, and the bottle of ink broke, in addition smearing this everything. It was then that the monster knocked Potter to the floor, straddled his legs, and wanted to broadcast with inspiration. Slowly shifting my gaze at my messenger, who had already opened his mouth, I swung with all my might and kicked him. "Ui-I-I-I!" screamed the monster, set off in flight, while the second began to read the message to Potter. But even here, everything could not be smooth. By some unknown miracle, the flying monster ricocheted off the wall. It almost returned to the original one, again preparing to speak. And then he got another kick from me. "Ui-I-I-I!" He squealed again, and a harp flew out of his hands, and wings fell off his back, falling down cartoonishly, swaying from side to side. "Ha! What is happening?" Malfoy came around the corner with a cheeky smile, but not later than half a second ago, the harp knocked out of the monster's hands with a swing flew right into his forehead. "Ouch!" The guy screamed loudly, lying on the floor and clutching his forehead with his hand. Malfoy's comrades, Crabbe and Goyle, stared blankly at what was happening. As, in fact, and the rest of the Slytherins coming up to the class. "Why are you standing, idiots?" Malfoy yelled. "Lift me up." Fat boys looked at each other, shrugged, and lifted Malfoy sharply. "What bastard did that?" Angrily examined those around the blonde, pressing one hand to his forehead. But everyone just giggled, some over a rhyme for Harry, some over Malfoy, some over the whole situation. "Draco Malfoy!" There was another voice nearby. All at once looked at the next winged monster. "Let's go!" Malfoy made a commanding decision and hastened to retreat with his comrades. Harry awkwardly tried to smile with everyone, but it was clear from his face that he didn't like it. He didn't like such congratulations and their consequences. "And what idiot thought of this?" said Ron, approaching his friend, giving Harry his hand. And this idiot burst into tears and ran away. Frankly speaking, I do not believe in love at this age, and therefore I feel sorry for this so thoroughly brainwashed girl. Even if this was not done on purpose. What do you think, Hermione came over? Who decided to confess to you so extravagantly? I looked closely into the girl's eyes. What? She asked. Do you think it's me? Well, you are the only one with whom I communicate a lot and who knows me well enough for this. Oh, she put her fingertips to her forehead, massaging it. Do you really think you need to know somebody well for that? I just shrugged. Well, it makes sense. Oh, boys, Hermione made a face palm. You don't understand anything. Throughout the day, the disciples were harassed by these screaming winged monsters. As soon as they were dealt with, sometimes leading to explosions by various reducto. Well, those who knew this spell. Senior students perceived everything much easier and with humor, and the congratulations themselves were not so much amorous as humorous in nature. But for my peers, this is a tragedy. In principle, at this age, everything perceived a little more seriously. 48, Chapter 48. Smiley face, 20 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 68 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The Easter holidays came, and McGonagall gave us a party assignment to decide on additional subjects for the third year. For this, she even devoted a few minutes of her time to show up in the house living room, in which Percy Weasley had previously gathered all second years. Second years, she said sternly as we crowded around her in the middle of the living room. The third year is the beginning of a particularly important and responsible stage of your education. From the third year, you begin to study those subjects that will certainly be useful to you in your future profession. An incorrectly chosen subject can put an end to your future career. McGonagall paused for a moment, looking at us closely over her glasses. Therefore, I strongly recommend that you think over and weigh everything thoroughly before randomly entering objects into these forms. She pulled out a bundle of sheets of the finest parchment from the wide sleeve of her robe. Mr. Weasley, if you please. Percy was instantly beside the professor, all so perfect and correct, and as always, the only one from the house who wears a cap on his head. Percy deftly took the papers from the professor and began to hand them out. I repeat, McGonagall said. Take this matter seriously. Good evening. The professor left the living room, and many of the guys quickly went to their companies, discussing a list of subjects, arguing about something, or, having forgotten about it, went about their business. Hermione and I, as always, took place on our sofa. What do you think to take? She asked, carefully reading the text of the form. In addition to a short list of subjects, there was also a template text, that said, I, such and such from such and such house, hereby declare responsibly that from the 3rd to the 5th year I want to study the following subjects in an additional order at the School of Witchcraft and the Magic of Hogwarts. This is not literal, but the meaning understandable completely. Runes and arithmancy. Yes? Glad to hear. Did you think I would take COMC and Muggle studies? Well, who knows? She shrugged her shoulders, smiling slightly. See for yourself. All boys, without exception, take COMC and divination. I'm not deaf, I hear. It's funny that the main reason is light subjects. So we found out last year that no one wants to study. You know, Hermione, for sure many people think that later they themselves will catch up with the incomprehensible, or what is required. Then I stopped and remembered myself from the past. How many times have I thought so myself? Countless. How much time did I lose? Unmeasured. Perhaps, for this reason, I grabbed hold of my studies, and I still regularly complete tasks from an ordinary school. Someone said that there is no point in regretting the past because, in this very past, you still could not have done otherwise, all other things being equal. The choice cannot be right or wrong when considering past actions, it was the only right one. It is only necessary to understand and realize the mistakes, avoiding their repetition. The epic with the choice of subjects for the next year lasted at least another week. Some consulted with relatives, some with senior students if they even condescended to communicate with us. For example, Neville was simply littered with many letters from relatives, and Harry and Ron listened to Percy's life advice. I ended up choosing, as planned, the ancient runes and numerology. Perhaps the teachers will be able to clarify incomprehensible questions that will inevitably arise during independent study of the material. As a result, all this noise with objects subsided only by the beginning of March, by the beginning of the next Quidditch match. Gryffindor Hufflepuff. Hermione that day decided to stay in her room under some far-fetched pretext. I sat quietly in the living room, reading something as usual. Somehow it happened that after the morning workout, my muscles ached unusually, so I sat in the most relaxed position, simultaneously leafing through some bestiary, the main content of which was high-quality drawings. It was at this moment that the petty Weasley chose to get into the male half. I'm wondering if I'm here in an invisible hat, or what? It has long been noticed that this corner of the living room seems to fall out of the general attention. Although, it is quite possible that someone made some kind of distraction somewhere here with runes. In general, a small red-haired girl penetrated into the male half, and after 5 or 10 minutes, she jumped out headlong, happy, clutching something to her chest. She definitely stole the diary. 49, Chapter 49. Smiley face, 20 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 70 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today, smiley face, enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. And after a while, Neville entered the living room with his regular confused look and went to the male half. Harry and Ron followed. Turning around so that only out of the corner of my eye I could see the people passing by, I continued reading, but less than 10 minutes later, Ron and Harry tumbled into the living room. Having looked around everything, they, with a serious look, went in my direction. Oh, it looks like if you look for someone, then this place is not so hiding. Max, listen, began Harry, have you seen who recently came to the men's half? No, I'm sorry, Harry. I got too carried away here, I waved the book in the air. But it seems like there were quite a lot of people. Come on, buddy, Ron pulled at the sleeve of his robe. What to expect from bookworms? They won't even notice the dragon in the living room. The redhead clearly meant Hermione as well. Well, to hell with him. I'm not going to take offense at the redhead until he deliberately insults. So, I sat there, leafing through a book, and after 2 hours, closer to lunchtime, annoyed, angry, not understanding, in general negative-minded students of all years began to return to the living room, but no one went to their rooms. Everyone was waiting for something. A somewhat dejected Hermione stepped out of the women's wing and pushed her way onto my sofa. As if the general atmosphere was transmitted to her behind a mask of concentration, she had obvious dissatisfaction with everyone in a row. The wait did not last long. McGonagall entered the living room with Potter and the Weasley. The professor unrolled the parchment and began to read from it. All students return to the living rooms of their houses until 6 o'clock in the evening and don't go out until the morning, the professor spoke with the sternest air, standing in the middle of the living room. You will go to lessons accompanied by a teacher. No one uses the bathroom without a guide. All matches and trainings are temporarily cancelled. No evening movements. The professor rolled up the parchment, sighed, examined everyone carefully. It is hardly worth adding that I have not been so upset for a long time. If the criminal is not caught, the school is likely to be closed. I urge everyone who has any suspicions to come up to me without delay and tell me what you know. Hermione and I looked at each other. Maybe, let's say. Let's try. Let's see what happens. Literally, 10 minutes later, we were already standing in the professor's office, where Percy had brought us. Mr. Knight, Miss Granger. Do you want to tell me something? McGonagall asked from her desk. Her office, by the way, was quite laconically decorated. Dark furniture along white stone walls and bookcases. Sideboards with some personal trinkets and figurines, a large work desk with a mirror and other little things, including a pile of parchments and an inkwell with a simple white quill. Yes, Professor, I nodded. We have a theory, not about the criminal, but about the instrument of the crime. I am listening really carefully. We have told everything clear and understandable. We used several facts and speculations. We said that the Chamber of Secrets is one of the creations of Slytherin. If the heir is indeed the heir, then he will inherit Slytherin. As is known from historical sources, Slytherin could speak with snakes. The symbol of the house is a snake. Again, from historical descriptions, it follows that Slytherin was proud and vain, which is why we assumed that he could well entertain these qualities by bringing out a basilisk but without telling anyone about it. Moreover, you can talk to him, giving clear orders if something happens. They also said that spiders are fleeing from the castle, and as you know from bestiaries, spiders are most afraid of the basilisk. The same fits into the theory of numbness because there were reflective surfaces next to all the victims, and only for this reason they didn't die. True, this particular speculation is unsubstantiated because no one has ever conducted research on the look of the basilisk for obvious reasons. This theory's special place was occupied by the conversation between Potter and Weasleys overheard in the living room. As you know, our bright hero is the Parselmouth. He somehow loudly shared with Ron that he had repeatedly heard a hissing voice from somewhere in the castle walls. Only he and no one else. I will take note of your theory. You have done a great job. But, despite the apparent correspondence, do you think that a basilisk has been living quietly under Hogwarts for 1,000 years? And Headmaster Dumbledore, if it were true, would have figured out and eliminated such a threat long ago. Hermione and I exchanged glances but did not become indignant. Thank you for listening, Professor. It's my pleasure. Mr. Weasley. She said a little louder, and the door to the office instantly opened. Yes, Professor. Percy appeared. Show Mr. Knight and Miss Granger to the living room. Yes, Professor, Percy nodded, and we left the office. And what did you say there? Nothing special, Percy. Nothing special. Hermione nodded thoughtfully to herself. I hope so, he threatened with a finger, and we went into the living room. 50, Chapter 50. Smiley face, 20 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 70 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Days passed one after another, but the situation at the school intensified more and more. The students walked everywhere, almost in formation. To the classes accompanied by a teacher. To the toilet accompanied by the prefect and a couple of assistants. There were simply no loners. Unrest arose among the students. On that unfortunate day, Penelope Clearwater and, strangest of all, Lavender Brown were petrified. Now, remembering all the episodes, I can tell why a couple of times she, along with one of Paddle, approached Harry and Ron with something when they were playing chess. After these approaches, the guys behaved somehow strange and shy. One day Malfoy took on a particularly happy and proud look, but Harry and Ron were diametrically opposite. It turned out that Minister Fudge had come along with Lucius Malfoy. They arrested Hagrid. Everyone was constantly discussing this topic. But the most unpleasant thing for many, Dumbledore was removed from the headmaster's post, and now his place is temporarily taken by McGonagall. Once, even in potions class, Draco struck up a conversation with Snape about why the professor did not nominate himself for headmaster's post. Draco was praising Snape so much that he couldn't help but smile. Just a little bit, by the very edges of the lips. What blatant flattery! Draco, by the way, began to turn up his nose so that, as they say, he scrubbed the dust from the ceilings. But at the same time, he stopped getting into any kind of trouble at all. Wow, is it some sanity appeared in him? There was one bad news for Hermione and me in all this fuss: we could no longer do magic and physical training. The headmaster's order remained in force, and the younger ones were not left unattended. Neither I nor Hermione expressed a desire to learn any spells in front of witnesses, so all our free time we were in the library. By the way, they also gathered there in groups and, together with an escort of older children, went to learn magic from books. 3 days before the exam happened, what should have happened? The announcement of the acting headmistress thundered throughout the school. All students immediately returned to their bedrooms. All teachers gather in the staff room. Please, as soon as possible. At that moment, I, like many other students, was in the living room. The guys were bored and unable to move freely around the castle. I was preparing for the upcoming exams. What happened? You don't know. Hermione went to the sofa and sat down next to me. Most likely another attack. But judging by McGonagall's tone. Professor McGonagall. Are you still? Even if there is a monkey in the teacher's place, I will say, Professor Monkey. This is her social status and must be treated correctly. Who did you call monkey right now? Absolutely nobody. So what? Well, judging by the tone of Professor McGonagall, something out of the ordinary has happened. Even in our situation. Hermione turned pale in a second and looked at me with eyes full of shock. Maybe someone was killed. Everything is possible. Maybe we should transfer into Beaux Batons. Do you know French? A little bit. Okay. I'm going to sleep. If things are really that bad, then tomorrow we may already be on the Hogwarts Express to go home, forever. Without even saying good night, Hermione went to the girls' dormitory. It was obvious that the girls' mood has dropped from all these events. Perhaps the reason for this was also the fact that the school leadership ignored our conclusions. I could also say about the younger Weasley, about the diary, but I don't know myself why I didn't. Who knows what Riddle would have done if he had found out about his disclosure. We should try to stop using the canon as a guide. At least try it, but now. Canon. Harry and Ron were there. Damn, heroes don't go anywhere. And they won't overhear the conversation, and in general. They seem to have no idea who is attacking. Why? Because their brain was sitting to my right a moment ago. I didn't take this into account. I'm not a hero, but I feel sorry for the girl. Or am I not sorry for the girl, but I just don't want a resurrection of Riddle's peace? I quickly got off the couch and walked over to Harry and Ron, who were sitting at the chess table, but did not make a single move. Gentlemen, I nodded to the guys. Something irreparable has happened, and we have to find out what it is. You have nothing else to do? Asked Ron. I know what kind of creature is attacking. And we have to stop it. The guy's eyes instantly lit up with excitement, and they looked around so that no one overheard us. Let's go into the room, I called them after me and headed towards us. Going inside and making sure that no one was in the room, I started the guys and closed the door. I need these two, and I'll deal with the rest. Yes. I'll figure it out. Oh, I am Gryffindor, Gryffindor. What do you know? Harry asked immediately, looking me in the eye. Basilisk. There is a suspicion that a millennial basilisk is attacking. Don't ask for details, it's a long story. I have a guess where the entrance is, but we need to find out what exactly happened. Now all the teachers are gathered in the teacher's room. We will go to the Dada office. Why Dada? Ron asked. Because the rats are fleeing from the sinking ship. I don't believe Lockhart has any skills, guys. So he will hasten to get out as soon as the opportunity arises. Let's intercept him there and find out what exactly happened. We need to have information. Fine, how to get there? Harry asked now. You two are under the invisibility cloak. I am under a spell. Invisibility cloak. Don't pretend to be saints. Use your father's cloak, Harry. How do you know? The guy was sincerely surprised. Set aside disputes. Time is precious. I have a bad feeling. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and immediately rushed to the guy's things. Harry quickly took out his cloak and was ready to throw it over the two of them. Pulling my wand out of my forearm holster, I froze for a second, concentrating. A couple of complex waves, a verbal key, and I touched my head with the tip of my wand. Feeling like an egg has been broken on your head. Large ostrich egg. I looked at my hands, I can't see them. Wow. Ron stared at where I was a second ago. The power of nerds. I am waiting for you at the office, I said, leaving. I got to the office quickly, although it was quite difficult to walk along the dimly lit corridors with rare torches. You're here. There was a quiet whisper nearby. Yes. Harry's face and the edge of Ron's face came out of thin air. Let's go. 51, Chapter 51. Smiley face, 20 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 72 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today, smiley face, enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. I tugged at the handle to the classroom, and it opened, presenting to our gaze Lockhart, that was quickly packing his things. He jumped up in fear and turned around, staring at the opened door, and numerous frames with portraits literally fell from his hands. Harry and Ron immediately threw off invisibility cloak, and I remained invisible. I'm not here, I whispered in Potter's ear, and he didn't even budge. Professor, he began the conversation. Are you in a hurry somewhere? Lockhart stood in a stupor. There was no smile, no shine. Even the blonde curls were disheveled and somehow faded. Ah! Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. What an unexpected meeting. The professor smiled weakly, and I pointed my wand at him and very, very quietly conjured Confundus with a simple wording to tell the truth. Are you going somewhere? Ron asked already. Oh, yes, I'm going. Lockhart furiously began to shove portraits and a couple of books into a large suitcase. An urgent request. An urgent need. I have to get ready. Ask him what happened, I whispered to Potter. What happened? Oh, nothing serious, said Lockhart, but the spell demanded more of him. Not Imperio, but in such a tense state, it can act as a potion of talkativeness. Miss Weasley was dragged to the secret room. Lockhart realized what he said and stared at the guys with a surprised look. What? Ron roared. Sister. How so? Oh. Panic instantly took possession of the guy, and Lockhart was already pulling out his wand. And you run away? Potter shouted. No, of course not. Yes. That is. What about my sister? Ron frowned. You are a teacher of Dada. Help her. Are you saying you are just running away? Harry looked at the teacher in disbelief. After all the feats described in your books. Then I listened with the edge of my ear, carefully watching Professor's hands and wand. I don't want to fall under Obliviate if Harry doesn't have time to disarm him. Lockhart said that it was not he who performed feats but other wizards. They looked bad on the cover and all that stuff. He confessed that he asked their stories, erased their memory, and calmly retold these stories on his own behalf, not forgetting, of course, to embellish this matter solidly. Lockhart finished packing his suitcases and turned sharply to the guys, pointing his wand at them. But Potter really has a good reaction. As soon as the wand showed itself, while Lockhart was turning around, Harry had already pulled out and pointed at him his wand. This boy is some kind of a cowboy. I'm very sorry, boys, but I'll have to use the Obliviate spell, so you don't tell my secrets. Otherwise, I won't be able to sell a single book. A complete fool? He didn't even neutralize the potential opponent who was holding the wand. Lockhart started swinging, but Potter got ahead of him with his disarming. The professor's wand flew out of his hands, and the professor himself flew back, crashing onto the suitcase. Take him to the Moaning Myrtle toilet, I whispered in the kid's ear and went in the right direction. When I got to the right place, I had to wait no longer than a minute for the guys, and now they came, holding Lockhart at gunpoint. And what have we forgotten here? The former professor was examining the room. I walked over to Potter and whispered. Look for the sign of the snake near the central wash basin and hiss something to open the passage. Harry nodded and followed the instructions exactly. With hiss at one of the sinks that stood in a circle in the center, attached to the columns, the guy activated the mechanism. The columns parted to the sides, and one of them went into the floor altogether, revealing a wide black hole. The guys were determined to jump inside, and Lockhart to escape, but he was simply pushed there. It's funny, I used to think that the scream of a falling man receding into nowhere happens only in cartoons, but no, it's real. The guys jumped after. I sighed and jumped after. It's some Hogwarts roller coaster darkness, branches of a huge tunnel, always going down, and a slimy stone surface. In the end, I flew into the spacious hall, which was already lit by lumos from Harry's wand. Underfoot was a real graveyard of skeletons of small animals. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart were talking about something and moved forward. I walked a step ahead of Potter, followed by Lockhart and Ron behind him. But at one fine moment, Lockhart imperceptibly lagged behind, and when we got to the next branch, where a huge, more than 20 meters piece of shed skin lay, Lockhart simply fell. Ron immediately jumped up to him. Get up! Ron pointed his wand at the sloppy and dirty writer, and he reluctantly, which with difficulty, began to rise. In a moment, Lockhart had already grabbed Ron's wand, and his face was again beaming with a dazzling smile. End of the adventure, boys. I'll take a piece of this wonderful snakeskin with me upstairs. And I'll tell all at school that it was no longer possible to save the girl, and you two lost your mind at the sight of her mutilated body. Say goodbye to your memory. From now on, you will not remember anything about the past. Obliviate. I abruptly moved further along the corridor, and behind me, there was an explosion. Stones and dust fell down. We ran, trying not to fall and not look back. When everything calmed down, and for some reason, the spell fell off me, I conjured lumos and looked around. Harry stood next to the floor and also conjured lumos. Behind our backs was a huge stone blockage that completely blocked the entrance. Why you didn't help? The guy yelled at me, not without pretensions. Dirty, covered in traces of stone dust and crumbs. Ron's wand, replied with a shrug. Harry didn't understand right away, but when he did, the guy smiled. For a second. Ron. He rushed to the pile of stones. Harry? I'm here. How are you? K-ha, K-ha. There is so much dust. Came the muffled voice of a redhead from the other side of the blockage. I'm fine. What about you? How is Lockhart? I'm okay. But everything is littered here. And this bastard seems to have been hit hard. Max with you? Yes. Why he didn't help? Your wand. What has it to do with? Ah, got it. While deciding what to do next, it took at least a couple of minutes. As a result, I again conjured invisibility on myself and went with Harry to face the danger face to face. It was decided to use invisibility as an element of surprise in case the culprit was there. We went out to a large hall, which looked more like a cave. On the opposite wall was a huge round door with serpents from the center. It looks like a bank door, to be honest. Probably, Harry said as he approached, Parcel tongue is also needed here. On the second try, he hissed something at the door, and again the mechanism worked. An iron snake crawled along the edge of the door, and as soon as it crawled to one of those that diverged from the center, they shrank with the characteristic sound of a giant bolt opening. Come on, Sir Potter, I said softly. And if we meet a basilisk, then under no circumstances look him in the eye, it'll kill you. Harry nodded and took a step forward. 52, Chapter 52. Smiley face, 20 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 72 already. Underscore 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 underscore. We stood on the threshold of a spacious, dimly lit room. The rising columns were entwined with stone snakes. They rose to the ceiling lost in the darkness and cast long black shadows through the strange greenish dusk. There was complete silence. Even the knowledge that the basilisk was not yet here could not stop the parted heart, and a lump of sticky fear rose up to my throat. Muffling, I whispered as quietly as possible, and after making a couple of gestures, I pointed my wand at myself. I wanted to do the same on Harry, but he was too impressed, and I was unable to properly cast the enchantment on him because he left the place, taking the first step. A step, the sound of which echoed with a booming echo between the walls. Step by step, we are slowly and surely approaching the giant statue. Her stony face with a long, liquid beard, which hangs down almost to the hem of the stone mantle, belonged to an ancient old man. From under the mantle, 2 huge stone feet were visible, standing on the smooth floor. It was there, between these feet, that I noticed a small figure of a red-haired girl in a black robe. Harry ran headlong towards her and fell to his knees. "Ginny!" The boy's voice faltered, echoing around. "Don't die! Please, don't die! She won't wake up," came an almost inaudible male voice, and Harry turned to one of the pillars behind him. Only now did I notice that the wand was not in his hands. A figure of a man, slightly floating in contours, separated from the column nearest to the guy. A boy of about 16, in school robes and black hair. He walked up to Harry, talking about something, but all that came to me was a hum. Slowly, even under invisibility, trying to hide in the shadows, I began to come a little closer, just enough to hear everything. And Tom told everything. How smart he is, how he played everyone off, how he framed Hagrid and searched for the secrets of the Chamber of Secrets. How angry he is at Potter, which Ginny had told him about. Fantastic chatterbox. In general, everything came to. Voldemort is my past, present, and future. The unformed phantom of Riddle uttered pompously, and with these words, he waved his wand to Harry, creating in the air burning letters of his name that changed their place. Tom Marvolo Riddle became I am Lord Voldemort. A moment of truth, a moment of horror, realization, disgust, it was all read on Harry's face. And I was in a somewhat ambivalent state. On the one hand, I was present at a rather significant event, an event from a fairy tale. On the other hand, a basilisk will appear here soon. What am I doing here? I'm making sure Harry will not die. You never know how Hermione's absence from the Golden Trio could have affected his abilities. Suddenly, a beautiful melody, strange, incomprehensible, began to be heard from all sides. It turned into an increasingly growing hum, but along the way, you could hear in it an iridescent bird trill. The volume rose quickly, and there were vibrations across the floor, even in the body. Explosion! Sharply turning around, I saw how the top of one of the columns under the very ceiling literally burst into a fountain of fiery spray, and a phoenix appeared a meter away from this place. This is exactly how it was described in the book's hefty, bright fiery tones, with a large tail that rivals a peacock's size. In his paws, he carried a hat. Well, I think there will be no problems. Phoenix threw his hat at Harry's feet and landed on his shoulder. And how does he hold it in general? Harry talked to Riddle a little longer, and then he walked over to the statue, spread his arms out to the sides, and loudly gave out a whole hissing serenade. With a crash and hum, the statue's mouth opened. Harry backed away towards the entrance, and after a couple of seconds, a head emerged from the statue's mouth. Huge basilisk head. An incredible mixture of dragon, snake, beak, all this in almost black color with a greenish tint. The head slowly and inevitably reached for the floor, pulling the rest of the body with it. The basilisk has already touched the floor, and the torso has just begun to taper towards the tail. I didn't look him in the eye, but out of the corner of my eye, I kept at least his tail in sight. Riddle laughed. Harry closed his eyes and dashed away. Tom whispered something to the basilisk, and he crawled after the guy. I waited, hiding, and only now realized that I was not even breathing. I may consider myself a Gryffindor, but not genuine, no. My recklessness and courage come only after at least some calculations and plans, which means that the sword from the hat will not help me. How to beat a phantom? I don't know not only that but also what Riddle is like now. In theory, this is a projection, but can it be harmed? Judging by the fact that he is holding a wand, he will be able to conjure with it, which means he is a kind of container of magic, at least. This means that it makes no sense to use everything that carries a physical component of an attack or an attack on this component. Raising my wand, I went through a possible arsenal in my head and came to the disappointing conclusion there are few spells. Only if from a grimoire. But then Hermione. Oh, to hell. Leave the bird. Riddle yelled. Leave it now. The boy behind you. You can smell it. Kill him. Then I looked at the sound and realized what had happened. Fawkes quietly, without any sounds, managed to knock out both eyes of the basilisk and only now began to chirp and fly around, taking on himself the lion's share of the ancient snake's attention. Here the basilisk once again jerked sharply with his whole body, picking up the hat with his tail and sending it literally in Potter's face. It's just. No, well, this is some kind of fantastic luck. Potter put on the hat and, you might say, shriveled on the floor. It seemed that the hat would cover him completely, and he would say something like, I'm in the house. 30 years from now, I will laugh heartily at this memory. The basilisk was distracted by the phoenix a couple more times. Tom yelled at the basilisk, the Gryffindor sword fell out of the hat, Harry picked it up, got up himself and... 53, Chapter 53. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 74 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Yes. Tom screamed when the basilisk with the next sweeping movement by the very edge touched Potter, sending him flying. What? What? Luck is over. Potter does not move. The sword flew to a completely different place. Things are getting too wrong. Removing the passive Hemomancy limiter and putting my wand back into its sheath, I accelerated to the maximum I could, running towards Ginny. What am I going to do? Oh, I have no idea. The problem surfaced from where I did not expect. Even though I started to move very quickly, the laws of physics have not gone anywhere. As well as the speed of perception did not increase much. Having reached Ginny in a straight line, I could hardly pick up the diary with my hand and wanted to turn in the other direction, but... What? Tom turned sharply, and at that moment, I flew further away from them by inertia. Gravity, you're a tricky bitch. I fell, touched the floor, rolled over a couple of times, and a wall stopped me. So Potter wasn't alone here. Tom was surprised, but the surprise was quickly replaced by an insidious smile. Oh, one more, one less. Riddle's phantom pointed its wand at me. Jumping up quickly, I rushed to the side of the basilisk that was preparing to simply devour Potter. Phoenix fiercely chirped and swooped down on a giant snake, but their sizes are incomparable. Crouching down, I dodged one beam of the spell, then one more. Stop dodging and accept your death. Tom yelled, but I already saw the target. For a fraction of a moment, I concentrated and summoned my weapon. The black and gilded hilt of a comfortable 1.5 sword fell into the palm of my hand. Another ray of the spell flew literally a millimeter away green. My heart skipped a beat. But all experiences were somewhere in the background, far on the outskirts of consciousness. The only available direction for the basilisk's attack is from above. I won't go from the side because I'll just slip past by inertia. From below it will not work, the basilisk almost spreads on the floor. Taking a couple of steps for maximum acceleration, I jumped, bringing my sword to strike. Behind my back, I created a thick hemisphere of a dome of blood. I did not fall on the basilisk from above, it was more like I flew into him, into his head, so successfully lifted a little up onto the phoenix. It was at this moment that Harry chose to wake up and shake his head in confusion. The sword in my hands pierced the basilisk's skin and skull from the outside, going somewhere in the brain, but the creature decided that it was bad form to die instantly. With all my strength, I held on to the sword with one hand and one of the many horns on the basilisk's head with the other. It shook him mercilessly, quickly and sharply, up and down. A couple of times, the creature banged its head on the floor, knocking shrapnel and clouds of dust out from under it. I didn't see what Potter, Fawkes, or Tom was doing, I was too busy trying to hold on. Rodeo on the agonizing basilisk. Suddenly it was over. The basilisk stopped twitching, starting to fall over. I didn't have time to orient myself and jump off in time, so I was reliably put on the floor, and sharp pain flared up in my arm and leg. Such pain that it seemed that the eyes would pop out of their sockets. No! Tom screamed, standing somewhere. Somewhere there. With difficulty overpowering the pain, I tried to get up, and it's good that the basilisk didn't crush me just a little bit. Gathering my will into a fist, leaning on my knee, I stood up, ignoring the pain. There is definitely a broken leg. Perhaps even in several places. But the hand has acquired an additional bend in the forearm. And the fingers do not move. And the sword scattered as soon as I let go of it. Staggering, I began to go around the head of the basilisk, ignoring the ruining Tom, coming closer and closer with every second. He seemed to point his wand again and wanted to use some kind of curse, but he also clearly wanted to scream and gloat, or whatever he was doing there during his long speeches. Standing in front of the slightly open mouth of the basilisk, the width of which, by the way, was only slightly inferior to my height, I took a diary out of the pocket of my robe. And when did I manage to hide it? Without further ado or prefaces, I pierced the diary that I was holding in my left hand with the fang in the mouth of the monster. Riddle instantly began to writhe and yell, dropping a wand from his hands. A real fountain of ink gushed out of the diary, pouring everything around. Riddle was getting smaller, more transparent. His voice was muffled and seemed to recede. In the end, he literally burned out. Like a vampire in films, like a piece of paper, leaving no trace behind. What was that? Harry looked in bewilderment at the mouth of the basilisk in front of him, at himself, partially splattered with ink, at me, splashed much more. Your hand. Oh, You noticed. I smiled at the guy, out of the corner of my eye, noticing the awakening of Ginny, there, in the distance, at the foot of the Slytherin statue. Or maybe not Slytherin. Maybe he respected someone so much that he erected such a huge statue? And what stupid and inappropriate thoughts come into my head? You need to get to the hospital wing as soon as possible. Harry tried to get up, but he was palpably swayed. It looks like he has no major injuries on the outside. Don't worry, take the diary. I handed him a twisted and hopelessly spoiled thing. He took it and wanted to examine it, but... Harry! Ginny shouted hoarsely, already running towards us. How quickly she came to her senses. Running past the basilisk, the girl stared at the corpse, fascinated, even slowed down. And here I came into her field of vision. Hey? Max! Max, I nodded to the guys. Fawkes landed on Potter's shoulder, grabbing the hat and throwing a Gryffindor sword at our feet. Ginny saw a couple of abrasions and an overall shabby appearance of Potter and was horrified. She looked at me, at my hand, and her eyes became absurdly large, and she turned pale. Although, even before that, she wasn't particularly rosy-cheeked. It's time to get out of here, although this place requires careful research. Research? This is Slytherin's room. Potter grimaced. Yes, exactly. I raised my right hand to the sky but somewhat forgot that it was broken. Cracked, grunted, she bent down even more. Oh. Ginny decided to faint, but it didn't work out. Harry, I wanted to tell you. Then she stopped and shot a glance at me. Oh, I understand. It's all a secret, and I'm not a trusted person for her. Okay, you can talk later. Let's get out of here. 54, Chapter 54. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 76 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today, smiley face, enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. The guys waited about a minute while I made a semblance of a toga out of my robes, hanging my broken arm on it. I need to learn to conjure with my left hand too. Also, without hands and wandlessly a clear example of this harsh necessity is now pressed to the chest, which, by the way, seems to have a broken rib. Overcoming adversity in the form of dark halls, corridors, mud, slime, and other underground caves delights, we heard the sound of moving stones in the distance. Walking on it, we got to the blockage. Ron did a great job with his hands, clearing the top of 1/3 of a man's height. Now we can get through there. Ginny! Ron shouted joyfully, helping the girl to be the first to crawl through this opening to the other side. You're alive! I can't believe my eyes. What happened to you? Ron tried to hug her, but Ginny pulled away, sobbing. You're okay, sis, this is the main thing. Fawkes was next, forcing Ron to retreat a half-step. What's that? Exclaimed the guy, but Harry, who had climbed in after, was already explaining to him. Now I got out too. Wow, what an amazing sword! Admired Ron, looking at the blade in Harry's hands. Wow! Now Ron was looking at me and at my awkward bandaging of the arm. Everything is fine. Yes, a couple of abrasions, fractures, nothing out of the ordinary. Ron, let's get out, Harry interrupted his friend, and I'll tell you everything. Tell me at least a little. Not now. Where is Lockhart? He is there, Ron nodded with a grin. He is not doing well. Let's go, you'll see. A couple of minutes later, under the light of the Phoenix's wings, we reached that very hall with a cemetery made of bones and a pipe, the exit point. Or the entrance, depends on the point of view. Lockhart chilled out here with a look of dashing, silly, and happy, muttering something under his breath. His spell hit him, Ron explained to us. He now has no idea, neither who he is, nor where, nor who we are. He's dangerous for himself. I told him to go and wait for us at the exit. Lockhart looked at us happily. Hello. A strange place, isn't it? Do you live here? No. I stopped listening to them, contemplating what had happened. Pondering, and nothing. There is such a state when you want to think about something, or you just need to think about it, but instead of thinking in your head, just the phrase, I think. Now I was in a similar situation. Max. Are you here? Harry waved his hand in front of my face, pulling me out of this strange state. Oh, yes. What? Fawkes can't lift everyone, the guy's voice was filled with genuine sympathy. Come on, you go first. No, Harry. It will not work. My arm is broken, my leg, possibly ribs, and it is not yet known what else. Maybe you first, and then it will come back for me? Did you want to stay instead of me? Well, Yes. Not worth it. I myself can't grab onto anyone, and you can't really grab me with my injuries. And if I'll fly alone, then with my left hand, I will calmly hold on to the phoenix. Max is right, nodded Ron. They grabbed each other, and Fox carried them into the sky. And I was waiting. A minute later, the bird went downstairs. And it looked at me with its head bowed. Maybe it would be easier for you to just apparate with me. Instead of answering, the phoenix turned his back, offering to grab the tail, as Harry had done before. Well, as you know. Grabbing the tail, I did not notice how easily Fox flew forward and up the pipe. A short flight, and here I am again, standing in the abandoned toilet of Moaning Myrtle. All the others are standing nearby, waiting. Ginny is crying softly, her face down to the floor. Go to the staff room, and I'll go to the hospital wing. But Max. We must quickly tell what happened to the professors. Ron was indignant. It's not their mental balance that worries me more, but my broken limbs. Ah, well. Yes, the redhead was embarrassed. Then it's really better to do so. Will you come by yourself? I won't know if I don't try. And Max? Thank you, Ron said embarrassedly. 4. Well, you understand. Yes, I understand, I patted the guy on the shoulder with my uninjured hand. Go, or professors will do something else. We parted almost immediately. Left alone with the dark corridors of Hogwarts, I suddenly felt fear, cold, and pain. It was so irresponsible and insane that. Although, why the hell am I surprised? The hat will not be so stupid to make mistakes and, apparently, has discerned in me a Gryffindor. But if I hadn't had hemomancy and a sword, I wouldn't have climbed there, right? Wouldn't I? I got to the hospital wing quickly, or not quite for some reason, the feeling of time has disappeared completely. I walked slowly, sometimes leaning against the walls and taking a break. Unaccustomed fatigue and weakness literally captured the whole body. Once again, pushing off the wall, I entered abruptly into the doors of the hospital wing, barely standing on my feet. What happened? Madame Pomfrey said indignantly. It seems that was the name of this witch. She just looked at me in surprise for just a moment, holding in her hands a large bottle of potion and a smaller test tube. It seems that she was pouring something into such test tubes, and I distracted her. Oh, what condition are you in? Madame Pomfrey put the test tubes on the table and hurriedly walked towards me, but my legs stopped holding me, and I began to fall forward into the darkness. 55, Chapter 55. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 76 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Waking up, I began to look around, trying to understand what happened. The room is as bright as day. There are only white curtains around, and I am sitting on the bed in simple pajamas. The hair was unpleasantly sticking to my forehead, and, running my hand over it, I wiped off the drops of cold sweat. Was I having a nightmare? But I don't remember anything. And... Stop, hand? The right hand was completely intact. To the right of the bed, on the bedside table, lay neatly folded things, on top of which was a wand holster. And the wand itself. Suddenly, part of the curtain slid to the side, revealing Madame Pomfrey to me. Now I could get a better look at her. A stately woman in her 50s, in a white cap in the form of a mediwitch, a white robe dress with burgundy sleeves, cuffs, and a collar. Are you awake, Mr. Knight? The mediwitch looked at me sternly before taking out her wand. I need to check your condition. Hello. Of course, ma'am. Several spells escaped the tip of her wand, and within seconds Madame Pomfrey nodded to herself. Things are good. You fully recovered overnight. There are no fractures, no abrasions, no bruises. Your regeneration is excellent. But it's not without potions, right? Certainly. Skull-Gro, healing bombs, but for the most part, your regeneration is worth praising, Mr. Knight. The headmaster wanted to talk to you. May I let him know that you've come to your senses? Certainly. Madame Pomfrey pulled the curtain back, separating my bed from the outside world again. I quickly began to dress and, within a minute, was ready to greet the guests by pulling the curtain aside. I did not have to wait long, and after a couple of minutes, the headmaster entered the hospital wing. As always, in his lavender-embroidered robes, long grey beard intercepted in the middle by bells. He looked at me warmly and kindly through his half-glasses. Mr. Knight, Dumbledore smiled as he stepped closer. I'm glad you came to your senses so quickly. Like me, headmaster. May I ask you some details of yesterday's adventure? Which one, headmaster? Dumbledore smiled into his beard. Professor, you can just call me Professor. And the adventure is the rescue of young Ginny Weasley. I have already inquired about what happened from Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. To my regret, their story was short. You just walked up to them, said a couple of phrases, and now you are in the Chamber of Secrets with Professor Lockhart. Let me know how you came to such ambiguous conclusions as to the basilisk's existence in the very location of the Chamber of Secrets. I told him why should I hide it. Of course, I did not look directly into the headmaster's eyes, just in case. But no extra memories popped up in my head, and in general, thoughts did not jump from place to place. There was not even a hint that someone was trying to influence me. In the end, I told him our theory, the same as McGonagall, adding only details about Myrtle. I said that I heard that she died 50 years ago. That the Chamber of Secrets was opened at the same time. It would be logical to assume that the secret room entrance was hidden in this toilet, and the snake symbol found on the sink only confirmed this. Mr. Potter said, the headmaster continued to ask, still calmly standing next to the bed, that during the battle with the basilisk, he received a blow and lost consciousness. And after a short moment, the basilisk was dead. Did you kill him? Yes, headmaster. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Well. This is indeed a very brave thing to do, Mr. Knight. How should I reward your service to the school? Maybe 100 points each for you and Miss Granger. No need. With a slight smile, I shook my head. Neither she nor I will appreciate it. Still, points are given for academic success in other regulated school activities, and not for killing the rarest relict animals of the 5th hazard class, that for some ridiculous reason living under the school. And what should we do then? The headmaster looked at me with a question and a modest smile. I bet that it's not a secret to you that Hermione and I are visiting the Forbidden Section. As well as for you, Mr. Knight, my infrequent visits to watch over such young inquisitive minds. Exactly. The next Dada instructor may not be as kind as Lockhart on this name. Neither Dumbledore nor I held back a smirk, looking at each other knowingly. So, headmaster, could you please help us get, an annual ticket to the Forbidden Section for the two of us? And you do not suffer from excessive modesty, as I can see, Mr. Knight. Dumbledore smiled a little more good-naturedly. Well, I think I have already managed to make sure of your sanity. His words sounded too ironic. As in your friend's sanity. Therefore, as a gratitude, I will help you in this matter. Dumbledore glanced thoughtfully out the window. How fast time flies, he sighed. It's already dinner time. I see your health allows you to join the rest of the students in the Great Hall. Of course, Professor. And thanks. No problem, answered the headmaster, and we went to the dinner together. 56, Chapter 56. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 78 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Max. Hermione hissed at me angrily as soon as I sat down at the house table next to her. You behaved extremely irresponsible and reckless. Harry told everything, and to be honest, I didn't expect this from you. What could I do? I shrugged my shoulders, smiling and putting the stewed meat on my plate. It was necessary to decide something. And you decided to go hunting a magical creature of the 5th hazard class? Perfectly. I want to hit you with something hard. You said by yourself that we need to be careful, so what? But I killed it. And it could be the other way around. Hermione glared at me for a few more seconds but calmed down, seeing that she was starting to draw too much attention to our persons. I suppose you also got points for breaking all the rules. No, you didn't guess. What then? I asked the headmaster for admission to the Forbidden Section. For the two of us. For a year. Hermione looked at me in surprise and immediately climbed up to hug me. Great. How great. However, she pulled back after a second. But the exchange is not equivalent. We started eating, during which the headmaster, who was sitting at the head of the teacher's table with a contented look, asked no one to leave after the meal. He had an announcement. For those who were unable to participate in our humble midnight feast, Dumbledore said, rising from the table. I am happy to inform you that in connection with the elimination of the threat to the school, the professors and I considered it permissible to cancel the annual exams. Except to the ministerial O.W.L.S. and NEWTS. Unfortunately, you have to take these exams. For a while, Dumbledore said something about his beloved unity and solidarity in difficult times, but I did not listen to him. The main thing is that everything is in order. Yes. Until I left school, there was not a cloud in the sky, which added to the atmosphere of general relief. Apparently, Harry and Ron hadn't told anyone other than Hermione and the professors about our adventure. And Dumbledore, this time, did not announce to the whole school about who and for what he was awarded 400 points. But even so, it was clear that it was Potter. At least everyone thought so, I bet. The cancellation of exams somewhat upset Hermione because she was preparing, albeit not as fanatically as last year. But we were finally able to do enough magic, arranging fierce duels with each other, repeatedly smashing our beloved class into dust. We made a couple of notes about what books to look for during the holidays, made a more or less decent-looking plan for further study of subjects, in general, had a pretty good time. On the train, on the way to London, the local Gryffindor gossips, Lavender and one of Paddle. What is it? Can't I remember which of them is in which house? Something is wrong here. In general, this couple managed to squeeze Hermione out of me, so I went in search of adventure. It turned out that it was not so easy to do this because the only source of trouble, Draco Malfoy and company, were completely quiet after Lucius was expelled from the school board of trustees. The rest, both the elders and the younger ones, usually arrange squabbles directly with their peers. So I walked through the wagons until I came across a cheerful compartment. There were Harry, Ron, Ginny, the twins, and, oddly enough, Justin. Justin Finch Fletchley. He apologizes so much for his words and delusions that he even traveling with the insidious air in the same compartment now? I distracted the guys from playing some kind of magical card game. I have never been interested. Hello. What are you doing? They looked at me as if I personified the second coming. Max? Hello, Potter waved his hand amiably, straightening his slightly rickety glasses. Something died in the Forbidden Forest, George, or Fred looked at George. Or Fred. Something very big. And very dangerous. Since the Gryffindor Knight decided to reveal himself to the people. Am I the only one who thinks that the twins should have been born as one person, but something went wrong? You're right, Justin waved his hand while everyone else smiled at a simple joke. We are not represented. Justin Finch Fletchley. The guy got up and held out his hand. Max Knight. Pleased to meet you. Mutually. Well, I walked through the wagons and looked for problems for myself. Do you have them? The twins looked at each other, but I immediately said. Not you two. Your problems are too problematic. And what else should they be? They asked at the same time but stopped reaching for their luggage on the upper shelves. Well, you can practice spells with us. We are just trying to conjure up enough before the holidays. Sure, why not? I went into the compartment. There was still plenty of room. What spell are you practicing? Harry shows us disarming, Ginny said with such pride, shaking her fiery red hair that I smiled. Yes? Come on, show me. I took out my wand and slowly pointed in the direction of Potter, but pointing at the ceiling. Okay, a little shyly, he pointed his wand at mine. Expelliarmus, his movement was careless and fast, his diction was of high quality. The ray was weak, but strong is not needed here. My wand popped out of my hands and, in a short arc, flew right into Harry's hand. Not bad, I praised the guy. Not bad. The redhead was indignant but with a smile. Harry is the best of us with this spell. Even we agree with that, one of the twins confirmed, exchanging glances with the other. Harry handed me my wand. Since we're talking about magic, I put my wand into the holster. Harry. Are you going to develop your talent? Talent. The guys looked at each other, wondering which one. Parseltongue. This made everyone silent. Don't get it wrong, folks, but I noticed that you have to concentrate for a very long time to speak it. Yes. It's hard to speak the snake tongue, the guy nodded without enthusiasm. I mean, you never know what can come in handy in life. Imagine that snake from the dueling club for a second. Justin, I'm sure you remember that. Yeah. I was very frightened. That's it. What if that snake would have been more fearful or more aggressive? While you were warming up, it would have time to bite someone. But it's a dark gift, Ron shook his head. If Harry will speak Serpentine very well, then people will think that he is very good at dark magic as well. The whole Hogwarts already knows that Harry speaks in Parseltongue, I could hardly restrain myself from shrugging the shoulders. And so, one day, it can save someone's life because snakes are obliged to obey the Parselmouth if they don't have an owner. Who knows what will come in handy in life? They seemed to agree but without enthusiasm. I don't know what prompted me to issue such an offer. For about half an hour, I hung out with the guys, conjured little things, transfigured every little thing into buttons, according to the school curriculum, then into something else. When Ginny started to tell Percy's secrets, I tactfully left the compartment and walked back. Entering our compartment with Hermione, I found the girl alone and in a very exhausted state. What happened? These gossips buzzed all over my ears. Incredible. How can girls talk so much about such nonsense? It's just phenomenal. The rest of the time, we drove under my story about the Chamber of Secrets. This is the third story already, Hermione needed details. Well, I shifted the accents so that she couldn't learn anything new about me. Sooner or later, in order to maintain a friendship, I will have to reveal several cards, but it seems to me that the longer I wait, the more difficult it will be to do this, a typical problem of those who hide something from others. 57, Chapter 57. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 78 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Upon arrival in London, John met me, but I urged him to take me to Grimwald first. John didn't mind. It seems that the knights saw in me a completely adult and accomplished person. Maybe the fact that I briefly told about what happened at school worked. John was outraged, but I assured him that despite the mortal danger, the great wizard Dumbledore kept everything under control. I myself didn't think so, but what prevents me from assuring people otherwise? To the logical questions, why go there? What do you need at Grimwald Place? Can you tell us? I promised to tell them, but a little later. John took my school things home with him, but my bag, as always, I slung over my shoulder. As soon as I got to Grimwald 12, Kreaker, grumbling about the unexpected visit of a strange wizard, organized tea with buns. However, tea drinking was held at a small table opposite the portrait of Walburga. I told her all the events, including some strange things. Now I'm sitting, waiting for her opinion. Maximilian, how often do you mention your house? It's hard to say. Rarely enough. Quidditch matches, 10 points to Gryffindor, in general, something like this. Walburga nodded at my answer. Did you know about the basilisk? How long? With my friend, 2 weeks after the first incident, we had quite a coherent theory that it was a basilisk. Have you ever thought that it would be nice to defeat it, kill it, disassemble into ingredients? Anything like that, or that you need to solve this problem? Then I thought. Certainly. There were such thoughts, Lady Walburga. I even bought a bag with an invisible extension so that I can put big things in it. But these were just thoughts. The bag will come in handy anyway, just. It would be nice. And why didn't I go there after the victory? Lost in thought, I scratched my head. I even have tools, albeit not professional, but not bad. Maximilian, pay attention here. Hey? Yes. When you suddenly decided to do what you did. Oh, completely unexpected. I suddenly thought that the school could be closed, no one is doing anything, and I, as a Gryffindor boy, must help Potter deal with this issue. Hearing my own words, I was stunned. So, how often do you use house names as a characteristic of personality? Never. You could have entered the Chamber of Secrets by yourself, without the help of the Parselmouth. Then I was silent for a couple of seconds. There are at least a few options that could be tried. Have you invented them now? No, it was a long time ago, and not that I came up with it, it's just. Well, they are logical. Interesting, isn't it, nephew? Walburga looked at me with a kind of malicious smile. I agree, interesting. Also, why did you drag Lockhart with you? Tied up and thrown. Judging by your story, he can't do anything at all. I don't know myself. Potter and the Weasley dragged him, but I didn't care. How often in your thoughts did you cheer yourself up and justify the act by Gryffindorship? Very. I frowned. Congratulations, nephew, you became a victim of a light confundus. Yes. I looked at the portrait in amazement. But I have used confundus several times and have been exposed to it myself. The effect is completely different. Let me explain to you a few points not written in the textbooks. Confundus is an extremely versatile spell. Suppose the wizard knows or guesses about your thoughts, ideas, dreams. In that case, he can impose confundus in such a way that you change priorities for a while. You yourself, voluntarily and consciously, will do what the wizard needs. But, how you do this will depend on you. Walburga once again took a cigarette holder from her drawn table and lit a cigarette. An example, you've gone to Diagon Alley for an exclusive new enchantment textbook. This is what you need, but you only have 1 galleon in your pocket. You walk past Café Fortescue. You know perfectly well that there is great ice cream, and you really want a portion. However, you have exactly the money for the textbook. Then your eyes were caught by the Legilimate that superficially counted your thoughts. At that moment, you were thinking exactly about galleon, ice cream, the price of a textbook, and a textbook. Your knowledge of occlumency did not help because the Legilimate did not delve into your thoughts but just superficially looked at what you are thinking about without it. Now, knowing some of the initial data, the Legilimate has imposed a weak confundus on you with the correct wording. As a result, you changed your priorities and bought a textbook on enchantments not in Flourish but from a dealer. Old edition, but acceptable, money saved, ice cream bought. It sounds like nothing horrible. Yes, but you are an obedient child in the family, and you were strictly ordered to buy a new textbook. You wanted to do so, and all these thoughts were just options that you thought about, but you would never do that. I think I understand. But who needs it at all? It's a school. Potter had no idea what to do or where to run, who was attacking, what kind of beast, he knew nothing. And in your example, there are other ways to get a couple of sickles, from asking relatives to stealing an instant work. Here is the flip side of this spell. The person exposed to it completely ignores the consequences and, if there are no other indications, chooses the fastest and optimal path based on his own thoughts and ideas. I see. It turns out that someone imposed confundus on me with a desire to help Potter deal with the problem, and judging by my actions, to save him even at the cost of my life. At the cost of life. Walburga suddenly became stern. When I attacked the basilisk, by the way, I attacked very recklessly, the Phantom Tom threw several Avada at me. One would even have stabbed me in the back if I hadn't covered myself with something. Something? Something. Walburga flared up, throwing aside the mouthpiece, standing up in her painted chair, but exhaling sharply, sat back down, starting to calm down. I just waited, and a minute later, she spoke again. I don't need your secrets, but did you knew you could defend yourself against Avada? I supposed. Supposed, hey. 58, Chapter 58. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 79 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. So. We figured out the wording of confundus, and I myself think that it had about the same meaning. Now let's think about who could have done this. Any thoughts? Headmaster. No. Why? Of course, I hate Dumbledore, but one thing I can say with certainty is that he will not expose the student to guaranteed death. But even if he substitutes, he will kill himself with his own self-digging. He can be cunning, intrigue, implement some of his plans, but he will not substitute for death. He hates death, believe me. Then. Who then? Snape? He could. Also, a friend of Lucius, sort of. He could well help me to commit suicide, but it didn't work out. Or send you to the hospital wing with severe injuries, Walburga continued for me, thinking up a possible course of events on the go. They couldn't help you there, he would assist it. They would send you to Mungo, and there are a couple of bribes and imperiuses, and now in an unknown place, you receive Avada from a man hired by Malfoy. Where is this world heading? I exclaimed, shaking my hands. Where it was, there it stayed, Lady Walburga shrugged. Sorry, but can I ask you a question? Walburga just nodded. How to not allow the imposition of such confundus? By studying occlumency even better. To the extent that you can control your own impulses. At this level, you can simply feel any confundus but cope. Everything here will depend on your will. But in any case, confundus will not force you to do something that is completely unnatural for you and that you have never even thought about. Yet, but a man in his thoughts and fantasies does a lot. Exactly, Walburga nodded. But the greater the unnaturalness of the action, the stronger confundus should be. You, as I understand it, with great difficulty drove away from yourself the thoughts of personal reprisal against the basilisk. Not really. I simply forbade myself to even think about it. It's too dangerous. And after this adventure, I forbade myself to think about everything connected with it in general. Nice move, Walburga nodded approvingly from the portrait. Thus, superficial legilimency will not allow anybody to see anything because you are not thinking of something suspicious. And another question. Do you understand that I had to destroy Tom Riddle's diary? Yes, Walburga answered without any emotion. I have suspicions that it was a Horcrux. How do you know about such magic? The gaze of Walburga became so stern that a young man of my age would go to punish himself as if he were a house elf. I'm not ready to lay out some secrets yet. Secrets? Walburga still gloomily looked somewhere in the distance. Forget about the existence of this magic, about the word itself, the name, and do not look for information on it. Horcrux, the path to nothingness. That's all, you can go. I did not dare to argue with a gloomy and pensive woman. Therefore I promptly got myself together and left since my clothes are quite casual. The door has not yet closed behind me when I heard. Ugh, you son of a bitch. Dementor's miscarriage. The voice of Walburga abruptly died down as soon as the door was closed. I wonder if this is Tom or me. Let's hope it's Tom, and Snape, and Lucius. Glancing at the already blackening sunset sky and breathing in the evening summer air, I walked briskly towards the nearest bus stop suitable for me. Now I can go home. For 3 days of vacation, I did absolutely nothing but physical training and study of occlumency. All the same thought control, but among other things, I decided to start developing my own concept of protecting consciousness. Although, as it seems to me, protection will be only a byproduct of this very consciousness's structuring. Of course, I will not apply anything new until I finish this very development, but I have already sketched some basis, the foundation of this system, on paper. The idea is quite simple and commonplace visualization. But not the one about libraries and so on, but a somewhat different kind. Representation of the totality of oneself, one's eye, soul, and body as a kind of structure. Let's take a cube, for example. This cube will consist of smaller cubes, symbolizing, for example, consciousness, subconsciousness, and so on. They, in turn, will consist of others, even smaller ones, and so on. A similar structure was pushed to me by various techniques from a past life. I don't know how real and effective they were, but the internet was swarming with these. Such a system will have a special feature. A separate block cube, the role of which is only in one to take on an external signal in the form of some kind of suggestion and send it to other isolated blocks. Simply put, it is an attempt to deceive confunders by imposing it on something that actually does not exist. Well, or at least signal about it. A similar block can be attempted to be implemented for the legilimency, but it is not clear about Imperio. However, this is a matter of the future, but before starting the studies, I will need to at least complete the development on paper. Sword training brought new surprises, although I still don't know if it's good or bad. As soon as I summoned my sword, some of its changes immediately caught my eye. The handle, which was smooth before, became rougher, and in appearance, it acquired an almost imperceptible fine flake structure. The gold elements took on an almost imperceptible greenish tint, as did the black blade. Now, in the sun, it did not reflect white sunlight but quite a bit greenish. However, that's not all. The blade began to corrode the surface that it touches, and the sword itself felt somehow cold and heavy. Hard to explain. Having considered all the possible reasons for such changes, I came to a simple and logical conclusion: the basilisk is to blame. No, seriously. When I gutted the demon from the grimoire, the sword tried to swallow its soul and even devoured it, but the old man took the intruder. It is possible that the sword managed to absorb the soul of the basilisk, but I feel the sword, the weapon of the spirit, as a part of myself. You can say part of my soul. So I don't feel any basilisks and stuff. Perhaps, since the sword is part of me, then I don't feel any changes? Look, when a psycho becomes a psycho, he does not know about it. For him, everything is in order, and he behaves as before, and in his opinion, everything is fine with his psyche. A logical question immediately appeared in my head: will the sword absorb another soul or not? Perhaps it could only absorb one? I guessed about such properties of the sword, and therefore I drove away the thoughts of poking it into everything, but the basilisk forced me. Although, on the other hand, there are at least 2 spells in my head that can kill such a creature, but would I have pulled them without practice? Hardly. This is not stupefy everything, there is tens and hundreds of times more complicated. Also, it hits well. I would have nailed both Potter and Ginny, and for that, I would not be stroked on the head. The ministry would have found me. They would have figured it out and found me, but they would not have stroked, because the corpse of the hero of England is not a trifle. 59, Chapter 59. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 81 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. On the evening of the 3rd day, I was delighted with the knights. John and Sarah won a trip of some sort. To Egypt. The degree of suspicion goes off the scale to absurd levels. This is alarming, but there is really nothing special to do. It was for this reason that the very next day, I, together with the knights, descended the ladder to the land of Cairo. What a heat! John said delightedly and at the same time dejectedly, squinting his eyes right from the gangway, even in the shade of the cap. What did you expect, dear? Sarah smiled in a light dress and wide-brimmed hat. At passport control, in addition to the usual check of documents and luggage, we had to go with a representative of the local magical law and order. What pleased me was the clothes of this neat bearded man. I thought to find something traditionally Arabic here, but no, a fashionable 2-piece business suit, a tie, small unloading on the belt, visible behind the hem of an unbuttoned grey jacket. There, on the belt, were the badges of the local Muggle Security Service and the Certificate of Magical Service. As in France, separate rooms, made in a quite decent and even rich form, were intended for the inspection of wizards. Beautiful masonry floor, beige columns and walls with gilded edging and other architectural elements unknown to me. Living paintings, potted palms, comfortable sofas for waiting. While we were following this Egyptian gentleman, we met at least a dozen wizards from outside. Why so long, I'm already all worn out, some plump lady in a classic dress remarked dejectedly in English. Next to her stood a puny little peasant and said something reassuringly, but much more curious was the strange little blue animal. It had a long tail, a large mouth with sparse teeth, and a rather grumpy nature. This little animal ran around a lady in a dress and squeaked at those around her. No less amusing was a rather young couple in dark robes. The girl now and then tried to rip the turban off the guy's head while angrily flashing her eyes. The guy dodged with a smile, but the girl grabbed her wand, and the guy no longer dodged a dexterous spell, having received a stinging one in one place. He was distracted, and the girl easily ripped off the turban. "Stop fooling around!" she hissed in a loud whisper at the guy. "Okay, okay." The guy raised his hands conciliatory, holding out in front of him. Other wizards watched the skirmish with interest, waiting in line to enter or leave their offices. Knights, it is worth giving them their due, reacted to magic and various oddities around as if they saw only this and nothing else every day. Our companion entered one of the offices and gestured invitingly. The office was not distinguished by anything special light, with comfortable armchairs and sofas, a work table and a coffee table, bushes in the corners. The inspection and registration procedure did not cause any complaints or surprises. Inspection and registration of the wand, examination of magical baggage, receipt of the document. Among other things, I was handed a brochure about magic quarters, magic travel vouchers, and so on. Knights were also given documents permitting visits to magic points, attractions, and other things, but only with me and the guide. In general, everything went great. After 5 minutes of wandering around the airport's second terminal, we went outside and joined our tourist group. Cairo itself, as well as the journey through it to the hotel, caused a double impression. You expect something bright from Egypt, but you get a giant anthill of rather tall apartment buildings, built pretty damn close to each other. All around the same shades, rare vegetation is faded and dull, people are not rich, they look more like poor people. But such a bleak picture is only in residential areas and closer to the center, to business districts and various tourist spots, the picture changes radically. Decent and even beautiful business centers, well-groomed streets, high-quality roads, many tourists and the local population look much better. There is even greenery here, and it is green, not the color of sandy dust. The first point was, of course, check-in at the hotel. There is nothing particularly outstanding here, and our entire tourist group of Englishmen quite comfortably settled in the rooms. The first point of the tour, scheduled for tomorrow, will be, as it should be, the museum, then the pyramids. The next day a trip to Alexandria, and there is its own program. But now, while it is still only afternoon and there is no program, I decided to go to the magic quarter. Despite the fact that I am not an adult, I can do magic here. As explained in the brochure, in Egypt, a wizard who has received the right to wear his concentrator, and therefore learn, has the right to conjure. If he harms himself or others with his magic, it will be entirely his responsibility. That's good. 60, Chapter 60. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 81 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. After explaining everything to my relatives, I put on army-style pants with a sandy camouflage texture, a t-shirt, a jacket, charmed myself to maintain a comfortable temperature, put on a white cap, glasses, and muggle-repellent charms, and off I went. It's funny to watch a bunch of different dark-skinned Egyptians now and then try to fool the breakaway tourists. No, really, they're just amazingly enterprising and talkative people, but then again they didn't become like that from a good life. The hike to the magical quarter was exhausting. The problem was not the people not noticing me or the hot summer weather, from which even the charms save mediocre. The problem was the ambience of Cairo itself. I have been to many tourist cities in my past life, but Cairo breaks all records, even the abrupt transition in quality of life and terrain. There everything is smooth, from good to bad. Here, it's abrupt. Walking through the slums, you look around the corner, a green park and a high-rise business center 20 meters across the street. From the map printed on the brochure and the sparse names of signs and streets in English, I reached the spice store Eid al-Sheikh. The most seemingly ordinary shop. On the sides of the entrance were trays with various kinds of food, and inside were sacks and bags of colorful powders, roots, and other obscure things hanging from the bottom. The shop owner, a dried dark-skinned old man in a turban and a sparse white beard, immediately saw me and looked at me attentively. "A foreigner?" he asked me in fairly clear English. "Yes, hello," I bowed slightly. "Well, you look normal," he scratched his chin. "Your papers." I handed the old man the documents. He looked at them briefly, and without any wands, levitated them back to me. There are a couple of rules. Be polite, don't go into the green quarter, don't disobey the wizards in burgundy red clothes, show them your papers. Show restraint in looks and words. The entrance is that way. The old man pointed toward a small arched door that I'd never seen before. Interesting. Thank you, I bowed, and the old man nodded back. Carefully I passed between the counters and pulled aside the incomprehensible ingredients hanging on the strings with my hands. I opened the door and stepped inside. The noise and commotion engulfed me as soon as the door closed. There were no smooth transitions. It was like being thrown out of a dark box into a pool in the middle of a party. Here and there were people walking around in all sorts of long clothes made of lots of fabrics. The colors were predominantly light, but the shapes varied considerably. And there were hardly any people with exposed parts of their bodies, just a few light-skinned people, obviously tourists. Much more impressive were the few streets that opened up into the passageway. They started from the entrance behind me, and along each of them were a number of different pavilions, with or without colored awnings, with many colorful artifacts, fabrics, ingredients, and other small things. There were ready-made clothes, tools, bags of spices, and fabrics of different colors and sizes stretching from one booth to the next to shield the visitors from the heat of the sun. There was even an awning of some kind above me. When I looked around, I was astonished. I was amazed that the door was in the pedestal of some kind of wizard statue, and beyond the statue continued these very streets. Again there were shops and pavilions of various sizes, and about 300 meters away, the white walls of a large building, so similar to the English branch of Gringotts, were visible. Should I go there? No. With confident steps, I stepped down one of the roads, looking curiously at the various wares. However, no matter how much I walked, I didn't find anything really interesting. There were various amulets against evil eye and spoilage, mountains of jewelry, accessories, souvenirs, various figurines, and stuff. It was rather interesting to look at the local magical fashion, but as it should be in an eastern country, it was rather strict about it. It is strange, though, because closed clothes are regulated by Sharia, not Quran, and. No, I don't know the history of that religion. I am not good at history. In general, it is strange. For some reason, I expected to see something like the Aladdin cartoon. Seriously. And I saw a bunch of colorful cloaks. On the other hand, every single thing here looked outlandish, unusual. For example, the interesting magical lamp in the form of a hollow flask, inside which memories literally float, three-dimensional, beautiful, and no bright colors. And there were a lot of such useless but beautiful things here. Also, every now and then, you could find yourself an adventure. Seriously. There was a strange dark alley between the shops, in which something glittered mysteriously and interestingly, and a suspicious old salesman, who kept trying to slip me something. Funny, but there is even a European-looking girl who has already caught my eye 3 times unobtrusively and looked the way a person looking for help is supposed to look. Except that a pair of bearded grinning peddlers stood nearby. Probably some kind of local magic swindler. I returned to the room a little tired and full of various contradictory impressions when I had had a good walk and had not spent a single galleon because I did not take any money. How was your walk? John turned to me at once. He and Sarah were sitting in armchairs at the coffee table. John was reading some kind of book, and Sarah was reading a magazine. What was interesting was clearly a technical magazine. Not bad, and how are you doing? I answered, taking off my cap and renewing the charms on my clothes. We went for a walk, too. It's pretty interesting if you stay inside the hotel grounds. By the way, Sarah looked away from the magazine. There's a very nice pool complex here. I recommend you go. The girls are pretty, too. At that, Sarah winked mischievously and smiled. I think I'll refrain from doing anything rash at my age. You're too boring, Max. John pretended to be sad and put the book aside. You can at least pretend to be a little embarrassed. We talked some more about who saw what, and then we went to dinner. Afterward, I spent half the night on the roof of the hotel. Looking at the city. 61, Chapter 61. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 83 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. Early the next morning, right after the buffet, our tour group of brave Englishmen, most of whom were dressed like Indiana Jones, were loaded onto a bus and driven away. When we arrived at the museum, we were caught in a huge line of other tourists even before it opened. There were a lot of different people here, Asians, most likely Japanese, always taking pictures of everything, and various Europeans, quietly discussing something, and Russians, judging by the loud, cheerful speech and inappropriately rich and colorific clothes. In general, there was quite a stir. We already had the tickets, so we just waited for the opening, and when our group was approached by our guide, of course, Egyptian, we went inside. The museum itself was a large and beautiful brick-color building with just giant arched windows on the first floor. On the grounds around it, among the varied greenery of native plants, we could see monuments and other exhibits, whether a statue or the top piece of some tetrahedral spire. For about half an hour, they took us around the outside area, showing and telling us about this or that exhibit, and only after this walk they took us into the museum itself. The variety of exhibits and rooms was astounding. I do not know how much time I will need to look through all of them, but I doubt that a month will be enough. The largest and heaviest exhibits were on the first floor, whether they were statues, obelisks, various sphinxes, sarcophagus lids, or the like. The most monumental things were on display in the central hall, and the 2 statues of Tutankhamun's ancestors are 7 meters high. According to the guide, they were first brought to the first floor, and only then, around these statues, was the museum itself built. I found another interesting thing. Each exhibit had a magically enchanted plaque next to an ordinary one, hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. It either duplicated information or gave additional information related to magic. The museum also had magic exhibits, and judging by the presence in the halls of invisible people in red and beige uniforms, there were wizards guarding the museum as well. Though the items are magical, they have mostly lost their magical value long ago. For example, a cremation toolkit had a number of special enchantments, underwent special ritual preparation, and more. But, unfortunately, after so many years, the tools have completely lost their properties, and only from the residual traces of magic, it was possible to assume the approximate area of enchantments. The Golden Room, with its gold sarcophagi and other exhibits made of gold, was also impressive. The Hall of Mummies was no less impressive. Interestingly enough, absolutely every exhibit had a magical story to tell. There were descriptions of various charms, traps, and other things that were put on this or that exhibit. But unfortunately, the exhibits had no practical value. The only active artifact was the mask of Tutankhamun. There is still an unexplored curse active on it, but there are too many conditions to activate it, so there are no special precautions. You can't touch it or do anything else with it anyway, and the special protective charms are so strong that they discourage any ridiculous desires, even from the strongest mages. The excursion was far from complete because you can really walk around for a week if you read a little bit, and for the whole day if you just walk around without stopping. After this event, our whole group got back on the bus and headed for the pyramids. Those 3, the most famous ones, Cheops, Chephren, and Menkaure. Of course, there are others, no less famous for those who are interested in this matter in general, the necropolis of Dashur, Madam, something in Saqqara, I do not remember. But, in Giza, these are the most famous, and very many people associate them with Egypt. The bus took us almost to the very site, to the foot of the Pyramid of Cheops. By the way, there was a small house standing nearby, protected from ordinary people by magic. There were dozens of wizards bustling about and several roads led from the house itself, one of them to a bus stop. I think there's a tour for us, I stressed the last word. Do you want to go now? John asked. I am glad that they are not offended by this division of the worlds. And what about you? We can go together. No. John and Sarah were both indignant at the same time. As I said, I'm not interested in magic. When you go to space, you can call me. John continued, and Sarah nodded accordingly. I see. Shall I go then? Of course. If there's anything really interesting, especially about normal history, be sure to tell me. And don't touch anything. Sure, we have a simple rule: don't touch any crap with your hands. That's a good rule. I slowed down a little and stepped behind the bus. With a neat move, I put a muggle repellent spell on myself. Hey, that's funny. I examined myself. And a few hours ago, I was criticizing the British guys for looking like Indiana Jones. Except that I myself am in strange sand-colored breeches, a t-shirt, and a sleeveless shirt, and a hat on my head. A typical British man on a camping trip. There's a special holster on my belt for the wand, but there's also one on my forearm, though with the 5 runes of aversion burned into it for normal people. Basic stuff, by the way, and almost the first rune model in a textbook from Hogg's library. Like that, and with a bag on my shoulder, I headed down the road toward the hut. The hut was a decent-sized European-style building of large stone blocks with a very high-quality finish. It was 2 stories high, and there was no parking for air or other vehicles. It is probably larger on the inside than on the outside. Above the entrance, above the wooden door, was a bilingual inscription, Arabic and English. 3x3 pyramids. What is that? 3x3. They're freaking geniuses. They counted the pyramids. Or is there some kind of sacred meaning to it? I'll have to find out. 62, Chapter 62. Smiley face, 21 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 83 already. underscore 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 underscore. While I stood there with my arms folded across my chest, scratching my chin thoughtfully, the door to the building opened, and a red-headed guy appeared. Well, not a guy, but already a man. A serious look, hair pulled into a ponytail, wearing leather pants, a shirt and an English-style robe on top. He's clearly not having fun here, though the dragon skin high boots are out of place with the image created by the rest of his clothes. Oh. He smiled. Now I saw a necklace of small stones with runes on them and a fang earring in his ear. Who are you, and where are you going? Oh, yes. You may not know English, Max. And I speak English perfectly. Bill, he held out his hand to me with a smile. I'm practicing for the goblins here. We shook hands. If you have any questions, you can ask because I have to hurry. I wanted to know, Bill, if there are any excursions for wizards here. Well, of course. He smiled even brighter. Come in and make yourself comfortable, and the tour here is the same as for muggles. It starts at the same time, so in a couple of minutes. There's also a ticket office there if you don't have a ticket yet. And since you're asking, there isn't, right? Right. Well, that's great. I've to go. With these words, Bill stepped away from the entrance, letting me pass, and at a brisk pace headed somewhere. Well, let's go see. The inside of the building was, as I thought, bigger than the outside. After walking through the entrance, I found myself in a large spacious hallway, somewhat reminiscent of Gringotts in London. High ceiling, bright walls, smooth stone floor with a large geometric pattern. But unlike Gringotts, there were no numerous counters, nor were there any goblins. Instead, along the massive columns were large brown couches and armchairs with a large round table at each. In the corners and near the columns were palm trees and large carved stone pots, and under the ceiling, instead of a chandelier, was a large glass dome, letting in light but not the heat of it. Between each column were two sets of seating and tables, and between them were wooden doors leading in an unknown direction. At the very end of the hall was only one massive wooden counter, behind which stood a fairly ordinary wizard, a local wizard. There were 6 other wizards sitting in the room, in 2 groups, talking about something. There was no question that they were wizards. One group was dressed in classic English robes, except they were shorter and more comfortable, obviously for moving in difficult tactical conditions. There was nothing to get caught in such robes, no entanglement in the hem, and so on. The other group looked somewhat exotic and clearly belonged to Asian culture, but which one? The question is uncertain. Both Chinese and Japanese motifs could be guessed in the clothes of the 2 men and women, but no kimonos, kipeo, etc., like hieroglyphics, or I would have known where these travelers were from. Upon reaching the counter, I turned to the man. Hello. I was told that I could sign up for a tour of the pyramids here. You are right, young man. You don't have a ticket. No, I don't. Then you should buy a ticket for 5 galleons, and you can enjoy a view of the most interesting and dangerous magical manifestations of one of the most ancient artifact structures. I did not listen to him for long, but I simply paid the amount due and immediately received a high-quality ticket with a whole bunch of magical seals, signatures, and stamps. Here, your ticket. The tour will start in. The wizard held up his left hand with a regular, or maybe even a magic clock, and looked at it. In 6 minutes. You will be in a group with these venerable gentlemen. The wizard pointed to the 2 groups sitting on couches on opposite sides of the hall. Have a great time. Thank you, sir. I took my ticket and put it in my shoulder bag, the same one that looked like my school bag, and sat down by one of the columns and waited. Exactly after the specified time, a man dressed in Muggle marching clothes in the color of sandy camouflage entered the hall. The luminescent stripes on his clothes stood out, like on a policeman's. Ladies and gentlemen, the middle-aged wizard spoke softly, but to the entire room. Please come up to me. Both groups, myself included, approached the wizard. Good day to you all. Hello, are the amulet interpreters working? J.A. Hi. Absent, unfortunately. I smiled. Great, our guide smiled back at me and handed me a coin with a hole in the middle and a string through it. Here you go, young man. A spontaneous excursion. You wouldn't believe it. I was just passing by and found this museum. It's a shame to miss it. I agree, said the guide with the same smile, and the others smiled, too. I put the amulet on. Let's check it again. Say something for the young man. How do you do? Asked the man from the Europeans. Worth preparing in advance, said the Asian man. Works great, I nodded. Then, the wizard guide pulled a long silver chain from his pocket. Everyone take hold of the chain. This port key will take us to the enchanted entrance to the Pyramid of Cheops. We all grab the chain. Everybody ready? All right. I will now say the command. Porches. I was spinning all over the place and around the axis. It seemed like the whole world had gone crazy, and I was the only island of tranquility in it. It lasted literally for a brief moment, and I was happy that we weren't all swept around. There is some kind of noise around, but I still felt bad. My head is spinning, everything is floating. Suddenly, my body just froze, and I continued to regain consciousness. After a brief moment, I could see what was happening. Our whole group was standing still, and our guide was standing next to the European man, pointing his wand at his head. Obliviate, he said, and the tip of the wand lit up. In a second, the light went out. Somnus. The guide went like this over everyone, and I was still lying there. Yeah, I could get the paralysis off me. I guess so. But I wondered what would happen next. The man got to me. I'll send you to the customer, the man glanced at his amulet. They're ready to receive you. Too bad we're not allowed to take trophies. With that, the man pulled out another coin with a hole and a thread through it and exchanged it for the one he had given out before. I'll take the translator, he muttered and pointed his wand at my chest, where the new coin now rested. Vectis Porcius. 63, Chapter 63. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 85 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. I was in the middle of a vortex that swirled me around and dragged me with wild speed as if it were trying not to transport me but to tear me apart. All the world around me blurred into solid spinning lines, and after a dozen seconds of such movement, I was literally thrown into a dark room. This time I didn't have to come to my senses, it was all clear from the start. I felt my bag, belt, and holster with my wand fly to the side. Then I was lifted and turned upside down, landing on a chair, and the paralysis was removed, but I was securely tied to the chair with thick ropes. What a pleasant meeting, the familiar voice stretched out the words in the same way as before. But all around was darkness. The light slowly flared up, letting me see first the general outline and then the figure of the man sitting across from me. Lucius Malfoy, himself. He was sitting in a chair, in a black suit, playing with the cane in his hands. Sitting there, watching and smirking. Let me be frank with you, Mr. Knight, Lucius was still stretching his words. And I tried to look around the room with my sideways vision, without losing sight of the wizard. I was surprised to receive a letter from my son. There was only a dark room, 2 chairs in the middle, a door, and a tightly curtained window. There was a simple chandelier on the ceiling with magic lamps it took too long and 2 pathos to light up. No outlets, nothing like that. To read my son's lines about being defeated in a duel by a mudblood, Lucius grimaced. I was disappointed, and when I read that, damned knight stared haughtily at my defeat, I was doubly surprised. How did you manage to survive there? Never mind, though. Lucius brushed his own question aside like an annoying fly. Since you're alive and my old friend hasn't been in touch, I can only assume he's dead. Malfoy leaned forward slightly, placing both feet on the wooden floor. You are either stupid or brave to be so calm. It cost me a great deal of trouble to organize your trip to Egypt, to arrange this tour, and to hire various people with questionable backgrounds. And here you are. So, what's next? What's next? Lucius smiled. I'm going to kill you, Mr. Knight. You were supposed to die anyway, but for some reason, you survived. 3 times already. That's a good number, isn't it? It certainly is. But why 3? Didn't you figure it out? The first time was when you were a child after all the rituals, you couldn't survive. But you survived against your fate. The second was the last time we met in France. The third was at Hogwarts, in the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, Mr. Knight, Lucius said, nodding to something in his head. I am aware of those events. To my deepest regret, my greasy-haired friend could not cope with such a simple request. As a result, I was once again convinced of an old truth. If you want something done well, do it yourself. Lucius took his wand out of his walking stick in an abrupt motion and came toward me in a lightning motion, lifting my face up by my chin. It's amazing how much you look like her. It's infuriating. Ready to die. Since birth. Well, Lucius raised his wand theatrically, Avada. Abruptly forming bloody blades and slicing through the ropes, I snapped out of my seat in a flash. The small stiletto of blood in my left hand went straight into Lucius' liver, interrupting the spell's reading. He couldn't quite turn around from the painful shock, but he created a tight sphere of protego and reached into his pocket with his left hand. Without wasting a second, I used the spirit weapon in my hand to deliver a single swift and sweeping blow, cutting through his defenses like a knife through butter. Malfoy's head separated from his body, but the body disappeared into the vortex of apparition. But the head was still there. The head miraculously turned toward me as it rolled across the floor, the pain on Malfoy's face, and the disbelief in his rapidly fading grey eyes. The cut wasn't oozing blood, it was literally burned from the poison. It took less than a minute for the dead head to melt into the disgusting gurgling liquid, but the bones were intact. That's a murder, and I don't care at all. Weird? I don't know. I walked around the room and found my things thrown against the wall, so I put back my holster and wand, my belt with all sorts of pockets, hung my bag on my shoulder, took out my wand, and started waving it around. Magica Revelio. It was as if I had a sixth sense, though in my case, it would be more accurate to say seventh sense. There weren't really any charms around, various concealing ones and the like. There weren't even any locks on the door. As I pulled the curtain from the window, I saw the familiar forest. Northern latitudes, maybe even the same England. Pulling the window back up, I turned toward the skull and the liquid beneath it. I thought it would be a little more epic, I said aloud with some disappointment and some relief, and moved toward the door. When I left the room, I found myself in a dark hallway, and I walked toward the light. I walked a little way and came out into a completely empty hall, but there were no curtains on the windows. There was a hallway to the side of the room, and I headed for the front door. I pulled the handle, and the door creaked open. The place was abandoned and overgrown with grass and bushes. When I walked a couple of steps from the entrance and turned around, I saw an old, half-ruined, and blackened by time house in the middle and a couple of others like it in the distance. What a wilderness! Without any wands, I pointed my hand at the house and imagined a complex geometric structure in the palm of my hand. I let the magic flow through it, reciting the key at the same time. Vodbar Fies, a torrent of fire erupted from my hand like a flamethrower, quickly engulfing the house. No fiend fire or dark magic, just the larger equivalent of incendio. Quite an interesting fact, there was a lot of magic in that grimoire without wands or with other, more powerful concentrators, capable of giving off far more magical power. Wands are cool, too, but perhaps they have less bandwidth? Most of them? It's not for nothing that Potter and Riddle's wand is considered strong, and the Elder Wand is even cooler? According to Ollivander, wands are classified according to their strength. But, never mind. It's time to go. 64, Chapter 64. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 87 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. I wandered through the woods and valleys for about 2 hours until I came to a normal asphalt road. There was a good chance I was in England, so I took my wand out of my holster and voted. Nothing. Waited a minute, nothing. Maybe I should wait longer. I didn't leave my seat, and as it turned out, for a good reason. After 5 minutes, a tall purple 3-story bus pulled up in front of me, literally out of thin air. It stopped abruptly, and the front doors opened. "The night bus!" shouted a young fellow with light stubble and a disheveled bus conductor's uniform. "Hurrying to the rescue of the wizards." He grinned, dashing and goofy. "Even if it's in Morgana's backyard," he added more quietly, but I heard him. "Hello," I said to the man with a smile. "I'd like to go to London." "Get in, lad," said the conductor. 12 sickles. "Oh, wow. What did you expect?" said the man, with an express waving of his hands. "We usually shuttle through London and the suburbs, but we're somewhere around." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, staring up at the ceiling. "Somewhere near Sunderland. But that's the other end of the country." "Exactly." I unwittingly copied the expressive manner of my interlocutor's speech. I checked my money, which, strange as it may seem, had not gone anywhere. Not many galleons left. For a galleon without a shake. Deal. "You heard Ernie, too. We're in London. Let's go to the Leaky Cauldron." "Got it. To the cauldron, Ernie. Sit down, boy. You got about 5 seconds left." Heh. I quickly took my seat and braced myself for some incredibly aggressive driving, but it was a miracle. The night bus drove smoothly and incredibly fast. The picture was blurring. I just wanted to say, "Sulu, switch to warp." We got to the Leaky Cauldron in 15 minutes, and no shaking. Great. I tossed a coin in my hand and handed it to the conductor. "If you find yourself on the edge of the world again, call me." The conductor waved at me as I got off. "We'll give you a ride." I did not go into the pub but walked up to Grimmauld Place. I looked exotic, to say the least, and I did not cast a spell because they would register any witchcraft outside of Hogwarts. People looked at me with such interest at times because the sky was cloudy and it was chilly, and I was Indiana Jones, only in shorts and a hat. It's lovely. But shyness is not about us, and so, with my head held high, I made my way to the house on the Grimwald and I could have just called Kriaker. Oh, dear. The inertia of thought is a terrible force. I entered the house, and in a completely uncivil manner, dropped my bag in the hallway and got to the portrait of Walburga. Good evening. Or day, or whatever it is outside the window, I greeted and sat down in my usual place opposite the portrait. It's tea time for 5 minutes already, the portrait lady said. Kriaker. A clap sounded at my side. Kriaker is here, mistress, the old house elf bowed. Make tea and cookies for Maximilian. Right away, ma'am, the house elf bowed again and went to the kitchen with a dejected stride. Maximilian, Walburga inspected my appearance and made herself comfortable in the chair. And why do I think that you have prepared a rather interesting story? To make a long story short, I went on a trip with my foster parents to Egypt. After visiting the museum, we went to the pyramids, and there I found a tour for wizards. However, when our group picked up the Port Kayat, we were transported. Basically where we needed to go, to the entrance, except we were all paralyzed, and the guide took turns putting Obliviate on the wizards and using the intercontinental Port Kayat to send me to some house near Sunderland. Lucius was waiting for me there. He wanted to kill me, but he was careless and lost his head. I didn't take the trophy, it had dissolved in the acid. Interestingly enough, the rest of the body went somewhere by the Port Kayat. Walburga was silent for a few seconds and then just burst into hysterical laughter. She remained in this state for at least 10 minutes. Frightened by this mistress's behavior, Kriaker walked around and looked around, bringing me tea and a plate of cookies. Something like this, I summed up as I placed the empty cup on the saucer. Lucius had passed away safely, and now there are fewer threats to my health. By the way, how can I get in touch with the knights in Egypt? I wouldn't want to trouble them. Let's keep it simple. Kriaker. Another clap came from the side. Kriaker is here, mistress. The Port Kayat to Giza, Egypt. Kriaker waddled off somewhere, and I stared at the portrait with a question. What are you wondering about? There are many different port keys in the house, including one to Cairo and one to Giza. Egypt has its own counterpart to the night bus, summoned the same way, only the wand must be held vertically. A few sickles will get you where you need to go. Kriaker here, ma'am, the house elf said, bowing down. In his hands, he held a small iron bar, no larger than a pen. Give it to Maximilian. I accepted the bar. The activator is standard purchase. Go ahead, I can see that you're worried. In the meantime, I'll think. Have a good day. I'm a portrait, Maximilian. What could be better? I seem to be perceived a little better. 65, Chapter 65. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 87 already. Underscore 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 underscore. The journey through Egypt with the knights lasted another week, most of which was spent in Alexandria. This city was quite different from anything I had seen before in Egypt. It was much better maintained, and richer than Cairo, and the people here did not look as clumsy and poor. Maybe, because of the proximity to the Mediterranean Sea? In general, we spent time on the beaches, visited various temples and mosques with interest. However, we did not go inside. One should respect others' culture, and visiting a Muslim temple in European tourist clothes is akin to spitting on the religion. Unfortunately for me, I didn't find anything really interesting among the possible magical souvenirs and other merchandise, and the educational material on magic, whether scrolls or books, are firstly in Arabic and secondly for apprentices and wizards with citizenship of the North African Commonwealth of Magical States. It turned out that there was one big magical school in Morocco for all of North Africa. Except that I didn't immediately guess that it was Morocco because the local wizards call it Al-Makhrib Al-Aqsa. And there's also a magical university, where you get some kind of specialty, but what they can teach me I do not understand the language barrier. In general, we returned to England in a good mood, and Knight also got a little tan. I, on the other hand, was still aristocratically pale, and my hair hadn't even burned out. To be honest, I was worried about them turning into the straw, but no, still the same blonde with quite manageable and straight hair. So, while searching for changes in my appearance because of the sudden but unnoticeable climate change, I noticed one interesting thing: I really grew up. Well, I mean, how old am I now? 13? And I'm almost as tall as John, and he's 176 centimeters. He's not tall, but by English standards, he's a medium. I'm a little short. I was expecting 6 feet, maybe a little more, because I was used to that, but now I was suddenly worried that I might exceed that bar. Was it the potions and the training? Maybe. On the other hand, if there is no growth spurt, then at this rate, I would grow to the size I wanted. The day after I arrived, I decided to bring up an important point at breakfast. So, sitting in the dining room, Done with breakfast and just finishing my drinks with my foster family, I spoke. John, Sarah, there's an important conversation. John put the paper down and looked at me carefully, and Sarah nodded her head to let me know that she was participating in the conversation but that she was not going to be distracted from taking care of her potted flowers. Anyway, here's the thing. You know what I know, what you know. Anyway, it's no secret to anyone here that I'm adopted. Of course it is, and we talked about it a long time ago, John shrugged. Well, I didn't tell you, but I remember something from when I was a baby. The knights looked somewhat interested now. Even Sarah was distracted from the flowers on the windowsill, sitting down at the table. After doing some, so to speak, investigation, I came upon the ancestral home of my birth mother. I didn't know what else to tell. I see you're at a loss, aren't you? Sarah smiled. Just tell it like it is. You've shown yourself to be a conscientious young man for a long time. Christian, our eldest, left home at 16, showing his independence. Well, I exhaled, it's quite an old wizarding family, an entire clan, with a history that goes back hundreds of years. The only thing is that it's in very bad shape right now, in the middle of nowhere. There's only one person left alive who can inherit but is probably incapable. How is that? Oh. Though John incapable of leaving offspring. Most likely. He's now in his 12th year in a wizarding prison. Falsely accused. There are 3 other women, sisters, but the bloodline is old and dates back to ancient patriarchal times, like tradition. A woman simply cannot inherit there. And besides, one of them is in the same prison, the other is married to a wizard in the 1st generation. What kind of prison is that after which people are incapable of making children? Sarah asked a reasonable question, suspiciously straightening curls of black hair. A magical prison. Not only are there wizards on guard there, but some of the most dangerous magical creatures, whose mere presence has a deleterious effect on the psyche, and they themselves can drink the soul. Literally. What a nightmare. Sarah put her hands to her face, and John frowned. I hope you'll be a law-abiding citizen of magical England, Max. That's not all. They say that in Azkaban, that very prison, even the stones are imbued with horror and misery. And when it comes to magic, drenched in misery must be taken literally. I recently noticed that magic is quite well felt by a kind of 6th sense. It's hard to describe in words. Anyway, it's bad out there. You were talking about the 3 sisters, Sarah reminded him. Yeah. It's a murky story, and I only know the outcome. The 3rd, the youngest, is my biological mother. However, for some reason, her husband decided that I should be kicked out of his family. She seemed to be against it, but, as I said, it was too murky. Anyway, a couple of rituals, and I'm no longer related to my biological father, genetically, magically, or otherwise. As I recently found out, I should have died after that, but, well, I didn't. It turns out that I am almost a perfect copy of my mother, only a boy. Accordingly, I am the only man capable of inheriting the bloodline. I don't understand, John said with a frown, what reasons are needed to doom your child to death like that? And mother is not better, Sarah grunted. There are many magical ways to impose a will, to make you forget something, and so on. But what I'm saying all this for, I'll be spending a lot of time in my ancestral home in the near future. John scratched his chin thoughtfully. And what would joining the inheritance give you? How practical and sensible would it be? Tough question, really. It is a lot of responsibility, coupled with a huge library of magic, a house protected by magic, where many generations of wizards have lived. Believe me, the fact that they lived there makes a big difference. Just as Azkaban is saturated with fear and terror and stuff, this house is saturated with kindred magic. Strange this magic of yours, John smirked. But, you've made up your mind, haven't you? I'm not sure. I'll tell you this, Max. When you get an opportunity in life to achieve something, to get something more than is given to others, you have to seize the opportunity. Doubts because of possible difficulties and failures will only lead to disappointment and many sorrows in the future. It is better to decide to do something than to regret then about the unrealized opportunities and wonder, what would have been if? So you don't mind? Of course. Smiled Sarah. You're not the first child in the family. We know very well that sooner or later children leave the parental home, the main thing is to give them a good start. Some sooner, some later. You, Max, are ready to start your own life now. That's weird for us. Sarah put her hand on her husband's shoulder. Weird and unusual, but it doesn't mean we're going to hold you back in any way. Well, I'm not moving out completely, I smiled. Not until I graduate. Still. If the inheritance option might give you more opportunities and prospects, it's worth considering. That attitude couldn't help but make me smile. Frankly speaking, I was afraid that the knights would not like such an idea. Even though I knew them well enough, and they were not strangers, I still had my doubts. But here, everything went quite easily and without conflicts of interest. 66, Chapter 66. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 89 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. After breakfast, I changed into jeans and a t-shirt, threw my bag over my shoulder, and, taking my jacket just in case, went to the house at Grimald Place. After a chat about the weather with Lady Walburga and a cup of tea, carefully prepared by Critcher, we moved on to more pressing matters. So, Maximilian, said Walburga, taking a few puffs. It's summer vacation and I'm curious, what are you planning to do? At all, or in the near future? Both questions. I'm thinking of doing my homework for the summer. Last time I managed to procrastinate until last, which resulted in a mad rush in the last few days of August. That's a pretty reasonable thing to do. However, I'd like to make some adjustments to your plans. I just raised an eyebrow inquiringly, parodying one potion maker. If you're planning on taking a kin, and I dare hope you are, then you should throw your efforts into finding the ring. What is the reason for such a rush? Well, besides your desire to get ahead sooner. Walburga smiled. Finding ahead for the house is indeed important, and it would calm the unrest in my old drawn heart, but the reason here is somewhat different. Kriaker. A clap sounded as usual from my side. Kriaker has appeared, mistress. The old house elf bowed deeply, as usual, one hand gripping his back. Kriaker, tell Maximilian what you told me. Kriaker slowly turned his head toward me as if parodying various monsters from horror movies. The unusual young guest of the noble and most ancient House of Black, the house elf said, without a stutter, in a steady but still squeaky voice, has begun to change his magic. Old Kriaker can feel it. The house elf began to run his fingers over his hands. The magic is slowly changing, without stopping. Kriaker suddenly turned toward the portrait. Mistress Walburga. The guest looks less and less like Mistress Narcissa. To say I was shocked is nothing to say. How much? Not much at all, the house elf shook his head. Very little, yes. But he's changing. You can go, Kriaker, said Walburga sternly, and the house elf bowed and disappeared. I was pensively silent, and Walburga looked at me, taking one puff after another. I honestly don't care, she spoke, putting her cigarette mouthpiece aside on the table, how you triggered the changes in your magic. The main problem is that if those changes go too far, the ring won't accept you. But, if you get the ring first, then further changes won't matter as long as your magic resembles the reference magic even slightly. My head was spinning with thoughts and obvious guesses as to the reasons for such an interesting change. Is it possible to conjure here? This is the ancestral home of wizards, Maximilian. The possibility of witchcraft here without fear is obvious. I took my wand from the holster on my forearm and immediately waved it. Serpent Sorsha. The tip of the wand flashed faintly, and a small serpent flew from it. It landed on the floor, looking around in displeasure as it coiled itself into rings. Walburga did not hide her interest in what was happening and even made herself comfortable in her drawn chair. The snake spotted me, tasting the air for a scent with her tongue. Two-legged SS, she hissed, which caused my inexpressible shock. Cancel SSS the spell S. I'll bite you SS. What a twist. I marveled and focused all my attention on the snake. Do you understand me? Parcel mouth SSS. The snake lifted off the ground, looking at me carefully. Fuck it. Viper Evanesco, a colorless blob rushed from the tip of my wand into the snake, burning it out of reality, cancelling the summon. Very curious, Maximilian, Walburga smiled familiarly in the portrait. Like a predator. Does this young man wish to tell the old lady something very interesting? Frankly, I turned to the portrait. Not really. I'm not ready to share such secrets yet. It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with your background. The Blacks never crossed paths with Gaunts or any other serpent tongue carriers. So it's an acquired ability. She exchanged her predatory grin for a friendly smile. I look forward, nephew, when you are finally ripe to regale the old lady with an interesting story. Undoubtedly. I have already plunged into my thoughts, reflecting on the far from easy possibilities of my sword. Apparently, somehow, the absorption of the basilisk's soul had affected my magic, also adding this interesting ability. I wonder if it's the change in magic or the soul that's affecting it. If the spirit weapon is part of me and absorbed the basilisk's soul, then the merger occurred? Another question is if the merging of souls results in a change in body magic, then is magic a purely physiological product, or is it still somehow dependent on the soul? I was reminded of Voldemort's resurrection ritual. He used his father's bone, his enemy's blood, and his servant's flesh. His father was a Muggle. Consequently, there was no way he could be genetically either a wizard or a Parselmouth. Nor was Pettigrew a Parselmouth. Potter was a Parselmouth, but if Dumbledore's canonical conclusions are to be believed, the reason for that is the Horcrux in his forehead. A Horcrux is a fragment of the soul that carries no organics. Consequently, the ability to speak to snakes is transmitted in a spiritual way. Does a Horcrux affect Potter's magic? Unknown. There's a reason Voldemort's twin wand fit him. It turns out that magic is not a purely physiological product but also depends on the soul. But according to Walburga, my magic until recently was completely equal to Narcissus. Almost completely. 67, Chapter 67. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 89 already. Underscore 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 underscore. From what I understand, I can conclude that body, soul, and magic are interrelated. One influences the second influences the third, and the third influences the first. Maybe in some other order, but the influence is unambiguous. Why do I need these deductions and knowledge? I have no idea. Well, then I should really look for the ring. I summed up my thoughts aloud and looked at Lady Walburga. Do you have any ideas or suggestions? None, Walburga shook her head negatively. Even if the ring has any enchantment to find it, I don't know about it. Probably not. There are only 2 portraits of myself and Lord Phineas Black alive in the house. His portrait, however, is securely locked up by his own volition. At one time, he was headmaster of Hogwarts, so his portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. Portraits of headmasters are enchanted in such a way that they have to answer questions from the current headmaster, and as you understand, he can ask about what's going on in the house, about family, and other things. That's why the portrait is locked so that Phineas Black can't know anything at all about what's going on in the house, and so he can't tell. But why didn't anybody do their portraits? I wondered. It would have been nice and useful to talk to the ancestors. Very few pure-blood old families do ancestor portraits. Now I understand the reason: self-confidence. After all, it's inconceivable that a great lineage could be interrupted or left without an older generation able to impart its wisdom to the young. But, if so, why did you make your portrait? Walburga sighed and was silent for a moment. I was the last of the house, not counting the stupid traitor Sirius. There was little hope that he would come to his senses, and there was no other heir in sight. Even if he did get out of Azkaban, I'm sure he would go against his own house again, and there would be no children from him. So I made a portrait of myself for 2 purposes. If an heir suddenly appears, I'll tell him all about the house. Also, to reprimand a wayward son. In case Sirius gets out of Azkaban and shows up here with his insane rude friends, blood traitors, and other ill-mannered rabble, capable only of ruining and denigrating the achievements of the ancestors. At this speech, Walburga proudly lifted her chin. Aristocrat, damn it. Don't look at me like that, Maximilian. A portrait doesn't have many purposes in existence, only that which was invested before it died. You've seen the portraits at Hogwarts, haven't you? Many behave completely out of character with the respectable people they were when they were alive. That's because a lot of them died having already achieved some goals, with no regrets or anything. Many end up doing the nonsense they were thinking about before they died. You know Sir Cadogan? Haha, yes, I saw him. He's funny. Rumor has it that he died quite young, but in his lifetime, he achieved and accomplished everything a knight is supposed to do. Served the crown, fought in the war, saved a princess, and slew the dragon. After a lifetime of training and campaigning, he never really rested or had any real fun. So now he goes from portrait to portrait, pestering everyone with his inept jokes. You mean you had? SHH, Walburga gestured for me to be silent. Meditate on this in silence. I don't want to wallow in those memories. After that conversation, I went off to do my homework, and I wrote a letter to Hermione, asking if she could remember any way to find a magical object that belonged to a person. I had half of my transfiguration homework done by late afternoon and went to the knight's house. There, after dinner, I sent a letter to Hermione with Pirate. Along the way, I wrote an application to subscribe to the Daily Prophet. I don't know why I had ignored this fascinating newspaper before. The Pirate returned an hour later with 2 letters. One was on a plain enough notebook page, and the other, as it should be, in an envelope. Hermione wrote that she was not at all surprised. It was my style to write the only letter of the summer, and it wouldn't say anything about how are you, or anything else. Immediately short and to the point. Well, it's not my fault that I think this way. I don't like to dance around pretending to be interested. I can tell without it that she probably went to France, to Paris. Visited every imaginable site, ran around the entire Louvre, licking her eyes at the Sorbonne in passing. And when she visited the magic quarter, she certainly bought various exotic books with exotic charms of dubious practical value. The main thing is that they were beautiful. She likes that sort of thing. Oh yes, and she will definitely bring some examples of French magic fashion with her. That is exactly what I wrote her in my reply letter. Regarding my question, she does not remember any such charms, spells, rituals, and other searching methods. She mentioned various search potions used with special enchantments of the map, but these are methods for finding the living and sentient. In the letter from the Daily Prophet's publisher, there was an approval of the subscription and indicated the delivery time of the newspaper by an owl. Other delivery methods can be arranged, up to and including the Muggle mailman, if you wish. Still, they are all more expensive, and by the owl is only one nut. A ridiculous price, but it seems to me that the Prophet is funded by patrons and the ministry. Maybe even just a ministry, and there the benefits of correct information for the masses are obvious to everyone, so the newspaper is available to absolutely anyone. 68, Chapter 68. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 90 already. Thank you for your support. One chapter today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. I leaned back in my chair and stared up at the overcast sky. It was the middle of July. What to do? Trying to make sense of what I'd learned in the forbidden section was still somewhat useless, even if not in all areas. Potions are not bad, the basis of the literature on which is a variety of recipes halfway through with a history of origin, the potion maker, rare lines explaining the unique reactions and interactions of ingredients difficult to compute from the compatibility tables. It's digestible, yes, albeit not quickly. But it wastes no time, a kind of passive mode. The various charms and spells in the closed literature are very difficult to comprehend and master. Repetition is not a problem. But to understand, change something, control streaming spells like the Fiend Fire, no. Not at all. In general, to be more than just an automated wand appendage that casts everyday stupefy and other things according to a ready-made template, I must know the runes and arithmetic. No, not that priority arithmetics, and runes. Absolutely everything, without exception, uses these sciences to one degree or another. Arithmetic, as I suppose due to the lack of educational literature for primary and secondary levels, is far from just an analog of mathematics. It takes into account the esoteric meanings of numbers, their numerical combinations, their dependence on the order in which they are arranged, and so on. In addition, I noticed unusual and new signs of operations on numbers, the meaning of which has so far eluded me, as well as abbreviations like cosine and so on. But this is not the end. This or that numerological formula can have variants of interpretation depending on the runes assigned in those or other places. That is, if it takes one series of magical manipulation without runes and point changes in it in some places will lead to one consequence. In the presence of any runes in the beginning the result is different. By how much? I don't know. In this case, the runes can stand anywhere in the formula, distorting, in the end, the whole spell and the method of its creation beyond recognition. The interesting thing was that apparently, it wasn't enough just to know what changes the runes made to the arithmetic formula. You had to have a clear idea of what the runes meant, their combinations, how they were combined with the numbers, and so on. I found these points out by a trivial comparison of Bomarda and Bomarda Maxima formulas. Just one rune in front of the fourth of 5 parts of the formula forces you to add one basic gesture, changing the flow of magic into the wand as well. Of course, all this crazy amount of information is not necessary to perform a spell. It is necessary if you are performing the spell for the first time on your own, and imagination, fantasy, and spatial thinking are lacking as a class. When learning magic with a tutor, sometimes a few demonstrations, a very fuzzy idea of the formulas, and finding the right gesture and keyword or phrase for you are enough. This is most likely due to the fact that wizards subconsciously sense magic, its changes, and so forth. Therefore, just by looking, imagining, wishing, and by trial and error, choosing the range of wand sweeps for yourself, the wizard is able to more or less repeat the spell, charms, and so on. So it turns out that my concept of a cool wizard ultimately requires a sea of knowledge and a super brain to quickly calculate all these data arrays. While I was thinking about it, I remembered the magic in the grimoire. Most of the spells there have a different structure. They are two-dimensional graphical schemes that are a subset of rituals. Again, I have no idea how or why I should visualize such diagrams of such dimensions, and the lines in them should run at such an angle or curve. The only reason I can repeat them is that the visual result of their applications and the feeling of magic when using them, along with the schemes themselves, are permanently imprinted in my memory. So, there's still work to be done. Also, I can clean up the house a little more with magic. Kriaker just grumbles, wanting to seem super helpful to Walburga. He even cooks by hand and cleans everything with his hands. He doesn't even apparate unnecessarily. And I'm a little annoyed by the dust and cobwebs in the hallway, even though they don't look like dirt at all. It looks more like an entourage. Just before August, an owl brought me a magical newspaper. Not the first, and hopefully not the last. On the front page was a wizarding photo of Sirius Black at the time of the arrest. Insane, scary, crazy-eyed, holding up a license plate and yelling to the camera. After reading the article about the horrible supporter, almost Voldemort's right-hand man, I almost rushed to Privet Drive, but then I thought better of it. Who said he'd be there? How long would I wait there? What should I do when I find him? Where's the guarantee that I won't waste my time? Plus, let's not forget that Potter's house could very well be under much more professional surveillance than just an old granny squib with a horde of magical cats. There are no guarantees, which means the best place to catch him is at Hogwarts while breaking into our living room. On top of that, I also need to figure out if there's any way to find the ring with magic. It's just, well, if I catch Black, and I ask him, where's the ring, Padfoot? And he spits in my face and says nothing. I don't know legilimency. And if I did, I wouldn't get in the head of a madman. I don't doubt for a second that he's insane. I went to the Black's house almost every day, and there was only one reason, magic. There was a small spell-fortified room where you could cast spells on funny barrel-like dummies on wheels. They could hold a wand, move, and bounce around with simple stupefy of fixed power but high fire density. In addition, I noticed that frequent and powerful witchcraft in a house is almost invisible but improves its energy. It was not for nothing that Walburga had said that the house had absorbed the witchcraft of many generations of Blacks. Now, after the stagnation, this very absorption, as well as the consequences of it, are felt, albeit very faintly. I can't tell you exactly what these improvements, sensations, and so on are. I just feel it. 69, Chapter 69. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 92 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. I found some old textbooks in the house that belonged to Bellatrix. At least that's what Kriaker said. No, I couldn't get anywhere in the house, it's too mothballed, but a house elf could. There were other Black's books here, too, but only hers, in sets and with notes in the margins. If the Potter tale is to be believed, Hogwarts has a Snape textbook full of potions hints. Mostly on potions. So, Bella's textbooks had tons of sketches and hints on spells and enchantments and very little on transfiguration. They started from the 3rd year, and the further, the more sophisticated they were in terms of formulas and the final impact on the target. By the 7th year, there were already only ready-made spells with rare formulas. An already familiar clap came from the front. I put the book down, straightened on the couch, and looked at the Kriaker, who was looking suspiciously sideways. Mistress Walburga wishes to speak to a strange guest, he squeaked, immediately disappearing with the same clap. I went downstairs from my allotted room to Walburga's portrait. Lady, I nodded, taking a seat in the chair that was specifically assigned to this corner. Maximilian, she nodded, sitting back in her chair. Time is running out. Kriaker claims that your magic changes are slowing, but no one can be certain that they will stop. Tell me, Maximilian, have you made up your mind to take the lineage? I think it's a perfectly reasonable move. As long as I don't have to dive too deeply into politics and other things I'm interested in magic. You don't have to be in politics if you don't want to. Walburga smiled. You don't even have to announce the arrival of Lord Black. That's even better. Since you decided to take on this responsibility, we need to do one thing. Since the ring can't be found in the near future, let's at least tie you to the tapestry. How does that help our situation? Very simple, Maximilian. The house, the tapestry, the ring, the various charms, it's all interconnected. The house has accepted you, but not completely. There are other elements missing, like runes in a chain. You have already conjured in the house many times, so your magic is here now. Binding to the tapestry will be another link in the chain, and the moment you find the ring, it will not perceive your slowly changing magic as something alien. Lady Walburga. You will forgive my illiteracy in these matters, but what is the ring for? Walburga was obviously going to be indignant, but I hastened to add. I mean a purely applied aspect, not a symbolic one. The woman's portrait was quite plotting, and in a second, she didn't want to cause a little scandal. The application aspect, then? I don't even know what to compare it to for a better understanding. It is a key, a seal, and a document. It is a key for everything in the house to activate and deactivate various charms, artifacts, and the like. A seal is like a personal signature. For example, various contracts for cooperation between houses, firms, banks, and in general, any agreement on behalf of the family is certified by its head, and in our case the ring. As a result, the holder of the ring is also the holder of the contract. Unless there are additional conditions and personal seals, blood signatures, and other such measures. Walburga decided it was time for her personally to drink her tea, albeit drawn. On the table next to her chair appeared service, and a cup of tea itself quickly organized, on a platter flew into the hands of the lady. A couple of sips and Walburga continued speaking. The role of the ring as a document is somewhat more complex and simpler at the same time. It has a role in the Wiesengamot. Our house is assigned one seat, as it should be, in that dubious gathering. But in order for a new head to take his rightful place among the rest, he must confirm his status. The ministry has a special ancient artifact for this purpose. This artifact fixes the authenticity of the ring and remembers the new owner. This artifact was invented a long time ago when there was neither Wiesengamot nor ministry. Still, the Council of Mages existed, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that without the ring, even if the entire house lines up and swears that a particular person is their head, their place in the Wiesengamot will remain empty. Is that all? What did you expect? There's nothing much to it, but it will be extremely difficult to regain full control of the house without the ring. There will be no access to any ancestral contract or agreement, nor will the family vault be able to be opened. Family vault? Don't even think about it, dear nephew, Walburga spoke with a smile. There aren't mountains of gold in there. Almost all the money is in circulation, and all the income goes into circulation. Money is the only thing you can trust to goblins, and be sure it won't go to waste. The main thing is the right contract. I see. In that case, it would really be best to make this binding. Kriaker. The usual clap from the side and the customary bent over the portrait house elf once again spoke of himself in the third person. Kriaker. We need to do binding of Maximilian to the tapestry. Mistress has decided to welcome a strange guest into the family. Wondered Kriaker but immediately bowed again. Critcher will make all the arrangements. This time he did not disappear but walked on foot, muttering something to himself and rubbing his hands. What's Kriaker for? The binding has to be done by someone who is already related to the house or is a conductor of magic. How many different restrictions? I whistled. What if there is no one left at all? Walburga sighed. Then either the house will be completely extinct, or the found blood heir will have to break everything down and build again. But, to untangle the spells, twisted by many generations of ancestors, you will have to spend a lot of time and have a huge baggage of knowledge. And, perhaps, not to be deprived of talent. After so many years, all these charms can hardly be considered something separate anymore. In the sense of, if you want to study such things, you should delve into the wilds of artifacting. It's an extremely complicated facet of magical art, but you can keep it short. Let's take a broomstick as an example. It uses a wide variety of spells to create it: flight, control, comfort. These are complex, multi-component enchantments. Over time, if they are not edged with runes, it is as if the enchantments merge, ceasing to be separate enchantments. It becomes a powerful single complex. For this reason, old brooms are not recommended for use, nor do they require constant prophylaxis. If a new broom loses a few twigs, nothing happens, but if it's old, who knows what effect a torn piece of magic will have on the broom. How ambiguous things are. 70, Chapter 70. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 92 already. Underscore 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 underscore. After 10 minutes of waiting, the house elf returned. All is ready, mistress, Kriaker wheezed from around the corner, coming out at the same time, holding a dagger of some kind in his hands. Go with Kriaker, Maximilian. Walburga smoked a cigarette and stared somewhere behind the portrait's frame, making it clear that the conversation is over. I nodded and got up from my chair, and followed Kriaker down the hall. The house elf led me to a spacious, empty hall, one of whose walls was an old and shabby canvas with gold embroidery. It's holding on with the last bit of strength. Kriaker spoke softly, gazing up at the cloth in awe. On the tapestry of the family, it was on it that there were the names of the wizards of this family, of many generations of wizards. On a quick but careful look around, I noticed a couple of scorched spots. 2 of them belonged to wizards of the past generation. The biggest gaping hole was on the side of Regulus Black, and the second, precise and neat, not even a trace of scorch marks, was between Bellatrix and Narcissa Black. Quite rare wizard names have been connected by lines of golden embroidery to wizards of other houses, a marriage bond. An even smaller number of such connections spawned a small golden line to a common child. Here, for example, is Draco Malfoy. Kriaker, Lady Walburga told me that wizards don't exchange information like that. I pointed my hand at the lines of mating ties. A sign of trust, Kriaker squeaked. Give me your hand, strange guest. The house elf extended his skinny, grey, bony hand toward me. I leaned a little and put my hand in his. I need some blood. With these words, Kriaker gently and quickly pricked my palm, making some blood protrude on it. The strange guest of the most ancient and noblest house Black should put his palm to the tapestry. Where exactly? It doesn't matter. I put my hand in the first place I saw. Kriaker did the same, muttering something so quiet that I couldn't make out a single word. There was an almost imperceptible surge of magic in my hand, and my name appeared next to the Black Sisters. Except it was Maximilian Knight Black. And there were no lines. Kriaker's finished, the house elf hissed, removing his hand from the tapestry. I followed his example. After the binding, I hurried to Walburga's portrait. Lady Walburga, we are finished. She merely nodded. I have a question. I appeared on the tapestry next to Narcissa, Bellatrix, and Andromeda, but there is no parental bond. I assumed a similar thing. The tapestry thought you were Narcissa's brother, but the lack of connection could be for several reasons. Anyway, you are Narcissa's son, as I see it, and as I understand from your story, you are more suited to brother status. Plus you're changing magic. The tapestry easily identified your place, generation, so to speak. But where you come from, dear nephew, the tapestry cannot understand. After all, it's just a complexly enchanted canvas, you shouldn't expect much. I see. That's about what I thought, but the second question is much more interesting. Why is my last name Knight Black? Yes? How interesting, Walburga perked up a little. How long have you known about your lineage? A long time. And did you know that Narcissa was a maiden Black? Yes. And you didn't think to deny such a connection? No, and it was even kind of interesting. Are you saying that this surname is not foreign to me? If we consider the past conversation about the connection to the name. Exactly. And it's quite interesting. Perhaps even sometime Black will come first. Walburga allowed herself a moment's weakness, and her face took on a dreamy expression. But then why did the letter from Hogwarts come as knights after all? The little wizard's registration occurs at the moment of the first magical outburst. I'm sure you weren't even thinking about kinship yet at that point, so the last name Black wasn't anything special to you personally. It's kind of confusing. Certainly, the magic of names and souls is a great unsolved mystery, as are the mechanisms by which it works. For more than 100 years, wizards have been battling the question. However, Lady Walburga, I would like to hide the fact that I am Black. We don't need any unnecessary attention right now. I fully support you, nephew, Walburga nodded. Just touch the tapestry with your wand and wish to conceal this information. It's an opportunity you have as the future head. What about official documents if I suddenly have to sign them? Just don't sign anything yet. Not even a bloody feather can get your full name out of you, though. It's not an option at all. Nor will Veritaserum force you to give your full name. I hope that's true. Well. I sighed, smoothing the missing creases of my thin black turtleneck with my hands. I think I need to take a little walk. Sure. But before the walk, I hid Black on the tapestry. Tried to hide myself completely, but it was a complete fiasco. I so wanted to say, you don't have enough rights to perform this operation. 71, Chapter 71. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 94 already. Thank you for your support. 2 chapters today. Enjoy. Underscore 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 underscore. At the beginning of August, I received a letter from Hogwarts with a list of textbooks, both basic and supplementary. I had decided to go to the Diagon Alley and buy the required books and other school stuff. Still, Lady Walburga insisted that I go to at least some little atelier. I need magic clothes. It goes without saying that the Grimmauld house had piles of clothes, both worn and brand new, mothballed. Despite Lady Walburga's demand, however, she was in no hurry to have Kriaker supply me with clothes. The reason for this was insanely simple. Everyone who needed it had already realized the suspicious resemblance of my face to Narcissa's. At the same time, again, everyone knows that I grew up among Muggles, and for public opinion, there is still the possibility that I am a Muggle-born. And then, lo and behold, wearing magical clothes made of equally magical fabrics and obviously with cool charms on them. And the style is old, and young witches know a thing or two about it. And where, may I ask, has a Muggle-born wizard, bearing a suspicious resemblance to a public man's wife, suddenly acquired new wizardly clothes of an old style and cut? Lady Walburga. I pretended to be indignant as I stood in front of the portrait. I love and appreciate suits, doubles, triples, double-breasted, single-breasted, with or without a stand-up collar. I don't care, even if it's an overcoat. But it's too uncomfortable for everyday wear. Do not talk nonsense, nephew, waved off Walburga and was about to start some speech, as if her face changed, as if visited the lady insights. You wore magic clothes? Not enchanted, but made of magic fabrics. Just robes. I see. Here is the reason for the prejudice. Now, young man, show some confidence in an elder's opinion and go to the atelier. Kriaker will give you the money. Kriaker. Money. A clap and a house elf appeared at my side and held out a leather purse. Kriaker brought the money, ma'am, young lord, the house elf nodded, almost rendering me speechless. He nodded to me. A lord, too. On the other hand, not a vile family traitor, and thanks, Merlin. Anyway, I had to go. No, I was not against trying on and evaluating the magic version of business suits or something similar because I had always liked this style of clothing. The problem was that such clothes often limited the freedom of movement and maneuvering and were not known for their comfort. However, after spending almost 2 hours in the same store of Madame Malkin, which was called Robes for All Occasions, I managed to get quite a decent black 3-piece suit with a double-breasted jacket. The style and fit were a little old by the standards of the ordinary world. Still, the fabrics were quality and comfortable, and, combined with the enchantment, I had the impression that I was wearing the most comfortable clothes there could be. Of course, the custom tailoring was also worth considering. I understood Lockhart in his books. For a moment he seemed to be in permanent shock at the convenience and possibilities of magical clothing, which did not affect my appearance at all. That's why a third of his books were devoted to such subtleties and details of his personal closet. The rest of the shopping for school did not take much time, although I sometimes had to wade through the crowds of familiar and unfamiliar wizards, who rushed with excitement and even some frenzy for shopping, once they received the Hogwarts mailing list. That's why there was no shortage of people on Diagon Alley. I saw the plus side of that as an opportunity to listen in on the conversations. But it was mostly about Black, his danger, the fears of the other wizards, and so on, so I didn't stick around long enough and quickly headed home. I spent the entire month of August at nights in Grimmauld Place. At nights, I repeated the usual school program, going far, far ahead, so that the usual homework in Hog would not be time-consuming. It turned out that even though thanks to occlumency, my memory is quite good, but the events of the distant past, whether infancy or past life, remain of the same quality for me. At Grimmauld Place, the situation was slowly improving. Slowly and surely, the look of the house's general abandonment was disappearing. If I solved the basic and obvious problems by removing the dust, soot, dirt, magical pests, doxies, and other things that hid there, then it seemed that Kriaker did the rest. In addition to making the house look at least somewhat decent, I conjured and studied a couple of books on occlumency so as not to make irreparable mistakes in my mental experiments and developments. The outcome of the study was that the information was too abstract, too individual, and that what worked for one person would not work at all with another. Due to the absence of any specific techniques, my Consciousness in Cube project has been suspended for an indefinite period of time. I did not give up my physical training either, and I did not need any simulators for that transfiguration, though it was a bit difficult without the necessary formulas. I tried to study Patronus. It didn't work, though I had the right literature. As I thought, to learn such complex spells, not without reason related to higher magic, requires either a mentor or extensive knowledge, experience, and skills. I had nowhere to find a mentor, and the rest I was still just working on. I work hard, diligently, all the time, but not enough to learn the really hard stuff on my own. Even the books recommended by McGonagall and Flitwick, safely memorized, which I began to master, could not help. I wish someone had shown me Patronus a couple of times. And gave me a happy memory. I don't have any of those. Seriously. No matter how hard I tried, nothing came to mind. 72, Chapter 72. Smiley face, 22 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 94 already. Underscore 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 underscore. On September 1st, as a decent young man should, I loaded my frail body into the Hogwarts Express carriage at the appointed time. I said goodbye to Walburga and Critcher, and I didn't forget about the knights. How could I? I had done my homework, studied the subjects for 6 months ahead of time, and everything was ready. With those thoughts in mind, I went into the first compartment I saw. On the seat, leaning against the window and covered with his own coat, a man was sleeping. His face was covered by a hat pulled forward, and on a large trunk next to him was a small sign that said Professor R.J. Lupin. No, I'm not sitting here. Closing the door, I went on my way. There was quite a bit of time before departure, and the wizards hadn't yet piled onto the 9 3/4 platform. I checked the empty compartment and made sure it was empty, so I settled in, looking at the wizards scurrying in and out. At one point, a familiar curly head flashed through the crowd. The girl, dressed as usual in her school uniform and carrying a bag similar to mine instead of a trunk, was busily examining the wizards, standing a little away from the carriage. I opened the window and waved my hand, attracting her attention. Hermione immediately smiled and waved back, quickly heading into the carriage, and within seconds she was in the compartment. Max. She rushed happily into a hug, staying true to her habit. Well, as always, she got a symmetrical response in the form of no less bone-crushing hug. Hi, Fluffy. I got a fist to the liver area as soon as I said it. Hermione pulled away with a slight smile and pointed a finger defiantly at her hair. Look, I have straight hair. Her hair was indeed well groomed, not unlike her first year. Fluffy once, fluffy forever. At least a couple times a year. Now, what happened? Everything was good last year. The girl, though we could start calling her lady, sat down across from me with a smile, letting me sit too. Tell me. Tell you what? Everything. 2 times 2 is 4. Max, you're such a baby, honestly. Hermione rolled her eyes to the ceiling. How was your summer? Studying Egypt, the pyramids, magic, books, homework, physical training. Very short. Better let me tell you. Like you said in that letter, I was in France with my parents, in Paris. My assumption about Hermione's trip was fully confirmed, except for the fact that she visited more places than I would have thought possible. Almost every institution in Paris that had any cultural, intellectual, or magical value had been, if not explored, at least visited. With the pounding of wheels and occasional brief visits from students familiar from Hogwarts, the conversation turned to homework, notes and essays were read, checked, and some of them even supplemented. Before we knew it, the weather began to deteriorate noticeably. Now it was already pouring outside the window in heavy rain and dusk. I began to prepare myself morally, just in case. It was a non-trivial task to drive away the high-class undead, both material and immaterial creatures, whose magic works directly with the soul and mind. In general, these creatures are quite unique and extremely rare in nature. If you believe the literature, it turns out that there are places of their accumulation only in England and distant South America. Here it is, Azkaban, the creation of a dark hermit wizard. In South America, it is an ancient pyramid, guarded and deeply buried in the jungle. But if in America it's a shelter for 10 Dementors, a sort of magic sanctuary, where the number of these creatures is regulated for some unknown purpose, in England it's a prison. But that's all lyricism. The train was beginning to stop. It was still 40 minutes before Hogsmeade. It was getting colder on the train, and the windows were starting to get a thin crust of ice. Steam was coming out of my mouth as if it were winter. It became uncomfortable, and some incomprehensible and ungrounded lump of fear floated up from the depths of my consciousness. It was a shapeless lump with nothing concrete in it, just animal fear. Strange. Hermione whispered, rubbing her hands together. Realizing the futility of such a thing, she took out her wand and began casting warming spells. It was no use. The light went out. Now I took my wand out of its holster and pointed it at the door, mentally arranging the seal's geometric structure on the tip of my wand. I can't create a patroness, but there's a less effective spell in the grimoire. If the Dementors aren't really aggressive, they'll leave no one likes discomfort. Fiend fire and other magic of the total destruction type would take them, too. But, again, that's not for me. The silence in the wagon began to change to ear-piercing shrieks, a kind of panic that passed in an instant. There were quiet and pitiful sounds of crying. Give Lumos, I turned to the girl, and she immediately complied with the request. The light was faint and wavered a little, like the flame of a candle in the wind. The compartment's door opened, and immediately a desiccated black and grey hand rested on top of it. A moment and a fuzzy silhouette in a fluttering black hood could be seen floating down the corridor as if it were under water. Beneath the silhouette's hood, the darkness was pitch black. Dementor looked into the compartment. Its hood moved as if it were looking around, but not finding its target, the creature moved away and, absurdly, closed the door behind it. Pale Hermione stared at the closed door, her jaw almost clenched shut, and her wand hand trembled faintly. A couple more shrieks nearby and a sharp bluish flash of viscous flare swept through the carriage. A few hurt and angry noises were now added to the cacophony of silent sounds, but it made me feel better. What was that? A trembling Hermione asked quietly, and I, throwing off the incomprehensible stupor of formless fear, reached into my bag. Here, I handed the girl a chocolate bar. Eat it. It'll make you feel better. It's Dementors. Dementors. Hermione quickly got over her shivering, but she was still as pale and depressed as ever. The occlumency was clearly helping, but what is it like for people in Azkaban? Yes, guards of Azkaban. Eat a candy bar, it really helps. Where did the chocolate bar come from? Hermione quickly began crunching on the hard bar, simply ripping the packaging. I took one for myself. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. I had some suspicions that our valiant ministry would send the Dementors to Hogwarts. What nonsense! Reality. The recent incident had taken its toll. The lights are still out, Hermione's Lumos is stable but not bright so it doesn't blind my eyes. So I myself did not notice how I sent 2 Stupefy into the sharply opened compartment door. Silently. And Hermione instantly let go of the chocolate bar, running her fingers over the wand and creating a protego. Now the Lumos burned on her free hand, a quality film of the shield in front of us in the entrance, and a male face with a pair of thin scars was looking at us from the aisle. A commendable reaction, gentlemen, he said with a smile and concern, glancing quickly around the compartment. It was obvious that the man had dodged 1 Stupefy by deflecting slightly and had taken another right on the wand. Eat some chocolate. That'll help. I won't bother you again. The compartment door closed. Who's that? R.J. Lupin. Professor, I replied. Probably in Dada. Did you see the defense? Yeah. We put our wands away, and the wagon finally got its lights back on. Hermione was hypnotizing a chocolate bar lying on the floor with an unspeakable expression on her face. I broke off a piece of mine and shared. Thanks. You're welcome. I hope Professor Lupin turns out to be a worthy teacher. Probably. What makes you think that? Well, Dumbledore should appoint someone adequate for once. Just for a diversity. Well, only if for a diversity. The train started, and 40 minutes later, we were on the platform. The guys around us were still in a state of shock, pale and frightened, looking around every now and then. It had stopped raining pretty hard on the way to Hogsmeade, but there was no less mud and puddles. Carriages and festrels again, but now there was a novelty, a thorough inspection by the professors and someone from the ministry. They conjured up things and people and let them through to the gates in front of the castle one by one. Somehow we ended up joining Gryffindor's general flow, greeting everyone and discussing the absurdity of Black's attempts to get into Hogwarts. I answered some of them, agreed with some of them, denied some of them, and my head was spinning and crumbling with plans and theories as to how I could catch this dog and shake him down to find out where he'd put the ring. 73, Chapter 73. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 97 ready in 1 hour. Underscore 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 underscore. I stared at the canopy of the bed in a kind of prostration as I struggled to open my eyes. The morning had begun suspiciously hard. Who was to blame, and what to do? There was only one logical explanation: the Dementors. Their presence nearby puts a tangible strain on the mind. On the one hand, they're far away, but on the other, they're out in the open, and if they're not lurking in the Forbidden Forest, scavenging for food among the local animals who must have emotions and souls, they can be seen floating in the air above the treetops. It's a depressing picture. All this fuss with the Dementors can take a tangible toll on physical fitness. I used to go jogging in the morning before the cold weather. Now, apparently, I would have to use the moving stairs in the main tower of Hogwarts. But there was nothing wrong with that, it was good exercise, too. After I finished my jog, a little sweaty and out of breath, I cleaned myself up in the shower, and only after that, I put on my suit and robe and went down to the living room. Before I went to bed last night, I checked with Percy about the uniform. It turned out that in classes, there had to be this uniform or a strict costume. There are even amendments for those who have traditions, national or some other, that don't allow them to wear such clothes. Such students are allowed to dress in business clothes appropriate to their traditions, but the robe over it is mandatory. If my uniform implies at least the theoretical possibility of wearing a tie, it is mandatory. If my shirt is white, the rest is extremely preferable in black or dark grey. Why didn't I take an interest in these nuances before? From the men's wing slowly and surely began to appear sleepy students from different years, dejectedly rubbing their hands over their eyes and cheeks, or just walking around sluggishly, trying to correct the ridiculously protruding edges of shirts and loose hanging ties. I sat in our inconspicuous corner and quietly read one of the books on the ancient runes. Generally, on this subject, I would have to go to the library and get a bunch of different interpreters, dictionaries, translators, and other reference literature, but now I was reading something general. Even the title is common. Ancient Runes of the Peoples of England and Western Europe. Classification and description. A little later, the girls began to descend into the living room. They, unlike the male half of the faculty, looked much more lively and tidy. Percy came into the living room, tidy as ever, with his cap on, and in general, a model student. Also, I think, he was, according to the badge on his chest, the school's prefect. Percy was immediately active, pointing to the bulletin board, handing out schedules, assigning various people in charge, and gathering the little ones into a pile at the same time. Hi, Hermione plopped down on the couch next to me. Did you get the schedule? Hi, not yet, I nodded toward the fidgeting red-headed prefect. Then let's see. Hermione put her bag on her lap and quickly found the scroll there. We have the same extra lessons, don't we? If you didn't get something else, they're the same. No, ancient runes and arithmancy. Numerology. The lesson is called arithmancy, which means it is correct to call it that way. You'd better show the schedule since you've got it. Here, Hermione showed her scroll. First we have runes, then transfiguration, and then... The conversation was distracted by an incomprehensible noise and a bright explosion. The Weasley twins burst out of the men's wing. One had ears that were almost as long and hanging down to his chest, and the other had a nose. It didn't look good, but these jerks, after examining themselves, began to cheer. The rest of the Gryffindors picked up on the laughter, amusing themselves and the others. Nice, Hermione muttered, squirming slightly in a completely opposite emotion to that word. Let's go to breakfast already. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was abuzz with whispers and conversations that kept coming up with the word Dementors. Everybody has been scared by their encounter on the train, many of them frightened and pale. Some of them showed distinctive black eyes from sleeplessness. I glanced fleetingly at the Slytherin table. Malfoy was present. He was discussing something. Malfoy smiled a couple of times wryly but looked lost. However, no one seemed to be paying attention to that fact. Politeness, inattention, or lack of awareness of recent events. As far as I know, Lucius's death was not advertised anywhere. I wonder if there's a reason for that. 74, Chapter 74. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 99 ready in 1-2 hours. Checking names with the wiki. Underscore 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 underscore. The study on the 7th floor, dedicated to the subject of ancient runes, looked rather interesting and unusual. It reminded me of an old memory from a previous life when I was 5 or 6 years old when my parents had sent me to study English. In that classroom, all the walls were covered with various posters, charts, pictures, and other things, but every word and letter, absolutely every single one, was in a language I did not know. It would seem that the letters were similar, but they formed some incredible nonsense, and the lessons themselves were held on the principle of total immersion, not a word in Russian. That was stressful. Now I experienced a strong sense of nostalgia, looking at the various pictures and posters along the walls, tables, and shelves with objects marked with runic inscriptions. And I couldn't understand a word of it. Well, almost. The meaning of a couple of runes, an approximate translation of others, I knew. This knowledge provoked a burst of nostalgia, like the characters are familiar but do not understand a word. At the teacher's desk sat a respectable-looking lady of indeterminate age but not young. Her black hair was pulled back in the manner of Legolas, but with straight bangs, neat glasses, and a dark maroon robe, as if made of silk. "Hello," we said at the same time as Hermione, looking around at the students. There weren't many. I would even say very few. A blonde girl from Slytherin, a curly-haired boy from Ravenclaw, Goldstein, if I'm not mistaken. That's it. Not a single person from the Hufflepuff. Very curious. Oh, more students, the teacher allowed herself a slight smile as she looked up from some scrolls. Have a seat. We'll begin shortly. We walked forward and sat at the first desk in the middle row. On the right was the blonde. Greengrass, right. I'd forgotten she even existed. She was sitting upright, like a proper student, with her hands on her desk, her textbook, and a couple of scrolls beside her. In the row to our left sat Goldstein, no less studiously posing as a monument to an excellent student. After laying out everything we had for the lesson, we wasted no time. Hermione pulled out a small book and began to read it with great interest while I continued to work on the Mind in a Cube project, taking notes in a small notebook. With the most ordinary pen. We had very few students who used pens and notebooks for personal note-taking, all with quills. Okay, students, our teacher stood up from her desk, and the door to the office closed. Let's not waste time and wait for class to start. No one else should come anyway. The teacher came out to us, standing in front of the middle row. First of all, since there are so few of us, I suggest we do a little reshuffle. With a slight movement of her wand, the first desks of the neighboring rows slowly and carefully moved in close to us. Greengrass only arched an eyebrow in perfect imitation of Snape, and Goldstein didn't care at all. He was expecting a lesson. I have no desire at all to run between the four of you all over the room. I hope there's nothing wrong with that? No? That's great. Let's get acquainted. My name is Baths Haida Babbling. I hold the title of Master of Runology in Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxon Studies. Yes. Professor Babbling looked at Goldstein's raised hand. Professor, but... are they different profiles? I mean, they're the same. You're not quite right, Mr. Goldstein. Anthony Goldstein, ma'am. Mr. Goldstein. The most ancient are considered to be the so-called Proto-Scandinavian runes. As time went on, ancient peoples migrated, conquered new territories, and their language changed and improved. As a result, over time, the same at first glance runes have different meanings, supplemented or no longer used. However, really, if you take the same runes in different alphabets, we will get almost identical magical impact, but possibly different meanings. Suppose the runes will be used for direct application to an object, etching, embroidery, or in any other way. In that case, the difference in the alphabet is of minimal importance, which can be neglected. However, if the runes are used in a magical formula for a spell, in a text, in recipes, and so forth, where it is not the magical effect but the meaning that is important, then you understand yourself, the difference can be not just noticeable, but incredibly huge. I see. Thank you, Professor. So, let's develop a curriculum for the first semester. To that end, now we're going to talk a little bit about what you know about the runes and how you see them in your life. We found out that no one really knew anything about the runes and that we'd signed up for these classes for very different reasons. I and Hermione, for the complicated spell formulas, and Goldstein, for the creepy interest. Greengrass, because she couldn't learn it normally at home, unlike the rest of the subjects. The second lesson was more practical. We studied the very basics from the very beginning. The Elder Futhark on the basis of this ancient runic alphabet, later developed the rest, with their magical meaning and interpretation, various sacred meanings. Junior runes we will also go through, but out of them, even a third does not have real magical meaning and therefore are only suitable for writing. The first rune is Fihu. We wrote down a whole bunch of different versions of its magical interpretation and single use. When applied to the surface, the main purpose of it is to defocus directed magical energy in all directions. And the energy doesn't get any weaker because of that. A simple rune chain protective cross was used as an example. In it, Fihu is the center, and around it are 4 unfamiliar runes. The effect of the cross, when applied to a surface and activated by a portion of magic, is that the object is protected from negative, destructive effects. The limit of protection is the invested power multiplied by 4. Will not protect against total destruction class magic such as fiend fire and mental directions. Without the rune, Fihu protective cross can be made to work, but then you would have to combine the 4 remaining in a closed system, and the ratio of protection and infused magic will be 1:1. In addition, there was a sea of other information about the Fihu rune, including the possible magical interpretations when turning the runes at different right angles. With ink and pen, we were entrusted to enchant a wooden cube. The runes were carefully and meticulously applied. It took a long time. It wasn't right the first time small mistakes negated the protection factors of the cubes, but anyway, it was fun to see how Professor Babbling's blue ray of Reducto either absorbed the cube with a little glow or destroyed it. Such protection seemed effective, but then Professor Babbling reminded us that the magical capacity of a rune depended on the material and that Reducto was as weak as it could be. That was the end of the lesson. 75, Chapter 75. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 99 ready in 1-2 hours. Underscore 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 underscore. I'm really curious, Hermione said as we walked down the corridors of the castle to our next class. I wonder why the Hogwarts library doesn't have such detailed information. Maybe there is. After all, that's where we need to get 4 whole books on the subject. And why would there be such information where we used to read books? It's basic knowledge. You're right there, she nodded. By the way, I'll have to stop by the headmaster's office today. Just like that, to the headmaster? Like the neighbors for a tea. Hermione looked at me with a slight sneer in her eyes. Exactly for a tea. I'm sure the headmaster will give me a cup and some sherbet lemon for the road. Or he'll give you some detentions. For insolence. One doesn't preclude the other, I shrugged, turning the corner. There's the transfiguration room. And the people inside are settling in. We quickly made our way to the first desk in our Gryffindor row, a silly house feud. McGonagall was sitting at the lecturer table, taking notes in a scroll. Here, it seems, professors always work, and the head of the house even more. Second with the bell, the professor stood up, waved her wand, and the door to the office closed. Another boring lecture began in dry academic language, a bunch of formulas, and at the end, there would probably be another exercise. But how to do it properly she would tell us tomorrow. Or when is the next class? I wasn't quite right, though. McGonagall had decided to agitate those who were at least a little interested in the subject and maintain that interest, and maybe even ignite it more than before. She told us about Animagi. She told us that Animagi can be divided into 2 kinds, Totem Animagi and Anima-form Animagi. A Totem Animagus is a wizard who can transform into only one animal, which is his totem, a kind of inner beast. There are several ways to achieve such a skill, and they all involve certain risks, especially mental ones. Anima-form is a wizard capable of transforming into several animals. This is a very long and thorny path that requires not only extensive knowledge but also patience. However, once the final result is achieved, the wizard will not be limited to it at all. You can develop further and learn to transform into other animals. Professor McGonagall is just such a wizard. Although her totem is a cat, just like the anima form, she achieved it in the second way. In addition to the ways of attainment, the two types of animagus differ in their perception of the world in animal form. Totem animagus adopts some of the habits of their totem, while the anima form's mind remains completely free of such changes and influences. But the totem animagus has more protection against various mental techniques, unlike the anima form. However, if the totem animagus goes crazy, then it will be almost impossible to stop this landslide. For a clear demonstration, the professor turned into a smoky grey cat with neat circles under her eyes, jumping up on the table at the same time. She looked around the classroom, but no one seemed to care. It was more interesting to peek at Potter surreptitiously. A lot of people were doing that, the whole class. McGonagall turned back. "What's the matter with all of you today?" she asked, looking at everyone, with surprise, over her glasses. "It's not important, of course, but it's never happened before that turning into a cat and back didn't draw applause." There, almost the entire class stared at Potter again, as if on command. Pale, confused, and seemingly even a little angry. "We had a divination class," Seamus said lightly. "So? Oh, that's it. That makes sense then," McGonagall frowned. "You don't have to say anything else, Mr. Finnegan. So who has to die this year?" Hermione looked around the classroom with interest, saw the looks directed at Potter, and whispered. "And why am I not surprised?" The others were silent, and so the professor heard. "Miss Granger." She looked at Hermione. "I wasn't there, Professor. I have other subjects." "Indeed," McGonagall nodded. "So? It's me," Potter squeezed out. "Well." McGonagall glared sternly at the one who deprived the Dean of the well-deserved applause she no doubt snatches from third years every year. "So know this, Potter," the professor went on, "the Sybil Trelawney has been predicting the imminent death of one of the students every year since the first day she entered the school. No one, however, has died so far. She begins her introduction to the class with omens of death. She's very fond of it. I never speak ill of my colleagues." The professor was silent and so focused on something that she went a little pale. "Divination is the most imprecise branch of magical knowledge. I won't hide it from you, I don't tolerate it enough. True seers are extremely rare, and Professor Trelawney." McGonagall was silent again, but soon spoke again in her usual businesslike tone. "You look great, Mr. Potter. So don't be offended if I don't relieve you of your homework. But rest assured, you don't have to do it if you die." "Interesting offer," I muttered quietly to myself while the rest of the class giggled. 76, Chapter 76. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 101 already. Underscore 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 underscore. At lunch in the Great Hall, many of the third graders kept discussing divination. How so? Potter had been promised death, he'd seen a grim. The culprit of all this turmoil in the minds of the rising wizards himself was also discussing the subject. "By the way," Ron turned to Hermione and me at the same time. "We've been wondering what subjects you'll be taking." "And what did you guess?" "That's not the point." The redhead waved his hand. "Why didn't you take everything? Everyone thought you would, with your love of cramming." I looked intently at Ron, which made the boy look embarrassed. He must have realized he was saying something wrong. Although neither Hermione nor I reacted to cramming and stuff like that at all. Ron, by the way, of all his classmates, was the biggest. Not counting me. Malfoy had grown even thinner. "He looks like he could be blown over by the wind, and how are his legs holding up?" "We took runes and arithmetic because they're really useful," Hermione began to explain the question. At the same time, I looked around my classmates more closely, trying to spot something in the other houses as well. Our eternal gossips Brown and Paddle. They began to decorate themselves even more with various bows, ruffles and other incomprehensible stuff. They use makeup, well, or charms, and shooting their eyes in different directions, waving their eyelashes. The girls noticed that their breasts began to grow and immediately felt like great temptresses. Not like our boys, they were careless slobs and still are. And the older ones, too. Although, there's McLaggen, a big guy, a year older, and he already thinks he's a super playboy. In fact, he is no less proud and self-confident than Malfoy, but if McLaggen praises himself, Malfoy humiliates the others. "Max, tell them." Hermione distracted me, and I returned to the conversation, dejectedly picking at the already cold stew. Well, there wasn't much of it left. What to say? That a good wizard just has to know subjects like runes and arithmetic. I agree. Oh, come on, runes, arithmancy, Ron waved his hand. It's boring. Not like the divination or, you know, creature care. Moreover, Hagrid will teach a lesson. But you slept on the divination, didn't you? Asked Harry, smiling. I didn't sleep at all. I tried to feel, how is it there? Marshmallow matter, Soofle bodies. Speaking of creature care, I spoke up, looking nowhere. This will be Hagrid's first lesson. I'm sure he'll bring in someone very dangerous. Ask him for detailed explanations of what you can and cannot do and what happens if you do not follow the instructions. And in general, someone will definitely climb to show himself boldly hit with Petrificus, such an individual. What's that for? The redhead wondered. Max is right, Hermione nodded. If something goes wrong in class, then Hagrid can easily be dismissed, and his favorite animals can be dispersed or killed. Dumbledore won't allow it, exclaimed Harry, but I waved my hand reassuringly. What if they write a complaint to the ministry? I suggested. You never know. And isn't Hagrid a friend of yours? Of course he is. Better to get some detentions for witchcraft than let a friend lose his job. And what a job! Telling stories about your favorite animals. Lunch was safely finished, Hermione was eager to go to arithmetic. I had nothing to do here, so we were among the first to leave the Great Hall. The arithmancy room was not much different from the runes room, not in form, but in content. There were many big posters of various charts on the bare stone walls, and the same wooden desks in 3 rows, blackboard and teacher's desk. Septima Vector is a stern woman. In her sternness and primness of manners, she could argue with McGonagall, but she had a deceptively kind face. And she seemed a little kinder herself. Perhaps because of her slight fullness? Greengrass was still in class with us, but she was accompanied by another girl, Bulstrode. Plump and also deceptively kind. Or maybe she was who knows who they are, those sly ones. From the Ravenclaw, there was again Goldstein and some other brunette, and from Helga's house emptiness. They are strange, really nobody needs anything there? I was in the middle of an arithmetic class, and we were doing tests to see if we knew anything at all. Apparently, all we needed to know so far was arithmetic operations, multiplication tables, and so on. Professor Vector was pleased, glancing over the results, summing up that we didn't need to deal with the very childish basics and could proceed to deal with the more complicated purely mathematical operations. Hermione and I looked at each other throughout the class and then approached the professor. Professor Vector, ma'am, we have a couple of questions. Yes? Mr. Knight, Miss Granger, right? Yes, ma'am. Here's the thing, I spoke up while Hermione searched her regular school notebooks in her bag. We're doing math from the regular school curriculum, so that's all we already know, and even more than that it's too easy. Well, let's see, young people, what you solve there. For a few minutes, the professor flipped through the draft notebooks without much enthusiasm. Yes, I see you've gone beyond the 3rd, 4th, and 5th year programs. In that case, keep up the good work. Arithmetic uses the same calculations and operations as Muggle mathematics. That includes higher mathematics. A shadow of surprise seemed to slip across Hermione's face as Professor Vector smirked. Yes, Miss Granger, I am very familiar not only with these terms but also with their meaning. Read history, there have been wizards among the prominent mathematicians. True, ordinary people, of course, do not know this. However, young people, there are many other functions and operations in arithmetic that are absent from mathematics as such. Pick up these books in the library. The professor waved her wand, and on one of the empty parchments on her desk appeared fine text in beautiful script. It deals with those and only those operations, signs, and functions that exist only in arithmetic. Study it. And in class, you will still do the practical part that I give you. You'll get used to using math for magical calculations too. Get used to seeing not just Muggle examples and formulas. That's all. Goodbye. We left the classroom. She is strict, I remarked. That's good, Hermione nodded. 77, Chapter 77. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 101 already. Underscore 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 underscore. We wanted to go to the headmaster's office, but Hogwarts is a cursed maze, even if you've been here for more than a year. We ended up on the 3rd floor and found here an outraged Malfoy in the company of his eternal companions, Crabbe and Goyle. Along with them was a thin brunette with a nice haircut. How dare they? Hissed Malfoy, hissing angrily and almost spitting as he walked briskly down the corridor. Dirty Gryffindors, the brunette enthusiastically assented to him. Parkinson, if I'm not mistaken. She doesn't look like a pug at all, quite a normal look. It was hard not to notice us, so. Look at that, Malfoy grinned dismissively, two Mudbloods stain the school floors with their dirty feet. The company was coming at us rather aggressively, smirking. Hermione, I hadn't even noticed when, managed to pull out her wand, standing imposingly and tapping the tip of this very wand on her chin while smiling smugly. Our little Draco wants to brag about his new learned spell. Malfoy's smile faded. There were still a few feet between us. Or has he learned a new bad word? Said Hermione in the still same mocking tone. I could hardly suppress a smile. How dare you? The brunette was furious, albeit faintly. Mudblood. You've made some new friends, Hermione smiled even wider. Good boy. You should watch your words. Draco stepped abruptly close, about to reach for his wand. Crabbe followed him, and Goyle also had Parkinson's back. A worked-out scheme? Give me a reason, I looked calmly at Malfoy, who was trying in vain to hang menacingly over me. His height doesn't allow him. He stretched out, but below me by a third of his head. Just give me a reason, Herr Malfoy. Draco went pale and red-faced, staring at us in a kind of powerless hatred. You. What's going on here? Came Snape's voice behind me. I didn't even turn around, and neither did Hermione, and a short moment later, the professor was standing at our side. Nothing, Professor, I spoke immediately, keeping my gaze on Malfoy. We're just chatting. Great, replied the professor calmly. Mr. Malfoy. Follow me. The entire Slytherin company followed Snape, giving us an ominous look until they disappeared around the corner. Wait for trouble, Hermione sighed, putting her wand away. I'm waiting. The positive mood was completely ruined, so I decided to go to the headmaster's office another time. The reason for Malfoy's anger was revealed in the living room that evening. It turned out that, as I'd said, Draco had decided to prove himself to the Hippogriff. Either out of jealousy of Potter's success in taming this curious beast or for some other reason. Perhaps he was hoping to get slightly injured and not participate in Quidditch matches when Dementors could appear in the sky over Hogwarts at any second? Who's going to figure this guy out? But whatever the reasons, Malfoy went to the Hippogriff and would get the desired injury, if not for Potter. Boy, even while under the impression of flying the animal, reacted and enchanted Malfoy with Petrificus. The Hippogriff is calm, Draco is unharmed. Everyone is happy. Later, there was a little debriefing about the inappropriate witchcraft. Snape took 20 points off Potter, McGonagall added 30. For the impeccable reaction in an unexpected situation and saving the life and health of a fellow student. That's why Malfoy was freaking out. Just before lights out, I decided to conduct a little sabotage operation. There's a Peter who's been sleeping in our room for years. Peter Pettigrew. I had the idea of buying a rat from Ron, but he would have said no. He's redhead, he's poor, he might swear at the rat now and then, but he appreciates Peter as a pet. Even though he doesn't know it's not a rat at all. So I decided to steal Pettigrew. What for? Just in case. I have pondered more than once how to knock the ring out of Sirius. Information about it or something else. Many options can go down the drain. Hermione had not bought a cat, by the way. Anyway, I must have a backup plan. Pettigrew would be that plan, and the sooner, the better. With each passing month, Sirius will recover more and more from his time in Azkaban. Perhaps now he's inadequate. How else to explain his attempt in the future to force his way through the portrait of the fat lady? What kind of foolishness is that? And ruin the canvas, too. He's not really adequate right now, but he's focused on the idea of chewing on Pettigrew in animagus form, so we should take advantage of that. 78, Chapter 78. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 103 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Under cover of night, I got out of bed. The thundering snores of my roommates hid the sounds of my movements as good as the silencing charms. The rat was, as always, sleeping peacefully in the handy basket on the nightstand beside Ron's bed. It was a nice basket, with soft pads and everything. The rat lay there on his back, twitching his legs in his sleep. I remembered all the spells I knew, but I couldn't find anything reliable to put him to sleep for long periods of time. I'd have to wait for at least a trip to Hogsmeade, but the rat might escape. Pointing my wand at the rat, I clearly imagined an intricate seal and letting the magic run through it, I said quietly. Flartrease, the sleep illusion spell, or labyrinth of illusions. Casts on the sleeper, immersing them in a cyclical illusion in which, based on past days and recent events, the sleeping mind generates different dreams. The spell's whole point is that it is extremely difficult to get out of it on your own. Even if you suddenly suspect you're dreaming and make an effort to wake up, you'll wake up in a dream. The spell is also tricky in that it forces your consciousness to create more and more real dreams over and over again. Memory sucks when you're asleep. You wake up and, consumed by the events of the new dream, forget that you are supposed to be awake. The spell worked perfectly, and a translucent violet mist came off the wand, enveloped the rat, and disappeared. What to do next? I didn't know how to store the body. Then I'd have to hide it somewhere. Hide. What do I know about Animagi? The only real disadvantage is that it is impossible to turn into a human if space around does not provide the necessary volume and is limited by strong materials. Some book even described the experience of putting an Animag cat in a glass and iron box. The glass one broke during the reverse transformation, but the iron one didn't allow the transformation. Why didn't I think of that before? Hey! I should have bought a cage. A cage? I quickly grabbed the rat, put on my shoes, threw on my robe, put on my disillusionment charms with a few swings and phrases, and made my way out of the room and then out of the living room. I walked quickly to the 8th floor to the portrait of a not-so-smart wizard who had decided to teach trolls ballet. These trolls, wearing ballet tutus, moved deftly, performed various pas, and beat the wizard with large bones, clubs, and other materials at hand. Rarely, but aptly. How did this door open in the film? Going back and forth, wishing to hide something? Let's go. I really need to hide something. After the third time, it worked, and on the opposite side of the portrait, a small arched door slowly appeared in the wall. I gently yanked on the handle, and the door opened. It was pitch black inside, and I lit the lumos on a wand. It was a huge room, with no end in sight. What next? No chests, boxes, books, diadem. I wasn't going to look for any of that, but a cage or a sturdy box was another matter. Walking past giant mountains of assorted junk, from silver spoons to big oak tables, various pieces of cloth, old and rusty swords, busts, and monuments, I searched. I was looking for something. I wandered for an hour, I wandered for 2 hours, I was covered in centuries-old dust. Then I came across some kind of book, obviously an ancestral book. Even in a place like this, it had a faint sense of it. But it's not worth taking it. There must be protection, and the subject is kind of uninteresting, something on transfiguration. It could be a disguise, though. Too many could be. Closer to morning, if my sense of time was to be believed, I finally found the cage. Clearly magical, for an owl, with gilding. When I opened it, I put the rat there at once, and when I closed the latch, I felt a slight magical effect from the latch. Could it not be opened now? Oh, the hell with it. After renewing the spell on myself, I went to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The nasty ghost wasn't here, and that was a good thing. Hesha hassa, I hissed at the snake depicted on the faucet in the sink. A quiet noise, a clang, and the passage to the secret room opened. I hadn't thought this through, and I'd have to try harder to get out. I'll figure it out later. I just threw the cage down. Unreasonable? Absolutely. Except it's almost impossible to wake someone under the spell of the labyrinth of illusions without knowing a counter spell or a very, very powerful finite. Hashi hassa. The passageway closed, and I went to my room. Tomorrow, already today, I'll be drowsy. I'll have to stop by Madame Pomfrey's and get something refreshing. And borrow someone's broom, so I can fly over and put Peter in a safe place. And a basilisk corpse, too. Oh I yawned, climbing the stairs in the main tower. Somewhere around here? Yes. I heard the distant echo of Filch's distorted voice in the hallway. Meow. I'm invisible, and I don't know anything. I got to the common room, cleared myself with the spells, and went to sleep for the next couple of hours. Today was going to be a long day. 79, Chapter 79. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update. Chapter 103 already. Underscore 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 underscore. I was not completely tired after a short nap, but I wasn't completely sluggish either, contrary to my fears. But I overslept my morning physical training, much to Hermione's surprise. At breakfast in the Great Hall, I remained silent and analyzed my actions. My long ponderings while devouring eggs and bacon led me to some disappointing thoughts. The hat is not wrong. My sober thinking is a product of adult consciousness, capable to some extent of limiting the soul's beautiful impulses, but here it is now going through a very difficult period of growing up as a boy, puberty. A few dementors, a lot of theorizing, one sudden guess, and here I am. I do something first, and only then I think. How did I come to the conclusion that the dementors were influencing me? It's simple small nuances in the behavior of the people around me. The cheerful became more cheerful and carefree, the duller became even more despondent. The increase in the prevailing traits of character is an activation of a kind of defense mechanism of the body so as to notice less of the harmful effects. Dementors are obviously unnecessary here, and the teaching staff understands that. Countermeasures increase control over your own impulses. I remember my adolescence in a former life when every day was an adventure. And I need to start implementing the mind in a cube project. I'll consult Flitwick, at least there's a chance he's normal. Could there be a dark Flitwick? Is that even possible? The charm lesson was a charm lesson. Flitwick never betrayed himself, still having the same fun and cheerful way of telling the theory of some spells, demonstrating and brightening up with a story from life. A good story, or not so good. Or a very unfortunate one. I remember having an acquaintance in a former life who had studied medicine. This acquaintance sometimes talked with such enthusiasm about his teacher of normal physiology that it was amazing. This teacher could tell with humor and a cheerful smile about how a man ate orange with vodka and died from a severe allergic reaction. The man's esophagus swelled up so much that it almost came out through his mouth. Funny story, yep. After class, I approached the professor. My maneuver did not go unnoticed by Hermione, and she hurried to join me in case there was something interesting. Professor Flitwick, may I ask you a question? The professor was going through some papers of his own, taking his time getting off the makeshift stand in front of the pulpit, a stand of books. Yes, Mr. Knight, Miss Granger. Flitwick looked at us with a smile. Going through the study materials for many subjects, looking at the theories and methods of witchcraft, I wondered why we need all this. I wanted to ask another question but remembered in time that Flitwick had already wrapped us up once with a clemency. Why would he suddenly answer now? But I have other questions, too. Hermione and the professor looked at me in amazement, as if they were seeing me for the first time. Clarify, please, Mr. Knight. Okay. Already in the first year, we noticed that with frequent use of a spell, the accuracy of the gesture is no longer needed. Even now, I have a number of spells in my arsenal for which I only need to point my wand at the target. So do I, Hermione nodded. Some simple spells stop needing a gesture by the 10th use. Leviosa is already created without Wingardium. All that remains is the image and the will. We cannot do without them yet. I see, the professor nodded, glancing from me to Hermione and back again. I see the point of your question. Well, let's go into my office. The professor deftly jumped off the bookstand and hurried to the door to the adjoining cabinet. He waved his hand to us, saying, "Follow me." The cabinet was quite cozy, and unlike McGonagall's cabinet, which was practically empty, with bare stone walls and furniture, here was much cozier. The walls were well decorated with dark and light wood. Several large bookcases, shelves of medal and trophy awards, several obviously hunting trophies on the walls, and one horn of an unknown creature on a stand rested on a large work table next to the inkwell. The professor briskly made his way to the closet with the opaque doors closed, opened it, and it was dark, but Flitwick himself was actively rummaging inside, clearly looking for something. Aha, there it is. With both hands, the professor pulled out a rather massive object that looked like binoculars. Externally, the object looked like a binocular made of copper tubes with different diameters, metal rings with a myriad of different runes, some other incomprehensible devices, and movable elements, and in the middle part through the tube, obviously, something must be fed. A most interesting invention, I tell you, Flitwick grinned as he climbed into his chair by his desk and placed the item down, beckoning us closer with his hand. Just need a small addition. Opening his desk drawer, the professor pulled out and placed on the desk a compact, no bigger than a liter-and-a-half bottle, an elaborate combination of chemical test tubes and other containers assembled into one system with many tubes. What is this, Professor? Hermione couldn't restrain her curiosity, looking at this miracle of magical technopunk with interest. And these, gentlemen students, are special glasses to see magic. Yes, don't be surprised, Flitwick looked at our perplexed faces with a smile. We just need a little preparation. The professor took a vial of transparent potion out of the desk drawer, conjured up a glass of water, and poured a couple of drops of the potion into it. Then he took out a flexible tube and connected one end of the construction to the binocular-like structure I'd never noticed before. A little more. With these words, Flitwick took a glass with a mixture of water and potion and began to carefully pour it into one of the flasks in the construction. When the required amount of the mixture was in the construct, the professor set the glass with the tiny residue aside, leaned back in his chair, and folded his arms into a lock. There are literally seconds left to wait. Well, we know how to wait. 80, Chapter 80. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 105 already. Underscore 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 underscore. We waited while the liquid raced through the structure, changing color, rolling around in various flasks and tubes, until it began to evaporate in one of them. These vapors slowly passed through a flexible tube into the binoculars. Not a minute later, the reaction was over, and 3 dry residues of different colors were left in the distillation structure. The professor poked something in the binoculars with his finger, disconnected the tube, touched one of the runes on the distilling apparatus, and it was completely clear of residue. That's enough for a couple of hours. So, Flitwick took the device in his hands and looked at us with a conspiratorial smile. Who wants to try it? Me. Hermione immediately stepped forward. I want to, Professor. The girl was a little embarrassed, but she didn't lose her enthusiasm. Just stood there with a blush on her cheeks. Well, please. Put them on like glasses, look this way, strap them on your head. Hermione gently but impatiently accepted the device in her hands and wondered. They are light. Of course, the professor nodded. Deftly putting the device on, Hermione wanted to do something about the straps, but they seemed to tighten on their own, messing up the girl's hairstyle. Hermione immediately began to look around through her glasses. It's a little cloudy. It's because of magic, Miss Granger, Flitwick spoke up. It's everywhere, including the air, albeit in tiny volumes. If you were in the Muggle world now, you wouldn't notice the difference, but here at Hogwarts, it's somewhat different. Hermione looked at me. Oh. And the haze is thicker around Max. The girl stepped a little closer, somewhat awkwardly probably because of some kind of distortion. She reached out a hand to my shoulder as if she wanted to brush something away. And around me, too. She turned back to the professor. And around you. Just a little thicker, or something. It's just that I'm an adult wizard, Flitwick nodded, taking his wand slowly and demonstratively in his hand. Watch the wand. Nodding back, Hermione began to stare intently at the professor's wand, accompanying it with her gaze and at the same time moving her binoculars in space. Flitwick, on the other hand, moved his wand away from himself so that there was nothing in the background. Simple, slow movements with his hand, his brush, everything together. See? Yes. The joy in Hermione's voice could literally be felt with the hands. I was curious, too. Now, let's pretend that I'm a first-year student. Especially for this, I will do everything with academic precision and strictly according to the rules, without resorting to various tricks and experiences. After waiting for a consonant nod, the professor began an impromptu lecture. So. I will now perform a movement for Lumos. Just the movement, no will, no desire, no imagination, no words. Nothing. Watch. The professor literally drew a loop down with his wand. Nothing happened, but... Wow! Exhaled Hermione admiringly. There. You saw sparks of magic literally from the wand immediately dissipate without meaning to. Now all I'm going to do is say, Lumos. The professor's wand froze motionless. Lumos, Flitwick paused dramatically. As you can see, the result is about the same, only the sparks are slightly different. Yes. Now, just a wish, an image, a will, whatever. The professor silently held his wand still. As you saw, Miss Granger, the different sparks tried to line up in some order, gathering into a small sphere. Yes, Professor. It seems that those sparks simply aren't enough. Exactly right, Miss Granger. I'm not ashamed to say it, but 5 points to Gryffindor. Now I'll say the word and perform the gesture, but without desire. The professor again drew a simple drop-shaped loop in the air and said, Lumos. Once again, however, nothing happened. Intriguing, isn't it? Smiled Flitwick. What did you see? There were many more sparks, and they were all different, but almost at once, they scattered haphazardly and disappeared. Yes and no. Not disappeared, but fused with the environment and magic, taking on the surrounding background's properties. And now, I will fully perform the spell. The professor waved his wand and said, Lumos. A ball of bluish light flashed at the tip of the wand. Did you get a good look at it? I must say, Lumos isn't the best spell for such a test. The light is a bit blinding. No, Professor. Everything was perfectly visible. Still, I'll cast another spell. Flitwick extinguished the Lumos on his wand without any knocks and pointed his wand at the notebook on his desk. Wingardium Leviosa. According to the movements of the wand, the notebook flew into the air, and Flitwick gently and slowly moved his wand from side to side, causing the notebook itself to move in the same way. Hermione accompanied the notebook with a glance until the professor put it back on the table. So. Flitwick fidgeted in his chair, getting comfortable. Well. Hermione took a deep breath, as she always did, before spewing out some lengthy explanation. During the spell, the sparks of magic were like several different currents, simultaneously forming a small dense sphere. For both Lumos and Leviosa, the shape was a sphere, but, different, it seemed to me. I didn't get a good look at Lumos. Toward the end of her speech, Hermione shrank back a little and even stepped from foot to foot. Exactly. Would you please pass the magic visor to Mr. Knight? Yes, wait a second. Hermione reached for the straps on the back of her head with her hands. Just wish you'd take it off. It's like with a broom here. I see. Hermione froze for a second, and a moment later, the straps of the device relaxed. Here you go. Well, let's see what's so incredible I will see there. 81, Chapter 81. Smiley face, 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 105 already. Underscore 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 underscore. I put these improvised binoculars on my head and felt how the straps gently encircled my head, so I decided to look around. The world was indeed as if it were in a light haze, except for the darkening on the edges of the artifact's line of sight. With me, the story repeated itself completely. The demonstration with the wand, shown by the professor, caused a slight tension of the smoke film around his body and thin and faint streams of sparks of magic. The experiment fit Hermione's description perfectly. Now, let's draw conclusions, Flitwick spoke up as he got his artifact back but didn't put it away. You may write it down if you wish. Of course, at least one of us had that desire. So Hermione instantly had a notebook and a regular pen in her hands. After all, it's good that we take daily notes this way instead of with parchment and quills. So, every spell or enchantment forms a certain magical structure in the process of creation. For most, it is a sphere, and far less common are others, sometimes much more complex. In this structure's formation, both gesture, word, will, and desire play an equally important role. Their interrelationship is somewhat more complex than in our experience, but you need to spend much more time experimenting to confirm my words, so just trust the experience. The movement of the wand itself, meaningful, please note, directs our magic from the body through the wand outward. The word imparts certain properties to the magic as it leaves the wand, and the will forms the framework of the structure. However, a bare will without wand movement will not be able to form the necessary framework, and without a word, it will not fill it with magic correctly. The word and movement enhance the flow of magic from the body through the wand, making it sufficient to fill the framework. That said, word and will can form a framework almost right and even with almost correct magic filling, but without movement, there will not be a strong enough flow of magic. Your thoughts? I scratched my chin thoughtfully, and Hermione began to chew on the cap of her pen. So far, I've heard that magic without a gesture is much easier to achieve. For most wizards. After all, a wizard's power is in the mind, and the mind determines how that power is expressed. Some are quicker to learn witchcraft without a gesture, some without a word. But no one does witchcraft without a desire, even the most seedy one. It turns out, Hermione entered the conversation. Practicing magic is akin to playing the piano. An excellent point, Miss Granger. However, I must correct your thoughts. Repeating the spell multiple times and practicing it helps to literally hammer the structure-making process into a meaningful reflex. However, it's not that simple. Here's your comparison, for example. A pianist feels his hands and fingers very well from the beginning and can perform various actions with them. Magic, on the other hand, we can hardly feel it. The overwhelming majority of wizards won't feel magic for the rest of their lives, and those few who can will feel only slight echoes of it. Very few wizards really feel it even vaguely, and only a few feel it as part of their bodies. Even this little device will not help to develop the ability, only to understand the principle. So practically the only way to reach the heights of wand magic is to practice, practice, practice. That's kind of sad. Yes, Mr. Knight. However, now you know what, how, and why. But Professor, from the look on Hermione's face, she had some very important question. Why isn't any of this in the books or in the lectures, either? Oh, there's nothing easier, Flitwick smiled. For 99 out of 100 this knowledge is of no use or meaning whatsoever, only time wasted trying in vain. And those for whom it can be useful will feel, understand, and realize without it. But if somebody asks, then why not show and tell? And who can sense magic? Magical beings feel it very well, people like me, half-bloods. All sentient magical beings feel magic well. But most of them you will not see conjuring. Goblins within England, Europe, and both continental Americas are forbidden to wield any magic concentrator, be it wand, staff, ring, or something else. Vila are heavily restricted legally and socially almost everywhere, and their magic has a strong bias toward subtle manipulation, so they don't conjure anything global and powerful. Werewolves are even more restricted, and vampire magic does not involve working with hubs at all. 82, Chapter 82. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 107 already. Underscore 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 underscore. I stood there pondering what Flitwick had told us while Hermione continued to ask questions. Is magic so different? Hermione was clearly surprised, and I, too, was interested to hear. After all, the basilisk's soul is absorbed by the sword. The sword is part of my soul, and my magic is changing. Absolutely, Miss Granger. Magic is incredibly multifaceted, and if you compare it to light, there are many more gradations and variations than there are colors discernible to the human eye. Although, in general, magic is quite universal, but its origin imposes certain properties, strengthened or weakened by the word during the creation of witchcraft. All other things being equal, a Veela will be slightly stronger in fire-related magic and subtle enchantments, a goblin in earth-related magic, and simple bulky and powerful spells. A werewolf is noticeably easier to cast curses. Humans are equally capable of everything, but wand magic, charms, and spells are designed and calculated specifically for humans. So it may seem that human magic is universal. There are things in which a human is not strong at all. Like what? Hermione couldn't resist asking. Rune magic. It is designed to produce effects of incredible complexity and abstraction in a single structure. The human mind and brain are simply unable to hold all the necessary images during witchcraft, to perform the most complex patterns of movements without mistakes, and to produce the right combinations of sounds. Therefore, at one time, runes were created, or rather, the existing writing system was adapted for magic. Didn't you sign up for the ancient runes? There you will learn that each rune, when filled with magic, carries in itself a strictly defined magical effect. Each new rune in the ligature increases the complexity of the effect exponentially, and their calculation is very complex. Therefore, do not be surprised when there is little practice there, but a lot of theory and study of runic languages. Professor, a question has ripened in my mind. And how does the soul affect magic, and is there any point in magical lineages and this centuries-old selective breeding of them? You're walking on thin ice, Mr. Knight, the professor admonished me with a smile. Very controversial and unknown subjects really, especially with souls. With lineages and selective breeding, it's simple. Years of practice with magic requiring some feature of magic. Investing in that feature certainly affects the wizard's body. Throughout life, these influences accumulate, and a marriage with a partner with analogous or similar accumulations will allow consolidating the result in the offspring. However, one should not rush into this swamp at once even among representatives of ancient houses with a strictly defined direction of development in magic. The differences and advantages will never be more significant than species differences, even in half-bloods like me. And don't forget that for everything you have missed, you have gained something else, and for everything you gain, you lose something else. The professor conjured up a glass of water and, having quenched his thirst, continued the story. The same applies to the soul. The practice of some magical discipline, along with the use of specific magic, affects the body. The body affects the mind. The body and the mind affect the soul. The opposite is also true, and these three aspects are in close correlation. Without any one of them, magic will not work. At all. Even created artifacts do not create magic, they are already products of magic, so magic in them does not require mind, but it is almost impossible without it to activate the magic of the enchanted object. Now, Miss Granger, have you noticed the difference between my magic and yours? Yes, Professor. The magic around you seems more intense. Exactly. A wizard constantly produces magic throughout his life, and this background is its natural and unconscious dissipation. The older the wizard is, the stronger the magic is produced, but provided that the wizard is practicing and evolving. But even just being in some kind of stagnation, a wizard continues to slowly build up his power until his death. This is the result of his soul's growth and development. At least, that's how it's commonly believed. An active mind allows the soul to develop faster and more qualitatively, and a developed body allows the mind to develop more qualitatively. At the same time, a strong soul is capable of powerful activity even in a feeble body with weakened capabilities. For this reason, even a wizard who is decrepit but has not wasted his life will be strong. Headmaster, for example. On average, wizards live about 150 years, but due to his stormy youth filled with experiments, the esteemed headmaster is already close to death, though just a little over 100. Yet he remains the strongest wizard in the islands and one of the strongest in Europe and both Americas, and he is not getting any weaker. We stood there brooding, and we had a lot to think about. It turns out that many gestures in witchcraft fall off before anything else for the simple reason that anyone can do more magic on emotion and desire. The rest has to be worked out or somehow develop sensitivity to magic. And as luck would have it, there is no information on the subject in the absorbed grimoire or in the library. Well, Miss Granger, Mr. Knight. I hope I have answered your questions and we have more or less dealt with the subject. Now I'll write you a note for herbology so Pomona won't scold you for being late. Oh, right. Hermione could hardly keep her voice at an acceptable volume. Ha, laughed the professor insidiously. No surprise there. You can spend more than a day talking about how spells are built after all and not even notice. After getting the notes for the head of Hufflepuff, we hurried to the greenhouses, where the lesson has probably been going on for a long time by now. What did we get out of this conversation? asked Hermione, holding herself back from breaking into a run. I was walking just as fast. That witchcraft is a science after all, not magic. Very, briefly. 83, Chapter 83. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 107 already. Underscore 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 underscore. It was the fourth day of school, morning. Gryffindor's living room. I'd just come back from an early training session, my brain working mediocrely. It was the effect of the Dementor somewhere outside the castle. Such an unpleasant sensation, as if I didn't get enough sleep. Scabbers is gone. Accompanied by the laughter of the already awake boys, a distraught Ron was running around the living room in his disheveled clothes, trying in vain to find his rat. And for the past couple of days, I still hadn't gone down and checked on Wormtail. Hadn't checked on the basilisk. Hadn't started chopping it up into the right ingredients if it hadn't already been chopped up for parts without me at all. I did not believe that it could simply spoil because, firstly, it is cold there. Secondly, basilisk tends to spoil only in the sun at temperatures above 50 Celsius. Anyway, it must be there. I'll definitely check today, right after the Dada lesson. Will you calm down already? Seamus clapped Ron on the shoulder, and the redhead looked at his comrade with a kind of desperation. I'm sure your rat will be found. Do you really feel so sorry for him? You didn't seem to like him very much. It's not about me, Ron waved aside and collapsed into a nearby chair. I will be punished at home. He made a characteristic gesture with the back of his hand across his throat and stuck his tongue out, letting us know the depths of his love for his pet. Ready for work. Hermione sat down next to me. Quickly she tidies herself up after the workout, and now she clearly smelled of the characteristic freshness from the shower. There doesn't seem to be any perfume sense, but something elusive. Absolutely, I nodded back. I look forward to my first Dada class. Also runes and arithmancy. Yes, but it's all on a program that's been established and time-tested for years. With a few additions. What about Dada? It is always an intrigue. Professor Lupin should be competent enough. He dodged spells very well on the train, and Protego at the tip of his wand with the spell extinguishing is pretty high level. We'll see. Runes and arithmetic went off without a hitch. The completed homework and the knowledge of several books in the head, albeit far from the necessary volume, allowed us to cope with the tasks set quickly and efficiently. But the Dada. The audience was the same as last year. The same stone walls, and thank the old man that there are no more of those horrible in every sense Lockhart portraits here. Instead, there were posters with various creatures, their descriptions, and a list of spells to counteract them. Posters visualizing the performance of various simple defense and attack spells. Charts of some sort. Strict and to the point. The lesson, as always, was with the Slytherins, but to my surprise, while we were in the same office for 10 whole minutes without any supervision, nothing irreparable happened. Well, and Fixable 2 hours talked loudly among themselves, the Slytherins quietly. That's all. And so it went on until the door to the adjoining office, the teacher's room, was opened. Hello, Professor Lupin walked into the office with a slight smile. Quite tall, but a little slouchy. Underneath the not-so-new but the high-quality robe was a light brown business suit and old but kind of solid boots. You can put aside your textbooks. We're going straight to practice today. Everyone perked up, and I suddenly realized that the situation was extremely uncertain. Come on, get up from your seats, grab your wand, and step up. As we followed this rudimentary instruction, the tables and chairs moved away toward the walls, freeing up the middle of the auditorium. Now that there was visually more space, an enclosed closet with a rose mirror on the door caught everyone's attention. When did it get here? Magic, no less. Someone was definitely in the closet and didn't want to be there. The muffled scraping sounds and shaking of the closet said it all. So, kids, anyone has any guesses as to what we're going to be working with today? Professor Lupin walked slowly between us and the closet. No? Oh, please. The professor pointed his gaze somewhere behind me. Probably Boggett, sir. That's right, Miss Brown. Lavender Brown. That's right, Miss Brown. There is a Boggett in the closet. Who knows how to fight it? Burn it! Someone shouted, causing an approving hum from the students who realized the essence of this creature. That is, no doubt, an effective way to destroy a Boggett, Mr. Not. Mr. Not. But it would be nice if you could name a spell not for destroying, but specifically for counteracting, neutralizing the Boggett. Any thoughts? No. After looking us over and not finding anyone willing to answer, Lupin smiled. This spell is called Ridiculous. You can use it to turn a Boggett into something funny. Who can tell me what it's for and how it helps? Miss in the front row. Granger. Hermione Granger, sir. A Boggett has the ability to freely penetrate a victim's mind, reading his greatest fears and taking their guise. The Boggart needs this because it feeds on the victim's fear emanations, and the stronger they are, the better for it. The stronger the fear, the more you fear it, the stronger the Boggart becomes, increasing the mental impact in the process, increasing the fear, and so on to infinity. Ridiculous is able to break this chain by transforming the Boggart into something, if not funny, at least not scary. An excellent extended answer, Miss Granger. 5 points for Gryffindor. Now, let's learn this spell. Lupin took out his wand from his robe's inner pocket and began to show the gesture, after which we repeated it a dozen times. Then we repeated the activation word, ridiculous. Great. Remember to clearly visualize your fear turning into something funny and cast the spell. So, who's first? 84, Chapter 84. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 109 already. Underscore 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 underscore. No one wanted to be the first to fight their fear. Then, shall we start with the brave Gryffindors? Lupin's smile was kind, but it promised trouble. And so it happened, though it was funny at first. In general, I did not approve of such a thing, but it was pointless to argue with the teacher. Showing your greatest fear in front of everyone is a big mistake. Knowing this kind of thing can be a surprisingly effective tool of influence. So, in the end, we found out that Ron was terrified of spiders. When he stepped in front of the closet and Lupin opened the door, a black blob of smoke flew out of that very closet and froze in front of Ron, immediately turning into a giant black widow. The horror on Ron's face was overwhelming, and with great difficulty, the boy pointed his wand at the target. It took him 2 times to say ridiculous in an almost weeping voice before the roller skates appeared on the spider's legs, and it flattened out on the floor like a cow on ice. The class laughed. Well done, Mr. Weasley. Next. The students were scared of everything, clowns, snakes, frogs, mice. All kinds of critters or just weird things. Mr. Knight. Your turn, Lupin invited me. And I went over. For a couple of seconds, there was just a black ball-shaped blob in front of me. The world began to sharply lose color and literally narrowed to a small window. A wild and otherworldly cold cracked my body, and it crumbled into small shards. No pain, no fear, no sadness. Everything seemed to disappear. There were a void and darkness before my eyes, sounds were cut off, and it was as if only my own pulse was coming through the absorbent cotton, getting quieter. Somewhere out there were shouts, rustling, noises. Emptiness and nothing around. It had been a long time since the headmaster had run so fast. At least 30 years. It's all due to the signal spells in one of the used classrooms, the maximum danger for students. Like a hurricane, the headmaster dashed through the corridors, only his beard trailing behind him. Also, Fox flew away at a bad moment, and time was ticking by the seconds. Once at the Dada office door, the headmaster clearly felt a heavy mental pressure, oppressive and unusual. What's going on? Asked Snape, who appeared as if from the shadows. And I told you that, Lupin. Enough, said the headmaster sternly and coldly, and Snape immediately fell silent. Call Poppy. Snape nodded and began conjuring Patronus. At the same moment, the headmaster waved his wand, the door to the study opened, and as if someone tried to pull the headmaster and the head of Slytherin into a dark vortex as if you were falling into a pensieve. But the headmaster only waved his wand, and a light veil of darkness instantly gathered in a point in front of the cabinet. With another swing, the dot was engulfed in a ball of bright, almost white flame, instantly warming everyone around with heat. The students and Lupin were pacing the classroom floor, all without exception twitching violently and quickly. In front of the closet itself stood Max Knight. The headmaster was in the auditorium with a swift flying step, sending diagnostic spells quickly and accurately from his wand. When he reached Max, he stood in front of him, an empty, lost look stared through the headmaster. The guy was clearly somewhere else right now. What happened here? Asked Severus, in passing, using magic to quickly and deftly arrange the lying students into houses and put them in some sort of order. Professor Lupin wanted to show a Boggart according to the program, the headmaster muttered thoughtfully. Idiot, Snape looked at the lying Lupin with distaste. Are the students all right? I didn't find anything wrong. The headmaster gently placed Max on the floor. The boy wasn't just not here, he was unconscious, but his body was tense and holding itself upright. Now he was relaxed. What is it, Seve? A woman's voice interrupted halfway through. Poppy. The headmaster looked beggingly at the school matron, but she didn't need words. Poppy Pomfrey immediately proceeded to a more thorough diagnosis. In less than a minute, the diagnosis was revealed: mild exhaustion, nervous system overload, sensory shock, and unconsciousness for all. Knight suffered the most. Then, the headmaster spoke with visible relief. I'll ask the house elves to move the kids to the hospital wing. Thank you, Albus. Matron nodded and began giving instructions to the house elves who were immediately beginning to appear. The headmaster and the potion maker, and at the same time head of Slytherin and Double Spy, left the auditorium. Boy, Snape hissed. From Knight, more problems than from Potter with his dad put together. Don't be so categorical, my boy. I've told you many times before to curb your hatred of young Harry's father and not to discourage him from doing potions. I would not let Potter get close to potions within Avada's flight distance. Ah, youth. But what made you so angry with Mr. Knight? The headmaster said the surname of the student with a smile. Do you care so much for your friend's mistake that you try in every way to fix it? Snape's face froze into a stone mask. The headmaster shook his head reproachfully. Speaking of friends. How is our dear Mr. Malfoy? Senior. It's been a while since he's caused trouble. Even the lemon drops have lost their sharpness of flavor. No change. He's disappeared and never showed up. It's a pity. Upon reaching the main tower, the headmaster and the potion maker wanted to part ways, but Snape asked. Headmaster. What do you think a 13-year-old brat could be so afraid of that? A boggart overturned an entire class, even an adult, wizard. The question isn't what he's afraid of. It's how he experienced it. Headmaster. Oblivion, my boy. Obliviate? Just that. Not a spell, but an inevitability. And he's not afraid, no. Not afraid at all. I don't understand you. Snape shook his head. Ah, youth. Grinned the headmaster and walked slowly upstairs to his tower. 85, Chapter 85. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 109 already. Underscore 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 underscore. The vague and murky thoughts rolled over and over in the back of my mind. But suddenly, a bright light hit my eyes. In an attempt to get rid of the annoying source of irritation, I fumbled on the bed and almost collapsed from it. I opened my eyes abruptly and sat up, looking around, but there was nothing much to see. The high windows let in light from the sun rising over the hills, white curtains around the bed itself iron and very plain, and the sheets on it were snowy white. A hospital wing, no less. I myself was dressed in a simple grey striped pajama suit, and on the bedside table next to me were my folded clothes and a wand on top of them. I felt kind of good, no problems, so I decided to change. But as soon as I took my things from the bedside table, the curtain slid aside, revealing our matron, Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Knight, good morning. Morning. I need to check on your condition before you leave the hospital wing. Sure. What should I do? Stand still. For about a minute, Madame Pomfrey waved her wand around me, without words or gestures, and only the occasional soft flashes of blue and green light at the tip of her wand spoke of the matron's witchcraft. Everything is fine, Mr. Knight. The matron placed her wand with a slight smile somewhere in her uniform, so similar to that of the Sisters of Mercy. You may change and leave the hospital wing. Curfew ended half an hour ago. Excuse me, ma'am. How long have I been in here? The boggart incident happened yesterday. Now, matron glanced at the sky outside the window. As you can see, it's Friday morning. It's still an hour and a half before breakfast. The rest of the guys have already recovered and left the hospital wing as soon as curfew ends. Thank you. Following the matron's recommendation, after changing my clothes and a couple of simple household charms to get myself relatively tidy, I hung my bag on my shoulder and headed into the house common room, digesting the recent events at the same time. Boggart had a very strange effect on me. There was some completely incomprehensible situation in the course of which those present suffered. But the biggest problem is that I still didn't understand what I was afraid of. At that moment, though, I wasn't even afraid. It's weird. It's all weird. I quickly got to the common room, and the classmates were already sitting there, suffering from idleness, playing gobstones. Neville was playing chess against Ron with a very focused look on his face. And here is the hero of the occasion. Hermione waved her hand with a smile. She invited me to take a seat next to her on the couch, which I did, drawing the attention of the others in the process. Tell me. Tell you what? Well, obviously, Ron said without taking his eyes off the chessboard. What was that all about? Boggart took us all down at once. Never heard of such a thing. I don't know. I still don't know what I'm afraid of. What are you all doing here? We got enough sleep, smiled Lavender, along with Parvati. Through your fault. Anyway, Ron said with a smile, checkmate, Neville. Ahoy. Again. The important thing, Ron continued, turning back to me, that the snakes got what they deserved. I bet Malfoy is now telling everybody how he will complain to Daddy, and he will punish us all. After making sure that the people did not seem to hold any grudge for what had happened, I went into the room, threw off my things, and went to the shower. I still had time, but not enough time to practice. I ended up being one of the last in the Great Hall. I had to eat my breakfast in the accelerated mode so I wouldn't be late for Snape's potions. The record for the amount of time I'd studied without getting the point deducted was stupid. Still, it would be mine if I could hold out until Christmas this year. Snape, as always, hovered over the room as a grim shadow, hovering heavily over poor us. The only ones who were immune to the Snape factor were myself and Hermione. I was a little afraid of him, but Hermione was simply annoyed by him. Malfoy was annoying today, too. He seemed to be sitting right next to Potter, pestering him with quiet questions about Black and whether Harry personally wants to catch him. For revenge, no? Oh, Harry doesn't know. And things like that. Immediately after Snape's class, outside the classroom door, I couldn't help but hear the line. "I'll write to my father," Malfoy told his comrades confidently and with a smirk, "and he'll be sure to settle the matter with that mudblood." "And with the incompetent Lupin," someone among the Slytherins echoed. "Of course," nodded Draco. "Of course. Interesting. Either information about Lucius' death is a big secret, and no one knows about it, or he's capable of living without a head. A couple of jokes about it are swirling in my mind, but it's kind of unfunny if he turned out to be alive. Or maybe that Lucius wasn't real. But I do monitor the situation through the press and conversations. Since our fateful and hopefully the last meeting, Lucius Malfoy has not appeared anywhere else." 86, Chapter 86. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 111 already. Underscore 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 underscore. The first Saturday of the new school year began, as it should be, with an early run through the still almost completely dormant castle. Curfew ends at 6 in the morning, rising at 8. During those 2 hours, you might see some of the students returning from their nightly adventures. Occasionally I came across students training in something, though mostly in kisses and cuddles in corners and audiences. But there were really few of them, and there was a much better chance of meeting a teacher on duty. Lupin was on duty today, and I met him, but we just said hello and went our separate ways. After running up and down the stairs, I headed for one of the unused classrooms that Hermione and I liked. Having transfigured several sports equipment from tables and chairs, such as all sorts of dumbbells, weights and an ordinary bastard sword, a copy of my spiritual one, I began physical training for strength and endurance. Simultaneously practicing that small number of techniques and blows that I know, not forgetting to maximize the load on the body, weakening it with my own hemomancy. Strengthening or weakening my own body and capabilities is perhaps the only way to use my strange ability without revealing it. I finished my physical workout, cleaned my drenched gym clothes with magic, and cleaned myself up at the same time. I went to the Hogwarts kitchen instead of the Great Hall for breakfast. The door there, as before, was on the first level of the dungeons, not far from the Hufflepuff living room. After tickling the pair on the tapestry, I got into the Holy of Holies of the castle. The house elves there cheerfully greeted and fed me. It's good that they didn't tear me apart from the joy these magical parasites like attention from wizards too much. After such an unorthodox action on my part, I headed for the headmaster's office. When I reached the gargoyle in the large niche, guarding the spiral staircase up to the headmaster's office, I stood there with a kind of confusion. I didn't know the password. "Dear Gargoyle," I decided to try at random, just to see if this magical miracle was intelligent. "I was not invited, but I really need to get an audience with the headmaster." Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then there was the thudding sound of rocks and machinery hitting, and the gargoyle turned around, opening the passage to the stairs. Going upstairs, I knocked on the door that blocked the way and gave it a gentle push. The headmaster's office was inspiring and surprising at the same time. It was large and spacious, with high arched windows, a large desk, an armchair, sofas. I could see various artifacts spinning on the desk and cupboards, making noise and carrying out other activities. A little farther back were bookcases and a passageway to another room, and closer to the opposite side of the entrance were stairs to the second floor, where I could see some bookcases and stuff, too. "Ah, Mr. Knight." Dumbledore came out from somewhere in the adjoining room. As always, in his violet robe, mysteriously sparkling with halves of glasses. "I've waited a long time for you, and you don't come in to see the old man." "Oh, come on, Professor. Good morning, by the way." "Yes, it's really good," Dumbledore nodded, walking over to his desk. "So, I presume you would like your permission to visit the forbidden section of the library." "You're right as always." If I were always right. Well, they were around here somewhere." The headmaster sat down at his desk and searched for a few seconds for documents in a drawer. "Here," Dumbledore pulled out 2 forms and placed them on the table, pushing them in my direction. "Your and Miss Granger's permission forms." "Thank you very much," I nodded, smiling and taking the 2 forms. I wish I'd spent more time talking about magic and life, Dumbledore complained, placing a tall stack of plain parchments and papers in front of him. However, I have work to do, and you, Mr. Knight, as I recall, have classes in runes and arithmancy. Yes, Professor. You are correct. Have a good day. The headmaster just smiled and deepened his reading of the first document from the huge stack, and I left the office as quietly as possible. Runes and arithmancy went by pretty quickly. I wish I could say I learned a lot, but no, it's all in the books. However, there was an obvious upside to taking a class with a teacher. In the runes, it was possible to learn some nuances unspecified in the books, like, say, projecting the runes in one's mind to better anchor the result on the matter. The better the projection in the head, the better the result. On the other hand, arithmancy was not particularly subtle, as our instructor, Septima Vector, served as a translator from the dry academic language of terms and numbers into the commonplace human language. However, despite my knowledge and horizon, I have to admit that sometimes it is very necessary and saves time because I do not have to waste it on independent attempts to decipher an academic text. Even if the letters are in Latin, and the words are familiar, the meaning put by the author of the Talmud magically escapes from understanding. 87, Chapter 87. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 111 already. Underscore 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 underscore. After class, lunch was on the schedule. Hermione and I walked together through the corridors filled with students scurrying back and forth. Here, I handed the girl her permission to visit the forbidden section. Oh, Hermione read what she was given. Thanks, Max. I'd already forgotten with all the fuss, Dementors, Blacks, and other worries. I haven't found time to go to the headmaster's office either. I picked it up this morning. Hermione calmly put the permission in her bag. I stared at the girl's unchanged face for a few seconds. We walked, and I stared. Is there something on my face? Interesting. You got a year's admission to the forbidden section and didn't express your admiration and anticipation in any way. Who are you, and where did you hide, Hermione? The girl smiled, casting a glance. Occlumency is making itself felt. Not a bad thing. Allows for better control of various impulses. Smooths the outward manifestations of character, so to speak. But... Hermione turned a little gloomy, and we were almost in the Great Hall. But... Dementors. I think their presence affects the mind a lot. It takes a lot of effort. I've noticed too. I even managed to lose control of my actions a bit, acting unnecessarily impulsively. I think it should be seen as a training exercise. Also, we should go up to Professor Lupin and ask about the Patroness. However, I do not think that after the recent incident, he will be eager to teach you. Do you think the failure with me and the Boggart had some effect? Undoubtedly. You undermined the teacher's already lacking self-confidence. Yet. We sat down at the house table and began to put on our plates various delicacies, which were noticeably more plentiful than in previous days and years. Various vegetable and meat dishes in a wide variety. There were also fruits and a semi-liquid fruit puree. It seems that the management has finally figured out to diversify and increase the diet so that we don't get sick of the Dementors here, I could not help but notice with a malicious grin. Ron turned immediately to me, and there was obvious joy on his face. At least there's some use from these monsters, the redhead remarked, going back to eating his chicken pie and drinking juice. You think they're useless? Seamus asked the redhead. Absolutely. Seeing the incomprehension in his comrade's eyes, Ron quickly chewed and swallowed a piece of the pie. Absolutely, I say. Even if Black is completely insane and wants to hurt Harry, getting into Hogwarts is the last thing to do. What would you do? I was suddenly curious. Well. Ron scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. The school year always ends on the same day. I don't know. I'd wait on the Muggle side of the station that day. Underneath a polyjuice potion, for example. I would have seen Harry and Black as you know whose right hand, right? So he should know some kinds of dark magic. I'm sure there are spells that kill right away, so... I get it. You don't have to go on. Yet. Ron was clearly uncomfortable imagining himself in the shoes of a criminal and one whose image to the public was completely distasteful to the redhead. What's after lunch? After finishing her first, some obscure but tasty soup, Hermione reached for the chicken chops. I think, I reached for those same chicken chops. They were disappearing really fast. I'll go check out a few of my theories, preferably in private. And then we can go to the library. What theories? Based on a story by Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, Max. I'm just saving time. On one word. In a day, half an hour of professors can accumulate like that. Exactly. Ron nodded at my argument, sitting nearby. And that time can be put to good use. Oh, chicken. Half the people who heard that rolled their eyes with a smile. In fact, no matter what Ron thinks of himself, he's a colorful character, known by almost more people than Potter himself. Seriously. True, he's an awful lazy bum, but at this age, who wouldn't be without sin? Oh, yes. Ill-mannered, unkempt, rude. After lunch, we scattered. Half the day is free, whatever one may say. Getting to one of our abandoned classes, I threw my bag on one of the desks, not even bothering to clean it from a thin layer of dust. I sat on the floor against the wall, relaxed, and began to think. My schedule for today: a study on my own, get to the forbidden section and continue studying books with Hermione, practice spells, try to get information out of Lupin about Patronus and ask him to teach or at least show it. Basically, I have scant information about the Patronus spell, as well as Hermione, but it's obviously not enough. So, self-study. First, I should think more carefully about what Flitwick said about the formation of magical structures, sensitivity to magic, and so on. I distinctly remember my first underage magic and the distinct sensation of warmth in my chest. Those childhood attempts at witchcraft on my own and without a wand also caused a slight sensation of warmth and a strange presence of some energy. Working with hemomancy does not evoke such a feeling at all, but there is something else. It's different and even more elusive, regardless of the amount of hemomantic manipulation. Witchcraft with a wand doesn't evoke any feelings at all. Or they are damn weak in relation to strong-willed magic on the principle of underage magic and visualization of desires. That said, there is a weak sensitivity to the magical background around, which is why I was able to compare the background of Hogwarts to the background of the house on Grimmauld Place. So, I need to experiment. 88, Chapter 88. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 113 already. Underscore 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 underscore. I was able to concentrate and remember skills I hadn't used since childhood, so I waved my hand, and a formless blob of flame burst from it, leaving scorch on the wall. The sensation was much weaker than in my childhood, but the amount of witchcraft was the same. I tried to summon the same sensations of warmth as I had in my childhood and waved my hand again. I waved my hand again, and a huge, man-sized clot flew into the wall, setting the stone ablaze and even leaving streaks of burning and sparkling that quickly extinguished. It was clear the power of the magic produced had increased with age, and the cost of similar effects had decreased. I took my wand in my hands and conjured up a simple stupefy in front of the wall. I felt zero magic inside. No change. I concentrated and wished to create a more powerful stupefy. It worked, but still no sensations. I caused a feeling of warmth in my chest and tried to direct it into my hand, but it didn't work out very well. However, I immediately tried to recreate the stupefy. At the tip of the wand, a sphere grew and exploded into blue clots. The clots flew swiftly and chaotically across the room, scattering blue sparks to the sides like snowflakes melting into thin air. Just when I thought it was pretty, I glanced over at something flickering on the side and glanced up sharply, just a glint of afternoon sunlight in the window. The blue clots seemed to go wild and rushed very sharply to where I was looking. There were 7 of them. 7 powerful blows, like a hammer, shattered the dense stone of the wall a little. Perfectly, I looked thoughtfully and wonderfully at the work of my hands. And what the hell was that? What could I say about the result of the experiment? Very incomprehensible. Apparently, under the pressure of forcibly pumped magic, the spell construct was formed incorrectly. I was very lucky that the output was something adequate, not just an explosion, gas, some lava, or spatial anomaly. Anything can happen. This kind of experimentation should be set aside for a while and move on to the emotional pumping based on desire, rather than the pumping of magic by the method of primitive control. This pumping method is quite feasible because if I use the spells I got from the grimoire with the demon, I can visualize the process of creating a spell, its construct, without having any sensitivity at all. After all, somehow I'd created Vaglift, a shockwave when I clapped my hands together, or Fumjolt, a foggy haze. There, in general, was everything simple. I imagine that some magic is in me, visualize a construct, rune, or contour of complex figures, or combined, or the intertwining of different threads. Then that magic that is in me just fills in a certain order the construct. I can't do anything else, but I can see how it is filled with the magic that I have in me. Everything is clear, even according to the scheme. But there is a but and not one. The spells from the grimoire are so deeply rooted in my mind, and perhaps even in my soul, that I can reproduce them almost on reflex as if I have been doing nothing but practicing them and learning all the subtleties for hundreds of years. But the problem is that this knowledge is incomplete. For example, there are a dozen more in the category of misty marks besides Fumjolt. All of them are more complex, and some are its derivatives, but I have no idea how someone from Fumjolt came to these derivatives. It's like with a violin, the ability to play on which I could boast in a past life. In just a couple of seconds, a long way to develop this skill can be built in my head: failures, successes, long rehearsals and training, how I was taught to hold and control the bow, and so on. It is with this rich experience that one associates the ability to play the violin and the notes that you extract from it, turning it into a melody, music. Here, however, this rich arsenal of often far from light, complex and powerful spells and rituals is not associated with anything at all. If the experience of playing the violin allows me not only to play what I have learned and practiced but also to produce new ones quite easily, to improvise, then here I can produce only a certain melody, always exactly the same and not a gram of improvisation deviation from the notes is equal to a failure. It is impossible to correct. What does that mean? And it means only what I came to last year: I have to grow up to the level of these spells. That's exactly what I'm going to do now. The goal is a clear sense of all the nuances of the spell formation. Theoretically, there are several ways to achieve this, it seems to me. I remember exactly the visual process of Leviosa formation as performed by Flitwick. One could try to visualize the formation of the construct in parallel with the formation itself through the academically correct implementation of the spell. Such associations, even without sensitivity, on a subconscious level should help in the emergence and attachment of the necessary sensations to the fact of witchcraft. There is, it seems to me, another option. The wand is a concentrator and a guiding vector through which magic leaves the body to form a spell. Let's consider it from some physical point of view. We can imagine that the environment has a certain resistance, not allowing magic to freely leave the body. On the other hand, the wand plays the role of a kind of gasket, an adapter, which in the contact zone of the two media practically levels the resistance of the environment, allowing magic to leave the body much easier. Why do movements generate magic? I think it has to do with a trivial increase in nervous and physical activity. The words are keys. I think the trick is breathing. I don't want to believe that words by themselves really have magical weight. I mean words without will or reason. Just words. And here the nuances of breathing, peculiarities of work of a breathing apparatus, associative chains, which emerge in a head while saying words, which sense is clear to you it already. Yes, it can and should influence magic. But I got too carried away with theorizing. Flitwick is right, this is something that we can think, reason, and talk about forever. 89, Chapter 89. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 113 already. Underscore 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 underscore. In general, the wand allows magic to leave the body much easier and more directed. Perhaps, for this reason, the sensitivity to magic during witchcraft is somewhat lower. More precisely, the very current of magic, not meeting much resistance, does not cause the necessary sensations, as there is almost no effort to create the current. From this, it follows a reasonable conclusion, of course, on condition that the provided theory is correct, that a less suitable wand, or better at all almost unsuitable, but at least a bit permeable to magic, will require much more effort for witchcraft, and thus sensitivity to magic will increase. And so it is. I jumped up, experiencing some kind of epiphany. Damn, Neville! From the rush of thoughts, I began to march through the class, hands behind my back. As far as I know, Neville's wand doesn't fit him at all. However, the boy tries incredibly hard, overcoming with enviable persistence and consistency, even though he himself constantly complains about his alleged mediocrity. At the same time, he even succeeds, albeit, in terms of the speed of mastering new spells, he is practically in the last place. The only one who was worse was Ron, but with the acquisition of a new wand, he had already shown that he was not so untalented. But that only made him neglect his studies even more. But what was my point? It was simple. Neville's cunning grandmother, or perhaps she was not the only one, and not just with respect to Neville, had given him a wand that was not very suitable in the hope of his hard work. In time, albeit not soon, the boy should learn to conjure through force, increasing his intuitive understanding of the processes of magic formation along the way. And when he gets a good wand, witchcraft will be as easy as breathing. The proof of his development in the field of magic sensitivity can be plants. Every year, he understands them better and better, feels them. This is evident in the classes. In general, there are probably other methods that are still unknown to me, or I am simply not very smart. I don't want to believe in this. Still, the method with a wand seems to be quite acceptable and urgently requires verification. Cheerful and satisfied with the day off, students flashed by, bustle reigned on the courtyard terrace. Someone even sat with textbooks, basking in the rays of the warm summer sun that had not yet hidden behind the castle walls. But I was in a hurry. When I entered the library, the first thing I did was to say hello to the indispensable and constant Madame Pants, our strict librarian. "Good day, Madam," I nodded with a smile and immediately held out my pass to the forbidden section. "Good day, young man," she nodded, fixing her glasses with her finger. Taking the pass in her hands, Madame Pants ran a quick but careful glance over the text. Principal Dumbledore said he would write you and Miss Granger such documents. From today until the last day of the school year, you are allowed to work in the forbidden section. You know the way, the rules remain the same. Read the instructions for the new books in the section. On the last page. Thank you, madam. Nodding to each other, we each went back to our jobs. Madame Pants to fill out some forms, and I headed for the forbidden section at a brisk pace. As always, at the beginning of the year, the library was empty and very quiet, especially since it was a Saturday afternoon. In general, no one seemed to know that Hermione and I would be visiting the place so coveted by knowledge seekers for the second year. As I walked through the open double doors of the forbidden section, I found Hermione, with her black gloves on, perusing one of the books on the left side of the room. Ahem. I drew her attention to myself, though there is a soft chime of bells for that when someone comes in here. Still, it seemed Hermione was too engrossed in her reading, completely ignoring not only the extraneous distractions but also a couple of curly strands that had broken out of her hairstyle. Miss Granger. Hey. The girl looked up a little sharper than required from the text in the book. Max, you almost scared me. Maybe. How's it going? Stepping closer, I looked at the book the girl was studying. Ooh, where did you find the basics of necromancy? Actually, Hermione went into lecturer mode, only much gentler than in the first few months of our acquaintance. The term necromancy has quite a different meaning than is ascribed to it. Only in the last dozen years has it begun to come into common usage among wizards, and it came from the common world under the influence of fantasy. In its original meaning, necromancy is almost extinct because it is virtually impossible to summon the spirit of the deceased, and it is the work with such spirits that is meant by the word necromancy. Necromancy in the modern lexicon is meant to be nothing more than a fusion of malefic science, transfiguration, charms, and a section of chimerology vitaمیستریum. It is more correct to call it all necromagic. I did not find materials specifically on necromancy here. Still, I think that some of the pure bloods probably have something on working with souls. Interesting, I could not help but smile, causing a return smile. Hermione didn't seem to turn her nose up at such knowledge anymore. 90, Chapter 90. Due to the regional blocking of my country by web novel, I use VPN to publish new chapters. Perhaps replies to your comments on this site will come with a delay, due to the lack of notifications. Sorry for that, smiley face. 2 weekends have been good and I'm ready to keep working hard. Thanks for your support and advice. Enjoy new chapters. Underscore 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 underscore. What's this? I pointed my finger at a schematic picture of some unknown creature of obviously artificial origin, with a specific way of connecting dead tissues to living ones. Vitaمیستریum is a magical science that studies the properties of living and dead tissues, the effects of magic on them, and, in general, studies the phenomena of life, death, and non-life. Quite fascinating stuff, if we abstract away from the utter inhumanity, immorality, and cruelty of the methods by which this knowledge is obtained. Did you know that about half of the magical beings in existence today are so-called chimeras? Very entertaining information, especially that such creatures have proven to be capable of natural reproduction. Although, some can reproduce only by a purely magical method. A kind of magical budding. And what are the uses of such magic? Well, damage aside, vitaمیستریum is widely used in advanced medicine, as is necromagic itself. By the way, a curious fact. To practice healer rank above journeyman, you have to join a guild and make a bunch of oaths like do no harm and non-disclosure of the secrets of magic. Only in the case of self-defense can you use something specific. That's why, by the way, the Ministry of Magic has no claims against healers, no matter what they do, even if the magic used is considered dark. Do you want to be a healer? That would be interesting, but I don't think it's for me. What do you even want to do, by the way? Well, eventually. I took a seat on the bench next to me. Hermione was in no hurry to tear herself away from the book, still standing next to the bookstand. At first, I wanted to learn everything and become the best of the best. So that everyone would know that Hermione Granger is the smartest, knows everything, can do everything, and is generally very good. Being an attentive listener, I nodded. Then I wanted to go and correct all the injustices in my way. You can see for yourself that a lot of things don't seem right here compared to the normal world. And we're not even out of high school yet. What about now? Now? I don't know. Many of the values so cherished by ordinary people not only have no meaning or significance here, but they are also harmful. Remember when I wanted to do good things for the house elves? Yes, I remember that, I said with a smile, sinking for a moment into the memories of a couple of conversations. Don't laugh. I was serious. So? If you had not prompted me to think, what if house elves not only didn't need freedom, but that it was harmful to them, and I needed to learn more about the issue before getting involved. I'm sure I'd be running around now and pestering everyone with some kind of community organization association. So there turns out to be a huge variety of topics like this. Yet? Like what? Okay. Have you noticed that almost no one washes their hands? Not just the students, but the professors, too. And the problem is not at all in backward thinking or medieval mores at all, but in the simple magical technique involving rubbing your hands as if you were soaping, and the simplest of magical effects, which belongs, by the way, to the section of healing magic. A mixture of cleansing and disinfecting charms. I'll write you later. Thank you, I did notice something like that, but I didn't wash my hands either, using wand magic to cleanse. Next, rituals for cleansing from jinxes and spontaneous magical influences. What do books tell us, other guys, and generally, how is verbal information constructed? Ritual magic is forbidden, dark magic, yuck. In fact, a strictly limited list of rituals is forbidden, and most of it is not at all due to darkness, but is complicated and requires specific and varied education, understanding rather than following instructions. Well, this is clear from the rituals themselves. However, if you don't delve into the matter and believe rumors and limit yourself to other people's opinions, in that case, you'll be like Ron, running around and calling everything incomprehensible dark magic. Does he do that? More often than you think. The girls tell me they hear things like that from him all the time in the living room. Well, we learn constantly, and he plays games and sleeps. So, I'm kind of confused. A lot of my values that I've believed in since I was little are somewhat meaningless here. You know, I think you need to find a section of magic that interests you as much as possible. That will be your goal. Did you do that? Nat, I want to explore everything my hands can reach. By the way, you talked about guilds. Any information on them? No. I think I'll look into them later, maybe over the vacations. I'll ask around too. Hermione, what am I doing here anyway? I need your help right now. I need to test a theory on improving magical sensitivity in witchcraft, and for that, I need you and your wand. When will you be free? I can do it now. Then let's go quickly. 91, Chapter 91. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 115 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Hermione quickly closed the book and, following the instructions, placed it on a special pedestal and activated the security rune chain with a successive press. One would think that the Hogwarts authorities would prevent students from learning by such measures. But actually, this is for our safety. Books here can cause considerable harm in and of themselves. After taking off her gloves and placing them on the shelf by the entrance, next to the instructional book, Hermione adjusted her robe and slung her bag strap over her shoulder. Let's go. They left the library quickly, remembering to say goodbye to a somewhat surprised Madame Pants. She must have thought that we would be in the abode of knowledge for a long time, but no. When we got to our classroom, I again threw the bag on the desk, and Hermione neatly put the bag next to mine. So, what happened? The girl waved her wand and, with a couple of spells, cleaned up practically the entire class. There's a theory for developing sensitivity. I briefly told my thoughts about the wand, comparing it to the environment's resistance, the flow of magic, and other things. Your words make sense, Hermione nodded and handed me her wand with the handle forward. Here, try it. With some anxiety and doubt, I took this magical instrument in my hand. What if it fits too well? But no. When Hermione's wand, Grapevine, and Dragon Heartvane, if I remember correctly, was in my hands, I didn't feel the slightest tinge of that warmth and comfort that I had when I chose my wand. It was just a wand, and only the clear awareness and understanding that I was holding a concentrator of magic kept me from losing confidence. With a quick wave of my wand, I said. Lumos. Nothing. Lumos. Looks like the wand isn't right for you, Max. That's fine. Concentrating on myself and what I felt, I made the simplest, but no less perfect, gesture, forming a mental message and a strong-willed image at the same time. Lumos. For a brief moment, I thought I felt something. Some kind of changeable discomfort, even the source of which could not be localized. However, Lumos flared up, albeit a little dimmer than it should. It worked. Hermione clapped her hands cheerfully. And even more than that. Nox, the light turned off. I thought I felt something. Here, try it. I held out my wand to Hermione. Accepting it, the girl looked at me expectantly. Just focus on how you feel and do the spell perfectly and according to the instructions. Much more perfect than even our first experiments in magic. Okay. I understand. Not waiting for Hermione's result, which was sure to be soon, I began practicing with her wand. Lumos, Lumos, Lumos. And so constantly, without a break, with great, easily perceptible tension of the brain. Of course, I did not expect instant progress, but the efficiency was negligible. I tried another way. I concentrated on the sensation of warmth in my chest, or rather, I made that warmth appear. I imagined how this warmth rushes to my hand, and in this state, I did Lumos. I was able to feel exactly how the magic, reluctantly as if it was making its way through the thorns, flowed into the wand. Moreover, I could feel this heat outside my body, as if the space around me was also a part of me. Except that the sensation itself was negligible, but it was there. Okay, stop, I put my wand down on the desk and looked at Hermione. She was able to conjure Lumos, but I could read the hard work of thought on her face. What is it? There's another suggestion. Do you remember your underage magic? Of course I do. I didn't even know what to think then. When my parents found out, they scared me with secret laboratories and so on, so that I would keep everything secret and try to control it. Did you ever get that strange feeling of slight warmth in your chest? Warmth in my chest? Hermione wondered, beginning to tap her chin with her wand as she usually did, standing in a relaxed posture with one hand at her side. Yeah, I guess there was something like that. Great. Try to remember the sensation in detail, provoke the sensation again, and channel it into your wand as you begin to perform the spell. For me, this kind of approach evoked a clearer sense of magic in space, especially mine, forming the spell. Vague, but at least it appeared. Good. I sat down at my desk and waited, and Hermione stood there relaxed with her eyes closed. It didn't last long, about a minute, and then it felt like the air around the girl twitched slightly. Just a little bit. Without opening her eyes, Hermione extended her wand hand and performed a perfect Lumos, illuminating the room with a soft blue light that even slightly outshone the daylight from the windows. Done. She whispered, smiling lightly. Nox. I got it. Great. Let's work. Concentrate on that feeling until we can break it down into absolutely every nuance. And we began practice. We tired quickly but kept our hands up and practiced until almost dark. 92, Chapter 92. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 117 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Timmy, I called out to one of the Hogwarts house elves Percy had introduced us to. There was a distinctive clap, and the little house elf stared at us faithfully, gazing happily with her large, disproportionate eyes. The young wizards haven't forgotten Timmy. Timmy is very happy, yes. Very happy. How can Timmy help? Hello, Timmy, greeted Hermione, but she no longer had the strength for a smile. So conscious magical training was mentally exhausting, like being back in the first year and not knowing a damn thing. Such training, in general, is far more exhausting than mindlessly waving a wand, as Ronald and the others like to practice. Timmy, would you be so kind as to arrange dinner for us, but no fatty foods? I asked the house elf, and she literally glowed with joy at being entrusted with her job. Timmy will do everything. Don't you worry about it, yes. Both Hermione and I sat at our own desks in this office, they were individual. A large tray of salads, potatoes, and steamed meat appeared in front of us in less than a couple of moments. Each has an individual jug and looking inside, I found apple juice. Oh, the house elf remembered juice preferences. Well done. I said into the void. Hermione looked slowly and reluctantly into her jug and only confirmed my words with one weighty, yet. After a deep meal, we walked in silence to the living room, not forgetting to return each other's wands. I said the password to the portrait of the fat lady and let Hermione go first. The living room was as noisy as ever, with people doing whatever they wanted to do. The twins were chasing their classmates with their inventions. The older ones were scaring the younger ones with stories about twin jokes and Slytherin guile, and our classmates. Well, the girls were gossiping and giggling, sitting on the couch in one of the corners. Harry was playing chess with Ron, and Neville was watching, noticing something he alone knew. I'll take a shower and go to sleep, Hermione warned in a tired voice, so, good night. You too. Nodding to my classmates' attention, I paid attention to Potter and company by inquiring about the game and went off to my room. It was too early to shower since there was one unfinished thing left to do. Finding in my trunk a long acquired bag with an invisible extension and a wide neck, a set of tools for cutting up all sorts of carcasses and plants, I put a disillusionment charm on myself and went out again. No one was in a hurry to enter the living room, so I had to open the portrait and slip unnoticed into the corridor. It was not long before bedtime, which meant that the teacher on duty would be out on a raid. I had to hurry. I quickly made my way through the already empty and quiet corridors of the castle to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I went inside and made sure that no one was there. I went to the right sink and checked the room again, this time not neglecting the hominum revelio. Clear. Open SSS, I hissed in parcel tongue, and the complex of sinks parted to the sides, revealing to me the dark yawning of the secret room. Well, one step, and there I was, flying down again. I had no broom, no charms in my memory. I was in a dark room with the bones of small animals. A soft light poured in from out of nowhere, but it wasn't enough. Lumos, I waved my magic wand, creating a source of light and whipping it under the ceiling. Oh, shit. I simply had no other thoughts because next to the place where I landed, there was real minced meat made from the remains that had been crushed and obviously pressed through something. Human remains and old clothes. In the middle of the remains, in the tallest pile of minced meat, was a cage. The same one in which I dropped Peter. I sniffed immediately, but there was no smell, and the remains weren't rotting. The cold of the dungeon? Could be. There is a faint smell, though, and not of flesh at all, but of viscera. It's faint, but it's not the least bit unpleasant because they don't smell like roses. I started to rummage through the remains with my wand and the telekinesis I'd practiced as a child, and surprisingly, there was no disgust. No matter how hard I searched, however, I couldn't find anything that could confirm the identity. Carnes Evanesco. I got rid of the flesh with a spell, leaving only the cage and the broken bones. Oh, Peter, Peter, I muttered, squatting next to the skeleton, starting to carefully examine it. You could not be killed by the one who wanted to kill you, but you died from the actions of the one who, on the contrary, wanted to save your life? Well, not for long, but... Paying attention to the details of the skeleton, I couldn't help but notice an amusing fact: he has 10 fingers on his hands. Some are broken, of course, but... This Pettigrew isn't real. 93, Chapter 93. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 117 already. Underscore 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 underscore. After discovering the corpse of an unknown man in the Chamber of Secrets, I didn't do anything hasty. If it wasn't Pettigrew as the rat in the first place, then in his place, I would have thrown someone else. Since, is it any wonder that the brave Gryffindors decided to bury the not-so-nice beastie? Well, or hide it. But, on second thought, even in that situation, if I were Pettigrew, I'd run the hell out of the castle, especially if he suspects Black of trying to get to his traitorous body. Anyway, looking for Pettigrew now is a rotten thing. I can only blame myself for my hasty decision and my indifferent attitude toward the rat. However, the rat was not the only reason I went down to the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk was the main target. To my delight, the basilisk carcass was still lying in the Chamber of Secrets main hall. The carcass looked as if it had been killed literally 5 minutes ago, and only a huge puddle of coagulated and slightly cracked blood beneath the basilisk told me otherwise. I got tools and a bag with a wide neck with great joy, but as soon as I came close to the carcass, joy faded. How to cut this thing at all? My knowledge about skinning a snake is simply inappropriate here. The snake is small and soft, and the skin of this creature is dense and hard like a wall, thick, and its size. I also remembered the strange effect of the poison Lucius's melted head. Although this could be caused by the combined effects of the sword and poison, it is better to conduct an experiment. Examination of the corpse's mouth showed that the venom had definitely oozed from the fangs for some time. There were traces of spilled venom under the mouth and on the lower jaw. However, the floor's stone was only slightly melted, and the traces looked like acid exposure, and the jaw was intact. I cut through the flesh under the scales with a special knife, which was a couple of centimeters in size, but it did not matter. I went under the scales with the knife, punctured the skin, and cut out some meat. Transfigured a long needle, poked a piece on it, and rubbed it against its fang. The poison clearly got on the meat, and there were even traces of it, but there was no effect. I materialized a sword, poked the piece of meat with it, no effect. But experiments are needed. The next day, Sunday, I looked into the kitchen to the house elves and asked, "Are there any rodents in the castle?" The answer was yes, but the house elves assured me that they instantly catch pests along with spiders. I asked them to catch me a couple and was about to leave, but they gave me 4 rats almost immediately. Not wasting time, but not forgetting the invisibility charms in my haste, I got to the secret room again and conducted an experiment. I rubbed a live rat against a basilisk's fang. It writhed for a long time and died. The second rat's head was twisted off by myself, though I did not want to traumatic childhood memories of my past life. Then, long ago, I nailed a rat with a brick, but not hard enough, and it was alive, but could not survive. I remember this stupid feeling from the look of a twitching broken rat. It seemed necessary to finish off, but there was nothing. Was I really that cruel back then? This time I got it right. I poked a rat at a basilisk's fang and placed it on the floor, noticing how the corpse began to rapidly melt into a skeleton. I poked the third rat with the materialized sword of the spirit. Well, I didn't pierce it. I scratched it. Like the first, this rat writhed for a long time before deciding to die but was unharmed. I killed the fourth rat by unscrewing its head again and poking it with my sword. The rat was melted to the bone. I cut off a piece of meat from a basilisk and poked it with my sword. Nothing. That's good. With ordinary hand tools, I can swarm around in a giant basilisk carcass, which is a little less than my height and width, until the end of next year, and given a certain inertness to the magical effects of this carcass. In general, I will cut with a sword, especially since it copes well with the skin. Although, again, the term easy here is used only in comparison with other slashing tools. Based on the experiment results, I decided, just in case, not to cut out fangs with glands yet, though I certainly want to get this substance first. But first, I decided to carve the rest of the carcass. But no matter how I tried to approach the matter, nothing worked. In the end, I simply ran my sword around the base of the head, cutting off the head. I could not remove the whole skin, as I should do with a snake. Even with magic I simply could not reproduce such a powerful effort. So I made the commander's decision to make crosscuts in rings and remove them in pieces from the longitudinal incision on the abdomen. And this should take a lot of time because a basilisk, being not only magical but also an artificially bred creature, does not spoil, rot and decompose neither bacteria, nor worms, nor anything else likes it. 94, Chapter 94. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 119 already. Underscore 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 underscore. Autumn came quickly and insensibly in the yard. The leaves on Dracula Willow were about to turn yellow and then fall. The grass would lose its bright color, and the Forbidden Forest's pine needles were already darker and more threatening. Only the ferns that grew strangely here and there, and other cold-resistant plants, would remain green for long. The castle's atmosphere was somewhat oppressive from the Dementor's presence, and the students' emotional instability was frozen at the despondency mark. Sometimes, standing on the astronomy tower in the light but already cold autumn wind, one could see Dementors appear from time to time over the treetops, followed by whitish cobwebs of frost. And now, on a cloudy morning on the eve of Halloween, I stood on this very astronomy tower, looked into the distance, and summed up the results of the first 2 months of the school year. I stopped looking for Peter Pettigrew, for I simply had no idea how to do it at all. I was sure I'd put him to sleep and hide him in a cage, though the only indication was the absence of a finger on his paw. But it's also possible to transfigure someone into an animal with given characteristics. What was stopping Peter from doing that from time to time by substituting himself for someone? But there's another issue, the Marauder's map. Although, if Lady Walburga's words are to be believed, name magic is a very complicated thing. The tapestry somehow determines the right name, but only if you associate yourself with that name. If the map works on similar principles, that would explain why it shows Severus Snape as Snape and not Snape Prince, Prince Snape, or just Prince. The head of Slytherin certainly doesn't associate himself with that surname. So it turns out that Peter could easily find a muggle, erase his memory and turn him into a rat if necessary. He wouldn't show up on the map because an empty mind doesn't associate itself with the name at all, and maybe he'd even show up as Scabbers on the map. Now I thought about it and realized that Scabbers sometimes reacted differently to his surroundings, purely ratty at times and sometimes quite reasonable and wary. But then I must appear as Night Black. I need to check it out. Anyway, the problems begin to snowball. The cutting of the basilisk ended just a couple of days ago, and as a result, I have a few ingredients at my disposal, if I may say so. Who knows how many meters of hide, a heart, a liver, a bunch of fangs, and only 2 of them are adapted to work with poison and have channels to the glands. I cut those out, too, by the way. Everything else is pretty useless, although these parts' usefulness has yet to be found out by a lot of tests and checks. The reason for this is simple, each basilisk is unique in its own way. The artificiality of origin of these magical beasts and absolute individuality of development, depending on both the wizard's desire and magical environmental conditions, can create from identical after birth absolutely different in properties and abilities snakes. As I read in books, 50 years ago, while it was allowed, in India, they bred basilisks in special nurseries. Each snake was created absolutely identical conditions in everything to unify the properties and quality of ingredients. In general, there was still a lot of work to be done. Studying went on as usual, and I have nothing to note that stands out from the daily routine. During the Dada lessons, Lupin was no longer trying to drag some creature to demonstrate us the spells, much more theory and practicing spells on the dummy. Hagrid decided to follow the same methodology, who suddenly remembered that children consider themselves immortal and much smarter than an adult experienced forester, who had found out from his own experience the peculiarities of communication with this or that beast. So he does not want a repeat of the incident with Malfoy. That's why now in classes on care of magical creatures, everyone grows quite nasty chimeras, blast-ended screwits. They bite, spit fire, and have poisonous stings in their arsenal. At the same time, they look like some kind of crabs with short and thick legs, a scorpion sting, and some kind of jet engine in there, excuse me, but, and their mouth is round, like a worm. In general, it's a disgusting creature. 95, Chapter 95. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 119 already. Underscore 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 underscore. I tried to talk to Lupin about extra classes to learn Patronus, but he refused. He disagreed, saying, very busy, no way, a lot of work. However, I persuaded him to at least show us Patronus so that it would be easier for us to master it. He showed, and not even just a mist, a cloud, or a shield, but a corporeal form, a wolf. This allowed us to include attempts to conjure Patronus into our training. It was not easy, and the cloud of blue mist began to appear only after 2 weeks. The problem was in the memories, or rather, in the emotions. Trying to fake the happiest memory, we achieved the same result as with the real one. In the end, we began to simulate happiness in emotions. The effect was the same, but if I put a lot of effort into it and even pumped some magic, the fog was very voluminous, and there was a lot of it. I especially had a lot of fog. Our training with Hermione took on a much calmer form, and we began to throw spells at each other much less often. Now it is like in the first year, if not even slower, and we had to practice all over again, using each other's wands. But after a week of practicing, when we picked up our wands, we could cast spells more easily, and wand movements were almost completely out of use. According to Hermione's assurances, soon, she would be able to discard words in about a third of her arsenal as well. Though, she would still have to pronounce them mentally and conjure all the same on the exhale. I changed my personal physical training a little and began to lean more on working with my own weight and with transfigured ankle weights, horizontal bars, and various shells, simultaneously stretching all the muscles that I could stretch. While still a growing organism and magic allowed to spit on recovery periods and diet, work and eat and work. In the forbidden section, as before, we read books in order to learn, and if Hermione has a naturally perfect memory, then I had to strengthen my brain with hemomancy. Although in recent years of such practice, such a load is given to me incomparably easier. In the evenings, I stubbornly stripped and dismantled a basilisk for parts. With its size, it could be considered another training in both magic and physics. I had no free time at all, even to just sit and look out the window, so with a hemomancy increase in my general physical and mental stamina, I literally crawled into bed after an evening shower. Shivering from a sudden gust of cool morning wind, I walked to the exit of the astronomy tower. I did not wait for dawn, though, what nonsense. It's kind of cloudy. I was one of the first to go down to the Great Hall, but Hermione was already sitting at the table and, without enthusiasm, was picking oatmeal on her plate. Hi, I sat down next to her with a smile, immediately grabbing the breakfast that appeared in front of me. Hi. Why so gloomy? I'm having a bad morning. I see. You're thinking about Halloween being a starting point for trouble, aren't you? Not really. Do you feel cold? A little sharply and unexpectedly, Hermione looked me in the eye. Cold. Not now, in general. Generally. Thinking, I began to remember my feelings in general and from the castle in particular. I can't say with certainty. Dementors. From the looks of it, Hermione shivered. It's weak, not unlike that incident on the train. Very weak, but so intrusive. As soon as I get distracted from something, my attention switches to it. Not critical, not harmful, but like a slight intrusive pain in the tooth. And it doesn't bother you, but you can't stand it either. Yeah, right, the girl nodded and, gathering her wool into a fist, began to consume her breakfast. Looks like your sensitivity to magic is growing faster than your occlumency skills. Hermione only shrugged. Glancing over at the professor's table, I could not help but notice the gloomy Flitwick and Dumbledore. However, as soon as anyone turned to them, they immediately smiled, as if all was well. Flitwick is definitely more sensitive to magic than other wizards, as he himself said about this feature of semi-humans. Dumbledore is just a strong and experienced wizard, which you cannot become without a developed sensitivity to magic. Oh, what is it like for the prisoners of Azkaban then? 96, Chapter 96. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 120 already. Underscore 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 underscore. While I pondered the vicissitudes of fate, the rest of the students from the houses gathered at their tables. Maybe they didn't understand the reason for their slight depression, but they were cheerful today, the first day of hiking in Hogsmeade. I remembered it a week ago. It's a good thing the Knights send Pirate with packages and assignments from the regular school. I was able to send a letter with a form to visit Hogsmeade. In the summer, I forgot about this village altogether and did not bother with the issue of admission to walks. Don't worry, Harry, Ron slapped his comrade on the shoulder. Potter's glasses almost flew off his plate. I will bring you a mountain of sweets. Don't worry, Ron. Have fun there without me. Potter shook his head. How so? It's Hogsmeade. Though, yes. The sweet store's okay, but it's dangerous to go into the Zonko shop of weird stuff. The Shrieking Shack might be worth a look, but there's nothing else to do there. Useful information, I nodded to Hermione at Ron's words. Are you going to Hogsmeade, by the way? Yeah. In the summer, the first thing I did was get a signature from my parents. I think it will be interesting to get out and look at the magic village. Then let's go, my permission form is in my pocket. The Dementors will be even closer there. Well, not that close. The permission form, by the way, should have been taken to the head. Oops, didn't know. Just a moment. Rising from my desk, I hurried over to the professors, who were almost done with their breakfast. Professor McGonagall, good morning and bon appétit. Good morning, Mr. Knight. Is something wrong? Asked the head, putting aside the cutlery. Both yes and no. I just got a signed permission form last night. Here, I took the permission form out of the inside pocket of my robe and handed it to McGonagall. Well, I understood the essence of your problem. In general, it is customary to give these documents the day before the planned trip because you need to draw up a list of admitted students. This is the first and last time I'm making an exception. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall nodded back. Filch was just passing by, and McGonagall asked him to come over. I headed over to Hermione waiting for me at the door of the hall. That's it. Let's go and dress warmly. It promises to be a chilly day. It took 20 minutes to travel to the common room in our rooms and change clothes. Pants, a black turtleneck with a high collar, a black coat, and a scarf. The wand took its rightful place in the holster on my forearm. I checked to see if it was easy to get it out of my coat sleeve, and then I left the room and sat down on the couch by the fireplace, waiting for Hermione. But I didn't have time to sit. Just a few moments later, my friend came down into the common room, too. I even copied Snape, raising one eyebrow in surprise. What? Smiled Hermione. Is something wrong? No, you look great, I nodded. A dark grey coat, a white turtleneck, and a long black skirt with flat-soled boots. Everything is fine and suits you, but I thought you were going to wear jeans or something like that, like always. I admit I had that thought, but my mother obliged me to buy something more feminine after hearing about going to Hogsmeade. She even tried to put a beret on me, but I defended the freedom of the head. A beret? That's why it all looks like something French. That's where it was bought. On that wonderful note, we left the common room and headed downstairs to the castle's main entrance. The weather was still somewhat overcast and foggy. In the courtyard outside the castle grounds, in small groups according to age and house, students from the third year and up were crowding around the overgrown but working fountain. Filch stood at the gate, thoroughly studying the list, while Professor McGonagall read out instructions to the crowd of my classmates. And remember, visiting Hogsmeade is your privilege. If these visits negatively affect your grades, there will be no Hogsmeade for you. Hermione and I quietly joined the crowd. Suddenly Potter ran up to McGonagall with a permission form. Only those with a signed permission form can go to Hogsmeade, Mr. Potter, the professor spoke a little louder and more severely. This is the rule. That clearly must have been the final chord of her speech, as the professor moved forward and Filch, who was walking beside her, took the floor. Whoever has permission, follow me. Those who don't stay at Hogwarts. Potter blocked the professor's way and started explaining something to her, shaking his permission form, but I couldn't hear any more. We followed Filch in a disorderly crowd. The old caretaker walked a dozen yards literally and stopped at the exit from the courtyard to the outside. He started to check our faces thoroughly against the list in his hands. Does he know everyone by heart? Okay. Yes. This one is on the list. And this one. Wow. The caretaker grumbled to himself as we took turns flashing before his eyes. Does he remember everyone by heart? Asked Ron in an astonished whisper to Seamus standing next to him. He literally took the question off the tongue. I guess so. 97, Chapter 97. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 121 already. Underscore 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 underscore. The road to Hogsmeade, like most roads near the castle, was only a direction. Professor McGonagall's presence as our chaperone in itself provoked great discipline with her, even the most irrepressible students tried to restrain their soulful urges. The older boys, who had visited the village more than once or twice before, briskly left ahead of our company. By the time our stream with McGonagall reached the stone road inside the village, senior students were already happily scurrying from store to store, from house to house. What could I say about Hogsmeade? It was a village of several parallel streets and alleys. Stone roads were, probably, only here and another one led from the village to the platform in the distance. The houses themselves were stone and gloomy, in the classic English medieval style, with pointed roofs and big shop windows on the first floors. But what I was glad about was the lack of crazy curvature in architecture, unlike Diagon Alley, where the houses and the road are more like a play of crooked mirrors. As we moved along the central street of the village, I couldn't help but notice an amusing fact: there were stores and benches only on this central street, while the rest were residential houses, and a couple of times, I glimpsed a hotel sign. A little away from the mass of houses, on a small hill, stood a lone large building, to which there was a fairly well-kept walkway. A boar's head was nailed over the entrance. Actually, the building was quite far away, but my eyesight was excellent. "Let's go to Zunko's, quick," Ron hurried Dean and Seamus. "And there are all kinds of feathers and notebooks over there." The blonde Lavender pulled the Paddle twins toward the Scrivenshaft's quill shop. Anyway, the kids quickly began to go their separate ways. "I suggest going through all the local establishments in turn. From the beginning to the end." "Not a bad idea. Good thing Three Broomsticks isn't at the beginning." So we went. The first establishment was the clothing store The Invisible Hat. On the whole, it was not much different from the usual concept of a clothing store and from Madame Malkin's atelier as well. However, there were, of course, many fewer robes. There was a women's and a men's department. As usual, you couldn't just look into the women's department, the girls had a separate room. I was already worried that we might spend too much time here, but Hermione, though she showed obvious interest in magical fashion, still, in the end, limited herself to a colored catalogue for a couple of sickles. Zonko's joke shop was briefly inspected, and it seems to me that Hermione was looking not so much at different colorful shelves, all sorts of things and bright mini fireworks and so on, as looking for possible ideas for spells. It will be necessary, by the way, to somehow study the issue of creating new spells. If my imagination is not enough, then ideas can be taken from different board games. There is already a lot of them in the ordinary world. The biggest crowd of kids, maddened by their freedom, was in the Honeydukes. The store itself consisted of 2 floors of various shelves, cabinets, and showcases filled with all sorts of products of the magical confectionery industry, various lollipops, toffee, candy feathers, all sorts of cakes, a huge display case with chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's beans. It was here that the young people sat, tasting everything they could get their hands on and have enough money to buy. It wasn't easy to make my way through the crowd, but I ended up buying 2 bags of the usual fruit and berry lollipops. "Sugar is bad for the teeth," Hermione remarked with a slight smile, instructively, as I approached her, thinking about something over a stand with jelly beans. "This is it, education in a family of dentists." "Well, what did you want?" "There is no sugar here. Sugar is not used in magic sweets at all. As I understand it, it is easier for wizards to use potions to give the right taste and stimulate the right receptors on the tongue." "Yeah? Well then, I think I can try." Taking one pouch in her hands, Hermione tasted one of the lollipops with curiosity and enthusiasm. It's not bad. And they have a rich taste. Here you go, and you didn't want to try them." I tasted one of the lollipops, too. Apple. I didn't want. All I said was that sugar is bad. I didn't say no to sweets. We did not go to some establishments. The tea house did not attract either Hermione or me, and Madame Putafoot's tea shop positioned itself as a place for lovers. They say it is romantic there. Through the window, I could see the situation and, as for me, outside and inside, this establishment looked like a kind of gingerbread house with pink icing to vanilla. Walking here and there, we eventually broke away from the mass of apprentices, villagers, visitors, and passers-by. We ended up not far from the Shrieking Shack, which stands at the very edge of the village. A crumbling old hut, there's no other way to say. "There is a rumor," Hermione remarked as we passed, "that there are ghosts here. As if they can surprise us. We have a lot of ghosts in the castle." "You're right, but rumor has it that ghosts are dangerous here, and they howl at night. They howl frighteningly, so gravely." "It may well be," I shrugged. "Shall we go there?" "No, let's skip it." 98, Chapter 98. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 123 already. Underscore 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 underscore. We moved on, but... well, look who's here. Draco Malfoy himself stepped out of the shack with a smug grin, stretching his words imposingly. His eternal company followed him, but this time I spotted 2 more older boys out of the corner of my eye. They seemed to be Slytherins, too, A&D. Oh, Marcus Flint. He stayed for the 2nd year. Besides them, Draco had Crabbe and Goyle next to him. Oh, there's not, and Green Grass Senior nearby, too. An interesting team. Oh, Draco. What spell are you going to show off today? Exclaimed Hermione cheerfully, as if putting on a mask. Though, so it was her image. You can grin all you want, Mudblood. Today we're going to clearly demonstrate your place. Yours and your friends. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle arrogantly and insolently approached us. The disposition was a triangle. We are on one corner, Slytherins on the other two. So that's why you brought your senior comrades. How could a true Slytherin pass up such an opportunity? Snorted Malfoy. Yes? Is this the concept of purebred honor? I asked calmly, getting up so that the seniors were against me, and Hermione was on the left, at the front of Malfoy and company. Not and Greengrass, apparently, will not participate. In a low whisper, I asked Hermione, can you handle them? Only a nod in response. It would be too much of an honor for the Mudblood if we had a fair duel here. What do you guys think? Curse them and leave them in the shack. Heh, Crabbe and Goyle laughed behind him. That's what we'll do. Malfoy grabbed his wand and pointed at us. Of course, we, out of kindness, will show superiority in knowledge as well. EXP. Time seemed to slow down, and too many actions began to take place in one subjective unit of it. Hermione acted very quickly. A brief moment, and she was already aiming her wand at Malfoy with a smile. A moment more, and the silent Ictus incredibly quickly flew off from her wand. Flint and his comrade were quick to pull their wands out, sending a stupefy each, but I was already creating a protego, running my fingers along my wand and putting my hand out to the side. Stupefy rays smashed into the protego's film from my left hand, and I pointed to the ground in front of the boys with my right. Bombarda! The explosion of the earth threw clods of earth towards the guys, but they hid behind protego. Reducto, Expelliarmus, Reducto, with small movements, I only indicated the beginning and end of the spells. Reducto's beam flew through the clods of dirt and earth still hanging in the air, breaking the guy's general protego and letting in the disarming and another Reducto. Marcus's wand was literally twisted out of his hands, and the second Reducto, hitting his comrade, worked as a powerful repulsive. Ictus Redutum. A quick, transparent clot of air fist flew into the guy who was still flying through the air and worked as an impact spell with a reverse vector. The guy was carried towards me like a beckoning spell. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Hermione. With a couple of smooth movements, she dodged some simple spells of Crabbe and Goyle, which stubbornly protected Malfoy groaning on the ground. Realizing that they missed their spells, they put out rather powerful hemispheres of protego. Did they count on Marcus's help? It is necessary to finally knock them out. Incarcero, Ictus, I threw at Marcus's friend, still flying but almost touching the ground. The boy was instantly entangled in thick ropes, and another air fist knocked both his spirit and his wand out of him. Marcus rushed to his wand. I did not set the task of intercepting it with Expelliarmus, only knocking it out. I interrupted a long jump, even a dive of the guy for a stick forward, with a simple but very strong Reducto. The peculiarity of his striking effect on a live target in an instantaneous moment of the applied force Marcus, as if his head drove into the wall, immediately passed out. Crabbe and Goyle were clearly shocked, but they held the powerful protego, and Hermione, with a brief glance at the knocked-out older guys, strode imposingly toward the fat guys, tapping her wand on her shoulder. But I know this sly girl will react faster than any of them and even argue with me in reaction. What funny boys! Smiled Hermione. Nott took out his wand and wanted to do something. However, without changing either direction of movement or manner, Hermione simply jerked her wrist with a wand, swiping quickly into the air. Nott's wand flew out of his hand and went somewhere down the gentle slope. No, stop and don't move. Hermione shook her finger at Nott. It was funny to see how he swallowed in the most natural way, took a step back. Another step. Greengrass, who was standing nearby, looked at him with incomprehension, and the next moment, Nott ran. Hey, where are you going? Ha ha ha, shouted after him, Hermione. Ictus Redutum, Glacio. The forward and backward air fists knocked Nott off his feet and sent him flying back to us. The ice path under the guy enchanted by Glacio did not allow him to stop. He literally rolled under the feet of Crabbe and Goyle, stopping next to Draco. Now they are not alone and groan in pain and sink. Are you going to stand like this? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances but didn't remove protego, only nodded. I pointed my hand to the sky and swung the warmth in my chest, directing it to the wand, exactly repeating one of my experiments. Stupefy. A hail of blue projectiles flew off the wand, scattering sparks all around. They flew toward the fatties but into the sky, chaotic and unthreatening. The fatties seemed determined not even to look at them, for they flew past. When a dozen clots flew behind Crabbe and Goyle, I focused my vision and attention on the guys. The clots hit them sharply and very quickly in the back, uncovered by the protego hemisphere. Only a couple hit the target, but it was enough to knock the guys out. The rest of the clots only blasted the ground just a little, such was the effect of stupefy into the dense, loose surface. That's it. Hermione looked around at the carnage. I was just getting started. Come on. 99, Chapter 99. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 123 already. Underscore 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 underscore. I looked at Greengrass. The blonde noticed my gaze and showed me her empty palms. Keep an eye on Daphne. Fine, Hermione smiled and quickly pointed her wand at the girl, but she didn't conjure anything. I outlined a circle over my head with my wand as if I were unwinding a lasso, but really I was just channeling a lot more magic through my wand than usual, pulling the guys' bodies together in one pile with a childish trick, telekinesis. In Carcero Maxima, Somnus, making sure that the whole bunch of bodies fell asleep and were tightly bound, I looked back at Greengrass. What are we supposed to do with you? Leaving the enemy behind is not the best gesture. Especially because of us, your knight in shining armor didn't show his best side by running away, unsuccessfully. I am not your opponent. Controversial. Max, Hermione, standing next to me, poked me in the side, and the mask flew off of her instantly, bringing back the serious girl. Do you feel that? Without asking, I listened to the sensation. Dementors. Dementors. Greengrass turned pale, though it seemed that her pale skin couldn't be whiter anymore. What a bad time. Looking around, I saw 5 black hoods flying toward us from a forest that was abruptly beginning literally a dozen yards away. It was getting cold. Max, that's a problem, Hermione nodded towards the tied-up and sleeping boys. The girl stoically tried to keep her face, but her pallor betrayed strong worry, as well as a slight fear in her eyes. Bring the boys to their senses with Finita and Enner White. I know. Hurry up. Greengrass, collect your comrades' wands. Don't even think about doing anything else. The blonde nodded and began conjuring Oxio, adding wand of this and that to the verbal formula. Hermione quickly brought the boys to their senses and removed the ropes. They wanted to be indignant, but just one nod in the direction of the Dementors forced this bunch of jerks to yell and run. Only Greengrass looked at her fellow house members with such incredible reproach in her eyes that even I was ashamed of them. It all happened in a couple of moments, but the Dementors were already literally a few meters away from the 3 of us. We were on the hill, next to the Shrieking Shack, in the open, and nowhere to go. The shack wouldn't stop them, so. Feigning incredible happiness, I simultaneously increased the feeling of warmth in the chest and pointed my wand at the Dementors. Expecto Patronum, said the key of the spell in a low and even voice. The tip of the wand began to glow a soft blue light. The source of the light grew larger and larger, and a huge, meter-wide, thick, dense mist burst from it. The mist stretched out in a long stream, reaching the Dementors very quickly. The creatures howled and hurried away, and the mist still stretched from the wand. But nothing lasts forever. The Patroness mist began to melting fast, but the Dementors were in a hurry to get away as well. Faster to the castle. No one asked any questions, and we just ran to the castle gates. Dementors can return. They feel no pity or compassion. But they feel great hunger and are terribly vindictive. This is an irrefutable and proven fact, not once or twice indicated in textbooks on all kinds of monsters. I had to slow down, though. It's me and Hermione who run like crazy in the morning and have been doing something for the 3rd year. But Greengrass fizzled out very quickly, running through the undergrowth, over rough terrain. This is not a joke to you. And I wanted to. Hermione took a deep breath. Wanted to put on pants. But no. Listening to Mom is good, but your mind is closer to your body. We reached the castle without too much trouble. Greengrass said she would return the boys back their wands, and we parted ways for the feast. But first, to our rooms and change. At the festive dinner, the Great Hall, as in previous years, was decorated in Halloween's tradition. Subdued light, carved pumpkins with candles everywhere, ghosts showed a master class in scary pantomimes. Particularly zealous were those ghosts that did not die by their own death, including Headless Nick. He quite colorfully, but at the same time caricatured and with a grain of irony, depicted a scene of incomplete cutting off of his head. At the table, the guys enthusiastically shared their impressions of the trip with each other, and Ron dumped a whole heap of various sweets in front of Harry. As promised, the most interesting stuff, buddy. Hermione and I sat next to each other. I couldn't taste the food. Dementors are no joke. They are not a simple, ministry-controlled revision of the train. They are clearly starving creatures who have chosen to disregard the controlling charms. They can. It is not for nothing that their hazard class is, in fact, out of categories. It's just that the ministry keeps them on a starvation diet, and they show not even a third of their abilities. In fact, this is a miracle of necromagic and necromancy itself, an incredible alloy. A couple of Dementors at their peak can cause trouble even for Dumbledore, let alone ordinary wizards. 100, Chapter 100. 24 chapters ahead of the web novel update, Chapter 125 already. Underscore 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 underscore. It seems, Hermione spoke quietly. Nobody knows what happened. That is great. You eat, or the pie will get cold. It's with pumpkin. I can't taste it. Neither do I. Well, think like it's with meat. It's ginger. With very strange meat. After the feast, we all moved in a friendly and noisy crowd to the common room. There was an even bigger crowd in front of the portrait, and I guessed the reason why. Well, what happened there again? Dean lamented. I bet it's Neville forgot the password, and now he's tormenting the fat lady. Hey. Oops, smiled Ron. I didn't see you. Making her way to the portrait, Hermione sighed in surprise. The canvas was all scratched up, as if from claws, and the fat lady was nowhere to be seen. Haven't you heard? The younger Weasley, Ginny, popped up in front of us. The fat lady has disappeared. Oh, hello, Max. Blushing, Ginny hurried to hide in the crowd of friends from her class. No no no, I don't need this, go flirt with Potter. Not only the noise of students beat on the ears, but also portraits hung around the shaft of the main tower on every free meter of walls. They all chatted about horrors and nightmares, about where the world is heading, and other nonsense. Make way, make way. Filch's voice drew nearer, as did Filch himself. We all went to the sides, and Dumbledore walked up to the empty and cut canvas with Filch. He carefully examined the canvas, ran his hand over the cuts. Mr. Filch, the headmaster spoke anxiously. Gather the ghosts. Have them search every painting. We must find her. No need to search, Professor, Filch interrupted the headmaster, looking at one of the paintings on another flight of stairs, pointing his finger at it. The fat lady is over there. Everyone immediately ran toward that painting, and Dumbledore was not far behind. When he reached the picture of the green meadow with the steer grazing on it, the headmaster spoke up. Dear lady, who did this to you? The weeping fat lady looked out from behind the steer, howling as she began to answer. Eyes like the devil, he's got and a soul as dark as his name. It's him, headmaster, the one they all talk about. He's here somewhere in the castle. Sirius Black. With a cry and a roar, the fat lady disappeared behind the steer again. The headmaster ordered a search of the entire castle and the students to be placed in the Great Hall and give out sleeping bags. I had to obey and go to the sleeping bag that was already waiting for us in the Great Hall. Geez. Hermione sighed as we got into the sleeping bags. Somehow we happened to be lying next to each other. Also nearby were Lavender Brown, Parvati, and Padma Patil. The girls were whispering about their own things, and we just happened to be in the same place for conversation. I totally agree, Hermie. So much panic. How else could it be? She shrugged, zipping up her sleeping bag and staring at the ceiling. A criminal at that level and in a school full of kids. Who knows what he can do? I nodded in agreement, but at that moment, the lights went out and the illusion of the night sky on the ceiling of the Great Hall projected the starry sky, galaxies, comets, and other beauty. Max, Lavender whispered softly. What are you doing here? Sleeping. That's the female half. So, I'm sleeping in good company. After this phrase, Hermione's fist flew sharply in my side. Ouch, Hermione, why fight? In good company, he sleeps. The girls giggled quietly, but everyone quickly calmed down. It had been a busy day, and even I wanted to sleep. But, 20 minutes later, I was awakened by Snape and Dumbledore talking. Although, there's no point in this conversation, at least to me. I wonder if Potter had heard that Snape wanted something to warn the boy, and about Lupin generally had some concerns? Hermione had definitely heard it. She was still awake, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Before I fell asleep, decided to think about when to catch Black? No, seriously. Since I missed Peter, I should at least catch Black. When will he get into the common room there? I need to come up with some kind of trap. The main thing is not to kill inadvertently, otherwise, two are already a bit too much. Days flew by one after another, and in the meantime, autumn finally came, giving the world around it its gloomy colors. After the infiltration of Sirius Black into the castle, the regime of patrolling of the surroundings by Dementors was tightened, and now at night, they are somewhat closer to Hogwarts than before. This could not but affect the perception of the world, and coupled with the autumn gloom, a kind of dejection was felt even more in the castle. Once again, as in the past years, I ordered the ingredients for the restoring musculoskeletal system potion through the twins. Though, the prices increased slightly, the general inflation and the presence of Dementors. Still, these factors did not affect the speed of delivery of the ingredients. Therefore, on the 3rd of November, Hermione had finished the potion. However, there were some difficulties. Confundus had almost no effect on us properly, and the fault could only be the practice of occlumency. We had to put a lot of willpower into the spell to force ourselves to inflict the proper trauma to the entire body. But, in the end, everything went according to plan, and until the 3rd of December, we were particularly hard on physical training. Now Hermione went beyond jogging and such, joining me in working with her own weight, but with a kind of manic persistence. She said, the monotonous work, the training and the practice of magic leave no time or energy to think about Dementors and be depressed. I agree with her.